Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Neighborhood Watch 4, After the EMP, by E. Isherwood, narrated by Kyle Tate. Chapter 1. Do you think I should have killed Trevor? Carmen stood next to the bed, zipping up her shorts. We'd taken our 30 minutes of break time, most of it in my bedroom. And while it did my body a world of good, my mind went back to survival mode well before the 30th minute.
"He was coming at you with a gun last night,"
she started to say. No, sorry, I meant when I handed him off to Zen on day 2. Should I have taken him and Pike into the woods and come back out alone?
"I don't know, Frank, but I remember you had a good reason for giving him over to Zen. Didn't he steal from the guy? And didn't Zen come to get him as payback? I think you did what any responsible citizen would have done, given the options."
But was it reasonable to think Zen would screw it up and let the guy go? Carmen walked over to me as I sat on the edge of the bed in my jockeys. Her shorts were back on, but she hadn't had time to put on more than her bra up top, a lacy black number that hooked together in the front.
"Frank, cut yourself some slack. There is no way you could have predicted the series of events that got Trevor away from Zen, got him to find allies, and then come back here."
She caressed my cheek.
"And I certainly don't see you as the kind of person who would walk someone into the woods like that."
I sighed, inhaling the scent of her perfume for a few extra seconds. Some of it was undoubtedly on me, a pleasant problem that could only be solved by a good hot shower, and those no longer existed.
"Besides," she went on, "you're talking about day 2 of this mess. For all we knew, the lights were about to come back on. You played the hand you were dealt, and you've kept us alive until day 5. So stop thinking of what-ifs, okay?"
Now she gave me a playful slap before retreating to find her shirt. I slapped her butt.
"Frank,"
she squealed. We both had a laugh. Every minute of shenanigans with her provided some extra decompression from the anchor weight of stress sitting in my gut. But the time had come to get back to the real world of the EMP collapse. "Thanks, Carmen," I said, switching to my sincere voice.
"No, thank you," she purred.
"I meant for listening to me talk," I clarified.
"I wasn't."
She threw on her shirt, winked at me, collected her weapon, then went to the door out of my bedroom.
"I'll see myself out the back door."
"Why are you going out that way?" I asked.
"Frank, don't take this the wrong way, but certain people will look down on a single woman who finds herself attracted to a strong male leader. I can be open about what I want when I'm with you, but out there—"
She pointed toward the garage, where the rest of the neighborhood watch hung out.
"I want to keep them guessing about my personal life, especially the new people."
We'd been lucky in recruiting additional residents from the other 2 streets in our little subdivision, but none of us on Clownfish had been able to learn more about them than their names, so I could see why she'd want to take things slow.
"Bye for now,"
she said as she disappeared into the hallway. However, a second later, she stuck her face back around the doorframe, a permanent smile etched on her face. I expected one more wisecrack about how we'd spent our break time, but her voice turned serious.
"Frank, you almost died last night. We all could have died. Whatever happens now, don't start second-guessing yourself. I wouldn't change a single thing about what you've done to help us live through this."
I didn't see it as regret or second-guessing, as much as an honest after-action report about a survival situation. Could it have been prevented? Did I do enough to end it? How could I avoid similar trouble in the future?
"And one more thing, Frank. I wouldn't change a single thing about the last 30 minutes either. But I'm also going out the back door to protect you. A leader has to be seen as above all this.
She stepped sideways to flash her hip and thigh for 2 seconds, a bit like she did when she teased me with her towel over in her house. Don't worry, I'll act like this never happened. In fact, I closed my eyes and pretended to think before opening them again. Yep, I don't remember anything from the last 30. Being around you has the same blank emotions for me as if I'd been staring at the wall. She slowly shook her head. You men never take anything seriously. The smirk told me she didn't take my words too seriously either. Hey, I get it, Carmen. I promise I won't change how I do things when I'm around you. That's all I ask, she said as she left. A few seconds later, I heard her open and close the heavy sliding door at the back of the house. Almost immediately, someone knocked at the garage door. I hurried to the kitchen, where I found a woman had come in.
It's me, Penny, she said.
Yeah, I see that, I answered in a normal voice. What the heck are you doing? She had her hand over her eyes.
You aren't decent.
I looked down and realized I was still in my jockeys. Living alone for so many years had trained me not to be too worried about what I wore indoors. Shit, I was getting dressed, I laughed, doing a U-turn back to my room. I was already fighting exhaustion, as there was no such thing as a good night of sleep anymore. But my time with Carmen also served as a blender for my brain. A fresh pair of tactical trousers sat on my dresser. I'll only be a second, I yelled to the kitchen. I got on long pants, socks, boots, and then went for a clean top. It was a green and yellow button-down Hawaiian shirt with tall palm trees that had AK-47s as trunks and grenades hanging from the fronds instead of coconuts. I'd gotten it after I saw one of my drivers wearing the design. As soon as I had it buttoned, I walked back out to Penny, who no longer had her hand blocking her eyes.
I didn't mean to come in, she verbally stumbled. I heard voices and figured you and Carmen were, safe to talk to.
It's fine. Me and her were just... I'd promised Carmen I wouldn't tell anyone, for both our sakes. But Penny's impish grin suggested I didn't have to bother. I fashioned my response based on what I knew about the two women. She told you, didn't she? Her face went thermonuclear red.
I'm sorry, Frank. What you and her do is none of my business, but she needed a friend, and I'm married, so...
The ... at the end of her statement had a forlorn quality to it, like she wished things were different. It was a sentiment I'd picked up any time she mentioned her home life. Say no more, I said while raising my hand. Carmen wants to keep this on the down low, and so do I, for now.
Of course,
she said, returning to her old self. Is everything all right? I asked.
Yes, I figured you would want to get started on the tasks for the day, including the well. It's kind of my job to bother you before we get hot and heavy.
She hesitated for a few seconds, before adding,
What I mean is hot and heavy at chores.
I smiled at how tongue-tied she'd suddenly become. Let me grab my guns, and I'll be out.
Is that the shirt you'll be wearing?
She asked casually. I looked down at the bright colors and cartoonish rifles. Yeah? What's wrong with it?
Oh, nothing,
she said, obviously forced. It's one of my favorites, I added.
I'm sure,
she teased.
Did Carmen see it?
Not yet, I offered. It took me a few minutes to collect my 2 pistols and the rifle. Plus, I brought the freshly painted AK-47 inside to keep it out of the rain. By the time I headed into the garage, it looked as if I was a politician about to speak to the masses, save for the cool shirt no politician would be caught dead in. I met the eyes of my closest friends on the street. Luke, Ben, Carmen, Penny, the teens, and the others. but I could only give cursory glances to the throng of people spread out beyond the interior of my garage. There must have been 30 newcomers from the other streets. Instantly, I knew we needed block captains to avoid the congestion. "Hello," I waved. "Thank you all for being here, and thank you to anyone who was here last night to defend our neighborhood. The simple fact we're here talking about it means you kept the bad guys from taking over." A few people clapped. "Nice shirt," a woman's voice playfully heckled from the back. I couldn't tell if it was Penny or Carmen, but they were standing together, conspiring. Several people laughed. It struck me the two women were teasing me to throw the others off the scent of what I'd been doing during my downtime. Rather than take offense, it summoned warm feelings for them both. I kept speaking. "But the new day brings new challenges, so I hope you have a little energy left in the tank." I was 99% sure few of them had recharged as efficiently as Carmen and I had done. But few of them were dodging bullets the night before like I was, so it all balanced out. "What should we be doing?" Dante asked, still in his red hockey jersey. He held up the crumpled newspaper I'd taken from the abandoned gas station. "I've been reading this to see if it had any clues about if we're at war, but it only has articles about an upcoming presidential visit that'll never happen. Some shit about a new cable service coming to Fort Myers we'll never use, and an in-depth profile on the mayor. Nothing worth squat." I'd come to a similar conclusion after my read-through. "I appreciate you checking that over," I replied to him. "As for what to do..." I pulled out my notepad and made a few quick scribbles on the first sheet. After looking at it a second, I scratched and reordered my list until I had it the way I wanted. First, I want each street to pick a representative, a block captain who can attend these meetings. As you can see, we're pretty full here today. But more importantly, if we're all standing around here, who is watching our houses out there?" I pointed beyond them. I appreciated the fact LeVar stood watch up at the roadblock, though his wife was in the garage with us. Second, our strategic situation has changed. I need a group of 5 or 6 to immediately help us dig our well here on the circle. Now I pointed to the island of green in our cul-de-sac. The parts are already out there, so we only need the manpower to drive the pipes into the ground. "What do you mean our situation has changed?" Amanda asked with concern. "The water has stopped flowing out of our faucets," I said matter-of-factly. "Really?" she fretted. I'd spent a lot of time projecting our needs over the next few days, weeks, and months, and water was the highest on my list. So high, in fact, our first journey in the truck was to acquire the parts to build a series of wells in the area. The only reason the first well wasn't already in the ground was our lack of manpower while other critical tasks needed to be done. However, once Penny had informed me the water was gone, I knew the well was our top priority again. As expected, the mood of the crowd turned to worry. Mostly the newcomers, but several of my clownfish friends showed deep concern as well. "The other thing we can do is move these cisterns next to our houses so we can capture rainwater, since it looks like a storm is headed our way." It had been threatening rain since the day before, but now a downpour seemed a certainty. "What about our streets?" one of the strangers cried out. "Do we have to walk over here to get our drinking water?" "Don't worry, my friends. We brought back enough supplies to build 4 wells. After we dig mine, you'll be able to dig your own." Amanda stepped forward. "Frank, you plan to give us wells, even before we committed to helping you?" "Yeah. A friend of mine made me realize we needed enough wells so there was no single point of failure, and no single point for bad guys to attack. Having multiple wells gives us a relief valve of sorts." I wasn't going to explain it was Tyler and his stomach gas that gave me the idea. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Thanks a lot for that," Amanda continued. A few others added to the chorus. Whoa, no one deserves attaboys until the wells are sunk and giving us water. Right now we need to dig the first one, so we all understand how. I would recommend we have reps from all 3 streets working together, okay? I wasn't done with my list. The third thing we need to do is the worst, I'm afraid. People gathered closer. We need to round up all the bodies in our backyards and put them in one spot. I don't think we're set up to bury that many people, so we're probably going to have to burn them. As expected, several people recoiled at the mention of burning. Guys, this is unfortunately a fact of life in our new world. If it was 1 or 2, I'd bury them, but we probably have 20 bodies out there. It would take the better part of a day, and most of us behind shovels, before we got them all in the ground. Can't we simply toss them out in the woods? Tyler asked. Make them someone else's problem. The young man stood next to his girlfriend Zoe, who leaned heavily on him. That would be easiest, I agreed. Hell, I wouldn't mind putting them on the trailer and dumping them on the steps of the Sunny Side Up rehab joint, since they sent them down here to attack us. But neither of these solutions will serve us in the long term. Rotting bodies in the woods would create disease, especially with rains coming, and we have a shallow water table around here, so they could infect the water we're trying to pull up with our well. We can't dump them in the city either, as that act would create more enemies for us, I'm sure. Probably, Tyler agreed. Does anyone else have a practical way to dispose of all of them? Burial at sea? Ben suggested. Can your boat go in deep water? I asked. No, he admitted. The flat-bottomed John boat was suitable for calm canal waterways, but not the waves of open water. So we need a group gathering firewood for our funeral pyre, I finished. I looked farther down my list, but didn't read them out loud. We needed someone to build the sniper nest in the tree Luke had picked out. I'd love to get those kids reading my survival books, to get them up to speed on our future challenges. We needed more of the Triton boxes set up in each home, especially on the other 2 streets. The cisterns would be great to collect water, but someone needed to set up the filtration parts of the system so the water could be cleaned. Thunder echoed outside, closer now. Guys, I'm new to Florida. Does anyone know if that storm might be a hurricane? What would normally happen if it was? Amanda raised her hand. We are in Evacuation Zone B, which means we are in the second most dangerous area for storm surges. I don't know how big our zone is, but I do know everything on the western side of Bayside Road is in Zone A, since it is closer to the coast, and it sits a little lower. They're lower than us, I asked with a little surprise in my voice. Yeah, Ben piped up. If you remember where you found me that first day, me and my boat were parked under that tree on the shore of the canal. The water was only a foot or 2 below the rest of the terrain. Here, behind our houses, the water is 3 or 4 feet lower than our yards, since the builders had to dig down far enough so our canals connected to the ones over there. When everything in all directions appeared pancake flat to me, even a few feet could make a huge difference. Won't a storm surge simply come under the bridges? I asked. It will, Amanda answered as if reading from a technical manual. But there is so much open terrain on this side of the highway, it will take a long time to fill it all up, so we should be safe for a time. That was the key. A big enough storm, lingering for long enough time, could fill any amount of terrain when the entire ocean was behind it. Maybe I shouldn't have moved to Florida, I chuckled. Don't worry, Ben assured. As long as I've lived here, we've never had water come up to Bayside Road. Marco raised his hand. His biceps and forearms were huge. The guy must have lived in the gym before the EMP. Go ahead, I told him. He spat a wad of chaw into my lawn before speaking. I spent a few minutes on the main roadblock at the front of the subdivision, since Bella and others from Barracuda took a shift watching it. She told me a lot of the people are asking for food and water, and some get angry when we tell them they can't come into our subdivision to rest. What should we do up there? Don't let them in, I said right away. But they're getting aggressive, he added. They've been chased out of their homes by other desperate people, and they've been on the move for days. Every subdivision to the south of us turned them away, so by the time they get to us, they are crazy with anger. I could imagine what they were going through, and I did have sympathy for them. But we couldn't host the entire city of Fort Myers on our 3 streets. We already had those tent people on Albacore tapping into our reserve food supplies, so any additional refugees we took in meant less supplies for our own survival. The unfortunate reality I'd come to understand from years of reading books about the apocalypse was that there were never going to be enough supplies to go around. Our best bet is to keep them moving north, I recommended. Could we give them bags of water? Ben asked. Like you did for Trevor's friends? I looked to Marco. Are they asking for water? Food and water, yeah, he answered. Then we give them water and send them on their way. I briefly explained how I'd given the young adults resealable plastic bags filled with water, which were crude canteens. Given the choice between doing nothing and doing something, I was willing to do what I could to help them, as long as they kept going north and didn't try to squat in our neighborhood. Rainey, would you mind heading to Drummond's place to get some bags, then ride them up to the A roadblock? I'd chosen her to keep her involved and appreciated. Compared to her brother, who was always stirring things up, the young woman seemed more reserved lately. Lonely, perhaps. Actually, let's start calling that the front gate. It will make things easier for us. Yes, sir. And yes, sir, she answered. I took another look at my long list of tasks. I wanted time to inspect Orange Crush, the damaged pickup truck we'd recovered. I needed to put a kill switch in the Unimog. I needed to clean the broken glass out of the El Camino and see if the spray of bullets had damaged anything important. The list went on. One aspect I didn't truly appreciate from reading my books is how much needed to be done in any given day. Carmen forced me to take that 30-minute time out, but there wouldn't be another break until nightfall. More thunder rolled on the horizon. That's enough for now, I advised. If we get the block captains, I can assign smaller tasks as they come up, or as work crews finish what they're doing. Here's the most important thing, and I'm sure you've heard this before. If you've got time to lean, you've got time to clean. I think the founder of McDonald's coined the phrase, but for us it means you've got time to start a new project that will help us stay alive. Got it? Lots of nodding. Let's get to it, I said to break them up. Tyler was on me the very next second. What can I do for you? I asked. Uncle Frank, this is serious, he said, not at all his usual chipper self. Lay it on me, I replied with similar gravity. First off, that's a drippy shirt, he said matter-of-factly. Thanks, I replied. I hoped drippy meant cool. Tyler checked behind him. Zoe and her sister held hands as they walked out of the garage. Once he was sure no one could overhear him, he told me what was on his mind. What would you think if I borrowed the charger to drive Zoe and Alex to their house, so they can bring their parents down here? It took me a few seconds to study his face and decide he wasn't playing around. I think I wouldn't like that at all, I said with matched sincerity. But why? He asked, emotion sneaking into his teen voice. What did your dad say? I pressed. He rubbed the back of his neck. He doesn't have to know, does he? Let me ask you a different question. Why do you want to take the girls by yourself? Tyler put on a brave face.
They wouldn't want me to share this, but both of them are pretty messed up from shooting all those people last night.
They didn't shoot them all, I reminded him. In fact, they might not have downed any of the bad guys, since they were using lightweight .22s.
They don't care about the details, he insisted. They walked through all the bodies like the rest of us. I think it messed them up. I tried to keep them entertained when we were working on the map in your garage, but that only went so far. I think they really miss their mom and dad.
Well, if you couldn't cheer them up, I mused.
Right? He snapped. It would be epic if you let me take them home.
And what if they decided to stay there? I asked.
No, they would come back. I'm sure of it.
Really? I had no idea either way, but I wanted the teen boy to get some experience thinking things through to possible conclusions. Would you stay with them if they did? How would your parents know which choice you made? What if your parents had to come and get you? He gazed down at his feet.
I really like her, Uncle Frank. I don't like to see Zoe or her sister in pain. It really ruins the vibe, you know?
Oh, I know, I said with calm assurance. I know you'd do anything for someone you cared about. So would I.
Is that why you and Carmen snuck off?
He said with some of his old charm.
We didn't sneak anywhere, I answered.
If Penny and Carmen had used my shirt as a distraction, their effort had obviously failed on at least one person.
Me and Zoe watched Carmen and Penny go into your house. Are you banging both of them?
Dude, come on, I said, speaking on his level.
Banging? It's fine, he said casually. No one even suspects, except me, Zoe, and Alex. Probably my dad, too, since you two are pretty tight. He'd tell my mom, and my mom would tell Rainey, I'm sure.
I cut him off before he named everyone on the street.
Kid, you have an active imagination. I hear what you're saying about the girls, but there is no way in hell you were getting a car to go off on your own trip. Do you even have a license? No, but what does that matter now? There are no more laws, baby.
It was the first time I'd heard someone glad to have no laws at all. While I could appreciate why he'd said it, I was certain if I stopped and explained what happened to most people when the law disappeared, he wouldn't be singing the same tune. However, it wasn't the time or place for a lecture. I needed to be firm with the kid.
I'm a hard no on you taking the girls alone, okay?
I tapped his shoulder, so he looked me in the eyes.
I need to hear you say it. I won't take the girls home. You won't touch any of the vehicles or bikes, I added. Say it, please. I won't touch the bikes or any of the new trucks.
We stood there in my garage for a few moments. For me, I was thinking through all the ways Tyler could sneak away and rescue his girlfriend. I'd been a 16-year-old boy at one time, and there were times I would have put myself in any amount of danger to impress the opposite sex. There was no doubt in my mind the boy was already thinking of ways around my limits. Would the kid walk them home?
Don't do anything stupid, I said kindly.
He flashed a crooked smile.
I won't.
He spun around and hurried out of the garage to be with Zoe and her sister. Booms came from outside. I walked toward the group, prepping to dig the well, but my eyes were on the sky. The thunder kept getting closer. Chapter 2. The well went in the ground easier than I'd anticipated. Chuck had given me some pro tips back at his tractor store, and I put them to use in the field. I didn't bother making the overhead derrick for driving in the tubing as he'd suggested, since the ground was soft and sandy under our street. Plus, we had young bucks anxious to prove themselves. LeVar had come from the roadblock to join the labor-intensive digging project, and he started the competition. Between him and Marco, It was like watching Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone competing to see who could drive the pipes in faster. Once a 5-foot section was in, the other guy would get the next section, reset the drive cap onto the new coupler, then hit the crap out of it to sink it another 5 feet. I had the pleasure of supervising for a change. While they did the digging, our pump sat in a bucket of clean water to let the leather valves soak it up and expand properly. A breeze kicked up, and it tried to push me sideways. There were clouds moving in, and the day's weather was looking sketchy. When it seemed like things were going okay at the dig site, I waved to excuse myself. "Where you headed, boss?" Ben asked. "I think the weather might become a problem," I stated. "I'll be right back." Dante stood close by, puffing on a cigarette. "Want some help?" he asked. "Actually, when this is done, you and Marco can pick through our parts to get what you need for your streets, since your wells should be similar depths to this one. Go ahead and get crews working on them today." I went up the driveway to Luke's place. Melanie and Mr. Puppers were in the garage, cleaning one of the grates for the propane grill. "Hey, Frank. What can I do for you?" "I need to borrow 3 bikes for a brief trip." The Farmingtons had enough bicycles for their whole family, and then some. Luke was a roadie, with spare mountain and hybrid bikes as part of his inventory. Penny had also left her bike in the garage, so a wide selection of them were in one place. "Help yourself," she said. "Need company?" "Not this time," I replied. "Not unless you have a better idea on how to check the weather than riding down to the shoreline and looking into the Gulf." "Can't you climb on our roof?" she asked. "That won't give us a look far to the west. Plus, if I go down to the shore, I'll pass through friendly territory on the way. I want to see the lay of the land over in Zen's neighborhood beyond his block. We're supposed to be allies, but I don't even know what streets he's got covered. I figure I ought to know that." "Sounds about right," she answered. After ensuring there were enough bikes on hand for my needs, I went back to the well crew. LeVar stood over the tubing with a yellow measuring tape hanging into the hole. "We hit it 16 feet, he bragged. "We've got lots of water." "Time for the pump," I instructed. The intake of the well was a good distance below the level of the dirty canal water, which had been my main concern when looking at the landscape around our street. It needed to be deeper than the canal, where the water was purified by sand and rock. It only took a few minutes to attach the pump to the top of the tube. "Marco, as our guest, would you like to prime the pump to get it flowing?" We poured the clean water from the bucket into the pump handle, as Dante worked the handle up and down. This created the pressure needed to pull the water out of the ground. "Holy balls," Dante said when the first murky water came out of the spigot. "You did it, Frank." I laughed. "Actually, you guys did it. I only bought the supplies." We all stood there watching in amazement as the water came out in a steady stream and got clearer with each pump of the handle. It wasn't a fire hose, but it was enough to keep us alive. Finally, I asked Tyler to bring me something to drink from. He sprinted home and came back half a minute later, carrying a little blue cup. "I should have specified what I wanted," I said. Luke saw the blue sippy cup with a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle on it. "Seriously? Is that what he asked for?" "It's a cup!" Tyler was in stitches. "It's fine with me," I said, not laughing at all, lest he think I approved of his goofballery. Using the little kid's cup, I collected enough water to take a drink. It was cool and tasteless, which was perfect. As I drank, I flashed a thumbs up to the workers. "We have water!" LeVar shouted to anyone in the area. For the next few minutes, I let my friends celebrate a victory, but only for that brief amount of time. Even as the celebration continued, and more people brought out cups to test it, I pulled Dante and Marco from the group. "Slight change of plans," I said quietly. "Before you work on your wells, I need you two to come with me." "Did we do something wrong?" the dwarf-looking Dante answered with self-doubt. "You don't know me that well, so I'll give you a heads up about me. If I don't like what you're doing, I'll come right up to you and say so. You two did awesome work here, but now I need reps from both of your streets to come with me and do some diplomatic work with our neighboring subdivision." Marco cracked up. "I'm the last person you want doing politics. Trust me, I know how you feel. I'm not a political guy either. I doubt any of us are, but you'll understand better once you see where we're going." The three of us mounted the bicycles and were on our way to the front gate when Penny caught up to my rear tire. She was also on her bike, pumping hard to match our speed. "You don't have to come with me," I assured her. "We'll be right back."
"I want to come with you," she huffed.
I knew better than to wave her off due to any security concerns. She, like Carmen, went out of her way to put herself into dangerous situations, as if she represented women everywhere. And since I didn't expect trouble and wanted to keep it that way, I couldn't deny it might even help to have an extra gun on the team. We rolled through the gap in the C roadblock and cruised past the 4 construction homes. The least finished one had been picked apart by LeVar and his team, as they'd taken plywood sheets from sections of roof and dismantled the interior walls to collect 2x4s. A lot of framing lumber remained, holding up the roof, but it would take more work to get them out. Still, it was a resource we could tap into when needed. We turned the corner onto Poseidon Pier and headed for the front gate roadblock at the end of the street. Along the way, I noted that my neighbors had run some vehicles off Bayside and into the open space on the far side of the canal running along Poseidon. It effectively blocked the open path where the construction crews had gone through to build the canal. It was exactly as I'd requested before the attack the previous night. Not all of my neighbors were on board with what I was doing, but some volunteers from each street had stepped up and done enough. I'd been lucky in that respect so far. Regis and his wife were walking by the first houses of Albacore, as if they'd finished their shift at the roadblock. He and his wife waved to me as they departed. To my surprise, I didn't recognize any of the other residents left manning the 3-car blockade. A young woman met us at the front gate. "This is my girlfriend, Tara," Dante said as soon as we'd stopped. He then looked at the woman. "This is the guy I told you about, Frank." Dante was a bald man with a large red beard and a few extra donuts around his midsection, a combination that reminded me of a noble dwarf from The Lord of the Rings, despite being a man of average height. His lady friend was shorter, a bit on the heavy side too, also with reddish-brown hair kept in a short ponytail. Her sweaty, round face wasn't unattractive, but her serious demeanor kept her eyes squinted and brow drawn low, as if she was searching for trouble from everyone, including me.
"Nice to meet you," she said.
"It looks like you're doing some good work up here," I said, meaning it. She let some of her tension drop.
"Man, I don't know about these people on the road. They're about one piece of bad news from shooting the shit out of anything that gets in their way."
"Are the water bags working?" I asked. It had been an hour since I'd agreed to it at the morning meeting of the watch, and I'd witnessed Rainey ride off with them and come back a bit later.
"Yes and no," she allowed. "Anyone thirsty is more than happy to take 'em, but everyone else seems to be insulted when we offer it to 'em."
Not everyone was blind to what was going on. I was certain men and women who'd studied disasters would realize we were trying to get them to move on. If they were already upset, I could see why serving them water would make it worse. They didn't want a bag of water. They wanted a roof over their head and an armed posse looking out for them and their family. I would want the same. It drove me mad the world had become a zero-sum game. Any piece of food we gave away came directly out of the mouth of Daisy, or Rainey, or the teens from the high school. The only play for me to make was to keep the refugees moving along, while being nice about it. A dozen people passed, before someone stood out. "What the actual F?" I blurted. Coming north, walking the shoulder on the far side, two people dressed in dog costumes walked on all fours for several yards, then stood up to stride on two legs for a short time. When they were ready, both dropped down and ran on their four paws for a few more yards.
"Those are furries,"
Tara commented when she saw the same people.
"I worked at a big pet store for a while, and we saw a few of them. They came in with their human masters to pick out puppy toys to play with. They pretend they're dogs. Well, you can see that for yourself."
"I've officially seen everything," I said with lingering shock. Based on the size of the dogs, one a Dalmatian and the other a solid brown color, they were adults, not kids in those costumes. I couldn't even begin to guess what they were thinking. But this was Florida. Florida man was renowned for doing batshit crazy things. Almost as much of a surprise as the costumes was the fact they'd skipped our water station. Those thick outfits had to be scorching hot. Maybe they'd screwed themselves out of clean water by donning costumes with poor visibility? My eyes tracked the dogs until they got far to the north. I then noticed a man and woman walking south. They stood out against all the others heading to the north, like a pair of salmon going the wrong way in a busy waterway. "Hey!" I shouted, and waved them over to the roadblock. They diverted as soon as they saw me, but stopped about 50 feet from the cars, suggesting they didn't trust my motives. A smart move, no doubt. "Did you see those dogs walk by?" the guy asked me. "Yeah, that was bonkers." "No shit," he laughed. "I was curious to know why you were going south," I asked them. The 30-something pair could have come directly from a hike in the woods of Sweden or Norway. The thin woman wore a tight top, tan shorts, and hiking boots, and her straight white hair hung below each shoulder. The blond guy wore long jeans, his own pair of boots, and a heavy denim shirt, suggesting to me he was hiding a weapon underneath. Despite their pleasant outward appearances, they continuously scanned around them, as if ready to fight off anyone who came into their personal space. In short, they'd seen some action. "Do you need something to drink?" I offered. An orange sports cooler had been set up in the back seat of the silver Lexus, so we could put water in the bags. It seemed polite to make the offer. The guy took a few steps my way. "Yeah, that would be great." "Where you headed?" I asked as Tara filled another bag. "We're heading home," he said, "but only to get a few of our friends. Then we're all going back to the North Point Municipal Center, where FEMA is coming in to serve food." "Have you seen them serve food?" I asked. "Not yet, but they have some people on site. It is apparently designated as an emergency shelter, so the government should soon be bringing in the supplies. There are hundreds of people already there, so someone knows something, you know?" He took a second to realize what he'd said, and then he chuckled. "We've got to move, babe," the woman cautioned. "Here you go," Tara said as she held out the gallon-sized clear plastic bag that was about half filled with water. "Thanks," the guy said as he hurried over and grabbed it. "How far are you going?" I asked him. "Some of these other people have told us armed gangs are kicking in doors all over the place." "We've heard," he allowed. "That's why we want to get our friends out of there." "I can see you've got a good crew," I motioned to his wife. "But be safe." "Thanks. You too," the man replied. I watched as the two came together and walked the shoulder on our side of the road as they marched against traffic. Most of the people trudging north moved out of their way, as if they sensed the couple was on a mission that couldn't be stopped. "Let's keep going," I said to Marco, Dante, and Penny. Dante told his girlfriend where he was going. We pushed our bikes through the front gate. Then we crossed Bayside Road. To my shock, Zen and his boys were already on Poseidon, pushing a 4-door Toyota. "Ahoy!" I said to Zen as soon as I saw him. The hippie-like man jumped off the pushing crew and ran over to us. "Yo, bro, we're doing like you said." Zen beamed with pride. "We're moving cars to the front of the subdivision, across from you, my pimp." "That's awesome," I replied. "Can I take you away from this for a few minutes?" "Sure. What are you doing?" "Do you have a bike?" I asked. "Give me 60 seconds. Zen whistled at a guy standing on the corner at the end of his street, about 100 yards away. For a few seconds, Zen bent over with his hands out, doing his best to pretend to ride a bike. Immediately, the guy picked up a bicycle and rode it our way. I was impressed at his communication skills. While we waited, I gave him an overview of my intentions. "I'm headed to the end of the road." I pointed west, toward the shore. I couldn't see the ocean from our vantage point, but I could see a wooden tower at the public beach at the end of the road, perhaps 2 miles away. While there were lots of houses between us and the end, there was plenty of open space, too. On the way, I hoped to talk to more of his neighbors, if only to determine how much work he'd put into the people around him. "Sure, man. Whatever you want. The beach kinda sucks, but yeah." His pal hopped off the bike and handed it to Zen. "Let's roll," I said to everyone. Zen carried his AK-47 underfolder on his back, same as the rest of us did with our weapons. If it came to a firefight, we'd have to get off our bikes to be effective, but we'd pack a punch. I'd opted not to drive one of the gas-powered vehicles, since I held out hope we could meet some of the neighbors, without worrying if anyone was going to shoot us dead for owning a working car. The more we flaunted them, the more we were going to attract attention, and I wanted to be low-key for a bit, especially if I was going to introduce myself to neighbors who only lived a few blocks over. "Which neighbors have you spoken to over here?" I asked Zen as we rolled out. He took a moment to catch up. "Well, I've sent guys out to both sides of these first few streets, since they're the closest to the front." The start of Zen's subdivision was a mirror of our own 3 streets, except instead of being protected by forest, the houses kept going into hostile suburbia for 2 miles to the west. Other than the long straightaway of Poseidon Pier and the canal running next to it, his area was a maze of roads, canals, and open spaces that was dizzying to try to memorize. "You didn't go yourself?" I asked in a clinical fashion. As leader, I believed it was his job alone to make contact with new people and set up a relationship. "I don't got time for that," he snarked. "I tell my friends where to go. They do all the dirty work." Zen had a healthy number of young men at his command, but it wasn't yet clear to me how he managed the rest of the people living close by. Where were the retirees, the professional working folks, anyone not involved in the distribution of drugs? We rolled through the bulk of his neighborhood, passing many cul-de-sac entrances, until we entered a big intersection labeled as 40th Street. It was about the midpoint to our destination, a mile to Bayside Road behind us, and 1 mile to the beach ahead of us. I'd already established the grid nature of the main cross streets from looking at my map, but it was more obvious while on the ground. No refugees were on Poseidon, the east-west street, but many plodded north on 40th Street as we went through the intersection. I thought a couple voices cried out for us to stop, but I couldn't be sure. The wind kicked up and made it hard to hear anything for a short bit of riding. By the time we were in calm air, we were 100 yards past the choke point. Stopping for them would have been a mistake, since desperate people were likely to give us trouble, possibly use weapons to steal our rides, or worse. The lots beyond 40th became larger, and homes were a bit more spread out on the land. The area was also laid out with parallel streets going east to west, instead of those north-south cul-de-sacs set up like clownfish. In a backyard on the next lane to the north, on our right, I spotted a pool party in progress.
"Looks like fun," Penny remarked when she saw the target of my interest.
"Yeah, maybe," I allowed.
"That's Pax's place," Zen contributed once he zeroed in on the scene.
His tone shifted to anxious, like he wanted to join the excitement, but didn't want to admit why.
"We should take a detour and check it out, don't you think?"
Even from 100 yards away, the pool party didn't interest me. First, if it was Pax, I was a hard no. However, there were 10 or 20 women, almost all of them nude or topless, standing by the in-ground pool, drinking out of fancy wine glasses and lounging on long white deck chairs. A few naked guys ran around in the mix, too. "We've got to keep moving," I stated in monotone. Zen wasn't the sharpest guy, but he seemed to catch on to my reasoning.
"I told him what you said," he whispered. "I know most of those ladies. They're all cool."
"That's good to know. Let's keep moving." The sun wasn't even out. It had been drizzling, and still they were having a pool party. I took Zen at his word, and I couldn't claim to be an expert in what young people did for fun in this part of Florida, but I still didn't see any need to introduce myself over there. Almost the next house we passed had a man and woman behaving odd, too. The lanky guy stood in his front yard, near his mailbox, and threw baseballs at the fancy shutters over his front windows. They looked harmless, so I stopped. "What are you doing, friend?" I asked. He hurled one of the balls with the grace and power of a professional baseball player, and it slammed into the large tan shutter with a horrendous clang. It didn't even dent the metal, as best I could tell from far away. As soon as the ball fell into the bushes below the window, the dark-haired woman ran and picked it up, then brought it across the yard with others held in the lower part of her shirt.
"We're testing our hurricane shutters. These things should withstand anything Mother Nature can throw at it. Get it?"
He held up a ball, giving me the punchline. "Yeah, I hope you're right." Some of my neighbors had hurricane shutters, but those must have been optional, since my builder hadn't put them on. I hoped that wasn't a mistake I was about to regret. We didn't stick around to watch him, but we heard several more strikes as we rode away. Next, we spotted a man standing on the front porch of a fancy 2-story home to my right, and he finally looked like a normal dude. Not naked, not bashing his own property. A boring, normal guy. "Have you talked to that guy?" I asked Zen.
"Nope,"
he admitted. I pulled the bike over and waved to the resident, anxious to interact with someone who might be helpful. "I'm Frank Douglas. I live at the other end of Poseidon."
"Stay right where you are,"
he cautioned me. "I don't want anything. I only wanted to introduce myself."
"Then you want something,"
he corrected. The old guy was outfitted in cowboy boots, tight jeans, and a colorful button-down shirt, as if he'd come directly from the stock auction. However, a large revolver hung from his left hip, perhaps a Smith & Wesson Model 500 like mine. "Are there people coming up this way from the city?" I pointed behind me, toward the empty lots on the other side of the road, and to the mix of houses and lots to the south. We'd already seen tons of people moving up Bayside Road, and to a lesser extent, inside Zen's subdivision. The next big intersection was a few hundred yards west. That was where a smaller number of people hoofed it toward the north.
"They've been trespassing on my land for the past 5 days. You take 1 foot in my lawn, you'll find out what I've been doing to the others, I've got a pile out back.
I rolled myself away from the edge of the roadway. Either we'd had a string of bad luck with loser residents, or Zen's whole subdivision was made up of psychopaths. Say no more. We're not here to give you grief. Zen, my friend here, lives a few blocks that way, and I live across Bayside Road. I'm the guy keeping things running in my neighborhood, and we wanted to see how things are over here.
What the hell does that mean? You got power over there?
Nobody does, I corrected. We're digging wells, collecting water in cisterns, and fixing up old cars so we can get supplies. He took a few steps toward the front of his porch.
You have cars?
Yes, sir, I replied.
My daughter lives down in Naples,
he said in a much softer voice.
Any way I could get a ride down there?
I knew Naples was somewhere south of Fort Myers, which put it just on the other side of the moon, as far as distance I was willing to drive. I'd be happy to talk to you any time about what we've been doing out there, but for right now you should know, we've been shot at and attacked every time we drive off our street. It's really too dangerous to travel any distance. And Tyler wanted to go off on his own. The guy went back into the shade of his front porch. Well, take care for now, I said, by way of goodbye.
Yeah,
he said, seemingly glad to be rid of us. On the move again, Penny came up beside me.
I don't think anyone is going to be friendly to us.
Why should they? I asked. The world has gone to shit, and the only reason anyone would approach a house around here is to ask for food or water. I can see we've got a lot of work to do to bring these people into the fold. Albacore had been a mixed bag in terms of who came out to help us, but Barracuda had yielded better results. Our subdivision was shielded from the roving groups of people fleeing the city, and the middle street had been on lockdown from the beginning, thanks to Amanda, so they'd been receptive to listening to me explain the new reality to them, and then joining us. Outsiders, like the cowboy on his porch, had already gotten his face rubbed in reality, so he wanted nothing to do with us. When we passed another of the nice homes on the left side, an older gentleman sat on a chair on his porch, but the second I put up my hand to wave to him, he got up and went inside. Message received, I said under my breath. The landscape changed as we neared the coast. A frothy mist rose above a line of trees that marked the edge of the subdivisions. There were more houses on the final quarter mile before the waterfront, as it was the desirable place to live for those who loved the ocean. 50th Street was the last lane before a wooded area wedged between the ocean of homes and the real coastline. A trickle of people walked north along the route, but there were far fewer than Bayside Road or 40th Street. A couple of 10-year-old boys struggled to launch a triangular kite from the yard of the last ranch-style house on the north side of the road. They'd managed to get about 20 feet of string out, but the strong winds made it difficult for them to hold as the plastic frame bent the edges of the kite into a taco shape. The less aerodynamic blob then fell to the lawn. "It's too windy," I suggested. The nearest lad turned to me. We immediately recognized each other.
"You're the ice cream guy,"
he cheered. It was the same kid who'd come onto my street on the night of the first day, and I'd gotten him to go home by bribing him with some of our last samples of ice cream. "And you are—" I tried to think back several days. His curly brown hair tripped my memory. "Brendan, right?" "That's right," he brightened. "Do you live here?" I asked. The boy came to the edge of the street where the five of us had stopped.
"I'm not supposed to say,"
he answered.
"I don't live there either,"
the other boy cheered. Looking closer, he was a bit younger than Brendan and had similar wavy brown hair, so I figured they could have been brothers. I could also tell by their demeanor they absolutely lived there. "You two should be inside," I went on, This wind is bordering on dangerous."
"Listen to the man, little dudes." Zen leaned his bike over. "We're going to get rocked."
A burst of drizzle came down for a couple of seconds, emphasizing Zen's words. The boys looked at each other, then their kite. After a shared moment, Brendan dropped the kite string and ran for the open garage of his house. The kite wasted no time in blowing into the back of his home. Then it disappeared behind it with a second gust. It struck me a kite might have some utility as a signal device, but I wasn't going to go chase it. "Good luck," I yelled toward the garage. We rolled out again. A short gravel connector road linked the end of Poseidon with the empty parking lot for the public beach. When we rolled in, my first reaction was that Zen had been right. There was about 100 yards of white sandy beach wedged in between marshy trees and shrubs at both ends. A few overflowing trash cans and a pair of ancient portalets marked the official support given to the area by whomever was in charge of the place. A rickety 3-story wood frame tower stood at the south end of the beach. It was far too large to be used by lifeguards. Zen saw me looking at the structure.
"My dad said this used to be a spotter tower from back in some war. The piece of shit has been closed ever since I can remember."
"Can we go up?" Penny asked, her hair flying sideways for a moment.
"Bro, you can do whatever you want, but I wouldn't," Zen answered.
The kids seemed to call everyone bro and dude, even the women. "I didn't come all the way down here to see trees," I declared. I could see out over the water straight out, but I estimated the tower would give us a look over the greenery to the north and south to see the bigger picture. Tall whitecap waves crashed into the sand about 50 yards from us. Beyond, deep blue water fanned out in all directions under thick cloud cover, but islands and peninsulas created the edges of the huge inlet in this part of the Florida coast, creating the illusion of a giant lake. We weren't looking west toward Mexico. We were looking west toward some thin islands a few miles out. Mexico was 1,000 miles beyond those. I pulled Marco and Dante aside. "I want you two to talk with Zen for a bit. Get to know him while I'm not around. You get it?"
"He doesn't like you?"
Marco asked. The guy had another wad of chaw in his mouth. I was tempted to ask him for some, but it was a habit I'd given up years ago. Now wasn't the time to start an addiction, since it would soon be gone. "No, he likes me fine, I think, but he and I are peers in running our neighborhoods. I want you two to get your own impressions, without him thinking I'm about to dump a dead body on his lawn." We shared a chuckle.
"We understand,"
Dante said, touching his nose. I guided Penny over to the base of the steps up the tower. Someone had made an effort to put a metal gate across the front, but enterprising youth had used similar effort to bend the metal at the base, so it was wide enough for people to crawl through. It reminded me of the front of a jail cell, with a few damaged bars. It took us 30 seconds to crawl through and start up the steps. As expected, every step, rail, and support had been hit with spray cans. "I think this graffiti is what's holding this place together," I commented, leading Penny up the square-patterned spiral staircase.
"Do you think the wind will blow us over?" she asked.
The tower had no walls, so we were constantly hit with the strong wind currents. "No, this has survived God knows how many hurricanes. They probably built it to survive big storms." It seemed logical, but was only a guess.
"If you say so," she allowed. "But what about lightning?"
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I haven't heard thunder in over an hour, since we were talking in my garage, so I think we're okay.
"For now,"
she said with dread. "Yeah, there's no doubt a storm is moving in, so let's not hang around a second longer than necessary. Also, if you see me running back down the steps, try to keep up," I laughed. She chuckled, but didn't give much more, meaning she was worried. The flights of steps took us up to a square platform 30 feet off the ground, with stout metal railing all around. A metal shack about 20 feet wide was up there, but the glass of the front observation window had been removed, and the inside had also been stripped out long ago. Every square inch of the interior was now canvas for teenagers with rattle cans. I was more impressed with the outside. "Wow," I said, seeing the complete 360-degree scene. "Yeah, wow," she said, with about half my excitement. Below us, near the edge of the beach, the three men chatted while they supported their bikes against the wind. I wasn't sure how big the beach was supposed to be, but it didn't seem big enough to be much fun. Once you got past the parking lot, there wasn't as much sand as I'd imagined. Bigger waves broke and washed up almost to the portalets. I pulled out the map from my pack, while a light mist washed over us. I couldn't tell if it was the clouds dropping it, or if it came up off the breaking surf. If this was a clear day, we'd be able to see out to these two islands about 10 miles straight out from us, called Boca Grande and Cayo Costa. That blotch of land barely visible to the north is a huge aquatic preserve. We've got a better view of this bigger, closer landmass, Pine Island, to the south. Beyond that one, closer to Fort Myers, is Sanibel Island, the place where tourists like me go. It was a complicated mix of interlocking islands, harbors, and straits, so I imagined it was a tough area to pilot a boat, especially with drizzle and low visibility, like today. Dark, almost black clouds dominated the horizon beyond where those distant islands were located, suggesting a huge storm was brewing in the Gulf of Mexico. "My husband and I used to go there to relax on the beach." Her voice was almost as far away as the island itself. "You okay?" I asked. With everything going on, it was almost the last thing I expected her to say. We'd both been looking at the map, but now she leaned her elbows on the railing and stared out toward the storm. "If you had a wife and she was working in Tampa Bay the day the EMP went off, how long would it take you to get back to your home here?" She spoke in a dry fashion, as if reading a word problem from her math homework. I leaned against the bar and looked outward, same as her. If I had a wife that I loved, I would do whatever it took on this earth to get home as fast as possible. It's about 80 miles, so figure 4 miles per hour on foot, hauling ass. Less than 24 hours, worst case. She waited a few seconds before replying. "Why did you use the word love?" I had to think about it for a second, since I hadn't done it intentionally. I guess I assumed I would love my wife, if I had one, and that I would make any sacrifice necessary to get back to her. Wouldn't you do the same? I saw my words were having an effect on her. "I'm sorry, Penny. I didn't mean to overstep. I'm sure your husband loves you, in his own way." She'd confided enough over the past several days that I had a pretty good sense of her relationship with her missing husband. "No, it's fine," she sighed. "He probably doesn't. Don't get me wrong, there was a time when he loved me, but not as much since Daisy came along. It's sweet you would travel on foot, come what may, but that's not what he would do." I wished I could summon a sneeze and yell, "Bullshit," like Tyler had done. It angered me to think of anyone crapping on the woman standing next to me, for the simple fact she'd had a sweet, beautiful daughter like Daisy. However, we were in no-no territory as far as dumping on the husband of a female friend. She pulled out her phone and held it so I could see the screen. "This is the answer to my question." It's blank," I said with a smile. "I know," she said with disappointment. "But the day the EMP went off, I was inside my house reading and rereading a text message sent by my husband. In fact, I'd been reading it nonstop for the previous week." What the hell could have done that to you? I wondered aloud.
The text said, "Dear Penelope, please call Mike, my lawyer. I'm moving on. It's been fun."
F me, I let slip.
Yeah, she chuckled. He certainly did that to me.
The phone fell to her side as she held on to the railing.
It's been fun. That's his explanation?
Guess so, she lamented. Wind kicked up, sending a howl through the metal bracing holding the tower together. I also noticed a pair of kayakers hauling ass to the north, just beyond the breakers. The little boats would be useful for sneaking around the canals, if we ever got a few. Despite my interest in what Penny had told me, my survival instinct paddled as hard as those two people in the boats.
"Why are you telling me this now?"
I asked with great care, coming back to her situation. I turned to face her, intending to direct her back down the stairs. But the second I caught sight of her face, I noticed her blonde hair floating on the breeze. It stuck out sideways and almost straight up at the top.
"Oh no," I gulped. "What?" she asked.
My hair wasn't long enough to stand on end, so she had no idea what I was seeing. A flash of light caught my eye out over the water. Lightning spiderwebbed from a point out near the Twin Islands and moved north and south at the same time. Over the next few microseconds, the pulse of energy bounced through the clouds and seemed to drape over the spit of land to the north, the big island to the south, and it was heading for us, too.
"Get away from the—"
I tried to pull Penny off the metal railing. The whip crack of electricity came down on top of us. Chapter 3.
"Railing!"
I screamed as I pulled her hand from the metal conductor, while the powerful surge of electromagnetic energy lit up our world. We tumbled into the nasty shack as the air was ripped in half by the lightning strike, followed an instant later by a deafening roar of thunder. I found myself on the floor with Penny cradled next to me, face down, as if I'd been trying to protect her from nature's most terrifying power. It made me feel a bit of pride at having done it, but if we'd been hit directly, we both would have turned into roasted corn dogs. Without missing a beat, Penny spoke.
"So, I guess we both got it wrong about possible lightning?"
I laughed. "Yeah, I thought an hour after the last strike was long enough. Next time we'll wait a day before climbing a tower."
"And there can't be a cloud in the sky," she coughed.
"Deal." For a few moments, each of us remained frozen in position, with me shielding her backside from possible lightning, and her on the floor beneath my arm and leg. But I didn't want her on that disgusting surface a second longer than necessary, so I separated from her. "Sorry about pushing you."
"No, I'm glad you did. I saw it coming, Frank, but my body wouldn't move. I probably would have been fried if I'd kept my hand where it was."
"Maybe," I allowed.
"Not maybe. For sure."
She hopped up with practiced grace, probably from all the workouts she'd done for her husband's benefit. Then, I remembered the last thing she'd said before the strike. She was likely in agony knowing the guy had dumped her one week, and the whole world had dumped her the next. Carmen had expressed a natural desire to have a partner during this breakdown of civilization, so I wondered if Penny shared the same instinct. It wasn't the time to ask. "Let's get off this platform before another strike comes our way," I suggested. My body was already taut from the rush of adrenaline, but now it seemed as if I was on the edge of a bottomless pit, a nervous energy, like I was about to fall, even though the platform itself seemed stable and solid. It was death stalking us in the form of lightning. It was up in the clouds above us, carefully considering when to come back down and strike someone dead. We held hands as we went outside and near the railing, Neither of us dared touch it.
"Is my hair standing up?"
she asked with some hesitation. "No? Do you feel it again?"
"Not right now, but I do feel like I'm going to pee my pants if we don't get off this thing."
It was almost the same unsettled feeling coursing through my veins. I checked the sky for the approach of the lightning of death, though I knew it wouldn't do me a bit of good. The only protection was getting to the ground. Below us, Zen, Marco, and Dante had run onto the beach to meet the pair of kayakers. The little boats seemed close to swamping as they headed directly for shore across the large waves. "Let's do it," I suggested as I let go of her hand.
"Right behind you, Frank,"
she huffed as we hit the first landing. Neither of us dared touch the handrail on the way down, instead running in the middle of the risers. I also tried to turn around to her a couple of times, since it would be easy to see the static in her long blonde locks, but gave it up as useless. Between the gusty wind and our speed on those steps, any lift in her hair from static would be impossible to see, and way too late to be useful. "Faster, faster, faster," I said as my mantra. I'd never reached such speeds on steps, so when I peeled around the last turn and went down the final flight, I slammed into the broken gate to stop myself. Penny came down a couple of seconds later. "Go," I insisted, as I held the bent gate so she could pass through at speed. Once she was clear, I shoved my way out, every second certain that lightning would tap the tower and catch me before I could get away. That powerful sensation of falling, of being caught by death, nibbled at my backside as I shimmied through. Penny tried to come back to help, which made me worry even more. I yanked my leg and boot through the chain link, thankful I was wearing long pants, and got through before Penny could touch it. "Thank God," I cheered as I rolled onto the sand.
"Come on, Frank. Keep running."
Penny pulled at my body, though I was already struggling to my feet. We got about 50 feet away before I stopped. Penny and I gasped for air in a light drizzle. I turned around to study the tower for a moment. There was a tall metal pole fastened on the near side, suggesting it was outfitted with a lightning rod. Given that the entire sky seemed to light up earlier, I wasn't sure if that little pole could possibly have saved us, but I wasn't going to argue. We were alive.
"You think we're far enough?"
she panted. "Now that you say it, I think we can keep going." Marco and Dante were already running back toward the bikes, so we intercepted them at the parking lot. "What's going on?" I asked when they arrived, keeping my voice calm so they didn't know we'd been running for our lives. "Those two are shitting in their britches," Dante laughed. "Did you see that lightning come through?" At first I thought "those two" referred to Penny and me, but he was still talking about those kayakers. "No, was it big?" I chuckled. Penny snickered with me. "Gigantic," he gushed, unaware why we were really laughing. "We watched it swoop in from all over the inlet, and we thought it was going to light up those two for sure, but they kept paddling right through it. However, they came directly to the beach and we helped them come ashore. I think they're going to wait out the storm in the woods." As we watched, the boaters pulled their laden watercraft over the narrow strip of beach and then took them into the trees on that end of the sand. Zen was the last to arrive at the bikes. "We saw what we came here to see," I announced, as if it had been my plan to almost get struck by lightning in the process. There was no sense dwelling on what might have been. I got the intel I needed. "This will come as a surprise to you all, but I think there is a huge storm coming, possibly a hurricane." The guys laughed at my sarcasm. "Tell us something we don't know, dude," Zen snickered. "Okay, here's something you don't know. You haven't lived a full life until you haul a trailer with 9,000 gallons of gasoline, shoot out of the Eisenhower Tunnel in the Colorado Rockies in late May, and then find yourself sliding on black ice for a solid mile down the mountain. Everyone's faces went slack. I made a production about inhaling a huge amount of air, as if satisfied to be alive. The strong odor of the ocean surf surrounded us, reminding me I had moved to Florida for the salt life, and to celebrate having survived many encounters in my career like the one I'd mentioned. "Whoa," Zen finally said with awe. "Let's get out of here," I said, watching the last glimpse of the boaters as they got deeper into the woods. We pedaled like crazy back across 50th, then 40th, before hauling butt to Bayside. "We'll talk soon," I said by way of goodbye when we got to Zen's new roadblock. His guys had 2 cars at the blockade already and were working on adding a Honda SUV as Zen rolled up to them. To his credit, the young man hopped off his bike and immediately pitched in to help push. We crossed Bayside, avoiding contact with any of the refugees, and came through our front gate. To my surprise, Tyler and Zoe were on duty at the blockade, though I immediately worried the couple had come up there since the boy intended to sneak away to take Zoe home. "What's going on?" I asked Tyler while catching my breath. "Didn't I put you on the task of collecting firewood?" It reminded me of the terrible chore ahead of us, burning those bodies. "We did that for a while, but the pile got to be huge, so we all moved on to other things that needed to be done. We volunteered to watch this roadblock, while the others who were here went home to check on their families." I still didn't trust him, but it was nothing personal. He was a testosterone-fueled 16-year-old hanging out with his older girlfriend, and the 2 of them were famous for sneaking away to paw at each other at every opportunity. It wasn't a problem back on Clownfish, where we could keep them under our watchful eyes. But here, at the edge of our world, and after he asked me about leaving, I had to be a realist. "And anyway, when we got here, Tara mentioned a guy walking by who said locals were gathering in North Point at the city hall or whatever, and Zoe and I were thinking of going up there to check out whether her parents made it to that place." We stood face to face. "Tyler, listen to me very carefully. There is a huge storm brewing off the coast. It could be a hurricane for all we know. Under no circumstances are you 2 to wander off on your own." I glanced over to Zoe. "Understand?" "Yes, Uncle Frank," they said in unenthusiastic unison. I dialed up my stern gaze as I studied the boy's eyes. I wasn't certain I could identify his will to make a run for it, but I did see enough fear of my wrath to satisfy me for the moment. If I would have seen defiance, I might have yanked him by the collar all the way back to his parents. "We'll see you when you get done with a shift," I stated. "I'll have new tasks ready when you return." "Can't wait," Tyler snarked, his old attitude returning. "I'm sure," I laughed. Marco went ahead, but Dante circled his bike until I was done talking with the teens. "I'll get Tara back here so she can keep an eye on him," Dante said quietly. "That would be awesome," I replied, shaking his hand. "Yeah, she and I are hopeful we'll have kids someday, so I can appreciate what you're going through with them." "He's great with kids," Penny bragged. "I'm sure you'll be fine too," I said to the man, my new friend. We separated, and he rolled out on his bike. "Wish me luck," Dante winked when he went by, as if he was heading home to bed his wife due to my suggestion. Despite the moment of levity with Dante, Penny and I rode home in silence. We'd spoken of kids, husbands, love, and to top it all off, we'd almost died together. Yet the customs of the old world still remained. She was married.
See you in a bit, Frank, she finally said as we approached our homes.
Sounds good, I answered. I skidded to a stop in front of the well. The group of builders had scattered to other chores, but I took a moment to test the pump. Cool, clear water chugged out and splashed in the grass. We need a container to catch the extra, I said to myself, before writing it in my notepad to be sure it got done later. No clean water could be spared. Whose well we diggin' next? Marco drawled from having tobacco back in his mouth. Dante remained on albacore, with Tyler and Zoe. I'd told both men to prepare the pieces for their own wells, and those were laid out in neat piles in front of me. But I'd taken them to the beach before they'd been able to deliver them to their respective cul-de-sacs. For now, all our streets are welcome to use this one, but we've got more pressing issues. This storm? He asked. This is more urgent, I said. More urgent than an approaching electrical storm, he quipped. In those minutes of silence riding next to Penny, I used the time to reflect on what had taken place in that tower. The lightning moved across the sky in a way I'd never seen in my entire life, and I'd begun to wonder if that odd behavior had anything to do with the power being off. Perhaps it was a superstorm that knocked out the grid in the first place. Maybe a meteor struck the atmosphere, and the unusual storm was a side effect, spreading across the Gulf Coast states. Were there unintended atmospheric disturbances when nukes were set off up there? Even with those theories filling my mind, it was also true we had a problem a lot closer to home. One we could not put off, storm or not. We've got bodies to clean up, I said in a distasteful manner. Oh yeah, the big man said as he spit. We parked our bikes in Luke's garage and pulled in everyone we could find from around the street. We all put on rubber gloves provided from Drummond's stash of supplies. We also wrapped bandanas around our faces to cover our mouths and noses. As we stood there ready to move out, I wondered if Tyler and Zoe had seen this coming and headed off to the front of the subdivision to get out of this nasty business. If I found out that was true, I'd be sure to give him an even worse duty. If only I could think of one. About 10 of us headed for the woods together, all the cheer gone. We spent the next hour doing the horrible chore of collecting bodies, dragging them onto the large pile of wood we'd gathered, and then adding more fuel on top of them. Since none of us had ever burned corpses before, we had to wing it. Is this going to work? Ben asked me. I know for sure a funeral pyre has to be hot. Really hot. Hotter than a typical house fire. That's why we have giant logs mixed in there as part of the base. We'd constructed a wooden rectangle about 30 feet long and 10 feet across. It was about the length needed to position the 20 or so bodies side to side on top of a 3-foot mound of wood and kindling. The forest around us probably hadn't burned in a long time, since it was so close to homes around Fort Myers, so it had tons of burnable firewood lying on the forest floor. And this will do it, amigo? Marco asked. It should, as long as the storm doesn't hit us first, I replied. Maybe we should wait until after it passes, Ben suggested. How long can a hurricane last? I asked. What if this is a long one? Ben rubbed his chin. Good point. If a hurricane lingers, we could be swamped with rain for a week or more. No telling what state these bodies will be in if that happens. My thoughts, too. Thunder thumped in the distance. We've got to speed this along. It had been drizzling more on the coast, but I figured it was headed our way. Does anyone have a 5-gallon container full of gasoline? I shouted to everyone in my field of view. I do, Ben said immediately. For the mower, of course. We had an almost infinite supply of gas from the knocked-out cars scattered up and down the roadways, But there wasn't time to siphon a tank to get what we needed. Kerosene would have been better in this application, but I had a feeling the cleaner burning fuel was going to be much harder to find going forward, so I didn't want to waste gallons of it here. My neighbors started to gather around me as Ben got the fuel. "I'm sorry these men and women died," I announced, "but I won't be saying any words other than to acknowledge what happens when people make bad decisions. These folks chose to follow a leader who based his loyalty on drugs. I think we can safely say that was a bad choice for these poor souls."
"Amen,"
Carmen said from my left. The wind waited until I was done speaking, then it ripped through the tiny congregation and blew away some of the smaller sticks and branches from the top of the pyre. Ben trotted across the empty lot, carrying the heavy container. LeVar met him and took the burden from the older man. "Thanks," Ben said. LeVar poured the gasoline along the length of our creation and made it partway up the far side before he ran out. "Want me to get more?" the tall man asked from across the burn site. "No, we don't have time," I said, as more wind pushed at our backsides. He came to our side and waited. Ben handed me a big box of stick matches. At first it seemed like a huge supply, since the box said there were 500 of the 3-inch matches in the box. However, I had to remember we might never see another carton of them in our lifetimes. They were precious. I walked over to the left side of the stack and struck the first match. The wind instantly blew it out. Why am I not surprised? There was no way I'd walk to the other side, where I wouldn't be hit by the wind as hard. If the fire did light, it would blow directly in my face. Penny stepped close to my side. A second later, Carmen glued herself to the other. It took me a couple of seconds to figure out what they were doing. "Oh, thanks," I finally said, figuring out they'd created a wind block.
"We're hiding your shirt,"
Carmen snickered. Penny laughed with her. With their help, it was easy to light a few matches and drop them in various places along the frontage of the long funeral arrangement. Once the gasoline caught, it helped light up the smaller sticks inside the outer rim of bigger branches. The wind ensured the fire had plenty of oxygen. In a few minutes, the entire heap was spitting flames. The sight of the burning bodies made me realize how quickly life had spiraled away from the law. Sure, the old world was full of bribes, kickbacks, and generalized corruption at all levels of government and business. But everyone had to work within the general framework of an agreed-upon rule set. No matter what else went on, you couldn't go around killing people you didn't like, unless you were already a criminal murderer. Now, killing people was on the table for normal people. The only real surprise to me was how fast it had arrived. Even after reading all those books about the end of the world, I had expected modern American civilization, the one supposedly built on the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness, to last longer than 5 days. Those people in the fire were testament to where we were headed. I considered speaking to that effect, but I heard my name from behind me. "Oh, shit," I whispered. It was Tyler. The kid was on his mountain bike, riding like a madman, heading my way. I fully expected him to give me another reason why he and Zoe should go out searching for her parents. I waved Luke and Melanie closer, on the off chance I needed to ask them to address this continuing problem.
"Zoe's gone,"
he yelled from across the empty lot. "What?" I asked with surprise, worried I'd made a mistake assuming Dante or his wife would stop them from leaving.
"Did she go after her parents?"
Tyler covered the ground in seconds and came in with a long skid.
"No," he snapped. "They took her."
Luke went to his son.
"Who took her?" "Some guys on a go-kart. They hit me and Dante, then they dragged Zoe away in a basket. Dad, it's all my fault.
His pleading was desperate and scared.
I took Zoe up there to get Uncle Frank to let us go find her parents. I thought I knew what I was doing.
I now noticed the side of his face had fresh blood that had been haphazardly brushed away with his hands.
Shit, he's hurt,
I said. His message delivered, Tyler fell over into his dad's arms.
Please, help her,
he mumbled. Chapter 4. I ran for the El Camino as soon as I was certain Tyler was safe in the hands of his father. It was parked in front of my house, ready to roll, since I'd been carrying the keys. I opened the door to get in and saw Carmen already opening the passenger side. I didn't give her a hard time. Buckle up. Ben and LeVar already had the roadblock open for us.
Need help?
LeVar asked as he went by.
Thanks, not this time,
I said over the roar of the engine. I had to go slow around the corner at the end of our street, but I opened her up as we sped along Poseidon toward the roadblock at the orange sign. To my relief, a few men had already begun moving the Lexus out of my way. However, I had to stop when I saw Dante flagging me down.
Tyler found you?
He asked. The guy was soaked with sweat, as if he'd been running for his life.
Who did this?
I shot back.
Is Tyler okay? He left before Tara could check on him.
He'll be fine. I appreciated his concern, but there was no time for pleasantries.
Which way did the assholes go? I ran after him as far as I could, even though they were on their stupid go-kart.
He pointed south while panting.
They turned into the second subdivision, down that way.
How are they carrying Zoe? I wondered aloud.
They are pulling one of those baskets you see underneath helicopters. It threw up a bunch of sparks as they sped away. I hope Zoe didn't get burned.
I was getting ahead of myself as my survival mode went into overdrive with new information. I finally noticed he was bleeding from a hit to the head, too.
Will you be okay?
I checked.
Yeah, sure. Those guys rolled up and some kids from across Bayside came out to look at their go-kart. Then a bunch of locals from Albacore went up there to see what all the excitement was about. I know our job is to watch the roadblock, but it got crowded, and we couldn't see what was going on, so the three of us took our guns into the intersection to keep an eye on the crowd. That's when they sprung their ambush. One of the two guys knew jujitsu or kung fu, and he knocked me and Tyler on our asses before he grabbed the girl and pulled them both into the basket. Luckily, Tyler and I both have tough melons, he stated with a bit of humor. Want me to jump in the back and help you take him down?
No, stay here and watch for more of these creeps. Carmen and I will take care of this. We didn't have an unbreakable rule that stated the guards on the roadblock had to stay behind the wall of cars 100% of the time, so I couldn't fault him or the teens for that. It sounded like they'd gone together for mutual protection, heavily armed, same as I would have done. But they were taken by surprise. There would be time for an after-action briefing, but right now, I needed to bring back what had been taken. I gave the truck some gas and pulled us through the front gate. As I turned south, into more drizzle, I realized we had no side windows. One of the back windows was blown out, and there were several bullet strikes on the front glass. Numerous gunshots had penetrated the doors. A couple even tore through the roof, and neither of the headlights was intact. Maybe I didn't fully think this through, I admitted. This truck is a mess.
You were thinking of Zoe. That's why I grabbed your backpack when I saw you running for the truck.
She brought my notice to the pack sitting between her legs. I also noticed the shotgun cradled in her arms, and the revolver hanging from her belt. Between the two of us, we had 5 firearms. The engine was still working perfectly, and it raged under my abuse as I got us to the second right turn. The rear tires lost traction as I came around the corner, but I quickly let off the gas as I straightened her out. "We don't want to piss these people off," I explained.
"I'm sure those guys aren't making any friends in the suburbs if they are towing a screaming girl behind them," Carmen suggested.
"I hope you're right." Our slice of South Florida was a great place to live, but our area had one fatal flaw. Every street looked exactly like every other one. Though I was certain I wasn't in Zen's subdivision, the new grid layout ahead of me appeared almost identical to the subdivision across Bayside from mine. Same cross streets, many leading to cul-de-sacs. Same dispersal of empty lots and isolated homes. Same canals crisscrossing under and next to the roads. A central avenue that led all the way to the shore, 2 miles to the west. Sweet Mother of God, this all looks the same. Where could they have gone? It had been minutes since the guys had abducted Zoe. Whatever time it took for Tyler to recover from getting bonked on the head, then the time he needed to ride to Clownfish. Now I was adding extra time driving blind in search of them.
"If they were dragging something, did it leave a mark on the pavement?"
she wondered aloud. I slowed and veered toward the right side of the street so I could see the ground outside. Sure enough, there were long divots in the soft pavement, confirming Carmen's theory. "You're a genius," I said.
"I'm going to put that in my diary tonight,"
she briefly mused, still as serious as the situation required. I had to drive a lot slower, but the marks on the concrete allowed me to follow their path like a bloodhound to the escaped convict hiding in the woods. After making a right turn into a cul-de-sac about half as long as our street, I easily tracked the scraped-up route of the bad guys to where they parked their go-kart in the grass in front of a house. I was filled with relief when I had Zoe's location nailed down among a sea of similar-looking homes. But it turned to confusion when I witnessed 24 people standing in their yards nearby. I pulled over 2 houses away from my target. "What's going on here?" I asked the neighbors. A young man in flip-flops came up to us, fighting the wind as he stood close.
"Hey, how is your car working? Mine won't start."
"I'm not here for cars," I answered firmly. "Tell me about the guys who live in that house with the go-kart." We all looked to a single-story home about midway down the left side of the street. The construction was similar to the homes on Clownfish Cove, with cinder block walls, a flattened tile roof with a low wind profile, and a 2-car garage. However, the house was much older, so the lawn was perfect and mature. Some leafy fruit-bearing trees had grown near the corners of the home, and the brown stucco paint had started to fade. It did not look like the den of criminals.
"Oh, right. The guy who lives there is a kind fellow, but yesterday a couple of douche-guzzling rednecks showed up. Last night they took a chainsaw all around the block, cutting down everything they could."
He drew my attention to a small palm tree lying on its side in the closest yard. Beyond, almost every house had ruined trees, sawed-off gutters, and toppled mailboxes. Only the house belonging to the criminals had upright trees. "That sucks, but I'm talking about what they are doing right now. They have my friend in there." I pointed to the troubled home.
"Yeah, right. My neighbors saw a girl being dragged into their garage, kicking and screaming, like she didn't want to be there. We're all trying to figure out what's going to happen."
I got out of the truck, bristling with firepower. "What do you hope is going to happen?"
"Well, I hope someone saves that poor girl. No one deserves that to happen to them. You know, assuming they mean to do her harm."
It angered me to know what was really going on. I got the attention of a group of 5 or 6 men, plus a couple of children, hanging out in front of the house on the other side of the street. It was set back about 50 feet from the curb, so I needed to yell.
"Hey, did the girl look like she was in trouble?"
"Definitely," the men replied.
Do you think she needs some help? I asked, already knowing the answer. Carmen came around the back of the truck with the pack. I'd flipped the kill switch, so I had a little assurance the truck wouldn't be plucked out from under me. But I didn't want to place too much faith in the locals. "See," one of the guys yelled over. "She's in bad trouble." More adult men stood on the driveways of 2 more houses down the far side of the street. All told, there were at least 15 adults watching the house where Zoe had been taken. I walked across the lawn of the lot between me and my target, passing another chopped tree. I was arriving on the side with the garage, so the redneck guys wouldn't have any windows to watch our arrival. "What are you going to do?" one man shouted from the far side of the street. "What you should be doing, asshole," I said under my breath. It reminded me of those dumb videos you saw on the news from time to time. A group of people witness a girl being raped or a kid being beat up, and they all get out their cell phones rather than do anything about it. Anger welled up inside me. If anything bad happened to Zoe after these people ignored an injured girl, I was going to lose my shit with the useless bystanders. I halted in my tracks when I reached the driveway. A red Mini Cooper and a black SUV blocked the near side of the driveway nearest the garage. But I quickly found out what was on the far side. The bloodied head of a brown horse rested against the white paint of the garage door. Its dead body, complete with saddle, rested next to the red car. A second horse lay injured farther down the driveway. What the hell happened here? I wondered aloud. To my great disappointment, there were also a few bloodied guys on the ground. I recognized one old man, despite the bullet hole in his forehead. "Shit! That's Torval," I exhaled, the anger continuing to build. "Yeah, I remember him from the day we went to the hardware store. What's going on here, Frank?" A light rain came in over the roof of the house, but we were shielded from it as we huddled next to the garage door. I assure you we're going to find out. We needed a way in. Like any typical house, we could enter through the garage, the front door, or the back door. "Which way do you think they'll be watching?" I asked. We spoke quietly, barely over the wind, lest we be heard by anyone who happened to be in the garage. "I defer to you," she said immediately. I assume they figured out none of the locals are going to mess with them. I looked around to all the people standing nearby. But they don't know we're coming for our girl, so we've got an advantage. However, if they're in the garage, they'll blow us away once they see the door lifting. The back door will also give us away, as they'll see us through the giant glass windows. I was reminded of my deadly encounter with Trevor. "So we try the front," she finished, seeing my line of thinking. Together, we silently crept across the driveway and made our way onto the porch. I crouched low and moved fast to minimize the chance anyone saw us from inside. There were closed drapes on the front windows, as if someone didn't want to be seen in there. The two of us made it to the front door. I took a moment to look behind us to the loitering men, to be sure they weren't going to charge over once they saw us take the lead. They hadn't moved a step, but one of them held up a thumbs-up sign. "Go for it, man!" My heart skipped a beat, because he'd given us away. "I wouldn't mind if a nuke fell on this street after we're gone," I whispered. She pointed to the lock of the door. It had been shattered by what could only be described as a shotgun blast. "Stand aside. We'll slice the shit out of this front room. If you see someone besides Zoe, shoot to effing kill. All right?" My hackles were straight up with the desire to rip off the heads of whoever had done this to the sweet girl under my protection. We each stood on opposite sides of the door, but I pushed it open with enough force to swing all the way in.
The inside looked untouched. We both took a few seconds to check for bad guys. Then we retreated to our sides of the door again. "I'm going in," I announced, only loud enough for her to hear. Blood thundered through my temples. I cut out the drizzle, the distant rumbles, and the awkward cheers of the losers across the street. I focused my entire being on whatever I was going to find as I stalked my way inside. Carmen came in behind me. The foyer and front living room were empty. Like all the houses around these parts, it was large enough to have multiple hallways to different sections of the home. I could either go left to the family room and bedrooms beyond, or right to the kitchen at the back of the house. I heard a floorboard groan in the family room. Since it was the way I had gone in, I swung left, giving me a short approach to the open archway between rooms. Carmen took a longer path through the living room. The connecting doorway was at the near end of the family room, which put Carmen in danger of being seen from someone in there. I could tell she was thinking the same thing when she flattened herself against the wall in a hurry. "Did they see you?" I mouthed. She shook her head. "Let's listen for a sec," I whispered. I took a deep breath. The safety of my rifle was off. A round was in the chamber. I was committed to firing at the first target that appeared. A man laughed quietly. I listened for a second, despite the urgency in my heart. "Wouldn't it be better if she was awake, man? I don't want to hump a rag doll." I held my weapon in a crushing grip. "She'll wake up eventually, but not till nighttime. The nosy neighbors will be gone by then." "But I don't care." They argued back and forth. I'd heard more than enough. "Now we go on 3, I confirmed. She nodded. With one hulking breath of air, I strode around the corner and leveled my weapon. There were 2 of them. Guy number 1 had his back to me as he crouched in front of Zoe lying on a couch. The second one saw me right away and reached for a pistol sitting on a cushion. I put 3 rounds in the guy looking at me. The second guy leapt 3 feet in the air with surprise at seeing his buddy's chest collapse. In the time it took me to reorient my rifle on him, he revealed that he had a little white squeeze bottle over Zoe's eye. For half a second, I considered shooting anyway, but the superhuman way the man held it stayed my trigger finger. "Get away from her," I ordered. "Hey now, I don't want any trouble," he said in a soulless voice. "Well, you found a metric shit ton of it," I answered. Carmen fanned out next to me. "I'll check the rooms, Frank," she announced. "There's no one here but me now," the man said with sadness. "And my friend," I corrected. "Yeah, and her. Look, I don't want to hurt her, but I will if you don't back off." I came around so I got a better look at Zoe. Her shirt had been ripped off, then carelessly tossed over her chest. A couple more dropper bottles were on her stomach, as if being prepared for use. "What did you do to her?" I raged. "Nothing that can't be undone," he said in a steady voice. "We splashed some dance fever in her eye for a little party we was going to have here today. Maybe a little too much. If I give her another dose of fentanyl, I guarantee she won't wake up." The guy reached over to his buddy's body and pulled a blue case out of his hip pocket. "This is a Narcan spray. It'll bring her around, okay? I'm going to set it on the back step as I leave. Sound fair? Why don't you drop it, and we'll talk?" He laughed. "You don't sound like the talking type." It was eerie how calm he was. "No, I guess I'm not, when 2 dickless wonders kidnap a child and intend to do her harm." Blood surged through my veins, almost painful how fast it was going.
She wanted to come with us. I swear, he said with the first wisp of desperation. I bet you have that on a t-shirt, I replied. He sounded like he'd rehearsed his lines for when he was busted by the police. Not mine. Holding it for a friend. She wanted to get raped. All bullshit. My barrel remained pointed at his face. He moved sideways toward the exit on his side of the family room, while still reaching over to Zoe. I could shoot him where he was, but there was no guarantee he wouldn't spray her face, and I didn't know exactly how liquid fentanyl worked. I only want to walk away from this, he explained. I swear I'll put this box outside the second I walk out. All you have to do is give me a 3-second head start. I didn't see a weapon on him, but I was sure he had one. Hey, there is no one back here, Carmen said before she arrived at the hallway closest to me. That was one less thing to worry about. Okay, I'm going to let you walk out of here, but if you don't put that down, this is going to turn ugly. It's already pretty ugly for me, chum. He used his head to motion toward the body of his friend. That's on you, I said in my own calm voice. Sure, he snapped. Just stay cool, I said to reason with him. I'm leaving on 3, he said as he pulled the case to his chest. Don't shoot, or you might hit the case. It's fragile as a mofo. I didn't tell him I was a pretty good shot. He counted down, and then threw the little bottle at me. The guy's timing was excellent, as I had to duck it while he disappeared in the doorway. That started a race between us. I followed him into the kitchen and saw him slip out the back door. When I ran over, he was already sprinting behind the neighboring house. The blue box wasn't on the steps. Chapter 5. I ran out the back door into heavier drizzle and gusty winds. My quarry had run to the end of the yard and hopped over the 6-foot white vinyl privacy fence on the right side. I might have been able to clip him with my rifle as he went over, but he'd stuffed the blue pouch inside his belt, directly behind his back, a move designed to keep me from shooting him. I leaned inside the door. Carmen, watch Zoe. I'm going after the Narcan. Be safe, she replied. I hopped the fence at a point closer to the house, so I could ensure I wasn't going to stick my head up and get a face full of lead if he was lying in wait. However, the second I got up top, I saw him running along the canal toward the end of the cul-de-sac. With the prize in sight, I sprinted toward the far corner of the unfenced yard he ran behind. He looked back once to confirm I was there. Then he stepped on the gas to run behind the privacy fencing of the next house, in the narrow strip of open grass next to the canal. I only want the damn drug, I shouted, as he disappeared for a moment. I arrived at the corner, waited only long enough to make sure he wasn't hiding there with a weapon, then continued my pursuit. My caution forced me to give up ground each time I did a safety check, however, so I had to run even faster. When I got to the end of the fenced yard, the next lot was the first one on the curve of the circle at the end of the street. The canal met with another one, creating an intersection. The guy had cut a sharp right and was now between the two homes and heading for the street. The man was either lucky or a genius, since I had clear and easy shots on him, but the threat of hitting that life-saving drug kept me from chancing it. However, the longer the chase went on, and the longer Zoe was in need of it, the better the odds I would have to shoot him. When I hoofed it to the front yards, my target was already across the circle and running between the next set of houses. 2 guys stood in their garage about 10 feet from the running man. Hey, stop him! I yelled. The men saw me and heard me, but didn't lift a finger to run the guy down. A few seconds later, my quarry had disappeared behind the houses. I ran after him, not even bothering to look at the 2 men. What did he do? One asked. "Wake up, guys," I spat out as I ran by. "He's from the house up the street, with the 2 dead horses on the driveway." I couldn't imagine how they were so clueless about it. But if they'd only been inside the garage watching the rain, they might have no idea. When I got to the rear of the next house, a blast of wind pushed me a few feet off course. Farther out, the other guy was also being pushed sideways by the wind. He checked behind him to confirm I was still there. Then he glanced left and right as he reached the canal. More houses backed up to the other side of the waterway. "Stop!" I cried out, my voice probably lost in the wind. The guy tapped the blue pouch on his back, as if to remind me not to shoot him, then jumped headfirst into the canal and swam for the other side. I could have run 5 houses down and crossed at the bridge with the next street, but I didn't think I could make the round trip in the time it would take the guy to swim 100 feet of water. I jogged up to the bank of the canal. The water was only a foot or 2 below the yards, and it had been lined with large rocks, so it would be easy to climb in and out in this area. The guy was already halfway across. I yanked off my AR, intending to shoot the guy in the legs when he climbed out on the other side. I was willing to risk it since he would be moving slow as he came out. Before he reached the far side, the man checked over his shoulder, saw me and my rifle, then changed course. Instead of swimming straight across, he began swimming to my left, toward the intersecting canal. "Shit," I murmured. If he swam into the next canal and went to his right, it would take him around the neighboring cul-de-sac and out of my sight. We might be able to chase him down in the El Camino, checking for where he came out of the water, but I ran the risk of delaying getting that Narcan to Zoe even longer. It was now or never. I didn't want to get entirely in the water, as he could climb out and then have me at a huge disadvantage. I hadn't seen him wield a pistol, but he was clever enough to wait until he had me dead in his sights. A few houses had docks behind them with big pleasure craft moored in their slips, but I couldn't have moved them without 10 people on paddles. My pulse raced as I watched Zoe's salvation paddle away. There had to be a way. I retreated to the front of the nearest house. When I saw the 2 guys again, I walked directly into their garage. Normally I would be more cautious about being shot for trespassing, but my first impressions of the guys were correct. They had 2 lawn chairs set up and dozens of empty beer bottles around themselves. They saw me come in. Both were middle-aged, one with glasses, dressed in childish anime t-shirts and fancy khaki shorts. My first impression said they were in a field similar to Luke's, maybe IT, but the similarities ended there, since Luke was a go-getter, and these men were drunk. "Did you get him?" one slurred. "You're fast as shit," the other one laughed. I did a quick scan of the garage. It was crammed full of camping gear, automotive products, and a million other pieces of life stored on wooden shelves. Most were in their places, as if the men hadn't yet realized what would be needed in a grid-down disaster. It wasn't my place to tell them, and at that moment, I wanted nothing to do with them. However, they did have one thing I needed. "Mind if I borrow this?" I asked as I walked around a huge Chevy Suburban parked inside and grabbed a light blue paddleboard. "That's my wife's," the first man answered. "I'm going swimming behind your house. Watch me if you want." My diplomatic skills were overwhelmed by my survival instinct while talking to the men. They were of no threat to me. They didn't even recognize the threats around them. I needed a way to get across the canal, and they had it. Both stood up when I walked by the second time. "Are you crazy?" one asked. "The weather is terrible for a swim." "Just watch," I laughed. The guy still couldn't put the pieces together what I was doing. I hurried down to the edge of the canal and confirmed the drug guy was still in the water.
though almost around the corner. Before he looked back, I chucked the 6-foot paddleboard in the unsettled water and did a belly flop on it a second later. The pair of guys hadn't bothered to come down to the water's edge to keep track of the wife's paddleboard. I heard them talking with each other back by the houses. As I settled into a paddling routine, I glanced back to make sure. Though I didn't fear them coming in after me, I had to check at least once, especially if they had liquor in them. The paddleboard made quick work of the canal, and I was on the far side in about a minute. As I headed for shore, I considered whether it would be better to get out or follow the guy in the water. By staying in the water, it gave me the advantages of speed and stealth. Plus, I'd been taking risks running through yards in pursuit of the guy. I knew most of the last street was gawking in their front yards and doing nothing. The next street over could have a watch set up to kill on sight, so it was better to avoid trespassing if possible. I paddled like an insane man to catch up with the asshole in the water ahead of me. When I came around the corner into the next canal, I slowed and checked the shores first, to be sure he hadn't gotten out. As soon as I saw him still in the water, swimming away from me, I gave chase. The paddleboard was almost silent on the water, especially with the blowing winds and scattered raindrops. As I raced to close the distance between us, now at about 20 yards, it gave me time to consider my next move. I could pull out either of my pistols and shoot him at close range, but I didn't know if he would sink to the bottom of the canal. I could threaten him with shooting, then get him out of the canal and take the meds. Or I could use my advantage. With several giant strokes, I paddled with my arms, reducing the distance each time. The guy was younger than me and in decent shape, but he was slowing down. I knew he was going to look back at any second to see if it was safe for him to get out. My pulse became loud in my ears. I lined up the front of the board with his head as I got to within about 10 feet. After a few more seconds, I yelled, "Hey!" He stopped and swiveled around, as I'd intended. When he saw me coming, it was already too late. The pointed front edge of the plastic paddleboard hit him on the side of the head, ringing his bell. In the same motion, I slid off the board and wrapped my arm around his neck. We both kicked to stay afloat. He thrashed as he realized what I'd done to him. "Stop!" he pleaded. I squeezed tighter. "You can have it," he croaked. There was no moral dilemma for me this time. I intended to remove a direct threat to myself and my friends, and take the medicine I needed to save Zoe. He struggled for a few seconds. At first, he tried to knock my chin with his head, but he could barely move with my arm wrapped the way it was. Next, he adjusted his arms, not to try to pull me off, but to get something from his body. I saw a flash of black metal as he brought it out of the water. He did have a gun. With his right hand, he fired over his left shoulder. The bullet sailed by my left ear. I'd already committed to choking him out, so I stopped kicking and wrapped my legs around him. The combination forced us both forward, and we went under the waves. His next shot went straight up. Being off balance and tumbling into the murky green water didn't stop him from trying to fire at me. The bang of a shot went off, and a metallic whirring shook the water around us. I pulled my arm and squeezed with every ounce of strength I had left. At the same time, I tried to reposition myself on his back, to confuse him where I was. I was barely able to see the gun rise up almost next to his own head. With no time to think, I used my other hand to push the gun away. Another clap-bang and zing tore through the depths as he fired one more time. We struck the bottom. His rib cage rattled against mine, and the panic set in as he sucked water into his lungs. The gun fell away. The next 30 seconds were gruesome. When he was still, I hung on for another 30, testing my own ability to hold my breath. I didn't want to take any chances he was faking it, so he could sneak up and kill me later. I waited until I was at my limits. Before he got away from me, I snatched up the blue case from his backside. At the surface, I sucked in the rainy air. "Thank you, God!" I cried out. Someone had to be watching over me. An eternity later, I got out of the water to find the 2 men waiting for me. "What happened? We heard gunshots." "I brought your paddleboard back like I promised." I hurried past them. The paddleboard bounced in the waves near the bank. "But what happened?" he repeated. There was no time to deal with bystanders to the apocalypse. I was stoked to be alive and out of the water, and I did have the drugs I needed, but there was no point in indulging their curiosity. If they cared enough about my fate, they would have jumped in the water to chase the criminal. I ran down the street toward Zoe. The men still stood on their porches and in their garages, watching it all. When they saw me, some of them cheered. I hurried onto the driveway with all the bodies. As I jogged for the front door, I happened to notice the gray horse move its head, struggling to lift it. "Are you shitting me?" I said, walking up to it. Briefly, I looked around. "You people are going to let this horse suffer like this?" I didn't expect any of them to rush over to offer assistance, and I was not disappointed. To make my point, I pulled out my Smith & Wesson. Someone said, "Nice!" My blood boiled at how these people were behaving. However, I let go of all my anger as I walked up to the horse. Some asshole had shot him multiple times, seemingly at random. There was no chance it would ever stand up again, so I looked him in the eye. "I'm so sorry." I hoped he understood. Out of necessity, I put a bullet in his head. It was the loudest gunshot of my life, I think as a result of it being so senseless. People cheered. I finished my run to the open front door. 10 seconds later, I was spraying Narcan in Zoe's nose, as directed. "It says we should dial 911, Carmen mused, obviously trying to diffuse the tension. "Let's hope that isn't necessary," I said stiffly, not quite ready to experience any humor. It took a few minutes for her to stir. "Come on, kid," I said to rouse her awake. "Mama?" she asked groggily. "No, it's Carmen and Uncle Frank," my friend soothed. I stood nearby, ready for trouble from anyone and everyone. "How are you feeling?" I asked the girl. "Is Tyler all right?" she responded without addressing my question. "He was hit in the head." "He's fine," Carmen told her. "You were drugged, but you're going to be fine too." "But I don't take drugs," she complained. "I know you don't, sweetie," I said, relieved beyond words to see her speaking. She looked around the room. "You guys came for me?" "You bet we did," I said. "Tyler was injured, but he rode his bike and told us what happened, so we could track down the bastards who tried to hurt you." "So, everyone's all right," she said in a dreamlike tone. Everyone but Torval and the other dead men out front, plus 2 horses, plus the 2 assholes. I also added the bystanders to the list of people who weren't doing so hot. On reflection, very few of us were doing all right. "For now," I allowed. I finally let go of the fist that had balled up in my stomach. "Knock, knock," a woman's voice called from the front door. "Mind if I come in?" The ball of steel came right back. "Come in," I sighed. An older woman arrived at the rear of the family room.
"Oh my, what a mess."
I was braced for a busybody coming to complain about all the subdivision rules the property had violated, including having corpses litter the front driveway. I was now on speaking terms with Amanda in our subdivision, but every subdivision for miles around would have their own Amanda, running their own HOAs.
"I came over to see if I could help. I used to be a nurse," she went on. "I didn't see anyone come over to lend a hand, so I figured I'd do it, now that those horrible men are gone."
I blinked at her with surprise. Her long brunette hair was sprinkled with white, wiry strands, topped with a little white bow, making her appear somehow older and younger at the same time. She had a few crow's feet around her eyes and tiny wrinkles on her forehead, but her soft hazel eyes tilted my impression back to that of a younger woman. She certainly wasn't the horrible person I first imagined. I walked over and held out my hand. "Thank you, ma'am. I'm Frank. This is Carmen, and the young lady is our Zoe."
"Oh, she's a beautiful daughter," she gushed. "I'm Agnes. I was so disappointed to see those men drag her inside the house. I'm glad you were here to help her."
Zoe recoiled a bit, as if surprised to hear details about herself. "What the hell happened here? Who were these guys?" I pointed to the dead man on the floor.
"No idea. This house belonged to a very nice man."
"Torval?" I guessed.
"No, his name was Elijah. Torval was the father. They designed their little go-kart system to drag sick people up to the hospital. They also found someone with horses to carry people up there."
Thinking back, I was the one who'd recommended Torval work with his neighbors to help each other. I started to feel responsible for the result, but I knew that wasn't how the apocalypse worked. She startled me when she put a hand on my shoulder.
"Thank you for what you did for that poor horse."
"Don't mention it," I replied, back in the moment.
"Anyway, those two men must have followed him back to our street. They showed up last night and started shooting and doing terrible things with their saw. I watched the horses get shot from my window. The men got shot defending those horses, I'm afraid." "That's terrible," Carmen added.
"Torval mentioned having a son around here," I continued. "They both died trying to help others." I tried not to let it bother me that the residents they were trying to assist ended up standing around and doing nothing, while they were shot to death. But they might have rescued a lot of patients in the days since we'd met. Maybe their earlier efforts were enough to tilt the balance between order and chaos, back toward order. I would never know.
"Can we leave now?"
Zoe pressed. I turned back to her. "You feel good enough to walk?" She sat up.
"Anything to get back home."
I turned back to Agnes. "I'm sorry we're leaving this place in a mess."
"Oh, no, you're leaving it much better than you found it."
"Maybe," I allowed. I thought of the teens we pulled from the high school. "Hey, do you have any attachments here? We could use a nurse on our street."
"It's been ages since I worked at the ER," she complained. 10 years, I think."
"I only live a few blocks away, but we're securing our neighborhood from outsiders and criminals like these." I pointed to the dead man. "And we could really use your help, even if you are a little rusty." She almost said something, but I realized my pitch came across flat. "Ma'am, sorry about that. It would be great if you had nursing skills, but the reason I'm even asking is because you are the only person on this godforsaken street who seems to give a damn about what's taking place on it. I surround myself with people who are invested in everyday survival."
"My word. No offense taken. What will I do about my bills? My mortgage? I don't know if I even could come with you.
I don't think bill collectors are going to come around anytime soon, I replied.
Haven't seen a mailman recently?
Carmen laughed.
But can I leave my house?
She asked, worried. Think of it as an extended vacation, I suggested. Pretend you'll be back in a few weeks.
Weeks?
She said, the word drifting away. We can also bring you back tonight, if you don't like it over there.
You seem like nice people, so I don't think that will be a problem. I'm not sure I would be the best nurse you could find, but I could do basic stitches, I'm sure.
That is already more than my whole street can do. I still didn't have a handle on who lived on Albacore and Barracuda, but I had a nurse and decent person talking to me, so I had to try to recruit her. Besides, from what I've seen of your neighbors standing around and drinking in garages, you won't get much help from them if the world keeps getting worse.
You think it will get worse?
She asked with deep concern.
Weeks, you say?
At this point, I can almost guarantee we haven't seen the worst.
My boyfriend might need your help right now, Zoe pleaded. Could you at least come with us and stay for one night?
Agnes smiled at the young woman.
Let me go collect a few things at my home. It's across the street. I think I still have a bag with a few instruments inside.
Bring as much food as you can, I suggested.
And toiletries,
Carmen added. Agnes walked toward the front door, but turned and pointed to where Zoe had been resting.
That's fentanyl. You're going to want that as a painkiller. Trust me.
Good call, I said. She left. At the same time, a little black cat ran out the door with her, as if finally seeing the opportunity to flee the house of horrors. I didn't blame it for running. I followed the cat outside and moved the El Camino. I backed it up to the front door of the house. Carmen and I ran around the inside grabbing anything of value to our long-term survival, including food, some camp equipment, and the addict's drug paraphernalia. We also took the dead man's pistol, a cheap two-tone Taurus, as well as a couple of boxes of ammunition for it. I also found the old chainsaw in the garage. I had a million uses for one of those. When Agnes was ready, we backed to her garage and loaded the essentials of her life into our truck bed. While I was getting ready to leave her home, I pointed across the street to something we'd missed. We can't fit 4 people in the front seat, I said to Carmen. How would you feel about driving the other vehicle home?
What other vehicle? She asked.
The go-kart, I smiled.
You think anyone around here will complain?
Carmen asked.
I think you've earned it, she assured us.
Chapter 6. Back on Clownfish Cove, the mood was jubilant with our return, at least for a little while. Tyler and Zoe rested in my garage after being doted on by Alex and Tyler's mother, then by Agnes, the retired nurse. The rain picked up as the rest of us tried to tend the funeral fire and get some of our other chores completed. I spent some time adjusting the downspout on the corner of my garage so it angled directly into the opening for the large cistern we'd dragged into the yard. The bottom was already covered with an inch or 2 of water. Where should we put the other one? Ben asked. I'm thinking we put it between Carmen and Penny's homes, so we don't have both of them close to each other. I always had to be aware of putting all my eggs in one basket, a simple reminder of the children's lesson that still applied to survival. Want to drag it over there? He asked. A crack of thunder rumbled around the horizon, seemingly going from west to east. I hadn't seen anything as impressive or disturbing as the lightning swarm we'd witnessed from on the tower, but I monitored every strike I could. Yeah, let's do it, I answered. If there was a lot of rain coming, it was the perfect time to get them in action to collect water from our roofs. Along with our well, the cisterns would provide a secondary source of untainted water, a reserve. By putting them between the houses, it left open the possibility of hiding them from nosy people by using the sheets or other materials. If we put the same blockers in between all of our houses, no one would know for sure what was behind any of them. It might make hostile people look for other targets. Ben gathered enough hands to make short work of sliding the cistern across my driveway, into Penny's yard, then next to Carmen's garage. While everyone went back to other tasks, I yanked Carmen's aluminum downspout out of its bracket, intending to divert it to the tank.
"Hey, that's vandalism,"
Carmen joked as she came around the corner of her garage, holding an umbrella.
"I thought I heard you boys out here huffing and puffing."
It wasn't that hard.
"Zoe doing okay?"
she asked. Yeah, she's going to be fine, I answered.
"Do we need to put more people on the front roadblock?"
She wondered aloud. Probably a good idea, I nodded grimly. With the water out, people are obviously getting more and more desperate by the hour. I should have anticipated someone would try to take advantage of those kids.
"Come on, Frank. You couldn't predict the future. They weren't alone by any shot. Dante was there, and there were plenty of other people walking around on Albacore, on Bayside, and wherever. The only reason they succeeded is that they did something insane due to their drug-addled minds."
I never realized how many drugs were in our community, I said as I bent the downspout one last time. Trevor was a drughead. Those idiots who attacked us were doing it for drugs. Zen's people are into that stuff.
"I sometimes wonder who isn't taking drugs," she said with distaste. "My ex was a cokehead for a lot of years. In fact, I'm lucky he and I weren't still married when I moved here, or Trevor probably would have been my husband's best friend."
"That's a real downer," I said.
"He was at his worst when he was on the hunt for another hit. If this whole area is on the hunt for their last fix, I would expect more desperation like we saw with those guys stealing Zoe. Lots more."
I let it sink in before thinking up a second angle. And that doesn't even include the people taking medications for legitimate reason, either painkillers or whatever. The whole world is on one drug or another, I guess.
"Now you're the downer,"
she laughed. We need to be better prepared for this stretch of the apocalypse. Do you think it would matter if the ladies had to wear baggy clothing while on the front gate roadblock? Would that make you guys less of a target for tweaker dudes looking for one last opportunity to party?
"Well, I don't think Penny should be up there in one of her tiny pair of yoga pants. But I don't know if we can hide our sex completely. It's going to be 1,000,000 degrees if we have to wear long pants and a long-sleeve shirt, to say nothing of a mask to shield our faces."
"Yeah, and we'd have to teach you how to walk like dudes," I joked.
"That would be a challenge," she smirked.
"We have the manpower for now, so I'm going to ask for 4 volunteers to watch the front roadblock, with at least a 50-50 mix of men and women. Fewer women is fine, but not fewer men. We also need to talk about when and why any guard would leave the safety of the cars. Dante and the kids were tricked into stepping out from behind the roadblock, so that's a weakness we need to address."
"I can live with all that," she answered.
You should also suggest the ladies travel in pairs at the very least, too. In fact, everyone in the subdivision should avoid traveling alone, myself included."
"Sounds more than fair,"
she said. "We'll change this at our next watch meeting." I stood there for a moment, looking around at what we'd built so far. We had several vehicles working, including the little gas-powered go-kart we'd taken from the 2 men who tried to party with Zoe. The funeral pyre burned hot in Carmen's backyard, near the edge of the forest, to cleanse ourselves of Trevor and his attack dogs. We were already collecting water in a pair of 1,000-gallon tanks, and we could pump it out of the ground at will. On paper, we had to be one of the best-prepared streets in all of South Florida, possibly the whole state. But the situation with Zoe had served as a wake-up call to never rest on our heels. We had to constantly look ahead and anticipate what could be heading our way. Carmen's umbrella got caught by the wind, and the metal braces folded up, causing it to invert itself above her head.
"I've got to go inside," she yelled.
"Go for it," I yelled back. She was already soaked from riding on the open-air go-kart, so I wasn't sure why she'd gotten the umbrella, but I found it best not to ask questions. Women were always unpredictable, even in the apocalypse. I ran into her garage so I could pull out my notepad and write on it.
"What are you writing?"
she asked. "I still haven't met everyone on the other 2 streets. I'm reminding myself to ask if anyone over there can teach self-defense. Zoe did nothing wrong today, but the next time a threat like this comes along, I'd like her to have some extra tools to fight back, before she was taken or after she would have woken up." My words trailed off, as I wondered to myself if Zoe would have ever woken up, if we hadn't found her. All the self-defense skills in the world wouldn't have made a lick of difference if a person was pushed into a drug overdose. What a waste it would have been to lose such a wonderful young lady. Carmen, always reading my mind, rubbed my arm.
"You did a good thing, Frank."
"Thanks. I know that. In my head, I always want to do better."
"Well, you're about to get your chance," she snickered. "Here comes the 2 lovebirds."
She pointed outside. Tyler and Zoe walked up Carmen's driveway, holding hands in the rain. "I know what you're going to say," I said as they strolled up. "We're putting 4 people on the front gate from now on. I don't want that to ever happen to one of us again." "Thanks, Uncle Frank," Tyler said with unusual seriousness. "But that's not why we're here." He wore a small bandage over the cut on the side of his head, above his ear, with a loop of medical tape around his noggin to keep it in place. "Oh, what's up?" After a brief pause, Tyler gave Zoe a friendly shove. "Tell him." Zoe, the tall young lady, looked me in the eyes.
"I know we've asked this already, but me and my sister really want to go look for our parents now. Tyler said they might be at the North Point Municipal Center. If they are, maybe we can bring them back here real fast."
Since Tyler had already hit me up to take Zoe on his own, the statement wasn't a total surprise. After the ordeal she'd had, it was almost a guarantee she would have a desire to be with her real family, especially since she'd called out for her mom when she'd woken from her near overdose. There were a million reasons lined up for why it was a bad idea to go looking for her parents, but I'd been around the teens long enough to recognize when they'd been pushed too far. If anything, getting hit over the head had made Tyler even more determined to do whatever he thought was best for his girlfriend. I couldn't be there every second to protect her, but he could. Whatever I said, they were going to do their own thing anyway. "I'm not saying no," I said to crack the door open a little. "But this weather is only getting worse. It might be—" Tyler broke in. "Zoe said there were fewer people out on Bayside now that it's raining." "Well, yeah, that much is true," I allowed. "So won't it make it safer to drive around?" he needled. I chuckled to myself. The kid was right. On the way back from Torval's neighborhood, there were decidedly fewer people walking the roadways. I had to assume people had hunkered down in the woods, or in empty homes, or under bridges. The people on bikes, rollerblades, and other open conveyances were also notably absent. "You know, you may have hit on something. Come with me." I walked out of the garage toward the vehicles. Penny ran over when she saw me walking with purpose. "What's going on?" "We might be taking a short trip," I said loudly as the wind kicked up again. "Where?" "To North Point Muni Center," I replied, "to find the girls' parents." "Are they there?" she asked with surprise. "We'll find out." I put my arm over Tyler's shoulder, and I also looked to Zoe. "You two are being forced to grow up way faster than you should. I'll admit that. But that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want, whenever you want, okay?" Tyler stared at the ground. maybe rethinking going off on his own. I'm going to see what Tyler's parents say about a trip out, okay? They are the ones with responsibility for what happens to you girls. Whatever they say goes. Got it? Zoe nodded vigorously. Tyler less so. Tyler? I prodded. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Why don't you go bring your parents out here? Got it. He and Zoe took off for his house. Alex trailed after them. It left me time to plan which vehicle we would take. It was great that we had a supply of working vehicles, but each of them now had damage, so I needed to pick the least damaged one for our trip. The orange truck was still broken completely, so it was an easy out. The red Challenger was a contender, since it could seat 5 people out of the weather, but the windows on the driver's side were both broken out from when it tipped on its side. That would make driving in the rain more difficult. The El Camino was my go-to ride, but she had taken a lot of hits in the battle the previous night. Both headlights were knocked out. The entire windshield was a spider web of cracks from being struck by multiple bullets, and both the driver's side window and back windows were gone. Taking the pickup would ensure everyone got soaked. That left us with the school bus yellow Unimog. A 2-piece synthetic cloth barrier hung behind the rear seats, with a clear window that went from one side to the other, so the driver could see out the back. A zipper split it in half, so people could move back and forth from the cab. Several bullets had penetrated and ripped the window material, as if someone had fired from inside the vehicle. But we could tape that. The important window was intact, next to the driver, so I would be able to see my mirrors during the trip. It also had enough interior seating for everyone who was going, as I knew it was going to be a large group. By the time I had settled on the Mog, Luke came over with his shotgun and a backpack full of supplies. Zoe, Alex, and Tyler also had their respective weapons. The kids looked like a trio who could take on an army. Melanie came out last. I guess they convinced you? I asked Luke as he arrived. I asked them to bring you out here to talk it over, since I didn't want to paint you into a corner. Zoe did all the talking, he clarified. Tyler said he would leave it up to me and Melanie, which I thought was a mature thing to say. I smiled at the boy. He understood his parents wouldn't need his input, since it was obvious by the way he and Zoe never separated that he'd want to support any decision she made. She made it clear the bad weather is the perfect time to go out on the road, and I'm sure you're planning to go. But don't you worry about another attack? It did give me pause. Trevor was dead, and a good portion of his allies were room temperature, maybe the bulk of them. But the survivors had escaped to points unknown. However, a few spiteful drug addicts didn't change the calculus of living. We're always going to be under threat from here on out, since we're clearly playing the game of survival better than most. Fortunately, I guess, we've all had a taste of violence now, so we should be prepared for the next run-in with strangers at our borders. I hesitated while I thought through the significance of my statement. Besides military veterans, few people in our area would know as much about surviving gun battles as my people did. It was a bit scary to think how close we'd come to being the corpses tossed on the fire, but reassuring to know we'd come through the night with invaluable experience. Of course, part of that experience was finding chinks in our armor, both in our physical defenses and in our people. Zoe and Alex had fought the good fight, but the life-or-death battle had made them want to be with their parents again. Making good on the promise to take them home was a fair trade for all the labor they'd given us since their arrival, including risking their lives for us. I'd like to come with Tyler and the girls, if that's okay with you, Luke asked. I wouldn't have it any other way, I said. I can really come too? Tyler asked with surprise. Luke laughed. If I would have said no, you would have clung to the bottom of the truck to sneak away with us. Yeah, I was going to ride my bike, he admitted.
So the safe play is to have Frank drive and me watching over you three, Luke went on. Of course, you'll all be looking out for each other, too. And you, Zoe said happily. And us, Luke finished. I turned the conversation back to the actual mission. The weather is just shitty enough to make all this possible, but we'll have to play it by ear if it gets any worse. It won't, Tyler said with the braggadocio of youth. Let's hope not, I continued. Normally I wouldn't take a truck full of teenagers into any kind of bad weather, but we may never get a better opportunity to reunite you girls with your folks. Melanie stood nearby, nodding approvingly. Let me get my stuff, I advised. I also need to load some water jugs, re-up on ammo, and I'd like to string a big brown tarp over the real roll cage. Then we'll be on our way. That tarp will let people ride back there, right? Luke inquired. Like a talkative teen boy, for instance? It won't seal it up completely, but it will at least let us carry stuff without it getting too wet. Not that I wanted to be a taxi, but there were 6 seats in the rear bed, exposed to the weather, so putting a temporary roof over them wasn't a bad way to go. We'll be right there, Tyler said as he and Zoe ran back toward his house. I have to visit the White Wizard. The what? I asked. Don't encourage him, Luke said a second too late. The White Wiz, Tyler guffawed. Don't you get it? It means toilet. Sure, that's funny. But why is Zoe going with you? I asked. So gross, Alex snickered, finally speaking up. She has to go too, he called back while on the run. I knew the kids were going to mash faces. We all knew. It might be the last time they'd have any privacy, and they needed to say goodbye. Looking ahead, what would the love-struck boy do if the girl's parents didn't want to come back to our street? Would he walk away? Or would he consider staying with them? Would he and Zoe make a run somewhere else? That's why I was glad Luke was going with me. Teen drama wasn't in my wheelhouse. We leave in 2 minutes, wizard guy, I yelled to Tyler's backside. Chapter 7. The inside of the Unimog had been cleaned up after the death of the previous driver, but no amount of cleanliness could hide the fact the truck was a time traveler from the 1970s. The steering wheel sat upright, like a big rig, and the simple gray dashboard came with a few dials and gauges. Nothing modern at all. There were 2 seats in the front, separated by the doghouse, a plastic cover hiding the engine bulge. Since the front end was so short, the motor rested a bit inside the cabin. Behind the motor, on the floor, were a series of shifters for 4 high, 4 low, reverse, and one for all the forward gears. The open engine bay made the interior always smell like a mix of rubber, oil, and diesel fumes, even when sitting still. I'd spent a few minutes looking at the owner's manual before I moved it out of the forest, so I knew how to make it go this time. After turning the key, adjusting the throttle, and hitting the doorbell button to start it, the diesel engine roared to life. Rolling, I said as soon as I had her on the move. I took the truck up to the first roadblock, but I turned around in the grass before LeVar and Kyra could shove a car out of my way. We going back? Tyler said with worry. No, we're going that way. I pointed to the space between my house and Penny's. The woods? Luke questioned. I don't want the whole world to see us driving this thing out the front, so I plan to sneak through the woods and pop out on Bayside Road. After clearing it with those standing around and making certain there were no porcupine boards in our path, I drove the big truck between the homes, into the backyard, and then over to the cleared route where Trevor's vehicles had come through the night before. My people hadn't had a chance to repair the blockade. I stopped when we reached the point where it should have been, then pulled out my notepad. I'm writing a reminder to fix this,
I think we can use the burned-out vehicles in some way, so we can block this off except when we want to use it. After pocketing the pad, I got us going again. If this belonged to those men last night, maybe we could drive right in like we are from North Point, Tyler suggested. That would let us look all around up there. I wouldn't count on that, I said. The survivors might have reported in that several of their vehicles had been captured or destroyed, including this one. If I was in charge in the town, I would assume immediately this truck didn't belong there. Not everyone is as smart as you, Uncle Frank, the boy replied. I glanced over my shoulder. Tyler sat on the far right seat, with Zoe next to him, and Alex on the bench behind me. It was almost one full-length seat, but it had a narrow walkway cut down the middle, I assumed so passengers on the tourist vehicle could transfer to the far back, where they could sit in the open air. A trail continued north, but after a few hundred yards I picked an open glade to my left and drove off the beaten path. The oversized tires crunched over rocks and small fallen trees with ease. Now this is traveling in style, I remarked over the engine growls. For the next several minutes, I cut a path around clumps of trees, pools of water, muddy sections, and tangles of undergrowth. If we continued to use this route, I would hang some signage to mark it. When I finally saw Bayside Road through the trees ahead, I tried to find one landmark I could use upon our return. Remember those two trees, I said to everyone. See how they make a V shape? That's how we'll find our way back through here. When I rolled up the shoulder and onto the north-south roadway, I turned left to check for non-existent traffic. The orange clownfish sign was about half a mile back. The rain was steady, if light, but it had cut down most of the foot traffic, so no one would be any wiser about where we'd come from. I aimed us to the north, worked through the 6 road gears, and got us up to about 50. We cruised along for a few miles, passing the subdivision where the orange truck had run off the road. At some point, I wanted to get back there and try to patch up relations after our earlier misunderstanding. But on this trip, we didn't slow until we reached the corner strip mall, where Rosie and her hair salon was located. I pulled into the second entrance so I could do a loop around the lot and pull up next to her store on my side of the truck. I waved to the woman standing in the open doorway of the salon, hopeful she would recognize me in the new vehicle. "It's Frank," I added to be sure. "Hi, Frank," she said with a friendly wave. "I'm glad it's you. Mind if we park here and bring in some water?" Her eyes lit up. "Water is out." "I know." I wedged the Unimog between 2 other cars in the parking lot and made the kids get out and go inside, while Luke and I opened the tailgate to get the water. The second I did, I saw a furry head look at me from a rear seat. "Mr. Puppers," I blurted. Luke leaned over. "Son of a bitch! How did he get in there?" "Did he jump up there when we were loading?" I wondered. The bottom of the gate was a little less than chest-high on me as the truck sat on the parking lot. "If he really wanted to go with us, no height would stop him. It looks like he snuck onto the chair, knowing he wouldn't be spotted when we closed up." "What do we do with him?" I said while coaxing the pup to let himself be found. He hopped off the seat and scooched over to me so I could start scratching his head. "Frank, I know they say not to do this, but we should leave him in the truck. If the kids see him, they're going to want to bring him with us on foot. I don't see how that can keep anyone safe." There were no good options, so I got busy prepping his temporary home while Luke went inside to distract the teens. With the cloud cover, it wasn't terribly hot, and the Golden could walk in and out of the cabin through the 2-section cloth partition, so he would be plenty cool. The tourist chairs even had built-in cup holders, so I poured water in one of them for him to drink. A length of rope tied to the front seat and linked to his collar ensured he couldn't jump out. "You wait here, okay? Can you be a good pup?" He barked once with his happy face, as if I was about to start a play session, I immediately closed the back gate and patted his flank to comfort him. "We won't be long." I tore myself from him and prayed he wouldn't try to jump out. Without looking back, I ran into the store. I put the last of the gallon containers of water on the floor near her front door.
"Thank you for bringing this," Rosie said with relief. "The city came by and said the water was out, but they wanted us to go with them back to the municipal center for our own safety."
"I'm glad you didn't go. But can I ask why you stuck around?"
"Last night a bunch of vehicles drove by our shop, going south. We never saw them again, but this morning, a man in an old delivery came by. Said many cars were stolen from the town, and they wanted to know if any of us in here had working vehicles, since they wanted them."
I knew exactly where those vehicles went. I was in one of them. "You said no," I chuckled.
"Of course. We give nothing to a city that can't even provide water."
"You mentioned the municipal center. We were actually thinking of going there ourselves, to try to find the parents of these lovely ladies." I pointed to Alex and Zoe.
"Oh my," Rosie gushed. "I love your hair. Both of you have beautiful waves."
I'd never really studied their red hair, but there were wavy curls in their hairstyle, even though they'd cinched their waist-long hair into smaller buns for our trip. The girls thanked Rosie for the nice words, but didn't seem to know what else to say to her. When nothing was forthcoming, the woman turned back to me.
"These stinky stallions must have stolen those cars, because the man in the delivery truck said North Point police are back in charge of our town. They are setting up a blockade on the road east out of town. Then they are coming here to put one at our intersection. They wanted to take over this building."
"What did you tell them?" I asked with rapt attention.
"I slammed door in his face," she giggled.
It was obvious to me that those in charge should have put up roadblocks at the edges of town the second the plane crashed. But I didn't fault them for losing some time due to the loss of power and generalized chaos. It couldn't have helped them to give any authority to Trevor, since he'd only been after me, so their efforts so far were probably close to zip in terms of effectiveness. That said, everything would change if someone was now pulling North Point together. Long term, it was probably to my advantage to have a functioning town government, if it could hold the commercial district together and ensure supplies were available to locals like us. Short term, however, it might curb our efforts to salvage supplies in the area. A gust of wind blew in and almost slammed the front door shut, even with one of the ladies holding it open. My interest was beyond the door. The pup had somehow listened to me. His head was down, and I couldn't see him. "Wow, we better hurry," I cautioned. "Do you guys know where the Muni Center is located?"
"Yes,"
Rosie nodded.
"Go right out of here, drive north a minute or two, and you are there. It is in exact center of North Point."
"Isn't that where the plane crashed?" I asked.
"I don't think so," she replied. "My girls have gone out for a few things, including the baby, and they've said the government buildings are fine."
"Figures," I laughed. I turned back to Luke and the kids. "Well, we have a dilemma. It sounds like the official government is trying to make a comeback. If we go check for your parents in a place under their control, they might confiscate our guns, and it sounds like they will definitely confiscate our truck."
"They will,"
Rosie warned. I was turning back to my group when the clap-bang of a gunshot roared from the back of the store. My heart rate spiked. Everyone froze in place. I didn't know if we were being attacked, and I was about to usher everyone to the door, but one of the young ladies rushed out of the back room.
"I scared them away."
"Who?" I asked. Rosie spoke for her.
"There are some homeless bums camped by the canal behind us. They've been sneaking into the building, probably to steal what they can, or poop in our salon chairs."
I relaxed a little, since we at least had lookouts. "There's trouble all around," I murmured, already thinking of our next move. For the next several minutes, we chatted with Rosie and her staff as we established the route to the Civil Center, talked about what we might find inside, and also briefly went over what would happen if we went there on foot, and without any weapons.
That scenario sucks, Tyler complained.
I agree with you, I said. I plan on stashing my Springfield XDS in my waistband no matter what. If they confiscate it, it would suck, but at least we'd have some form of defense as we walk into town.
We should leave our guns? Tyler asked with disappointment.
It won't be possible to hide your shotgun or the .22 rifles carried by the girls, much like I can't hide the AR-15. I immediately realized what would have to happen. There probably wasn't anywhere we could park the Unimog where it wouldn't attract attention, as even driving into the woods wouldn't take us far enough off the radar screens of the homeless refugees. In order to make this plan work, I'd have to trust our new friends.
Rosie, I hate to ask this of you, but could you and your ladies keep watch on our truck so no one comes and takes it? We'll leave you 3 rifles and 2 shotguns, so you have the tools to do it right.
You want to use our revolvers for your trip? She asked immediately.
Yes, please, Tyler said even faster.
Hold up, I cautioned.
Rosie, are you sure? It sounds like you could get in trouble for helping us, especially if they come and try to clear you out.
They won't clear us out, not with all this firepower.
She eyed my rifle with a newfound killer instinct in her gaze. I didn't have much choice.
Okay, this seems like a doable arrangement. We'll leave our long guns here with you guys while we go look for the girls' parents, and we'll take your snub-nosed revolvers with us as protection. You'll then have the firepower to keep watch over our truck, so no one comes along and takes it.
We agree.
And we'll swap the weapons back to their original owners when we return, I clarified.
Of course,
Rosie answered. Okay, kids, hang out here while your dad and I collect some stuff from the truck, I said. We collected everything of value from the MOG as a precaution, and I also pulled out one of the batteries from its enclosure underneath the rear door. It was the best I could do for now, until I put a proper kill switch in there. Mr. Puppers had gone into the front part of the cabin and sat on the passenger seat as I opened and closed doors. He watched me pull the battery while sitting on his perch.
You think he'll stay in there? I asked Luke.
He is good at following commands, but this is well outside his comfort zone. We'll just have to see what happens. And you're okay with leaving him in the truck? I know dog owners don't normally do that. I have no problem with it. This truck is almost as big as a house, and he has the run of the front and the back, so he can go in and out at will. He's got plenty of water. I think of all possible choices, this is the safest one for him. Better than putting him with the women, I stated in a dry tone.
Do you not trust them?
Luke whispered to me as I closed the battery panel. A line of drizzle had come through, making it nasty and humid, though it wasn't raining at that second. About the dog? I only meant it would give them a distraction when they're trying to guard their store.
No, I meant trust them in the broader sense, he clarified.
We can't trust anyone completely, as you know, but our interests align on this one. They're being hassled by the refugees and by the city. We're the ones bringing them water and food from the gas station. If they double-cross us after all that, then they'll be acting insane. Do they strike you as insane?
Not at all, he answered.
Me either. We headed back for the front door. Despite what I'd told Luke, I steeled myself against trusting Rosie any more than absolutely necessary to get my mission completed. While I didn't think she was going to turn on me, I knew how easy it would be for a third party to step in and make her life miserable. In such a case, she would no doubt choose to betray us, the strangers, to protect her own people. It was the grim new reality. Let's see how this is going to turn out, I stated dryly. Chapter 8. I think we finally have a plan, I said to everyone in the store. We'd brought in the battery, my backpack, and the telephone book. We'd set our rifles and shotguns near the front door, expecting Rosie and her girls would want to use them if anyone messed with the MOG. We had about half a mile to walk to the FEMA location, and we'd be doing it with pistols, not big guns for defense. Since we were heading somewhere presumably being run by government functionaries, I was certain they wouldn't allow any visible weapons inside. I was willing to be proven wrong on that, but in the meantime it seemed prudent to take smaller firearms we could conceal, exactly like constitutional carry was intended. The 4 Korean ladies seemed intently interested in our preparations, as if studying for a quiz later. "You guys going to be all right?" I asked the women.
Life was a lot simpler when we only did nails. This feels dangerous.
Rosie stood closest to us as she replied.
As each day goes by, I worry for my girls.
"I know how you feel," I replied. "How far are you from your homes? Not that you aren't doing fine by yourselves, but do you have family who could join you?" I snapped my fingers. "Hey, I met a nice Korean man down in South Point. His name was Kim Park. He had a comic book shop next to a tractor supply store. Do any of you know him?" Rosie shook her head, but one of the waifish girls raised her hand. It wasn't the young lady with the baby.
He is my uncle.
Well, you'll be happy to know he and his wife were fine as of 2 days ago. I took him to his house while we were out shopping for supplies down that way.
Good to know,
she said softly. Tyler caught my attention.
There's a vehicle out there.
For real? I asked. I backtracked to the front door. A futuristic pickup truck sat on the lot directly behind the Unimog, about 20 feet from where we were. It's checking out our rig, I guessed. I recognized the prototype Tesla Cybertruck from any number of the car sites I used to frequent back when the internet was still up. The rectangular body was polished stainless steel, with a triangular bed rail, roof, and hood on top of it. The off-road wheels were blacked out, and the glass above the 2 side doors was tinted darker than midnight. It was what you might imagine if the DeLorean Motor Company produced a utility truck in addition to its signature gull-wing sports car. However, the Cybertruck was brand new, as in not even a vehicle in production yet. How was it sitting on the nail salon parking lot? I carefully opened the front door. Almost immediately, the truck rolled forward, silent as someone on foot. "Wait!" I cried out, not expecting them to stop. The truck went a few doors down along the strip mall. The driver tapped the brakes. Then it continued out onto the street. It headed east toward Daisy's daycare. What the hell is going on? I wondered aloud. That thing is fully electric, so it should have been destroyed in the EMP 1,000 times over. I was tempted to jump in the Unimog and chase it. After I'd been standing there for 5 or 10 seconds, Tyler got my attention. "Why is Mr. P in the truck, Uncle Frank?" On my left, sitting tall and proud at the back liftgate, Mr. Puppers looked over to us with youthful excitement and a drooling tongue. I could tell his tail was wagging furiously by the way he leaned from side to side like a tree in the breeze. "Shit, dog, you were supposed to stay down," I said, not really mad at him. To Tyler, "Look, he snuck his way onto this mission, but he can't go with us to the town center, or we might lose him. I decided it would be best to keep him in the truck, so he is out of the way of these ladies, and he'll be there when we come back." "We don't mind," Rosie tried to say. "No, he's right," Tyler interrupted. "I know he's safe in the truck, but if you ladies could make sure nothing happens to him, I would really appreciate it." "Of course," they promised. I was surprised again by how Tyler seemed to roll with everything. "Thanks, Rosie. We'll be back soon," I said to my new ally. "Yeah, we will watch your backsides," she laughed. "And dog-tailed, too." The women went back into the shop, and Tyler went over to his dog and got him to lay down again. When he was satisfied at his efforts, he ran over to us.
"Which way?"
Tyler asked immediately.
I pointed to the end of the strip mall, which got an odd look from the boy. "We're not going to walk up the same road as all the refugees. I want to come at the FEMA site from a direction with less people." He shrugged, then led the girls along the front walkway of the storefronts. Luke and I fell in behind. I was content to let the boy lead for a bit, but when we reached the roadway, I took over. "Everyone stay behind me. If I wave you to hide, you hide, okay?" I looked at Tyler and Zoe. "You need to keep your heads on swivels, not each other. Understand?" I didn't mind dishing out a little embarrassment if it kept them alive. Both kids acted like the rest of the world didn't exist whenever they were in each other's presence. "We understand,"
Zoe replied. "Good. Let's move out." I walked us on the main avenue leading east, retracing part of the route I'd taken several times before. However, I turned at the first left, which took us next to a small grocery store. Every window had been broken out of the front, and it looked as if a large crowd had taken food from inside, ate it, and then discarded the packaging on the parking lot closest to the building. The rain had moved some of it into large islands of garbage near the exit. "The buzzards picked that place clean," Luke said in a low voice. "Yeah, if the food store is already gone, it makes me wonder how the town government is going to feed people."
"Maybe they took it,"
Tyler volunteered. "Maybe," I shot back. We hurried past the store, wary of a couple of shapes picking through the remains near the front windows. A blast of wind came through, causing some wrappings and containers inside the store to swirl around. A few cartons rolled on the wet pavement out front, but most of the loose garbage had blown away already. The next several lots down the road were littered with the stuff. A drizzle kicked on again. I dropped back to talk to Zoe. "How you doing, kid?" I asked her.
"She's great,"
Tyler jumped in. I gave him a look he correctly interpreted as, "Back off a little."
"I'm doing better,"
Zoe confirmed.
"I've been trying to tell myself I've been acting rationally, but it seems like my warped feelings are putting a lot of people in danger, including those women back in the store."
"That's silly," I replied. "You were in a gun battle where people died. In wars throughout history, the toughest soldiers you can imagine have shared the same confused feelings after the shooting stops as you are right now. There's no shame in wanting to be with family and making sure they are safe." My survival books made mention of post-traumatic stress many times, so I'd been on the lookout for it. However, I wasn't a professional psychologist, so I could only give my best guess on how to make things better for her. Currently, my best guess was to reunite her with her strongest supporters.
"Conceptually, I know that,"
Zoe said thoughtfully.
"Tyler has been great about reminding me, and we've both been reminding Alex the same thing. I guess I didn't really expect us to be doing this, and once we got those women involved..."
"Don't worry about Rosie. She's a lot tougher than you think. Her coworkers are tough as nails, too. One of them tried to run me down while I was on my bike so she could take it and go get her baby."
"Wow, I didn't know that," she said.
"Yeah, there's some tough women. Exactly like you and your sister."
"He's right,"
Tyler interjected.
"That's why I like you."
The girl grabbed his arm and leaned on him.
"Aw, that's so sweet."
I knew I was no longer in the girl's awareness, so I caught back up to Luke. "See anything?" I asked.
"I'd expected to see vehicles patrolling, like you mentioned yesterday, but so far, nothing."
"Let's keep it that way. Cars are valuable assets. I'm sure the locals here are facing the same threats from criminals as us. I'd expect to see foot patrols, if they are truly getting their shit together."
"You don't think they are?"
He laughed. I'd be shocked, I answered. As we headed north, we skirted the edge of the jumbo liner that had crashed in the center of town. If it had fallen a few blocks to the west, it would have landed on the municipal center, a building complex now ahead of us. "That doesn't look good," Luke said to me. We'd come up behind one of the buildings, giving us cover behind dumpsters and parked cars. The government center was a lot smaller than I'd expected. It was one plain-looking office building with 2 floors. It was about 50 yards on a side, with lots of cars parked in diagonal parking spaces along each side. The front had fewer cars, but they were marked as official vehicles with the seal of North Point on their sides. People squatted against the building all the way around it. A few armed men, most in police uniforms, patrolled the sidewalks close by. We were still a couple blocks over, but I didn't see any regular people sitting there with long guns at the ready. Based on what I knew about Floridians, I didn't think they would give up firearms voluntarily so they could sit in the grass. "Well, this answers the question about weapons," I whispered. The kids hunched down behind us as we observed from behind a recycling dumpster. "Is that where my parents are?" Alex asked, poking her head around the edge of the container. "We're not sure," I answered. "Are there more people inside?" I asked Luke, who continued to observe. "I don't know. The meeting hall is behind the town offices, but I can't tell if there are people in there from this spot. I would assume there are, since they have to put people out here in the rain." I'd been expecting a government building with a giant dome on top, and I'd also been on the lookout for a municipal center large enough to host tens of thousands of screaming fans at a rock concert. Now that I saw it, I corrected my expectations to a meeting center more appropriate for a few hundred people to gather on bingo night. I wasn't in Chicago anymore. I was in the small suburb of a modest-sized city in South Florida. I looked around to confirm no one was obviously watching us. Then I checked out the dumpster. "Guys, let's hide our pistols in this bin. Then we'll run over there and do a quick sweep to find your parents. If we don't see them, we'll come back here and plan our next moves. Okay?" "You don't think we'll find them?" Alex asked, worried. "Sweetie, there's no telling your parents came down here," Luke soothed. "We hope they did, since this seems to be where everyone is going. But we don't know for sure." The girl's parents lived to the north of North Point, between there and Port Charlotte, the next big town up the coast. It had been reasonable to suspect they might have come south to look for their daughters, and they might have ended up in the FEMA Center, but nothing was for certain. I wasn't sure what we would do if we had to go back empty-handed, but I needed to lay the foundation of that possibility. For now, let's assume they are in there. I finished the topic. After that, we'll take it one step at a time. Now unarmed, we walked in the light rain toward the rear of the building, where the entrance to the meeting hall was located. People went in and out at will, assuring me I wasn't getting us into a one-way trip to a death camp. A guard met us at the door, stiff arm almost in my face. "Hold up, buddy. We need to sweep you for firearms." "Aren't we on our own for protection?" "Sure, 2A. Whatever." He scoffed at my AK-47 Hawaiian shirt. "But not in my jurisdiction." I assumed the guy was with the police force, maybe a detective or one of the brass. Since I didn't have my weapon on me, I decided to play the part of compliant sheep for the sake of getting inside, so I held out my arms to allow the search. When he found nothing, he directed me to a teenaged boy at the door, who gave me a pencil and a sheet of paper. Across the top, someone had written in, "List all the weapons you own, any operational pre-1980 vehicles, etc." A stack of similar sheets sat on a wooden table next to the door. Hundreds of the surveys had been filled out. Those were in a pile next to the fresh ones. In between the two piles, A messy mound of blank sheets seemed to indicate the teen boy was working on making more of the questionnaires. "Looks like a boring job," I said to make small talk. "You have no idea," he said as if the task was draining his soul. "What's all this for?" I asked in a casual tone. "The police didn't really tell me, but I think they use it to find out who can help them keep the peace here in town." I tried to speak on his level. "Like if you have a working car, they can use it to round up criminals?" I'd said it in a leading voice, waiting for him to say I was way off base. "Yeah, I guess," he droned. The rest of my group piled through, and I let myself be pushed into the hall so I could play my part as an innocent refugee. Zoe and Alex refused the papers and went directly into the mix to track down their folks. "Hold up," I said, calling them back. "Here's the plan. Go around looking for your parents for as long as it takes to get a solid look at everyone. Then we'll meet back right here." "Got it," they said in unison, already leaving. "Wait," I called out. When they stopped, I could tell they were stressing out. "What's the name of your parents, so the rest of us can ask around?" Alex seemed to relax. "Nathan and Darla Rhodes." "That's easy to remember," I mused. "Rhodes," Tyler said to himself as if inspecting a new book. "Zoe Rhodes." "That's my name, don't wear it out," the girl joked. Tyler laughed a little, but not in his usual way. He'd been a different person since the girls had expressed distress this morning. Other than when he'd told the embarrassing story about his dad, most of his joking had been stowed away while he helped the pair reunite with their parents. I had to admit, I missed the old Tyler. When he was joking around, it meant things weren't so bad. "Okay, everyone, let's get to it," I announced. The inside of the complex was fed light through a series of skylights over the long white tables where most people sat. Doors remained open on each side to try to keep air flowing throughout the confined space. It was noisy from end to end, as people chatted and laughed. It did remind me of bingo night, minus the caller and free-flowing beer. As best I could tell, everyone was drinking whatever they'd brought with them. There was no official support. For a FEMA emergency site, it seemed to be lacking any emergency management. The girls went up and down the rows of tables, both calling for their parents and looking at each person. Tyler stuck with the girls, but Luke and I split up and called out for the parents in different parts of the chamber. We even stuck our heads out both doors to get the attention of anyone waiting against the outer walls. It struck me as odd anyone would choose to be out there when they could easily come inside. But as I finished my walk covered in sweat, I realized it was a lot cooler out there. Alex and Zoe arrived 5 minutes later, tears streaming down their cheeks. "Did you beat them up?" I asked Tyler, trying to keep the mood light. "No," he fake chuckled. "Their parents aren't here." It left me in an awkward position. We could try to push north to where their parents lived, but I didn't know what the weather was going to do. One of the doors slammed shut as a gust caught it. Most of those standing nearby jumped a foot off the ground or off their seats. While peering at the door in question, I got a good look at the young lady handing out sheets of paper on that side of the room. She wasn't a teenager, but wasn't much older. In fact, we recognized each other at the same time. "Oh, shit," I blurted. Chapter 9. "Time to go," I said to my friends, already directing them to the door where we'd entered. We made it about halfway to the exit before Bonnie grabbed me. I halted. "I'm so sorry," she whimpered. "You played me," I said immediately. I wanted to get out rather than deal with her, since I had nothing to say. I also expected she would turn us in immediately. The others stopped their retreat to see what we were talking about.
"No, I didn't," she pleaded. "To prove it, I want to show you something."
I stood there.
"Will you please come with me?" she pushed.
I motioned for her to lead the way. The girl who had escaped from Trevor's place and provided us with the flare gun now tried to lead me toward the closed doors on the front side of the hall. The sign above the entryway announced it as the way to the municipal offices. At first, I believed she was going to take us through, but she instead stood by a giant bulletin board next to the doorway. "We're in a hurry," I said to her.
"At least look at this before you go."
She pointed to a man's face, hand-drawn on a piece of 8.5 by 11 copy paper. "Is that you?" Tyler asked quietly. It was me. A crude sketch, to be sure, but there was no mistaking the identity. To make it worse, the words "wanted for murder" were plastered above the face. Below it had my name and a request to bring me to the municipal center. In smaller print on bottom, it explained how I'd murdered a resident named Trevor Dorada, 22, as well as between 20 and 25 other residents in an overnight attack. "None of this is true," I complained. "I didn't murder anyone. With Trevor, it was self-defense. With all of them, it was purely defensive." I scanned the surrounding area, wondering if any of the refugees would notice my face match the picture in front of us.
"Sir, I know you told me to go to Zen's place, and I appreciate how you helped me get away from the fight, but—"
It was Bonnie's turn to look around before continuing.
"Trevor got me into more of a trap than I could explain to you at the roadblock. He didn't only threaten me, he threatened a lot of people."
"Explain it to me," I said, crossing my arms.
"Wait, I can't yet. I heard one of the officers talking about a felon on the premises. I didn't think anything of it until I saw you."
She looked toward the door we were originally heading for.
"Yep, they are gathering out there."
I looked where she pointed. The guy who had patted me down was talking with 2 or 3 guys in police uniforms, no doubt describing me and my accomplices. "Damn, that was fast," I remarked.
"You should be able to go into the offices and slip out a side door."
As she spoke, she tried one of the glass doors. When the first one was locked, she tried the next one. Bonnie went 4 across before finding the 5th one would open.
"I knew they used one of these doors to go into the offices to get paper and pencils and stuff."
"Thanks," I said, still not trusting her. "This better not be a trap." She smiled.
"I could have let you walk out the door and get caught, if I was as bad as you think I am."
"You have a point," I allowed.
"I promise I'll explain what's going on if we ever meet again. All you need to know right now is these men are worse than Trevor. They're government workers who had nothing better to do than come here and boss people around 24/7.
I motioned for my friends to go through the doorway. Bonnie didn't come with us. "What's keeping you here?" I got the sense that something dark had a hold on her.
"Sorry, no time for that. Please leave."
"Is there anything we can do for you?" I asked. I wanted to leave the door open that we weren't bad guys, that we might be able to help her if she was trapped.
"That's sweet, but right now, the best thing you can do is clear out. I can't be caught helping you, for the same reason I couldn't go where you wanted me last night."
"I'll have to trust that much is true," I said.
"Good luck."
"You too," I said, as I slipped through the door. Inside, it was a lot darker, since the hallway itself was in the middle of the 2-story structure. The doors on each side were solid wood, with no sources of light. A single lantern far down the hall provided our route. We passed the restrooms, which had yellow police tape plastered across each door, as well as over the water fountain.
"Looks like they used this as long as they could,"
Luke speculated. "Now it's out of service since the water is gone," I added. Where is everyone pooping? Tyler asked immediately.
Yuck,
Zoe said with a quick poke at her bow. Let's get out of here and not worry about that, I suggested. At the lantern, an older woman emerged from a doorway close by. Her clothes were covered with perspiration, and her round shape suggested she was only barely surviving the heat inside the place.
Oh, what are you people doing back here?
She panted. Tyler spoke up. Bonnie, the girl handing out stuff at the door, sent us back here to get some more copy paper. She said we would run into you. The woman looked at me, since I was in the front. What he said, I added. I think she wants as much as we can carry, since the people keep coming. She fanned herself with a makeshift paper fan.
That's fine. I'm heading back there now, so I'll tell her we spoke. Head in there and get what you need for her.
The woman stepped out of her doorway so we could pass. Thanks, I said. We filed into what turned out to be a lunchroom, though an adjacent supply room was where she wanted us to get the supplies. I walked everyone toward the little room, where we were met by another lantern. However, the second we reached the doorway, I turned us around. Head for the hallway. I saw the emergency exit. I checked to make sure the woman was well down the hallway before heading in the other direction. When I reached the door labeled as emergency use only, I pushed on the big red handle. It wouldn't budge. I shoved it harder. Muffled yelps came from the other side. The refugees, I said when I realized what it was. It took a few seconds for the people to get up, but once they did, the door opened easily. A group of citizens stood aside so we could come out, but one hovered by the entrance as if intent on catching the door before it closed again. We got lost, I said to the new people. No one seemed to care. All eyes were on the door. Hey, stop those people! A male voice cried out from the entryway of the meeting hall about 50 feet away. I recognized it as belonging to the guy who'd patted me down. They didn't want us seeing what was in there, I said matter-of-factly. What's in there? One of the nearest guys asked. The people got excited. Maybe food, I said to rile them up. I didn't enjoy leading them on, but I had no idea what was in there. In a place run by guys Bonnie thought were worse than Trevor, I had to expect they had some secret provisions socked away from everyone else. If these people tore the place apart and found it, so be it. A ripple tore through the crowd as they hopped off the ground and went for the door. We used it as cover by slipping into the confusion so we could run directly away from the guy yelling for us. I led us toward the front of the building and tried to cross before the guys caught up with us, but there was too much open ground to effectively disappear. Once we made it to the far side, we remained in full view of the leader of the pursuit. Frank Douglas, you are under arrest. Stop right there. My heart came up into my throat as the danger meter went past the red line. Run for it, I said to my friends. Get to the dumpster. The two girls took off like gazelles and far outpaced Luke, Tyler, and I, but they waited when they realized how far back we'd fallen as they arrived at the next roadway. Tyler reached them first, and I waved them to continue, but they didn't budge. We don't remember the way, Alex fretted as she glanced back to us adults. Zoe's face conveyed the same fear. Tyler, to my surprise, appeared as if he was in command. The kid looked around, weighed options. Then he seemed to pick up the scent. A few seconds later, he crossed the street in the direction we needed to go. Yeah, that's it, I yelled ahead. It's 2 streets down and 1 across. The girls again took off, easily catching Tyler. But this time they matched his pace instead of getting too far ahead. We're getting old, I joked to Luke. Rainey is the fast one, but I haven't been able to outrun Ty since he was 12. I was pushing too hard to say much more. Behind us, 2 male officers led the pursuit, which I had to assume included others who were spreading out on multiple streets. I watched for a second as they trailed after us, less than a block back. Unfortunately, they weren't the 2 slowest guys on the force. I thought I heard engines revving up nearby. "They've got wheels," I wheezed to Luke. For the next couple of minutes, I did everything I could to keep up with the healthy young ladies. Their fitness level was well beyond Luke and I, though Tyler made a commendable all-out effort to keep up with them. By the time we'd weaved through a couple more buildings and reached the dumpster, I was panting heavily from the exertion and absolutely soaked from a combination of sweat and cool rain. However, as we all grabbed our pistols, I was already looking for the finish line. "Back," I tried to say. With each breath, I shoveled at the bottom of my lungs to make room for more air. I thought I was in good physical condition, but I'd run full out for half a mile, so it took me a couple deep breaths before I could even speak a partial sentence. "Back to the truck," I croaked to the kids, pointing the way. They headed off. One more big breath. "I'm going to give them a reason to slow the chase," I said as fast as possible to Luke, holding up my Springfield. I fired into the grass 3 times in a row, then tossed it in my pocket. "Run!" Though they were still a block behind us and not in our immediate sight, I expected them to come around the corner by the dumpsters at any second, and my thinking was the officers would have to slow down if they thought we were shooting at them. More running. On our way toward the center, I'd gone in a roundabout loop to keep us away from the main wave of refugees coming from the south. Now we went in a straight line back to our destination. Even more running. As we got closer to our ride, I visualized how we were going to collect our weapons and get in the Unimog, without incriminating Rosie and her girls. As I chased the teens over the big intersection by the nail salon parking lot, I realized what we had to do. "Go for the truck," I advised, using small words. "But our guns," Luke answered. "Might be too late for those," I wheezed. A couple blasts ripped through the drizzle from behind us, almost making me drop to the pavement to find cover. I did stumble a bit out of pure reaction, but I got to the other side and ran into the spread of abandoned vehicles of the parking lot. Now there was no question the police force had us in their sights. A motor growled close by. Their vehicles were already in the chase, though I suspected if they didn't have working radios, they'd take longer to find where we were. If they did have radios. Black dots appeared at the edge of my vision. The twin girls were close to Rosie's shop. "The truck!" I yelled ahead to the girls. "Not the store!" If we'd planned it out, they could have easily grabbed our stuff and dropped off their loaner pistols. However, I wanted nothing to do with the nice Korean ladies while we were fugitives from the local law. "Not the store!" I repeated. The girls veered away from Rosie's place and went along the row of cars parked next to our truck. I had to hope Mr. Puppers was in there and ready to roll. "Shit!" I halted between 2 vehicles. Luke took a second to notice me stop, then he slid to a halt as well. "What?" I was breathing for my life. Rain came down in spurts, sometimes a downpour, sometimes a drizzle, as if different-sized clouds were wringing themselves out as they whipped overhead. "Luke, I need a favor." My voice was now hoarse. "Anything," he replied, with almost the same stress in his voice. "I need you to run that way." I pointed across the wide intersection toward the east, away from the salon at our backs. "I'll come pick you up." "Are you sure?" he asked, hoping I would say no. "I was going to skip the store, but I just remembered the battery is sitting by the front door. I need time to jam that into the Unimog before we can leave." I was back to feeling as if I stood on the edge of that bottomless chasm. One mistake now, and death would be upon us. As the leader of our group, it also seemed as if I was asking Luke to go walk a tightrope over that chasm, blindfolded, for the benefit of the others. I would have done it myself, but none of them knew how to put the battery back in. "That sucks," he opined. "Yeah, you go that way, and I'll fire at the first person to appear on the other side of the road. Between us, we should create enough of a delay." My pounding heart rate doubted what I was saying. "I'll try," he said, already running. I looked behind me to see heads pop up by the morgue. "Guys, I have to make a detour into the back of the salon." I prayed I wasn't overheard, but now I couldn't afford to be vague about what I needed to do. "Okay," Tyler reported back. Luke was now in the middle of the road. More rain kicked up, and the wind seemed unable to make up its mind about how fast it wanted to go. But there was no way anyone could miss his path out in the open. I counted for a few seconds, hoping there was enough time for him to escape. But I knew the whole point of his diversion was that he needed to be seen. Well before he made it across, the North Point security guys appeared next to the gas station on the corner. Immediately, they opened up on Luke. That was my cue to fire back. For the next few seconds, I traded gunshots with the guys, but as soon as they ducked down, I hurried behind the row of cars on the edge of the parking lot, intending to run toward the building and get behind it. I'd almost made it the entire length of the building's side without anyone firing at me, but I was in a situation like Luke's. For my plan to work, I needed them to see where I was going, so I halted at the rear corner and fired a quick shot toward the gas station pumps. Luckily, the bad weather ensured there were no bystanders around. A man popped up by one of the pump islands. He saw me. I was on the far end of the building, relative to Rosie's shop and closest to my pursuers. If they did have a radio, they would now be confused about which way we'd gone as a group. Maybe the confusion would buy us some time. I slipped behind the building as the pounding of gunfire nipped at the wall. One more mad dash. More of those dancing dots exploded around my field of vision. I hadn't been this close to puking from too much exercise since the time I tried to run a 5K with Lena, my fling in St. Louis during my early over-the-road days. I was probably trying to impress her, but at some point, I told her I liked running, which was a fib, and the next thing I knew, we were both signed up for the race. I went along with it, as I assumed she wasn't in top shape, since I never saw her do more than sit at the pool and, well, hang out with me. But it turned out she was an avid runner when I wasn't around. I did keep up for most of the run, but I almost lost my breakfast in the process. I realized I was so exhausted, I was dipping into memories without trying. Ahead, another immediate problem. "Please have the back door opened," I prayed. It was the same stretch of narrow ground I traveled on my bike when I was carrying Daisy in the back. If I ran all the way around the building, I could go into Rosie's shop from the front. However, I needed to sneak in the back door, so I could also sneak out the front. When I ran up to Rosie's rear entrance, I found it locked. "It's Frank!" I shouted as I knocked a few times. I pictured the two men crossing the street and coming to the rear corner of the building. I would be the only thing they saw along the backside of the strip mall structure, meaning I would be dead meat if they appeared. "Come on," I exclaimed. It had to open, or I was dead. "Rosie, it's Frank!" The door cracked open a little. Rosie made sure it was me, then she opened it all the way. At the same time, I looked to my right to ensure the men wouldn't see me go inside. When no one was there, I hustled in. "Thank you," I gushed. "What's happening?" she asked. "I need my battery, but I don't want anyone to see me with you. The people playing cops up in the municipal center are chasing us because we killed the idiots they sent down to my subdivision to kill us." While I spoke, I ran to the front where the battery waited for me. Since I was there, I grabbed my Smith & Wesson and slung my AR.
"We'll put your pistols on the parking lot and take these back," I panted, and pointed at Ty's shotgun and pair of .22s. "We really appreciate the help you've given us."
Rosie nodded. I rushed out the front door, heaving the heavy battery to the Unimog, parked in the closest spot.
"Where's my dad?"
Tyler asked the second I arrived. He and the twins huddled between the vehicles, waiting for us to get there. I heard Mr. P's claws tap on the metal floor inside the truck, anxious for us to get in.
"He's fine. He's running across the street. We're going to pick him up. All of you need to drop Rosie's pistols on the ground and take back your long guns."
I pointed to the inside of the Mog.
"Then get in."
He and the girls loaded up, while I hurried through the process of hooking up the battery. It was a simple task, but required me to use a small crescent wrench in a high-stress situation. It only took me 30 seconds to tighten it up and secure the door for the tray, but it seemed as if I'd done nothing but give time to our chasers. I heard our pursuers talking to each other in the lot nearby. It was impossible to know if they were the same guys from the gas station, or if those two had gone after me behind the building, and these were different men. My imagination saw an entire army of officers coming our way, similar to the way the army of drug rehab residents came at us the previous night. "Keep it together," I ordered myself. The instant I had the battery door shut, I hopped onto the side step and climbed into the cabin. I slammed in the key, set the idle, fired it up, and gave it some gas. The Unimog lurched forward, striking a van parked in front of us. "F me," I belted out. I had to set the shifter handle to the reverse position before reverse activated. Once done, the security team knew where we were. I heard them yelling to each other about me, even over the loud diesel engine. "Hang on," I advised my passengers. Now I put it in first gear, which was reverse while the handle was positioned correctly. The old truck shot backward, almost up to Rosie's storefront. I spun the wheel around as best I could, but I could tell it wasn't enough. I put the shifter into the forward position. First gear was now a forward gear. I hit the gas and the truck jumped into motion, clipping the backside of the little SUV in the next parking spot. I hoped it didn't belong to the women in the store, even though it wasn't worth anything dead. Once in motion, it seemed as if we had a chance. A bullet cracked against the metal roll bar over the passenger window. "Get down!" I yelled to the kids in the back. More shots chased us out of the parking lot. I hauled ass across the street, to where I hoped I would find Luke. I zipped into the bank parking lot, avoided several looted cars lined up at the dead ATM machine. Then I hopped the curb and went into the open field behind the place. Luke had almost crossed the field toward the canal, running along the south edge of North Point. I honked to get his attention, and he zigged back in my direction like a deer in flight. I skidded to a stop in the wet grass. Luke jumped in, as I was already heading for second gear. Mr. Puppers poked his head into the front seating area to greet his human, but Luke wasn't able to spare the time to greet him back. "They've got wheels," he said, red-faced and barely able to breathe. I knew any pursuit would come from the main part of town, so I turned to the left, drove behind the bank along the canal, and popped back out on Bayside Road. Once we turned right and crossed the same canal, I shoved the wheel to the left, taking us along the other side of the waterway and toward the woods. I looked out my window as we came into view of the backside of Rosie's store. A yellow Mustang Mach-1 shot along the length of the building, skidded on the wet pavement, then headed for the bridge. Was it the same one I'd seen on that first day? There was no time for such questions. Already behind us, another vehicle was making the turn onto open ground to give chase. It was an early model Ford Bronco, also painted yellow, but with a white top. The owner had given it larger tires and a lift, making it seem more than capable of going into the woods after us. The rain picked up, forcing me to engage the wipers. The rubber was old and worn, so it barely cleared the glass for me. "Anything else?" I lamented, as it seemed that if anything could go wrong with our vehicles, it would. "The truck is coming," Tyler reported from behind me. "Thanks," I answered, without glancing back. "But not the other one," he added. I last saw the Mach 1 stopping on the bridge, correctly assuming it would not have the ground clearance to follow us in the forest. I had no way to know if it would stay there, but I had to assume it would watch the Arrow Straight Road, so I knew I couldn't double back to that road and go west. North was North Point. That was a no-go. South, 4 or 5 miles away, was our subdivision. East was the rest of Florida. "We're going due east," I declared. There was no way I would lead a truck back to Clownfish. "Where are we going?" Luke asked. "We have to go get their parents," Tyler said from the back seat. "No, it's fine," Zoe tried to say. "We're going," the boy interjected with confidence. "Right, Dad? Before we left, you promised we would take care of them until they found their parents. We would make this right." Luke looked over to me with disappointment in his eyes, as if he'd been caught by his son making promises he couldn't keep. I held his gaze for a second, wondering what I could say, but I had to concentrate on avoiding trees, driving over small logs, and navigating the sloppy, wet terrain of the woods. A crack of thunder echoed from close by. After the incident with Penny in the tower, I was no longer affected by strikes of lightning unless they were on top of me. I guess that was one benefit of that near-death experience. I was drifting in my memories again. The mix of exhaustion with adrenaline was almost intoxicating. "Well, we're already pointing the right way," I mused. "We might as well." I tapped the brakes at the large body of water snaking across the landscape ahead of us. "Holy shit!" I exhaled. The rain had created a fast-flowing stream about 50 yards across. The entire forest was almost totally flat, so I didn't think it could be very deep. "We're crossing," I said. "Really?" Tyler said with shock. "You want to get their parents?" I turned back to the 3 of them. "Across there? I'm not going to drive around aimlessly. We can't go home right now, so we might as well put this truck to good use. That means we go that way." I pointed across the open water. "If you say so, Uncle Frank," the boy said with church-like reverence. "Thank you," Zoe added. One last look at Luke. "I want to make this right, too." "Thanks," he mouthed. I waited for the wipers to clear again. Then I let off the gas and drove the truck into the water. I'd been off-roading in various rigs over my lifetime, so I wasn't a stranger to water crossings. Sure, this time I couldn't see the bottom, and I didn't have vehicles ahead of me to show the way. But we didn't have much choice. Once entirely in the flow, I realized there was more depth than I thought. I stopped in the water long enough to put it in 4-wheel drive. The Unimog was outfitted with a 6-inch black tube that ran from the engine out through a cutout in the hood and up the driver's side of the windshield. It was a custom snorkel designed to help the engine breathe while underwater. The Bronco's headlights caught up to us. "We aren't stopping." I gave the Mog gas, and we rolled even farther into the stream. I now saw there was a pond to our left, probably overflowing from all the recent rain. The drainage path we were crossing was probably dry most of the time, except when it rained buckets. I handed the AR to Luke. "If he fires at us, you need to get into the back seat and fire back." "Can do," he answered. "And you kids are going to get comfy on the floorboards, okay? Make yourselves small." They did as I'd asked. Mr. Puppers was down there too, trying to crouch like his pack was demonstrating. his tail wagged by the shifter, as if he was facing the rear of the truck now. I hated putting the kids in harm's way, but we were all in critical danger if the security assholes opened fire on us as we waded in the open water. Having Luke send some rounds back at them would create opportunity for us to escape. My headlights suddenly went out. "We're going to make it," I said to calm my racing heart. The lights weren't out. They were submerged. We were about to test the snorkel. I braced the wheel with 2 hands. The Mog continued to get deeper into the stream. A few seconds later, a cool feeling enveloped my shins. The golden retriever whined. "What the F?" I yelped. Finding your feet in water while inside a moving vehicle was a weird sensation. "Ew," one of the girls complained. "Should we sit up?" Tyler asked. "She's getting soaked." "No," Luke and I said at the same time. At the halfway point, waves poured out of the doghouse and from the bottom of the door jambs. Water rose to midway up my shins. I had to continuously aim to the left as the water tried to broadside us and send us off course. The headlights behind us continued to sit still, suggesting they weren't coming in after us. I hoped they would, since the Bronco was a smaller vehicle and would almost certainly roll over in the fast-moving water. Now the water lapped at my knees. The girls had to shift around to keep their heads above the waterline. Mr. Puppers hopped in place, desperate to get on one of the seats and out of the water, but finding himself held down by the kids. "Uncle Frank?" Tyler piped up. "I don't know if this is the right time to mention this, but I can't swim." "Not the right time at all." I forced out a gallows-bound chuckle. Chapter 10. I'd gone into the water with the Unimog after decades of driving experience and some of the worst types of weather one could find in the lower 48 states. Usually my driving antics were done in expensive semi-trucks, when wet weather came out of nowhere, but I'd also done my fair share of water crossing in passenger cars or light trucks. The difference between this crossing and all the others was I didn't have a frame of reference to help me. There were no street signs to gauge depth. There were no guidebooks listing how deep the water could get. There wasn't a road to at least point me the right way out. Here there was nothing but my skill at holding a circle with my hands and pushing a rectangle with my foot. "Hold on to your butts," I said to my crew. "My butt is wet," Tyler snickered. I was glad he wasn't freaking out. I did everything I could to steer into the current. For a moment, it seemed as if all 4 wheels had left the bottom, but I realized it was soft mud as the water outside my door blossomed into a reddish plume before speeding under the frame. Once I was sure the tires bit into the rocks, I guided us to the left, more upstream, so the water flowed along our side instead of crashing into it. "This is it," I cheered. We hit solid land. The water level in the cab rushed back through the doghouse as we pushed to the far side. It went down in seconds, as if anxious to catch up to the rest of the water in the fast-moving current. "Is he following?" I asked, now hoping it was true. If the guy was dumb enough to try it, it might be our turn to catch him with his pants down in the middle of the crossing. "No," one of the girls answered. "He's backing up." "Shit," I panted, after all the tension of the water crossing. "He might try to get around us and block us from the north." "Why didn't he shoot us?" Tyler asked with interest. "We were literally sitting ducks in the river." "Stream," I corrected. "And I don't know. Maybe he realized there were a bunch of teenagers in here and didn't want to have your blood on his hands." "He probably figured we were goners," Zoe corrected back. We all chuckled, a side effect of being alive after the chase. "That," I stated with purpose. "It was definitely that." A solid wall of rain now fell, as if to ensure one little victory didn't go to our heads. "Rain's getting worse," Luke commented. "It's already terrible if it created this flooding. I wonder what it's like back home. Hopefully it isn't like this." Luke pointed to the water flowing by. "Oh, by the way, Tyler can swim." "What?" I asked. "Earlier, when he said he couldn't. He was being goofy. He most definitely can swim." Coming from Tyler, it didn't surprise me even slightly. Anything for a joke. I glanced to the back. The dog's bottom half was drenched, and he kept his eye on Tyler, as if waiting for the okay to hop on the seat, probably worried the water was going to return. When Tyler saw me checking things out, he flashed a sheepish grin. "Thanks for telling me, Luke." I was left with several competing imperatives. Get home as fast as possible to prep for the storm and possible floods. Get the girls to their parents' house to the north while the rains covered our progress. Or hide in the woods until we knew where the pursuit vehicles were going to go. The Unimog crept forward into the unmarked woods, still in a low four-wheel drive gear, but more and more rain kept coming. The lame wipers made it impossible to see as the onslaught turned our hood and windshield into an impromptu fish tank. I had to stop. While we waited, I pulled out the map and looked at the X where the girls had marked out their parents' street. As the crow flew, it was about 5 miles north of our current location. It was tantalizingly close and seemed an easy drive through the woods, across some fields, and then next to a country club golf course. I'd already told everyone we were going to find the girls' parents, but decided to make it formal. "We're already halfway there," I said, "so why don't we push on and try to get you girls all the way home?"
"Really?"
Alex squeaked. "Yeah, sure. Unless any of you have something else you'd rather be doing?" "I was thinking of going to the mall and getting some dry shoes," Luke said, holding up his wet feet. "Yeah, maybe that's a better use of our time," I tried to say. "No," Tyler snapped, getting into the spirit of our banter. "We should find some balloons and do an airship slice type of move, instead of helping them." I felt as much as heard Zoe slap her boyfriend on the shoulder. "Nah, I'm just playing," the boy corrected. "Let's take them home." I didn't understand what an airship slice was, but I kept that to myself, lest Tyler have the pleasure of teaching me.
"Thanks, Uncle Frank,"
Alex finally said with sincerity. "You bet," I said over my shoulder. We only waited a few minutes before the rain calmed a bit, and I could see past the hood. "Let's do this," I declared. A small bubble-shaped compass rolled around in its housing on top of the dashboard. I kept watching it to guide me due east as we cut across the forest. There was no path to follow, and I had to weave us around several impenetrable stands of trees, then get us around swelling ponds that had grown almost as large as the one we'd crossed earlier. Without the threat of someone shooting us in the ass, I was able to choose my routes across flowing water with more care, ensuring we didn't get ourselves into more than the truck could handle. A couple of times, we saw tents pitched deep in the trees, though none of the owners came out to greet us. The farther we went, the more I thought about the red Jeep from the other day. The lifted Jeep probably could have followed us by using the woods to shield itself, but the complicated route made it so the Jeep could never have kept up with us on the paved roadway. Not that it mattered now, but I was more certain than ever we had gotten away clean. After about 45 minutes, we'd cleared the length of the forest and came out on the 4-lane divided highway that ran along the eastern edge of the Yucca-Penn's wildlife area. Before I exited, I waited and watched. "This is where we were the other day," I said to my friends, "when we fought off the Jeep Cherokee." "And this is where you were chased by the red Jeep that Evelyn was so worried about," Luke clarified for the rest of them. We think it came this way, yeah, I agreed. We'd popped out of the woods half a mile south of the entrance to the subdivision where the incident took place. If we turned left, then turned right onto that street, we could stop by and see if the wreckage was still there. What are we waiting for now? Tyler asked. The precipitation had let off a bit, so it was drizzling but not pouring. I could see well enough in each direction to confirm no vehicles were on the move. I'm checking the anemone, I mused. You know, pop your head out, go back in, then do it again, like in Finding Nemo. I love that movie, Zoe whispered to Tyler. We'll rent it when the power comes back on, he whispered back. Deal, she said. I found it cute they believed the power was coming back, but I also caught myself. As much as I operated under the assumption the power was gone for good, I had to leave myself a sliver of hope I was wrong, that there was a chance of fixing the world before those kids grew up and never saw a movie again. We're good, I announced, pulling the Mog out of the woods and onto the paved highway. For the next couple of minutes, I willed the diesel engine to be silent, or the rain to get louder, as we passed by the street where I'd almost been killed by the guys in the Cherokee. I held my breath as we went through the intersection with the 2-lane roadway leading toward North Point. If the Bronco had gone far enough, fast enough, it could easily have been waiting for us where the highways came together. But they weren't there. No one was on the roadways. We headed north into more rain. There wasn't much to be seen by way of structures, as it was mostly empty forest, farm fields, or marsh in the zone between the northern boundary of Fort Myers, where we lived, and the southern portion of Port Charlotte, the next big urban area up the coast. Hey, look at that sign, Tyler piped up. We can get free ice water. The dog sat at attention, as if he was about to get a treat. We passed a billboard for Wall Drug, a contender for the world's biggest tourist trap. Free water for drivers on the lonely section of the High Plains was one of the ploys that put them on the map. 100 years ago. It's in freaking South Dakota, Luke laughed. I'd passed the place many times while driving OTR. Stopped there once. It was essentially a mini-mall of coonskin caps, bongo drums, moon rocks, and every other tourist-themed piece of junk you could envision. A 2-headed snake was featured prominently on the billboard. They must have had those, too. It was a must-see the first time, due to the novelty of it. But I never went back. The sign said we only had 2,012 miles to go. Don't underestimate the lure of free, I joined in. I'd go there to check it out, Tyler commented. We all shared a good chuckle. About 2 miles in, Alex sat upright against my seat and pointed ahead. That's the golf course. I slowed to study what we were heading into. The golf course and the large stately homes along the edges of the playing field screamed money. Someone had brought in lots of dirt to create artificial hills and valleys, making the course a lot more interesting than the surrounding flat terrain. On the other side of the split highway, a huge junkyard filled the limit of my vision, as if the Planning and Zoning Commission had tried to find the opposite of a golf course and slap it down across the road. It also featured one long man-made ridge along the roadway, designed to hide the acres of broken vehicles behind it. A lone set of train tracks ran between the berm and the roadway, adding to the industrial nature of that side. Where do we go? I asked her. While I'd looked at the map earlier, I'd mainly focused on the main routes we had to take, since I figured the girls could get us the rest of the way there. There's an exit off the highway a little ahead. You go up and over that, make a few more turns, and we'll be at my house. She motioned in the direction of the country club. It sounded simple on paper, But I knew better. There could be roadblocks, refugee camps, criminal gangs, or a herd of cows blocking our path. The sensible, apocalypse-approved route was the one no one anticipated. "You say it's over there." I pointed to the same fancy-pants golf course.
"On the other side of it, yeah," she answered.
I slowed and exited the highway on the left side.
"Where are we going?"
everyone asked at once. I rolled off the pavement into a broad, flat pasture. The golf course was obviously made of money, since there were no other houses or businesses located anywhere close on this side of the highway, as those would obviously spoil the view. The course was an island of beauty, designed to attract and keep patrons paying their dues. Which was why I made a direct path for the middle of the course. "We're going the way with the fewest possible pitfalls," I announced. The Unimog had no problem traversing the field after all we'd been through, and it made it simple to knock over a 10-foot barbed wire fence surrounding the property. I found my way onto a walking path between the row of houses at the edge of the course, and continued on to one of the fairways. "4!" Tyler shouted after rolling down the back window. "Hey, keep it down," I shushed. While it was a bit silly to quiet him, given the volume of our engine, I wanted to give stealth a try. "I was talking to those guys," Tyler said, pointing to a group of colorfully dressed men walking the pristine grass about 50 yards away. "Unbelievable," I remarked. "Yeah, look at how they're dressed," Tyler replied, not missing a beat. "Total dweebs." I swiveled my head to frown at him. "What?" he asked. "Most of the world is already getting fitted for their bouncy suits in the Thunderdome, and these guys are playing skins in the rain. I really can't believe it." "Won't these guys get pissed if we cut through?" Luke asked. I left the cart path and cut across the narrowest section of grass I could find. "I'll take golfers over dudes with guns, you know," I answered. I didn't ignore the fact Regis kept a rifle in his golf bag, so I didn't linger on the course. Golfers could be pushed into violence same as everyone else. I got us off that fairway, avoided a heavily flooded central lake at the middle of the community, and then crossed a second fairway on the way out. "Am I still going the right way?" I asked the girls.
"Yeah, we're right over there."
Alex pointed to a row of mansions skirting the edge of the community.
"You need to go behind them."
Behind them? I wondered. I became a bit concerned at the suggestion, but I trusted they knew where they lived. There were no streets going north out of the lush course, so I would have to cut between two huge houses to keep in the direction she indicated. "Through there?" I asked to be sure, as I pointed to a giant house with 4 cars and 2 golf carts parked on the driveway.
"Since we came through the course, we have to go this way," Alex explained.
Rainwater gurgled out of a nearby sewer next to the road and went between the 2 houses I'd chosen. I drove us between those homes, went down a well-manicured grassy hillside, then bowled over another length of protective fence. I experienced some guilt at wrecking it, but a flimsy chain-link fence wasn't going to be the difference between criminals breaking in or staying out. Anyone with a pair of cutters, or a working vehicle, or the simple ability to climb could defeat it. The water coming out of the golf course formed a boggy lake, no deeper than the grass surrounding a long row of bald cypress trees at the bottom of the hill. Those trees were packed tight, and their 30-foot height did a fair job of hiding what was beyond them. A mammoth-sized mobile home community. I drove into a gap where one of the trees was missing. "So, are we getting close to your home?" I asked. If I would have known they didn't live in the hilly course, I might have considered going around it, but it was too late to suggest it.
"Yep, we're almost there."
My impression of the girls shifted. I'd assumed they lived in the big homes around the golf course, and that their parents probably had a ton of money, since they could afford to send their kids to South Point High School, which was almost certainly outside of their local school district. Now, it looked as if they weren't quite as wealthy. Not that money made a difference to me personally. Most of my life was spent in blue-collar trades, working with and around guys and gals with similar backgrounds to mine. However, in the apocalypse, I was forced to look at people in a new way. Would they be assets or liabilities to our team? A person in a large home might have tons of food saved up, or fancy camping equipment, while the trailer park resident probably couldn't fit as much material stuff in their boxy enclosures. I let the girls lead me into the maze of streets. There were no residents walking around, which was to be expected in the driving downpours that kept coming and going. But there were no people in their doors or windows either. The sound of an engine should have brought them running. "Do you see anyone watching us from these trailers?" I asked. "Not that I can see," Tyler replied. "Let's talk to someone if we see them," I suggested. It was always good to have intel on a new community, and I was way out of my comfort zone in this one. It wasn't the trailers or the lower-class owners who were typical of mobile home parks. My problem was that I wasn't sure how to rate the danger level of trailer parks when the apocalypse came around. The girls led us down a row, cut across to the next line of trailers, and then started us up another. "There's one," Alex bleated with excitement. Ahead, under a carport, a bare-chested guy sat next to a small portable grill, as if attempting to light it. He was late 40s, early 50s, with short blonde hair starting to recede. He'd set up shop out of the rain near the back of his car, a blue Corvette from the 1990s. A rifle was slung over his shoulder. "Stay sharp," I advised my team. "We don't know what's been happening in this place. You kids need to keep watch behind us, and on the sides. Got it?" They reshuffled to look in their assigned directions. Mr. P paced in the cramped space of the compartment, doing his best to guard his people. "I'm going to talk to him," I said, game face on. "Roger that," Luke said as he brought his pistol out of its holster. The girls in the back had their .22 rifles, and Tyler had his shotgun. But Luke and I traveled with two types of weapons, our long guns for long work, and our pistols for close encounters. Luke pulled his handgun for more flexibility, but his .870 pump shotgun was between his legs, ready to go. I pulled sideways on his tiny driveway and rolled my window down. I set the giant Smith & Wesson on my lap, facing the guy outside. If he dared threaten us, I was going to blow off the door as I shot him dead. "Hey, I have a vet too," I said in a friendly tone. "Yours is a classic." "She's my baby. But you're making me feel old since my pop bought it for me a long time ago," the man laughed, only looking at me for a brief instant. The closer I looked at it, the more I saw its flaws. The headliner sagged in the cockpit, the rims were coated with black brake dust, and the deep-sea color on the hood was faded by half. It also had a faded white stripe down the middle of the back and roof, but it was so covered in grime, it was hard to see it. Still, it was a Corvette. "We came in off the highway," I said to him loud enough to be heard over the blustery conditions. "I'm wondering if anyone has power in the park?" "Some do," he shrugged. "Got gas-powered Jennies with simple power inverters. Problem is they can only power the basics, like lamps and a few power tools." I would have killed to have either working. "Sounds about right," I answered, sure the EMP had struck the complex. "Anyone tell you what caused it?" "Sunspots burned the transmission lines and the people," he said, while squeezing a heaping portion of fire starter on his charcoal briquettes. despite the problems of the world and my interest in talking to him. The guy wasn't much for conversation. I couldn't let that go. Really? Who told you that? Everyone round here. I guess someone told someone, and it went from there. They were as in the dark as we were. Okay, thanks for your time. He lit the fire, and the fumes wafted over to me, despite the unpredictable drafts. Almost immediately, I was drawn in by the nostalgia of grilling endless times during the past. My stomach joined in the callback, as a hunger pang echoed out of my midsection. "Oh, that smells so good," Tyler gushed. The man revealed a stack of meat patties. "Hey, how have you kept those cold all this time?" I asked. "Some guy came around and told us to put our most valuable food in sealed bags. He sunk them to the bottom of his trout lake at the other end of the property, and he gets them out for us when we want them. Only costs a little portion of our food." That was a good racket. "Cool," I said, as I finally rolled up the window. However, when I looked at the car one last time, I was struck by a detail I remembered from Corvette history. As a proud owner of a vehicle with a long lineage, I made a point to read up on some of the previous models. On a whim, I downed the window again. "Hey, is that Vet a 99? The guy stopped what he was doing with the fire, glanced toward the parked vehicle for a few seconds, then turned back to me. "Yeah, probably. That sounds right. Pops was proud as shit about it, but he never mentioned the year when he gave it to me." "I might look for one of that year when this is all over," I said as my goodbye, buttoning up the cabin one last time. "We live on the next street." Alex pressured me the second we were on the roll. "Just tell me where," I replied. "Why did you ask him about his car?" Luke inquired as we drove the cramped aisles of the trailer park. Several huge puddles had formed, as the rainstorm more than overwhelmed the gutters running along the long streets. "It was only a hunch," I answered. "He has a super rare Corvette, and he claimed it was his baby, so he probably should have known only a few were made, and only in the 1996 model year." "Well, based on how he treated it," Luke laughed, "I'm not surprised he doesn't care to know the model year." "Yeah, maybe," I agreed. I'd met plenty of people who didn't know the year of their car or truck, even when they were sitting in it. But he'd gotten it as a gift from his dad, so I'd expect one of them to know the relevant details about how rare it was. His clueless reaction had thrown up a small red flag for me, and since absolute mistrust was my default setting now, I kept him in the danger column. We made it to the next street. "That one." Alex pointed ahead to a white trailer with orange accents. I considered sweeping the perimeter and checking for bad guys, but Tyler, the girls, and Mr. Puppers piled out the second I put the Unimog in park. After seeing the grilling guy totally relaxed with our presence, I judged there wasn't an imminent threat around us, so I didn't call them back from their own home. "I'll keep an eye on them," Luke said, opening his door to give chase to the youngsters out in the rain. "Good call," I replied. I'd parked the yellow beast along the front of the trailer, since the carports were next to each home. It would allow me a fast escape, in case there were issues. Less than 30 seconds went by before Tyler shot out the front door and ran over to the truck, so I opened the window a bit. "Uncle Frank, we've got a problem," he said with a dramatic flair. "Let me guess," I sighed. "Their parents aren't here." "Yes. How did you know that?" "You serious, kid?" I chuckled. "Name one part of today that has gone right." "I've spent the whole morning with Zoe, so my day has been great." Maybe it was best the teens seemed to live in the moment, not appreciating all the bad that had to happen to get them there. Maybe I could use more of that attitude to get us through the worst of the apocalypse. I opened my door. Let's go inside and figure out where they went. Chapter 11. When I walked inside the trailer, I found Alex and Zoe standing on opposite sides of the large central living room, as if they'd searched their respective ends of the trailer. Both looked at me as if I was about to explain where their parents had gone. I recognized it as one of the burdens of leadership. However, nothing came to mind while I examined the ransacked living space in front of me. The couch and coffee table had been tipped over, lamps broken, the TV pulled from the wall. A quick look into the kitchen netted similar results, as it had been picked apart top to bottom like criminals had been intent on finding lost treasure. The dog nosed through the mess, curious as ever. "I assume your parents aren't hiding anywhere in here?" I asked as I started to formulate a response to what had been thrown at me.
"No," Alex whined. "I even ran outside and found my dad's stuff is the same way."
I figured she was talking about lawnmowers, rakes, and other lawn care stuff usually found outside. Tyler went over to Zoe near the kitchen. "Luke, you keep an eye out front." Quieter, I added. Whoever did this might still be around. "I'm on the job," he reassured me. With my back secure, I strode into the kitchen, the 3 teens and 1 dog following close. The place was larger than most trailers I'd been in, with custom bay windows on the back overlooking the carport of the neighboring trailer. In the few moments since we'd run inside, the storm raged harder, sending a wall of water off the roof, making it difficult to see the car in the next spot. "It's really coming down," I said over the pounding of raindrops on the metal roof. The general comment gave me time to look over the remains of the kitchen. The culprits had been thorough in dismantling the place. Every cabinet had been opened, every cup and plate removed, and even the little dishwasher had been ripped out of its cubby under the kitchen countertop. "Is it like this in the back?" I asked Alex.
"Even the bathroom has been ripped to shit," she replied.
"Do you have any idea what they were looking for?"
"Does it matter?" she snapped. "My parents could be hurt."
"I know," I said, desperate to keep the temperature of our conversation down. "I'm trying to establish a motive for what went on here, so I can begin to guess what might have happened to your folks. If they had enemies, maybe this would make sense." After learning one of my neighbors was a powerful drug dealer, I was willing to entertain the idea anyone could be a troublemaker. Though the girls were a delight, maybe the parents weren't perfect. If Alex had said her mom or dad was a dirtbag selling meth, the destroyed trailer would be easy to explain. Alex took a moment to think it over.
"No, I really don't think they could have any enemies here. My dad is out of work a lot. He works in construction, but he picks up odd jobs with our neighbors. He has lots of friends. And my mom," Zoe continued, "is a teacher down in South Point. Other than a few parents she doesn't like, she's never once mentioned anyone who might want to do this."
"That's why you go to school down there," I said. "Your mom."
"Yeah," Zoe added. "We get to go down there instead of the lame county school, since she's a teacher. I could see her being pissed enough to trash the superintendent's home, since she gets paid jack squat. But no one would do the same to her."
"Why wasn't she there to pick you up the day the EMP went off?" I asked. I knew it wasn't relevant to the moment, but I wanted to flesh out their home life a bit. Alex answered.
"She works at the middle school, not our high school, and she was sick that day, so our dad drove us to school. He was probably getting back home at about the same time the EMP blew up."
It did give me a little more to work with. Both her parents would have been home when the EMP struck, so however the trailer got trashed, they probably had been around when it happened. At least, that was my hope. I studied the next trailer over. The front door had been left ajar, allowing me to see inside the dark interior. "Can you see over there?" I pointed. "Does it look like their place has been trashed too?" The 3 kids all looked out the back windows. In moments, they all agreed with my first impression. I nodded, then turned toward Luke. "Stay sharp over there. Something is really wrong with this trailer park." It was tempting to go find the guy grilling up his burgers to get some answers, but I already had all the answers I needed from him. If he knew someone was ransacking trailers, he'd kept it from us. If he didn't know, I didn't think the gruff man would be interested in helping us find out why.
"So, where are our parents?"
Zoe asked Tyler. He turned to me, a lost look in his eyes. They needed a task. "We should find someone in authority around here," I said to them. "Is there a manager's trailer or a common area? Someone in charge?"
"We have a community center in the middle of the park," Zoe answered. "It has a pool. Not that we need one," Alex added.
The rain turned sideways in the space between the 2 trailers. A beach ball rushed by on the wind, followed by a long air mattress. Someone's pool was being robbed of pool toys. "Damn, it's really coming down out there," Luke said, looking out the front door. "All the better for us," I said calmly. "This is how we sneak around in plain sight." I moved to the front with Luke.
"Can't we wait a few seconds?" Tyler complained. "You don't want to get your hair wet?" His girlfriend giggled.
He looked hurt.
"No, I didn't want you to get yours wet, since I know it takes a long time to dry it out."
Zoe looked as if she might melt.
"Aw, that's sweet. But I stopped caring about my hair a few days ago. Right now I'll stick my head in a bowl of salsa, if it helps us find our parents."
"It's about that bad out there," Luke chuckled.
"And the dog," Alex warned. "Don't forget the dog."
"Let's move fast," I advised as I opened the door. Rain covered the tiles inside the door as it blew in. We all ran for the truck. Luke with Mr. P. I only looked back one time and saw Tyler lingering at the door while he fiddled with an umbrella he'd picked up inside.
"I wouldn't,"
I yelled over the storm. He didn't hear me, or if he did, he kept going. Contrary to all reason, he opened the yellow and white umbrella in the doorway, then tried to bring it outside. As thanks, it flew out of his hands and whipped onto the roof of the trailer, before bending into junk and bouncing out of sight. By the time he came to the truck, Tyler looked like a wet cat.
"How'd that work out for you?" Zoe laughed. "I saw those golfers with umbrellas," he said sadly. "I thought I could use one."
"We've probably seen theirs blow by," his dad said to him. "Twice," I added. I gave everyone a few seconds to get settled in, before asking which way to go to the community center. Since we'd come in through the side of the property, I wasn't sure which way was the front. As we drove, the rain went from torrential to once in a century. It seemed as if we were driving in a swimming pool, with the intense barrage banging every exposed inch of the Unimog. I wasn't able to go much faster than walking pace, as I kept the truck on the route given to me by the girls.
"That's the guy who was grilling," Alex said, pointing outside.
"Do you see him?" I called out over the car wash spin cycle hitting the outside.
"No, it's where he was, though," the girl answered.
When we passed the trailer, I did recognize a flash of blue in the carport, but I didn't see the guy. As best I could tell, the wind had knocked over his grill. "Hope he's okay," I said to make conversation. It took me 5 minutes to reach the community center. Even as we parked at the front edge of the lot, I couldn't really see the whole building. The girls said it was both an enclosed meeting center where all the residents could hang out indoors, as well as a pool where everyone could play outside. There were also about a dozen golf carts and side-by-sides parked at the front of the lot, as if they'd been driven there one by one and ditched. I figured the electric carts might still work or be salvageable. Despite the hard rain, I couldn't take a chance of anyone jacking our ride while we were inside, so I needed someone to stay back and keep watch over it. Luke, would you and Mr. Puppers mind keeping watch over the truck? Keep it running. If there's trouble inside, I'll get the kids out. You'll then get them clear of this place. He gulped, probably louder than he'd intended. I will. Luke turned to the teens in the back seat. Ty, keep an eye on your friends, okay? I will, Dad, he replied, with none of his usual bravado. No one was playing around. I pulled out my Springfield and put it in my front pocket for quicker access. Luke was already scrambling into the driver's seat as I climbed out. The wind nearly knocked me on my ass as I ran between a few cars and sloshed to the front door of the community center. Tyler and the girls arrived a few seconds after me. By the time they did, I had the door open so they could get out of the deluge. Inside, there was no rain, but there was a couple of inches of water on the all-season turf that had been placed on the ground instead of carpeting. An old pool table and 2 foosball tables filled the open space between the door and a wraparound counter on the far side of the room. A plump brunette woman stood at the counter, watching us. Hello, I said to be friendly. She took a quick glance to a pair of wooden double doors on the nearby wall. A sign over the entryway said, Pool Hall. Since they were shut, I had no idea if it was filled with billiard tables or an actual pool. The woman turned back to me and tested a curt wave in my direction. We came in to get out of the rain, I fibbed. Are you leaving? She asked immediately. The windows on the sides of the chamber threw off enough light so we could see inside. Do you want us to? We're closed right now, actually, she answered. So if you could. Where the hell did our parents go? Zoe asked the attendant. The woman, who was about 10 years younger than me, blinked as if seeing Zoe for the first time. Zoe? Alex? Is that you? Oh, crap. She glanced to the doors once more. I gripped the Springfield in my pocket, since something was obviously spooking the woman. And I didn't get the sense it had anything to do with hurricane-force winds and rains. Can you tell us where everyone went? I asked politely, still staying about 20 feet away and close to the heavy wooden pool table. I brought these 2 girls home, and I don't want to leave until I make sure they find their parents, you know? The woman's eyes softened, but she shook her head. No one is around here anymore. The county came in and moved everyone from here to the Punta Gorda Country Club. Alex and Zoe, you know where that is. Go check there for your parents. I'm sure you'll find them. The woman used one hand to make the shoo-away gesture. Do you know why their trailer was torn apart? I asked, feet still in water. It was rising, even inside the place. We're only looking for answers, you know? Now she shooed us with both hands. You've got to get going before the county comes back. I could easily have asked why we needed to fear the county, but after tangling with vigilantes commissioned by North Point, I needed no explanation for government agents misbehaving. However, even the stallions didn't instill the level of fear in my people that I saw in the woman's eyes. The attendant shivered, as if she'd been the one who'd come out of the cool rain. She turned toward those doors again. A gunshot sounded outside. We heard it, even over the storm. It was close. The woman's eyes radiated terror. I pushed the kids down next to the pool table. Stay here, but be ready. For what? Tyler asked. Anything, I said, as I ran over to the woman. More shots outside. What the hell is going on here? I pressed. She looked as if the walls behind her were going to swallow her whole. Ma'am? I snapped my fingers in front of her. She finally looked to me. They have everyone in the back, under lockdown. Back there?
Who? They won't say who they are. They all wear black shirts, wear these armbands, and have all the guns. Now I became more wary of those doors, as she was. However, I had my AR off my shoulder and ready to light up anyone who came through wearing said armband. "What color is the band?" I asked. "Purple," she whispered. "Frank," Tyler insisted. The boy pointed to one of the side windows. Not much light came through, since the rain was still dumping, but it was enough to see two men pass by, each dressed in black shirts and blue jeans. More shots echoed outside. I ran over to the window, waited to make sure no one was standing there, then popped the lock and lifted it. Tyler was by my side in seconds. "We taking them out?" he asked, breathless. "No. Get back with the girls. Your job is to keep them safe, not me." "What about my dad?" "I'll watch out for him," I insisted. "Get back." He slinked back to the pool table. My heart rate was already supersonic, but I knew I had to help my friend. Once I'd taken a deep breath, I kicked out the screen, peeked in both directions outside, then confirmed my targets. Two guys, both with armbands, stood against the wall about 10 feet to my right, looking toward the parking lot. The last guy was on a handheld walkie-talkie. I decided to forego the part where I asked them to surrender. The man in front was aiming his rifle at the Unimog, and thus at my friend. The scared woman had described the bad guys, and she had no reason to lie to me. Shooting him was fair game. I checked the other direction, to be sure my ambush wasn't about to be ambushed. It was clear. There was no need to line up a complicated shot. I held the rifle out the window and put 3 bullets in the huge back of the first man. When he fell into the ankle-deep water, I did the same with the second guy. I pulled my head back into the room. The woman behind the desk ran through the back doors, screaming her head off. "Shit," I exhaled. Across the room, outside the other window, I saw another guy. "Tyler, get them to the back room," I yelled. If the guy knew I'd taken out his buddies, and there was no reason to doubt he wouldn't figure it out, the teens would be smack between me and him. To my surprise, the boy did precisely what I'd asked the moment I'd asked it. He grabbed the 2 girls by the backs of their shirts and firmly guided them toward the same doors the woman had gone through. I checked my target. My stomach curled up. A gun pointed at me from outside the far window. Given the choice of shooting from the hip or diving behind the pool table, I chose the safe play and found protection. I delayed shooting to give the kids time to evacuate, for their safety, so I had to wait for another opportunity to fire. The man put about 10 rounds through the window. Once I ducked below the green felt tabletop, I kept moving, first to the back end of the table, then toward the woman's greeting counter. I fired on the run, though not with any accuracy. His bullets nipped at everything between us, too. The second I reached the counter, a shotgun joined the battle. 2 shots ripped out, one after the other, from the same gun. I slid on the floor to the back of the counter, then looked toward the doors. Tyler stood at a crouch, aiming his firearm toward the window where I'd been shooting the attacker. "I got him, Uncle Frank," he said with forced calm. "Really?" I said as I stuck my head over the top. A uniformed man hung over the windowsill. "Yeah, he stuck his head in, so I made him pay for his mistake," Tyler said as if he'd used a cheat code. Lightning zapped outside, followed by the chunk bang of an intense crack of thunder. For half a second, it impressed me how Mother Nature would never be outdone in the noise department. Even the shotgun was quiet by comparison. "Get in the back," I ordered. "Make sure there aren't any more." "I'll protect the girls," he said, already backing through the swinging doors. However, before he closed them, he stuck his head through again. "By the way, there are none of those asswipes in the back. The hostages told me once the guys ran out, people here barricaded the doors." "Go," I insisted. I caught my breath for a few seconds, but I forced myself to check the windows of the rec room. If there were more men out there, I had no doubt they would try to catch me in a crossfire. The second I stuck my head up, the front door swung open. I readied my weapon, but lowered it the instant I recognized the drenched shape. "Luke," I said with relief. Chapter 12. "There's one guy still out there, but he's running toward the back," Luke shouted as he pointed to Tyler, who was stubbornly staying inside those back doors. I hurried past the boy. "Cover the girls," I insisted to him as I ran by. It wasn't clear if I was walking into another ambush. About a dozen white tables had been pushed against the wall to my right, while a sad-looking group of about 30 people sat on the floor on the other side of the room, though most were already getting up as rainwater flooded in. "They went out the back a minute ago," a dark-haired man yelled to me. "How many?" I asked as I ran for the glass entryway at the rear of the meeting hall. "4." It lined up with the number of men we'd encountered. I'd taken out 2 when I fired out the window, and Tyler picked off 1 more on the other side. That left 1 guy on the run, as Luke said. Water leaked under the doors as I came up to them, making the floor slippery. Outside, I thought I saw a shape running in the downpour, but it could have been Tyler's umbrella blowing by. The storm wasn't making it convenient to have a gunfight. After keeping watch for that shape for a few more seconds, and concluding it wasn't smart or advisable to chase after him in the storm, I turned around to figure out what we were dealing with next. Behind me, the girls had run to the dark-haired man and smothered him with hugs. He was obviously the father we'd been tracking. Tyler stood over the girls and their dad, scanning the crowd, as if worried one of them would jump out and try to harm those he was sworn to protect. Luke caught my attention as he strolled up with a walkie-talkie in his hand. "They are talking on this." I looked and listened for a few seconds. "Well, they aren't talking right now, but—" He brushed his wet hair back and took a deep breath. "Let me start over. I was sitting in the truck, keeping watch on you guys. That asshole we saw earlier, the one grilling in his carport, snuck up beside the Unimog and ordered me to give it up. Pointed his gun at my face from outside my window." "Shit," I replied. "How'd you handle it?" "I was alerted by the world's #1 dog. Mr. P started to growl even before I knew anyone was getting close. Once I knew he was there, I did like you taught me, Frank. I was already sitting there with my pistol out and ready on my lap. So I opened the door like I was going to get out. Then I unloaded on him." He'd been there when I held my pistol against the door, with the guy grilling under his carport. "Great job." "That's not all. When I got close to his body to kick the rifle out of his hands, I heard someone asking if he'd already killed me. At first I thought it was someone else wandering around in the rainstorm. But then I figured out it was a guy talking over this thing." He showed me the small handheld walkie-talkie. "They have working radios," I gushed. "Modern ones, too," he answered. "I'd love to ask them how they got this," I said, mostly to myself. "Don't know how they got it, but the voice on the radio said to take out the cops snooping inside their turf, and I assumed he meant you, Frank." I cracked up for a second, allowing some of the tension to leave my bones. "What's so funny?" he asked. "This," I pointed to the radio. "Thinking I'm a cop. Remember those 2 druggies back at the vet clinic? They thought I was a cop too. Even that dumbass electrician back at the hardware store thought I was Magnum P.I.
Was he a cop? Luke inquired, uncertainty in his voice. Magnum? No, if I recall, he was a private investigator, thus the PI in the show's title. But still, he worked with law enforcement. I would have to work out if it was a positive or negative to walk around with the aura of someone who respected the law. Maybe it would have turned out different if I'd stumbled into this place dressed like a bum. The radio beeped twice. The modern device showed a digital readout of the channel. We can listen in, I whispered. With this little spy, Luke tapped the radio, I knew the armed guys sneaking up the side of the building were stalking you and the kids, so I started shooting. With the rain, they never knew where I was. Have they said anything else? I asked. Given their grasp of tech, I wondered if they were affiliated with the Cybertruck we'd seen earlier. Was this group spreading its territory all around the local counties? Honestly, I'm not sure. The last thing I heard as I walked in the door was some guy asking for a status update, but no one answered him. You are kicking ass, Luke. I gave him a chuck on the shoulder. Your quick thinking saved our asses on the inside, since those guys were trying to surround us. Thanks. Luke motioned toward Tyler. No one threatens my kiddos. Damn straight, I replied. He redirected me toward the freed prisoners. I think we found who we came for. Let's check it out, I suggested. Together, we walked to the small gathering of residents. They remained as a group, perhaps afraid what would happen if they left the room. Can one of you keep watch at the back doors? I asked them. We need to make sure those men don't return. An older guy touched the brim of his ball cap, but spoke to me before he moved. Sir, I don't care if you're a cop, investigator, or unemployed layabout. Those men had us trapped here, and I'm damned glad you came along when you did. Glad to help, I answered. Several of the people patted me and Luke on the back, or said kind words. The older guy went to the back door to keep watch. Another man went to one of the large windows to do the same thing. Can anyone explain why you were sitting back here? I asked. The father of the twins separated from his daughters to address me. He was a bit younger than me, but his stooped posture and sunken eyes told me he had a lot more miles on his body than I did. His jeans were tattered at the bottom. His leather belt looked as if he'd been wearing it his whole life, and his Black Sabbath t-shirt might have come from a concert from back in the 80s. Got a smoke? He asked. Sorry, I replied. One of the other residents offered him one, which he readily took. Mind telling me what you people are doing with my daughters? The guy asked. Dad, these men helped us get home, Alex chimed in. 2 grown men traveling with 2 little girls? I'm not sure I like this. Oh, get a grip, Nathan. A woman appeared next to Zoe. Any fool can see they aren't here to hurt our girls. I watched the boy use his body to shield them from those bullets. The woman pointed to Tyler, who remained on watch a few feet away. He's my boyfriend, Zoe added. There, see? There's your answer. The woman was tall, like her daughters, with the same red hair, though hers was cut short, a little above her shoulders. She also dressed nice, relative to the father. She was in a breezy summer dress covered in flowers, with a light-colored bandana cinching her hair back. The woman was pretty, but wore hipster-framed glasses, which made her look like a teacher. Like everyone else, she seemed skittish about moving from her spot. I still don't like it, the man grumbled, mostly to himself. What's going on here? I asked the woman. My name is Frank, by the way. Darla, she answered. Thank you for looking out for my girls. They should have stayed at the school, Nathan complained. I didn't have time to explain how wrong he was. "Ma'am, there are men running around this place with rifles. You all have apparently been held prisoner here. I need to know why." The little crowd was on their feet and moving around, spreading throughout the meeting room as if wanting to leave, but not sure they'd be allowed.
"We were tricked out of our homes by those guys, I guess on the second or third day. They got me on the third. Anyway, once here they promised us food and supplies, but the only thing we got was beatings and total lockdown. From in here we saw them steal everything of value from our homes."
She pointed out the window to the nearest row of trailers. The downpour had slowed, but I could still barely see the first one in the line. "Will more come back?" I asked.
"Don't know, honestly," Darla admitted. "In the last several days, you were the first people to get the jump on them. They've pretty much been running the table with us since they got here."
"Taking our guns," Nathan spat.
"Yeah," Darla nodded. "We figured out they are tearing apart the trailers to find our guns, but they also took food, camping stuff, and anything else non-electrical that has value."
"Did they say who they were with?" I pressed.
"Not to us," Darla explained. "We figured they was with Port Charlotte, but any time we asked, they said it was none of our business."
"So probably not any governmental agency, at least not an official one. Legit government departments would be happy to share who they were with, so you would defer to their authority." The heavy woman from the front spoke up.
"I think you're right. They are from Port Charlotte, but they almost seemed happy that everyone there was gone. Then they said a weird thing, that they were disappointed to find people still alive south of Port Charlotte, and that something must have gone wrong."
"No shit," almost every person in earshot suddenly burst out. The woman seemed flustered. "Go on," I prompted.
"That's it, mostly. The only other thing is I got the sense they were getting all our stuff so they could go hide out in the swamps. Kept talking about cabins."
"Gone from Port Charlotte. What did they mean by gone? Did someone evacuate them? Were they taken? Didn't they always talk about some type of neutron bomb that could kill the people but leave the buildings? That would explain a lot about what was happening around us." She shrugged. "Is that all they told you?" I pressed.
"I'm afraid so."
"That's creepy," Nathan volunteered. "Can we get out of here?" A few others cheered. I didn't want to be responsible for a large group of strangers, but I also didn't want to send them out into the rain to be shot. "Give me 2 minutes, and I'll have an answer for you," I replied. I took Luke with me out the front door, past the older guy keeping watch. I explained to my trusted friend what I intended to do. Then he and I ran to our yellow truck. A hangdog face watched us out the rain-soaked window. "He'll be fine," Luke assured me. The man on the ground was the guy from the grill, but he wasn't dressed like the others. Perhaps his role was to scout for anyone driving into the complex. If he'd been sitting there in fatigues, I would have been a lot more suspicious of him. We stripped off his rifle, took his pistol, and I helped myself to his knife. Instead of taking them all back inside, I tossed the rifle in the back seat of the Unimog. We then stripped gear from the other 3 fallen men. They were dressed for battle, with tactical vests, ammo pouches, first aid kits, and tons of spare mags. All of it was black, as if they only shopped for dark-colored gear. We took all we could carry back inside and dumped the stuff on the pool table. I pocketed a second walkie, but set everything else where it could be seen by the residents. The woman who'd been at the front desk came up to the pile.
"They were really going to kill us, weren't they?"
It was only day 5 since the EMP, but the pace of collapse seemed to be speeding up, so the odds were good the armed thugs had bad things planned for the survivors. However, one of her eyes twitched by itself, and she'd been crying. There was no urgent need to put more fear in the already broken woman. Lucky for you, we'll never know what they were going to do. We chased them out of here, and we're leaving this stuff so you can defend yourselves.
I couldn't possibly shoot anyone, the woman lamented.
It was another instance where I wanted to shake her out of her sleep. She'd admitted the guys were possibly going to kill her, but she wanted nothing to do with the one item that could put a stop to that threat. Again, I didn't try to beat it into her, since my fight was elsewhere. She'd been lurking near her desk when we came inside, but now others were coming out of the meeting room to see what we'd brought in. Some of the men came through the door like kids to the Christmas tree when they saw the rifles, but I wanted to make sure the weapons only went to those who could use them, so I held one over my head. Does anyone know what type of rifle this is? The rest of the crowd came through and stood around me. That's a Springfield M1A SOCOM 16 rifle in .308, I'd wager. I was surprised to hear the voice of Nathan, the girl's dad. Were you in the military? I asked. The reason I'd tossed out the question was to find someone who would at least have fired rifles before, and I figured knowing the make and model of the rifles would weed out any posers. If he was ex-military, so much the better. No, but I'm a 2-time Call of Duty Tunguska Rift tournament winner for the Southwest Florida region. A video game? I asked with disappointment. He shrugged. I've fired rifles like it in real life, but not this one in particular. I made the split decision to hand it to him, since it would give the gun to someone who might end up protecting Alex and Zoe. The other 2 rifles went to the 2 men who'd volunteered to watch out the windows for us. The older gentlemen both looked like good old boys, who knew their way around firearms. People started to leave. They had to splash their way out the door, as there was now 2 or 3 inches of water throughout the Trailer Park Community Center. The rainstorm had dialed itself down from an 11 to a 10, in terms of intensity. It seemed to me the safest place in a trailer park under threat from a hurricane would be right where we were, but I couldn't blame them for wanting to go check on their homes. I spoke to the girls' parents. We drove the girls up here because they helped me and my neighbors immensely, and I promised I would reunite them with their parents if they hung around. This storm has given us the cover we needed to drive up here, but we really need to get back.
Where do you live?
Darla asked. I live off Bayside Road, about halfway between North Point and South Point.
Wow, that's a long way from the high school,
she replied, now looking at her daughters.
Did you have to walk?
It wasn't as bad as you think, Zoe assured her.
And the people on his street were very friendly.
Zoe's mom followed the girl's eyes to Tyler, though his back was to us, as he continued to keep watch at the swinging doors to the back room. If I had to guess, the boy was doing his best to appear useful in the eyes of the parents. Darla turned back to me.
I guess you'll be wanting to dump them off and be on your way?
Nathan interjected a second later. Fine by me. I read the faces of Zoe and Alex like an open book. I got the feeling they were holding themselves back from asking the obvious question, since they didn't think their parents would like it. Actually, after seeing what a mess this place has become, what with the violent guys holding you hostage, maybe it would be safer if the 4 of you jump in our truck and go back to my street. I'm positive there is room for a husband and wife, plus their 2 awesome daughters.
Whoa!
Nathan yanked the cigarette from his mouth.
Darla and I have been divorced for years. Ain't no way we need to live together again.
Alex walked over to her dad.
Please let us go. We can all come back when the power comes on.
Is it worse out there? He asked his daughter. She seemed to think on it for a few seconds.
Well, I don't think every house has been invaded like here, but I've seen a lot of bad people causing trouble. Frank gave us guns, and we helped him defend his street. "You gave my daughters those guns," he asked me in a defensive tone. Both girls had set their .22s on a white table before they hugged their parents. When I saw them in the back room, I assumed the girls had set them there to keep them off the wet floor, but they hadn't picked them back up. Were they afraid their parents wouldn't approve? "Out there, everyone needs to be able to defend themselves. I strongly recommend you let them arm up if you plan on staying here." "I have plenty of guns, believe me. All we have to do is go back and get 'em." Thunder rumbled outside, close. "Nathan, they said the trailers had been ransacked," Darla chided him. "They didn't get mine," he chuckled. To me, he added, "How big is your truck? Can it take all of us, plus some stuff?" "It can easily hold 6 in the cabin," I replied, "and it has a rear bed for holding a ton of gear under the tarp. How much do you have?" "Let's go find out," he said as he headed for the front exit. When he opened the doors, it let in a flood of about 6 inches of water. We were leaving, either by truck or by boat. Chapter 13. We drove toward Nathan's trailer in rising waters about 6 or 8 inches deep. The thunderhead parked over us seemed to dump water over the golf course, and the runoff was coming directly into the trailer park. The swift current ran from that direction. "Have you had trouble with flooding before?" I watched a kid's plastic picnic table float across my path about 50 feet ahead. A sealed black trash bag rolled by on the current a short time later. "Oh my God," Darla gushed. "We've been after the developer of the golf course for the past 10 years to fix their shit." "Looks like they've really solved their drainage issue," I chuckled. "Yeah, we're their drainage," the woman said with no humor whatsoever. "Though I'll admit, we've never had it this bad." On the way through the park, the level of the water remained high, and I imagined it had reached the floorboard under my feet. The continuous downpour didn't let me see much beyond the nearest 3 or 4 trailers, but I kept the steering wheel in a death grip in case the rushing water suddenly rose even higher and tried to sweep us away. Mr. Puppers seemed to share my anxiety, as he refused to lay down or even dare touch his rump to the damp floorboard. Maybe he expected to get soaked again. We stayed on the lookout for the men with the armbands, but the only people we saw on the way were a couple of young guys helping each other swim walk from one trailer to the next. I drove onto the street where the girls had gone into their home, and I recognized the orange accents. But Nathan motioned for me to stop a couple of lots short of that one. "I'm here," he advised. "Do you have 2 trailers?" I asked. "Oh, did the girls not tell you? We're divorced, but we both wanted to be close to the kids. I live here, she and the girls live over there." Thinking back, Alex had mentioned she'd gone outside to check on her dad's stuff. I'd assumed it was yard equipment, but she must have meant she'd physically checked on her dad's separate trailer. "I guess it never came up," I said with care. "I'll be out in a flash," he said as I pulled up next to his carport. A nice Harley chopper sat under the covering, but it was now in 8 or 10 inches of water, and part of an eddy swirling between his trailer and the next one. Nathan trudged by it on his way to his side door. A small trailer in the row behind his was already off its foundation and slowly turning sideways in the flash flood. There was nothing I could do at that moment, so I turned to face Darla. "Are you sure you want the girls to come down to our street? I get the feeling your ex-husband would rather you stay here, assuming you still have a home after today." The last thing I needed was family drama. I would hate to lose the 2 teen girls, since they'd been nothing but helpful. But a divorced couple on the warpath for each other would be poisonous to our neighborhood cohesion. Almost without exception, my book stressed the importance of surrounding yourself with the right people,
This was as much a job interview for them as it was the other way.
My husband is a real piece of work, ain't he? He said he's going out in this flood to get his guns, but he's probably in there saving his smokes and bottles of hooch.
Seriously?
Don't take it the wrong way, she laughed. Probably 90% of the people in this dump are hooked on pills, liquor, or weed.
She saw the question forming in my eyes.
No, I'm clean. Have to be for my teaching job. Hell, if I lost that, the girls would lose their school, and we wouldn't have money at all. That's one of the reasons Nathan had to go.
She gestured like she was cutting her own throat. That point alone sold me on her coming with us. But is he a good guy to have around? I asked. I had no interest in leaving the guy behind, unless he'd done something terrible to the wife or the twins. I peeked outside. The nearby trailer had detached from its pad and collided with the one next to it. The second mobile home didn't need much more than a bump to also kick loose, possibly leading to all the trailers in the row breaking loose. We were in danger of a chain reaction starting at any second, if any in Nathan's row broke free.
Well, he wasn't lying when he said he was a Call of Duty champ, since he spends all his time on his game console. So there's that.
That's not what I'm talking about. Would you trust him to protect your daughters?
Tell him about the guns, Zoe prodded.
Yeah, tell me about the guns, I said in a glib tone, hoping to convince her.
His buddy owns a nugget of swampland down south, and Nathan and him spend quite a bit of time out there shooting their guns. I guess he knows what he's doing. He does, Zoe added with resolve.
It was clear she didn't want her mother to badmouth her father. I thought that was a good sign, as it meant the guy wasn't a universal loser. The weight of time pressed on my chest. The two floating trailers were now completely out of my field of view, as they'd relocated sideways out of sight. Elsewhere on the street, a few other trailers jerked sideways a foot at a time, as if undecided if they wanted to break free. And the rain refused to let up. Nathan soon came to his door and waved at us. I was relieved he was going to get back in the truck, but he continued to stand there and gesture. Luke rolled down his window.
I need some help carrying this stuff,
Nathan yelled over the constant patter of rain. Luke looked my way. Should I help him? The water wasn't slowing down, and the trailers were threatening a mass exodus. But Nathan was already committed. If he has guns, we'll need them.
So go,
he said with his hand on the door handle. Yeah, be careful, I advised. A couple minutes went by, and I found myself watching the front corner of Nathan's trailer to see if it started moving. The last thing I needed was to rescue the two men from a trailer-turned boat. My hands were sore on the steering wheel as I willed them to come out.
There he is,
Tyler exclaimed. There was no doubt he was as worried about his dad as I was. Luke came out the door, holding two long black gun cases. Nathan hurried out after him. His arms were wrapped around an apparently heavy object, draped with a black vinyl covering. It reminded me of a giant bird cage, and it looked ridiculous as he carried it across the fast-moving water. He's not bringing his pet bird, is he? I asked.
No, Darla answered. I'm not sure what he's got.
Luke tossed the two cases over the back rails, so they sat in the truck bed behind the passenger cabin. He needed to climb on the tire to get them in, since the Unimog was lifted for off-road performance. I held my breath as Luke helped Nathan get his cargo into the bed by lowering the rear liftgate for him. Something heavy dropped onto the metal back there before the liftgate was slammed shut again. My breathing only returned when they splashed to the doors on their side of the truck and climbed into the cabin. Rain blew in with them.
Those assholes turned over my entire trailer,
Nathan announced as he got to his seat. "Broke every vinyl record in my collection, just to be dicks, too."
"Oh, yeah," Darla said matter-of-factly. "In addition to his bike and guns, he also took his prized collection of old records when we went to Splitsville." There was definitely tension there, but it wasn't malicious.
"Hey, it's 5 p.m. someplace," he shot back.
"You like Jimmy?" I asked without explanation.
"Hell yeah," he bragged. "Who doesn't?"
Darla raised her hand in silent protest. Nathan poked one of the ARs on my soaked shirt.
"And you've got the perfect shirt for it."
I was forced to put Nathan up a rung on my respect list, simply for having good taste in music. However, I didn't let that cloud my judgment on what he brought to the table.
"So what's in the birdcage?" I asked him. "Bird," he chuckled. "That's my reloading press. The ass nuggets who turned my place upside down didn't know what it was, probably since it was sitting on my kitchen counter, so they threw it on the floor with everything else."
"How did they not find your guns, Dad?" Zoe piped up.
"Come on, you know me. Do you think I'd let anyone find 'em lying around in the open?"
"You certainly never would get a gun safe," Darla said from the side of her mouth.
"If I'd bought one, all my gear would be gone right now, right?"
I could almost hear Darla roll her eyes.
"That's what I thought,"
Nathan said with satisfaction. "All right. Do you have anything else of use to us long-term, Nathan?" I asked him as I prepared myself to put the truck in gear. With the water rising, he would need to claim something legendary was inside before I willingly let him swim for his trailer again.
"You might not be back for a while." "They took all my food, including all my He corrected himself. "Water bottles. They also found my smokes and stuff. There's nothing left."
"Can me and the girls go in my trailer to collect what we need?" Darla asked the second I started moving the truck.
"I saw it, ma'am," I said to her. "It's a disaster. Do you have anything important in there?"
"Of course. We'll need clothes, our toiletries, our female products. You name it, we need it."
She waited a second, then added,
"You let him go in his trailer, so we should be able to go in."
It was only 2 trailers away, but the water seemed to increase an inch or 2 every time I checked. Water lapped at the front of Darla's trailer, making it look like a boat cutting across a lake. It was only a matter of time before that illusion became real. I tried to be fair about it, and maybe I would have chanced going in if she told me she had more guns in there. But I had to think of everyone's safety. "We have all that stuff back on my street. This place is getting too dangerous." Several trailers were nudging off their pads in the short range of visibility around us. I figured it was now obvious what was going to happen. "We have to get the hell out of here," I added with genuine urgency, looking back at her.
"You can't stop me,"
Darla spouted off. It was true. I couldn't physically restrain her.
"Mom, no,"
Alex and Zoe pleaded at almost the same instant, before Zoe continued speaking.
"You've got to listen to Frank. He knows what he's doing." "Yeah,"
Alex went on as she reached over to hold her mom's arm.
"If he says it's too dangerous, you better believe it is. Besides, if you go out there, Z and I would have to follow you. So if that's what you want, be our guest."
The mother looked at her daughters. Then she turned to me in the front.
"Are you sure?"
I nodded. Motion caught my eye the second I faced forward again. I called attention to the trailer next to Darla's. "Guys, look!" The carport on the far side of her trailer was being spit out of the gap, crushed by the shifting weight of the next trailer in line. If history repeated, it meant it would soon push against Darla's place and knock it off the pad. From there, it would domino down the road toward Nathan's. "If you still want to go in, I'll let you," I chuckled. I found it far more effective to use humor to diffuse tense situations. I knew the risk from watching that other trailer break away. The others in the truck had apparently been looking elsewhere.
"Are they all going to float?"
Darla asked with wonder. "We can't stick around to find out," I cautioned. "Nathan, did you hear those guys with the armbands ever talk about what's happening outside your trailer park? Did they have guys at the front gate or watching the back of the property?" I needed to keep my options open as to what way to go to escape the collapsing black hole of trailers.
"Nope, never heard 'em. Up until it started raining, they never came inside the place where you found us, unless it was to beat someone. It was only when the rain got bad they came in and made us sit on our asses and keep quiet. Even so, they didn't talk shop around us."
"Okay, that's all I need to know. There was a roadblock up by the highway, so I'm going to assume it's the same group up there. Our best chance at getting out of here is to leave the same way we came in." I pointed in the direction of the golf course.
"I wouldn't mind tearing up a green or two," he laughed, "as thanks for screwing us all over down here."
I wondered how the wealthier people living around the course were doing. Did the gang of thieves operate up there, too? Did they fall for the same BS about going to a central location to get food and water? Whatever the class difficulty might have been, I hoped we wouldn't find the same foursome of golfers playing the 13th hole of the apocalypse. That might touch off World War III for Nathan. We got moving as the rain came on strong again. The wipers of the old truck were more decorative than useful, and I had to drive using the shapes of parked cars, trees, and trailers on my way to the course. However, as more of the trailers were lifted by the water, it became more difficult to use them for guidance. Soon, we were avoiding them.
"One coming at you,"
Luke pointed ahead. The double-wide had split in two, and one half had wedged itself in between two other homes. The remains of the other half, including a distinctive red leather couch and dozens of 1-gallon jugs filled with amber liquid, bobbed along the road, so I had to give it all room to go by. The clutter sent waves along the side of the Unimog, flooding my floorboard with a couple inches of water. Ahead, the speed of the current seemed to increase compared to the rest of the trailer park, probably since we were close to the golf course.
"Shit, it's coming out of the gaps between those hills,"
I motioned ahead. The sculptured mounds of the golf course seemed to loom like misty mountains next to the flat mobile home park. They were gray smudges on a gray background, but I saw enough to distinguish how water flowed out of the hills and onto the low ground around us.
"Hang on!"
I couldn't turn left or right due to the speed of the water, so I had to push forward as I'd done in the creek crossing. Almost immediately, the front end dipped a little.
"Frank,"
Darla said with fear.
"I see it.
There's water sloshing in the back seat," she added. Words I never thought I'd hear. Our dog friend whimpered, not happy to be in a strange vehicle with a tendency to flood.
"Hang on,"
I advised. Thunder boomed from close by, causing one of the girls to squeal, but there was nothing I could do about that threat. I watched beyond the struggling wipers to the row of bald cypress trees, aiming for one a little to my left. It wasn't the same place where we'd come in, so we had to go in between the trees where they were closer together.
"More trailers are floating away behind us,"
Nathan remarked.
"Not helpful," I said.
The engine was submerged. Water spit out from under the doghouse between Luke and I. The motor kept breathing, however, thanks to the snorkel bolted to the side of the windshield over by Luke. That's all I needed. When we reached the line of cypress trees, they broke the flow of the water a bit, so I was able to get behind them and turn enough to the left to make it between two trees farther to my left.
Is there enough room?"
Nathan stuttered. I wedged the truck between the two trees, and the burly vehicle smashed all the low branches off both sides.
"Pull in the mirrors,"
I advised. For a few seconds, I held us frozen in place as Luke and I rolled the windows down, yanked in the mirrors, then rolled them back up. "Thanks. No sense breaking the truck if we can help it." I hit the pedal again, and the tires mashed against the trunks, but we made no forward progress. My heart thumped in my throat. "Frank?" Luke asked. "She'll get it done," I replied. With more gas, the lugs of the big tires rubbed against the bottom of the tree trunks next to us, a little faster. I had it in four-wheel drive, so I assumed we'd have enough horsepower transferred to the ground underneath, but our lack of motion was proof of the opposite. Even more juice. Tires rotated fast enough to throw water onto our sides. Not an inch forward. I slumped back in my seat. I'd been sitting at the front edge, desperate to finesse us through the choke point. There was no giving up. "I'm going to back us up and try it again," I advised. I put the truck in neutral and let the water push us. "Shit, this current is strong," I murmured. The truck backed up about 20 feet, which was the most ground I was willing to give. If we couldn't get through, my only option might involve using the winch to secure us to a trunk, and then ride out the storm by clinging to the high branches of one of the cypress trees. With no way to contact Carmen and the others, they might assume we'd died in the storm. It wasn't how I wanted to go out. I gathered my wits. "Here we go," I announced. "Punch it, Bishop!" Tyler yelled. Another of his cultural references. The water didn't hit us from directly in front, so I had to fight the current on the way to my target. Last time, I'd slow-rolled up to the tree trunks, but this time, I was ready to push both trees into the water if needed. The front tires wedged themselves into position. "Go!" I commanded the Mog. More gas. The tires growled with the force. Then we jerked forward. I didn't let off the gas. Instead, I followed Ty's directive to punch it. The rear end shifted, hit the trees, then bounced us about 3 feet in the air. "Holy," I started to say. The rear end splashed back into the water, and the sudden speed differential between the tires on both sides of the truck almost pushed us sideways. "Shit," I finished. The cargo in the bed slammed down and rolled from one side to the other, adding metallic thuds to our soundtrack. For the next few seconds, my whole being was focused on keeping the RPMs high enough to push through the deep water. I aimed for the side of the onslaught, desperate not to go directly up the gut of what was now almost a waterfall coming at us. The next thing I remembered hearing was the twins cheering. "We're out!" I spun all 4 tires in the grass as we left the water. As soon as we were in the clear, I put it in park and made sure everyone was okay. I'd bounced all my passengers, and none of us had put on the restraint belts, so it was chaotic. Tyler could have been screwing around, but he'd fallen in between the seats with the ball of golden fur. Zoe had to help him up. When everyone reported they were fine, I finally released my grip on the wheel. "I'm no lawyer," the boy said to the family crammed around him, "but I think you could make a lot of money suing the country club for what they did." "That's a nice thought," Darla answered. "But I've dealt with them long enough to know they'd simply call it an act of God, or whatever else suited them." "Oh, sorry," Tyler said. "Hey, it's okay. My name is Darla, or Miss Smurfett, if you prefer. I don't think we've been properly introduced." They'd crossed paths back in the community center, but Tyler had kept his distance to keep watch. "I'm Tyler Farmington. That's my dad, Mr. Farmington." "Luke," his father said with a chuckle. The formal introductions went around the vehicle while I kept us moving forward. We went up the gentle hill at the edge of the course, well away from the fast-moving drainage water, then crossed onto the first fairway. On the second fairway, I rolled to where I expected to find the golfers, but they weren't there. Rain, debris, and trash blew around the empty field.
"Those guys probably lost their balls," Tyler snickered.
It was hard to see entire houses in the wind and rain. One tiny white ball would be lost forever. I drove us around a long sand trap near a green, and thought I'd spotted the men huddled in a grove of nearby trees, though I didn't linger. They might have been mad at us for cutting across their precious course the first time, but with the storm seemingly getting worse by the hour, I fully expected them to flag us down for a ride. However, I'd already picked up 2 extra travelers and saved a much larger group from being held hostage, so my dance card was well beyond full. After we passed through the broken fence on the far side of the course and went across the open pasture, I stopped a few yards short of the paved highway that would take us south. The rain had tapered off a tiny bit, allowing greater visibility of the surrounding area. The giant ridge blocking the junkyard was to my left, and the overpass was farther down the highway behind us. That's what I wanted to see.
"What is it, Frank?"
Luke asked immediately. I grabbed my AR. "I've got to check something." Despite the rain, I opened my door and got a look down my scope. At the edge of visibility, at the overpass that we'd avoided coming in, I was able to get a look at the men keeping watch. None of them were on top of the bridge, but 2 guys took shelter underneath. One of them I couldn't tell what he wore, but the other one had taken his shirt off, and I confirmed he still kept on an armband, like the men we'd shot. I slammed the door shut. "This group is bigger than a few guys in the park. They are watching the bridge, and thus the road into Port Charlotte."
"I never want to see those guys again,"
Darla said dismissively. To make that happen, I put the truck in gear and started down the split-access highway toward the south, toward home. It was easy to retrace our route on the wide road, since there were no other vehicles moving around. But when we reached the forest where we'd come out, I wasn't sure where to make the right turn. It already looked the same along the roadway, but the rainstorm had long since erased any tire tracks or broken tree branches along our route. "Time to pick a spot," I said, going right at a point I guessed was about 1/4 of a mile south of the subdivision where we'd battled the Cherokee. We needed 4-wheel drive to get over a few small fallen tree trunks, but we soon found the same mix of open and tight forest, along with large ponds and wet weather streams created by the big storm, as I took us due west. "You live back here?" Nathan asked as we forded across a creek that had long spilled over its shallow banks. "We live on the other side of the forest, nestled up against the trees." From what I've seen of you, I half expected you to have a bunker in the forest, where we could hide from things forever." "I wish," I replied, instantly thinking through the idea. While it might be better to sit in a dark hole for a few years and miss all the dangers on the surface, I wasn't sure I was mentally cut out to isolate from society like that. There were risks either way, but I believed it was better for long-term survival to gain experience in the calamity as it happened, rather than walk out of a bunker later and not know what was going on. "No bunker, but I do have my street buttoned down pretty good. Your daughters were a big part of that, so they share the glory. You'll see when we get there." I looked over my shoulder toward Tyler, since he'd barely said 2 words around Zoe's parents. I wondered if he was intimidated by them or didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his girlfriend. Knowing the kinds of things that came out of his mouth, that was probably good advice, but I had to admit our situation always seemed less desperate when he was peppering the scene with his humor. "Hey," Luke advised, "there are 2 soldiers over there." My friend motioned toward 2 people in camouflage, flagging us from the far side of a small pond. As I drove a bit along my chosen route, the pair matched our direction by running along the far bank. "They're yelling something," Tyler reported. It was likely the same two soldiers we'd passed going the other way. We didn't stop back then, so I wasn't going to stop this time either. It was the same reason I didn't stop for the golfers or random people walking along the roads. Not my monkeys, not my circus. All at once, it sounded as if someone had slammed a fist into the side of our truck. A second one hit a second later. "Go!" Nathan shouted. "Are they shooting at us?" I asked. It didn't matter. Whether they were firing a rifle or physically pounding the outside, we didn't need to be anywhere around the trouble. I got us up to third gear and sprinted through the forest. "I think it hit on my side," Tyler said from the back seat. Twice we had to slow for some large streams, but they weren't deep or fast-moving, so getting across wasn't as bad as before. When I thought we were far enough from the attack, I dropped us down to second gear, where it was a bit safer for the conditions. A few minutes later, we came up to Bayside Road. "Mr. P wants to know if we're there yet," Tyler said as a test joke. Zoe laughed. Based on where we'd come from, we were certainly between our street entrance and Rosie's place in North Point. I figured I'd recognize a landmark and narrow down our location as soon as we got on the main road. "Can I jump out for a second?" Tyler asked, anxious for me to say yes. "Why?" I asked. "I want to check on something. It will only be 2 seconds." His hand was on the door handle, already moving. "Make it quick." True to his word, the boy jumped down, looked at the side of our truck, then got back in. "Yeah, there are 2 new bullet holes on this side. I think someone was shooting at the soldiers, not the other way around." "Why do you care?" I asked in a sympathetic voice. "Well, I don't know. Those soldiers were really trying to flag us down, like they were in trouble." I'd gotten that sense too, but it didn't change my desire not to stick our noses into danger. My truck was already full of precious cargo that needed to be delivered home safe. "Thanks for checking," was all I could say. I turned left, to the south, to find a mostly empty roadway. All the people pulling suitcases and traveling along the roads were gone, probably taking shelter wherever they could. However, there were still a few guys walking north, dressed in cheap ponchos or black trash bags, that all looked the same under the gray skies and continuous rainfall. I half expected to be shot in the back as we drove on, though I couldn't see if they were armed under their rain gear. "Looks like these trash bag hikers looted a janitor's closet," Luke commented. "Or they all found their cheap stuff at the dollar store," I surmised. "That's one of the only stores where you know exactly what things cost, even without a cash register to scan it." We passed a few walkers on our right, then a minute later some more on our left. Even the threat of a storm hadn't gotten them to hunker down. That told me they were either extremely motivated to get somewhere, or they were desperate enough to run from terrible things behind them. As we got closer to home, there was more evidence of flooding from the strong storms that continually passed above us. I saw rising waters on one street on the right, but I didn't stop until we reached a turnoff, a little short of the road to Zen's house. "What's up?" Luke asked. "Why are we stopping?" "Is that normal?" I nodded out his window. "The rising water." "Storm surge," Nathan said from the back, with no concern in his voice. "Like a hurricane surge?" I remembered seeing them talked about during Hurricane Katrina many years ago. "Yep," he answered. "He's right," Luke said with growing concern. "How high is it going to go?" I pressed. Luke shrugged. Nathan, however, seemed animated by the discussion. "If this is a nasty hurricane, it could go 10 or 20 feet over the normal water level." 10 or 20 feet? I asked, dumbfounded. I tried to imagine all the houses on that side of the street, with water above their first floors, Only the two-story homes would have dry places to hide. Everyone else would have to climb on their roofs or the tops of tall cypress trees. "That is very unlikely," Luke countered. "My realtor said the seawater had never gotten to our street, even in really bad storms. 4 feet of surge is about the worst we ever get around here." My realtor never mentioned flooding. She said we'd sometimes get hurricanes, but we were far enough inland to not worry about them too much. "I hope yours was right," Luke joked. The flooding wasn't washing over homes or even their driveways, but the nearby canals were spilling into yards up and down every street within my field of view. At the same time, I took note of the 2 canals that went under the road and into our subdivision. The water level was obviously higher now, but it was still a few feet from the lip of the canals over there. Looking closer, it appeared as if our side of the road sat a few feet higher than Zen's side. The slight elevation rise was hidden by the north-south roadway, but it was obvious when the canals on one side were spilling over, and those on the other side were not. "Maybe we need to block those canals," I said to test the idea, "to keep the water from coming to our side." "Yeah, maybe," Nathan replied. "But you'd need to do it fast, with dump trucks of dirt and rocks, or the moving water would sweep it away." After seeing how fast the water rose back at the trailer park, I had a sense of what to expect. "Well, we'll keep an eye on the rising waters," I stated, as I got the truck moving again. In mere moments, we were at our intersection, and I turned left into our subdivision. I nosed the Unimog to the silver Lexus, which sat between and behind Ben's Subaru and a black minivan. The trio of vehicles blocked the road next to the canal, and it was where I expected our people would see me and then open the gate for us. No one appeared. I honked, though it seemed to get lost in the pouring rain and wind. To my left, the giant billboard with the orange fish was missing one panel from the blustery drafts. The fish itself was still on there, which was good, since it was a useful landmark, but stronger winds could probably rip the whole thing down. After half a minute, we still hadn't been greeted, and the Lexus was still in our way. After what we'd experienced with Zoe, I couldn't believe there was no one covering our front gate. I honked again. Mr. P, sensing rising tension in the cabin, whined a bit. "Where the hell is the roadblock crew?" I asked. Chapter 14. The ongoing rain and wild winds made it difficult to confirm no one was standing behind the cars of our roadblock, but it was a little easier to see no one was at Zen's blockade on the other side of Bayside Road. A blue SUV had been moved into position, but now it sat empty, with all 4 doors open. A second vehicle sat off to the side, as if Zen's guys had brought it close to the intersection but decided not to put it in place. As best I could tell, there were no guards on either side of the road. "What the hell is going on here?" I asked. On the road to the south, a dozen figures marched on the shoulder, heading our way. Their drab ponchos fluttered sideways in the wind. "All right, Tyler. Will you help your dad move the Lexus so we can get home?" I watched patiently as he and his dad endured the driving rain while clearing the roadblock, so I could drive us through. Once there was enough space, I set the Unimog in gear and went in. When I stopped to wait for them to get back in, Dante appeared like an apparition on my side of the truck. He waved me to roll my window down. "You're back," he shouted as he ran up. "What's happening here?" I fumed. "Why did we have to let ourselves in?" "We have 2 armed guys here," he pleaded, as if he knew exactly why I was upset. "I told them to hide in the vehicles until I got back and not get out for any reason, so they weren't easy targets. I didn't expect anyone would arrive while I walked to the house and back." My hackles went down, a little. He pointed to the guys in ponchos. "I was hurrying back to the blockade to take care of our defense. Frank, we took in some soldiers, and they say those guys coming at us are working together to hunt them down." Wait a second. It was difficult to concentrate with rain falling in sheets. "Soldiers are inside our neighborhood?" Dante's red Florida Panthers jersey was waterlogged, glued to his frame. He had to hold his arm over his eyes to keep the rain out. "It's a long story." I had to remind myself there was no way to plan for every contingency, and that I couldn't personally be involved in all decisions made by my team. If someone on the roadblock had allowed the soldiers to come inside, I had to trust they'd applied some logic to the decision. The men in ponchos were now crossing the bridge over the canal running under Bayside. While observing them, I strained to see into the waterway, since the level was much higher than I'd ever seen it. In fact, I was beginning to suspect it was in danger of overflowing its banks on the other side of the roadway. "Okay, I'll talk to these guys if they come over to us." I grabbed my AR, as I wanted them to see I meant business, even in the blinding conditions. "I need everyone to back me up." I turned behind me, looking at the twins and their parents. "You four can stay in here, if you'd like." "No way," Nathan responded. "I'll join you with this thing." He patted his M1A SOCOM rifle. The girls wanted to come out with their rifles too, but Darla put her foot down and said no. There wasn't time for me to lay out a case for helping me, so I hopped out of the truck without further comment. Luke and Tyler both took up positions behind the front gate. Nathan came a few seconds later and stood near the bumper of the last car. Once they saw Dante was back, the two men from his street got out of the cars and matched our defensive stance. On reflection, I was glad Dante hadn't abandoned the whole roadblock as it first appeared, or I might have had my first difficult personnel problem. The rain stung my face and arms. My Hawaiian shirt was already damp from being outside earlier, so getting more buckets of water tossed on it caused it to stick to my body in seconds. "Stay back here," I said to my friends as I pointed to the silver Lexus. I went to the Subaru wagon in the front row of vehicles, since I wanted to be alone when I talked to the arriving men. There were about 12 of them, all similar size, solid builds. Maybe they were legit military men. The bulk of them stuck by the concrete rail over the canal bridge, as if to stay behind cover. 3 of them came a bit closer to me, but only one walked the final 10 yards toward the Subaru. We had both spread our forces. "That's far enough," I warned. The guy kept walking. I had my rifle at the ready, but now I positioned it on the hood of the wagon, so it was clear what I was saying. Still, the guy got to about 10 feet of the far side and kept moving, almost as if he was going to rush through the opening in the middle of the street and come to my side of the blockade. Once I saw where he was going, I hurried to the back of the Subaru and crouched down, weapon hot. "Whoa!" the man cried out, as if surprised. "Stop right there," I ordered again. He put his hands up, but behind him, the other men had long guns drawn. Was he a decoy? A suicidal first wave? "I couldn't hear you with the rain hitting my poncho." As he spoke, he patted his head as if his ears were broken. There was no way to know if he was telling the truth, but it seemed instantly suspicious that anyone would approach a roadblock and not notice the person flagging him down, so I didn't let my guard down in the slightest. "Just tell me what you want and then get out of here," I said with an ounce more politeness. "We're only passing through," he pleaded, "but we're looking for some people." The guy had a beard, but his hood and the way he continuously looked down to avoid the rain made it hard to see other distinguishing features. "There's no one here," I replied. He looked up at me, and I got a better view of his dark features.
"We saw them go into a home over there, surely before you came through in your nice yellow truck."
He nodded to the Unimog. I hadn't met the soldiers, but the man wasn't giving me the warm fuzzies by his body language, and the other guys lurking near the intersection weren't helping either. "If you saw me come in late, you know I have no way of verifying anything you say. Maybe we have guests, maybe we don't. If they were buddies of yours, they'd be coming out right now to meet you, wouldn't they?"
"I never said they were my buddies," the man droned. "They're part of a National Guard unit that smashed up my neighborhood. If you don't turn them over, me and my friends back here are going to consider you aiding the enemy."
My hackles spiked, but I resisted the urge to reflexively defend the U.S. military. While I'd always been a strong supporter of the average soldier and veteran, I couldn't let my personal feelings put my whole neighborhood in jeopardy. So instead of telling him he'd have to kill us all to harm one active-duty American soldier under our protection, I chose a more tempered route.
"Come on, man. Cut me a break. I can't verify what you're saying, and I haven't had time to talk to the other guys either. Can't you skip all this and go to a relief camp? There's a FEMA center up in North Point. Saw it myself."
I didn't have to explain the condition of things up there.
"I feel you, friend."
He pointed to the trees on the far side of the canal.
"We're going to find some shelter over there. When you've had some time to talk to them, I expect you'll be sending them our way. Okay? If they escape, or you let them sneak out, we're going to take it personal, if you know what I mean."
I again fought the urge to flex on the arrogant asshole. I figured the real reason he was giving us time was to observe our fighting strength. He knew we had an operational roadblock with armed men, so we weren't pushovers.
"I hear you," I said diplomatically. "But give me something I can use when talking to my prisoners. What specifically did these men do to you?" "They rolled through my neighborhood and shot at anything that moved. They killed my wife and son, and a lot of other wives and children. They've got to pay for their crimes. You hear me?"
"I do," I said. I still didn't like the guy's attitude, but I could allow some leeway if his story was true. If the army came by and shot up clownfish, I would probably hunt them down too. "I'll talk to them and see what we can come up with."
"You better come up with the right decision," he warned.
"Talk to you later," I said in a businesslike tone. The guy cinched his hood as he turned and walked back to his buddies. One of the two middle guys had a huge pair of binoculars out, facing me. When the leader walked by, Bino Guy joined his buddy. I begrudgingly gave them props at doing recon on us. I kept watch to verify they walked back across the bridge, went beyond the cars we dragged next to the canal, and disappeared in the woodlands, as the lead guy had promised. Over the next couple of minutes, Dante went back to the front gate with Nathan as his new helper. Luke went door to door to find someone else from the street who could take a shift on the blockade. The rainy conditions made it far more stressful to keep watch, so I wanted shorter shifts, assuming we could find more watchers. Dante directed me to our two guests, who were in the first house on Albacore Anchorage. I moved the Mog onto the driveway, so Darla and the twins could join us. The residence was where I'd often seen an older man sitting on his front porch. Now he sat in a plush chair in his living room, with two soaked young women in big fluffy bath towels, sitting on a couch across from him. It took me a few seconds to realize they were the evil warriors Poncho Dude had warned me about. "You two are soldiers?" I asked with surprise. "The man outside said I would be facing a couple of terrorists." In confirmation, our resident greeter, the Golden Dog, went up and sat in front of them so they had the honor of petting his luxurious fur. "I'm 2nd Lieutenant Margaret Dancer, 116th Cavalry Brigade, 2 116th Cavalry Regiment,
Idaho National Guard, she droned, as if reading from a cue card. Both women had BDU trousers with haphazard cuts to make them into shorts, and wore black sports bras instead of uniform tops. Their sunken eyes and the way they melted into the sofa suggested they were on the verge of exhaustion. "Well, Lieutenant, I'm Frank Douglas. I guess you could say I'm in charge of this subdivision. First things first, can we get you a new shirt or anything to cover up?" "Couldn't give a shit," she answered, while she absently ran a hand down the back of Mr. P's neck. Margaret was well tanned, with dark hair cut short and a row of tattoos up the side of her torso. The other girl was blonde, with elfin features, and couldn't have been an inch over 5 nothing. Neither looked like they could be infantry soldiers. Or evil. I turned to the retiree. "I assume this is your place. I've seen you sitting out front, watching us. I'm Frank." The wrinkled guy was in his late 70s or 80s. He wore a black ball cap emblazoned with Vietnam veteran on the front and loaded with pins and patches on the sides. "Yep, this is my place. I'm Elmer. I've been watching the past several days to see what would happen after the power went off. Saw the people come in and tear apart those rations. Saw those men threaten you at the roadblock. Saw you get the people across Bayside set up with their own security blockade. All good work, of course, but I didn't think I needed to get involved until I saw these two young ladies come up to our roadblock." I noticed he was dripping wet, same as the soldiers. "You went out there?" I asked with surprise. "Yep," he answered. "When two women walked the way they did, always looking over their shoulders, trying to jog while carrying gas cans and so on, I knew they were running from someone. I went out and made sure Dante waved 'em in." "Yeah, well, I think I found who's chasing them." I turned to the women. "They said you killed a bunch of their wives and children." Dancer scoffed. "Our orders were to drive the convoy north, through Fort Myers." "Wait a sec," I interrupted. "Are you saying the Army is still in business with vehicles? We assumed they were taken out by the EMP, like all the other modern tech." "Yep, our gear is hardened against nukes." "Sorry, that's good to know. If it had knocked you guys out, it might have meant the blast happened directly over our heads." "Yeah, so almost the second we got into the city limits, we were swarmed with people who wanted us to stop and help them. At first we listened to their complaints and tried to help however we could. As time went on, we found ourselves often helping one group only to be begged by another. That second group would then want us to attack the people we'd recently finished helping. After bogging down in those endless, lawless neighborhoods, our CO advised us to saddle up in the middle of the night and evac." I sat down on a wooden chair. "I bet that pissed some people off." "It did more than that. It drove them mad. People chased us on bikes. They shot at us with all kinds of guns. Little did we know our presence had spread like wildfire through the middle of the city. Once we were on the move, and they saw we weren't going to stop, the assholes turned to more desperate measures, like dumping flaming fuel bottles on our deck." "Jeez," I expressed. "Americans attacking American soldiers." "My improvised unit started out with 3 working tanks, a dozen Humvees, and a couple of fuel trucks the day the world went to shit. As you can see, we don't have much left." She held out her arms in the universal sign for "I've got nothing." "If you came in on foot, why were you still carrying the fuel cans?" I asked. She sat forward on the couch. "We were pre-positioned near the south end of Sanibel Island, south of Fort Myers. On the morning of day 2, our fuel trucks went across the causeway to refill, but they never came back. By day 3, several of our Humvees had gone AWOL. Thieves snuck in and stole our personal gear right off our deck. That's when we decided to move north, but without fuel reserves we had to ditch the Monte Cristo in 10 feet of water, near downtown Fort Myers. Flapjack Special was disabled somewhere in Cape Coral, not far south of South Point.
What about the third one?
Oh,
Margaret chuckled to herself.
I guess I shouldn't have given away our numbers.
You're carrying those cans, I clarified. So we know you're trying to get somewhere. It doesn't matter to me if you have a tank or a motorcycle. We'll do what we can to help you. Margaret looked me in the eyes for 10 or 20 seconds, seemed to make up her mind about a decision, then slumped back into the cushions.
Mister, I'm so damn tired I would probably give you our tank in exchange for one night of uninterrupted sleep. But I don't think my CO would approve. You can sleep here as long as you'd like, Elmer said with excitement. You ladies are doing the uniform proud.
He stopped talking, as if he'd said the wrong thing. It took a few seconds for Margaret to interpret his hesitation before she replied.
We shed our actual uniforms because they were going to get us killed, she said dryly. Anyone who saw us on foot patrols asked for our help keeping the peace. Dudes were all over us for their own sick reasons. It was exhausting, so we took off the tops and cut the legs off the trousers to make it impossible to know we were soldiers.
Did it help? I asked.
A little, she shrugged. Almost no one asked for our help after that, which was good, though we had even more random guys hitting on us, which was bad.
So I get your situation. But what is it about those militia wannabes across the canal? How did they decide to hunt you down, especially if you were in disguise? She sighed for what seemed like an entire minute.
Sally and I went out last night to find fuel for our third tank, but we heard it drive away shortly before we made it back with the haul. We chased when we could, but we only had tracks to follow. They left us, Sally, the small woman, complained as if Margaret was telling the story wrong. That bastard Tanner pushed Foster out of his way, and he stole our ride. Maybe, Margaret allowed. But we had a job to do, so she and I picked up our cans and tried to catch up. Long story short, the tank went through another effed up neighborhood, somehow injured or killed some of them, and we weren't able to run away fast enough. They knew you were with the tank? Elmer asked with surprise. Yeah, she answered. It turns out, even without radios, people down there were able to pass along information about us from before we went native. We evaded them a couple of times, but they caught us crossing this main road with the fuel, and they were in hot pursuit when you guys let us crash here.
I crossed my arms as I gamed out the scenario. By offering hospitality, we'd put ourselves in between the U.S. Army and revenge-seeking civilians from the city. To their credit, the armed men had given us plenty of time to give up our guests. But having met both sides, I had to admit I preferred the ladies from the military. Well, soldiers, with the storm growing outside, you probably wouldn't get far anyway, so consider sticking around for a while. I glanced over to Elmer, the teens, and their parents. I was making a decision for them and for the rest of the people in our subdivision by getting us involved. But the gauntlet had been thrown down by the militia creep. I had to either give up the ladies or face their wrath. But I had another key data point about U.S. soldiers. Thanks to Tyler's random spot check of those bullet holes, I knew the soldiers in the woods were pleading for our help, not the ones shooting at us. Maybe one had nothing to do with the other, but there was an emerging pattern. Soldiers were under attack near my home. I held out my hand to pull Margaret off the sofa. Life in the apocalypse now boiled down to who you trusted after absorbing threadbare first impressions. Ma'am, I can't confirm anything going on between you and those guys outside, but I do know this. They made it clear I had to send you two over to them, or they were going to come in and get you. Call me old-fashioned, but I don't respond well to threats. Neither do we, she said, as I pulled her up. Besides, I added, I think I know where you can find your tanker friends. We'd passed them not 30 minutes earlier. Chapter 15. Everyone hang on to something, I said to the packed crowd riding with me. Nathan, Darla, the twins, and both Farmingtons shoved together on the rear bench seats. Tyler tried to get Zoe to sit on his lap, but Luke made him scrunch down on the floorboard in front of the rear seat next to the dog. Zoe ended up sitting on her sister's lap, and Darla held her nose and sat halfway on Nathan's leg, which left room enough for Luke to sit alone. The two soldiers sat next to each other on the passenger seat up front. No one could move around comfortably, but we didn't have far to go. The fuel was in the far back, with Nathan's reloading press and his gun cases. Elmer stood in his garage, waving at us. "Later," I waved. I backed the Mog down the driveway while flipping on the wipers. The rain continued to pour, though at the moment it wasn't dumping in sheets. The reprieve gave me a chance to see across the canal as I turned onto Poseidon Pier. We'd gone about 50 yards when it sounded as if someone had thrown a rock against the right side of the truck. A hiss went through the cabin, and a clank of metal came from down by the pedals. "Ow!" Sally wailed. A sprinkle of blood coated my hand on the shifter. My stomach balled itself up. "They're shooting at us!" Darla cried out. So much for talking it out. I'd already been clutching through the gears, and the Unimog was not built for speed, but I got us to about 50 as we sped past Barracuda and approached Clownfish. As we got to the right-angle turn, I tried to bleed off the speed, but the wet conditions made me take the turn a bit wide, and I went into the grass. Mud spun off the tires and coated the sides in the short distance it took me to get back on the pavement. Who was bleeding? Was anyone shot? I thought I heard more shooting behind us, but it was difficult to tell over the engine along with the rain smacking the windshield and roof. I didn't let air out of my lungs until we reached the roadblock. Sally sucked in air, as if struggling. Kyra, in a yellow rain jacket, waved us down as we approached. She blew the whistle, so the people in the subdivision knew something was happening at the roadblock. This was one of our new protocols. "It's us!" I shouted with my window halfway down. Ben and LeVar moved my orange Corvette out of the way as we arrived, but Kyra didn't stand aside when it was clear. Instead, after ensuring the two men were watching her, she walked around the truck as fast as her short legs would carry her. She finally came back around. "Sorry, Frank. You told us to do that." "I did," I said through a sliver of open window. "You found the girl's parents?" she continued. "Yep, they're in here with Tyler and his dad. We've got a full house. Possible injured. Somebody shot at us from the woods south of the canal, so stay on alert." "Come on in," she declared. I drove through, satisfied our training was paying off. "Sally, you okay?" I guessed it was her, not Margaret, based on the random sounds she'd been making. They were the sounds of someone struggling to suck in the pain. "I got tagged," she peeped. Inside our perimeter, I took the time to observe my passenger's situation. A fair amount of blood ran down the back of her leg, while she held it with both hands. Margaret pointed to the door, to Sally's leg, to the doghouse, and then to my side of the cabin. "The bullet went through your truck and out the other side." Sure enough, there was a hole in my door, near the bottom. It looked as if the bullet had traveled under my legs as I worked the clutch and other pedals. "I don't know how they knew you were in here," I commented as we pulled up to my driveway. "Doesn't matter," Margaret insisted. "Thanks for getting us clear." "We've got first aid in the neighborhood watch area," I finished. I hopped out of the truck and into a 6-inch pool of water, swirling around the circle. The rain had collected on my street, though there was a slight grade upward toward all the homes, so we weren't in immediate danger from the growing puddles. However, I glanced behind my house to be sure the canal hadn't come out of its banks, even though I'd crossed it on the bridge a few minutes earlier. As my boots soaked in the water, an irrational fear struck me that said the water was about to rise much faster than I imagined. The others had climbed down from the truck and were on the way to my open garage door. I followed at a jog, looking at the canal for as long as I could on the way up, sure it was going to spill over as I watched. I went in the third bay garage door, since the rain and wind were mainly coming from the south and west, and we didn't need the larger part of the garage soaked with water. Some thoughtful person had wrapped a tarp over my belongings in that slot, so rainwater didn't ruin my stuff. Margaret guided Sally to a chair next to a single gas lantern providing light for the dark side of the chamber. I pulled out a small medical kit and placed it on the table by the ladies. After pulling out some gauze and antibiotic ointment, she went to work on her injured friend. Fortunately, from what I could tell, it was more of a graze on the back of her calf, rather than a serious penetration. All three of us had been lucky the bullet hadn't been an inch or two in another direction. She saw me looking at her M4 carbine. Both women had kept them on slings over their backs, but they'd finally set them on the floor against the wall. "You can disarm us if you want," she said without glancing over. "Both our rifles and pistols are out of ammunition." "No, I don't think you're the bad guys." "You have more faith in people than I do," she replied. "I guess I go with my gut." "I can't believe how many vehicles you have here," Margaret said matter-of-factly, changing tact. "There aren't this many down south, in the thick of the city." "Yeah," I answered with some hesitation. "We've been searching them out since the beginning, so we'll have mobility when we need it. On the second day, we used one to score a bunch of rocks, charcoal, and sand for water filtration. Still haven't set that up." Those bags were in a neat pile in Drummond's garage. We needed the 55-gallon drums to start the gravity-fed water purification process. "That's smart." "I hope so," I stated. "I don't suppose there is any way I could get you to loan us that big truck so we can get our fuel back to our unit in the woods, huh?" Dancer kept all her attention on the medical situation while she spoke. "Yeah, I'm not sure about that." Despite their pleasant demeanors and outward appearances, I had to remember they were soldiers on a mission. Even if they liked me, they might do whatever it took to fulfill their duty. "We could offer our expertise in warfighting," she suggested, still not looking at me directly. "I would think we could help you arrange your defenses better, so you can hold off anyone who might try to get in here. We could even bring the tank back here to help you finish the job on them." Always trying to think outside the box, especially when survival was on the line. I tried to picture a scenario where the women were actually working with the poncho guys to play me like a fiddle. 2 young women in sports tops might lure unsuspecting men into any number of pitfalls and traps. Create a big bad threat across the canal, then ask for a working vehicle to help put a stop to it. However, my fears were dispelled when I thought about the bullet that had gone through my cabin. There was no way any sane person would allow a co-conspirator to almost shoot their leg off, as a means of gaining a group's trust. I would buy that a guy might shoot out a tire or put one in the engine while their man on the inside is riding along, but not if they shot at the people inside the cabin. I leaned toward trusting them. At the same time, I needed to be certain. "I promise I'll think about it," I answered. We were all armed, so there was nothing stopping them from trying to take the truck by force. But I had to believe they were smart enough to see my people wouldn't take kindly to any such sneak attack. Almost the second I finished my thought, a small ball of ice bounced into the garage from the far garage door. After a few seconds, dozens of taps resonated off the sheet metal of the outer door. Marble-sized chunks of ice soon littered the floor by the open doorway. Are most hurricanes like this? I wondered. With the flooding and hail and everything? Why did they build houses around here? I don't think this is a hurricane, Margaret answered. Hurricanes aren't known for having so much hail. The water vapor over the Gulf is way too warm for it. I wouldn't know, I admitted. I moved here from Illinois a few weeks ago. Curious, I walked toward the open door to see the hail falling outside. As expected, the wind made the white dots fly in random directions as it crashed into the trees and cars around my yard and driveway. My reasons for looking outside were more than curiosity, however, as I put some distance between myself and the women. Instead of watching the weather, I kept an eye on them, to see if they were eyeing me, my friends, or anything else in the watch office. Margaret gave all her attention to her fellow soldier. I caught the eye of Tyler, who huddled with the twins and their parents in some chairs near the back of the garage. The boy had been showing off his artwork to Darla and Nathan, though he hurried over to me the instant he caught on to what I wanted. "What's up, Uncle Frank?" I pointed outside, but spoke quietly to him. "I have a secret mission for you and the twins. I want you guys to quietly talk to everyone on our street and have them keep an eye on these two soldiers to see if they try anything." "Won't you watch them?" he whispered. The hail was almost thunderous as it fell against the big garage door and the large cistern collecting water beyond the corner of my house, so there was no way the women could have overheard us. "I will, but I don't want to be obvious about it. I want them to think I'm oblivious, so they'll feel emboldened. If they attack or do something stupid, I want you guys backing me up." I still didn't think the soldiers were there to hurt me, but part of my due diligence was testing their intentions. Being wrong was not an option when all our lives could depend on it. "That it?" he asked. "Another thing. I'm going to pretend to put some keys on the watch table that will start the Unimog, but really they're some shitty old keys for my truck. I want you to watch those keys like a hawk, and if you leave my garage, get someone else to watch them. The second those women steal the keys, someone come tell me." "Sneaky." He gave me a salute. "I hate that I have to do it, but this will tell us a lot." "I don't think they're bad in this timeline," he said matter-of-factly. We both took a few steps back as more hail rained down. The pellets melted in seconds while they were on my driveway, but they lasted a little longer when they rolled into the dry garage. At the same time, I turned to the kid, as if he'd spoken in a foreign language. "There are multiple timelines?" I asked with humor in my voice. "Oh, sure. In this one, I'm a mild-mannered Chad who chugs Mountain Dew and gets the ladies. In the next universe over, I might be a total coffee nerd who makes crazy suggestions, like shoes are actually a type of vehicle that we ride with our feet." "I'm not sure," I answered. "No, I've got it," he said, ignoring my confusion. "Shoes are actually just skis made for non-icy conditions." The boy was prone to blurting out whatever was on his mind, but there wasn't near enough time to piece together what he was attempting to say. "I'm not sure which reality is going to be more confusing," I mused. He looked at me, then outside, then at the soldiers, as if returning his train of thought to what we'd been talking about originally. "Sorry, I've been super nervous since Zoe's parents came with us. I have to ball up my thoughts so I don't embarrass her, or myself, and I was thinking about alternate realities on the drive home." "Yeah, sounds important." "You'll do that thing I asked, right?" He saluted again. "Good," I replied. "While you were at it, I have a third job for you." "You sure you don't want someone else? Rainey? Any of those kids we rescued from the school?" "Am I giving you too much?" I knew in half a second why he was complaining. Every task I gave him was one less moment with his new girlfriend.
No, I guess I can handle it.
Tyler, look at me. The hail stacked up outside, almost making a solid blanket of it over my lawn. It was impressive nature to see, but the boy made an effort to focus on me inside the garage. I could get any of them to do this stuff, but you are my go-to guy. You are the guy I trust. Let me be the first to tell you, as a man, the best thing you can do in a grid-down world is to make yourself indispensable. To me, to the group, to Zoe.
To Zoe?
He whispered. Yeah. Do you think she'd want to go out with the slacker who shirks responsibility and hides behind potted plants? Or is she going to give her time to the young man who is running with the big dogs, helping out the guy in charge? I checked to ensure his dad wasn't in earshot. Who do you think she'll have the hots for?
My dad said things like that in the past, but you know, he's my dad. I guess you're right, though. It's better to run with the big dogs.
You guess? Don't guess, son. It's the God's honest truth. Chicks dig men who can provide. Someday we might be back in caveman times. You'll thank me for this advice, if you take it to heart.
I will, Uncle Frank.
Good. So, the last thing I need you to do is go around to everyone on the street and have them move any food or critical supplies as high as possible off the floors of their homes. We might be in for some flooding, and we can't afford to lose a single bag of flour or rice. I'd spoken loud enough for everyone to hear me, as it was a good way to provide cover for Tyler's real reason for talking to everyone. For this, you can get the teenagers from the school to help you.
Got it,
the boy answered.
Hey, where do you want us?
Darla asked.
Nathan might be, but I'm not a grifter, you know. I can help pay my way.
I took a moment to consider the request of the schoolteacher. Unlike the two soldiers, who did look the part of fighters to a large degree, she didn't seem to have any hard edge to her demeanor. What little fight she had in her seemed to be directed at her ex-husband. I appreciate the offer, but I need you to chill out here for a while. In addition to not wanting to leave the two soldiers alone, I didn't want the two parents wandering around and getting into trouble. I would have to introduce them to everyone, so no one mistook them for bad guys, and there wasn't enough time at the moment. Maybe you and your husband can get your gear out of my truck. Stack it in here for now.
I guess I'll help him,
she scoffed. Before she could stand up, her daughter wrapped her arms around her and started crying.
Frank and another woman saved my life today, Mom,
Zoe sniffled.
Say what?
The mother said with shock. Her attitude softened even more as she comforted her child.
I think I was dead,
she wept. I hadn't forgotten the incident, but it did come as a surprise Zoe had waited so long to tell her story. Sure, we'd been busy, but I had expected the news to come out before everything else. However, when Zoe rushed into her mom's arms, it dawned on me the girl had been saving it up for when she knew they were all safe. Darla glanced over to me.
I want to know everything.
Me too, Nathan added from close by. She wasn't dead, but it's a long story. I don't have the time right now.
We would love to hear it too,
Margaret said. You'll all have to talk to Zoe, when she's up for it, I suggested kindly. Also, I'll have one of the women get you some new tops, so you don't have to walk around without your shirts on.
We'll do whatever you need,
she answered. The banging subsided as I walked over to Sally to gauge her medical progress. It looks like you've got her taken care of, I suggested.
Yeah, thanks again for everything. I know you have a lot going on, but it's nice to have someplace dry to rest for a bit.
Make yourself at home. We have a little food and water in my kitchen, right through there. I pointed to my inside door. And the toilets are still working. but you have to fill the tanks by hand. Right now, you can grab a bucket of water at the canal, okay?" Margaret nodded.
"We've seen worse."
I didn't really want them wandering around inside my house, not until I established if I could trust them, but I didn't want to seem hostile. "My garage is the neighborhood watch headquarters, so there is always someone here if you need anything. Food, water, whatever."
"Understood, sir."
My mind centered on the deep puddle at the base of my driveway and the rising level of the canal. If the water was going to continue upward, it would almost certainly flood out the homes on the other side of Bayside Road, and it might also get into the homes on this side of the north-south roadway. To satisfy my curiosity about potential flooding, I would have to go somewhere I'd never been before. "I'll share every detail when I get back." I headed for the door.
"Thanks for finding my parents,"
Zoe said through her tears.
"Stay out of trouble for once, why don't you?"
I paused briefly. "I'll try, kid." Chapter 16. After getting all the newcomers squared away in my garage, I set off into the rain once more. I'd thought about finding one of my waterproof jackets, but I was already soaked to the core, and I didn't want to take the time to find it. With sideways gusts and water pooling in every flat surface possible, there was little point to any rain gear. I headed toward the roadblock to find Ben. From my driveway, I could barely see the blockade 100 yards out, but we'd passed him there minutes earlier, so I figured he was still out there. "Ben!" I shouted as I came up behind him. To their credit, he and LeVar were behind the roadblock, still keeping watch over the street to the south. They used the bodies of cars to shield themselves from the worst of the wind and rain. "Hey, boss," Ben said immediately. LeVar acknowledged me with a nod. "Everything going okay?" I asked. "Anybody shoot at you from the woods?" I pointed into the murky rainstorm toward the edge of the forest, running along the south edge of the subdivision. They were barely gray blotches, since they were so far away. "Kyra told us they did that, but we haven't seen any action down there since you came through," Ben explained. "Did you stand out here during the hail?" I asked. "We climbed in the cars," he assured me, "but the streaks of water coming down the glass made it extremely hard to see anything at all, so we got out as soon as it stopped." "Well, I hate to pull you off this dream job," I laughed, "but I need your help with your boat." "Where you going in this mess?" Ben asked, referencing the storm above us. "Somewhere important," I replied. "I need to figure out if we are going to have water in our houses." "No way," he said without hesitation. "Have you seen the streets across Bayside?" "No," he admitted. "Would you believe me if I said water from the ocean was rising into their yards?" "Really?" "Saw it with my own 2 eyes," I confirmed. "Shit, I guess this is something new." Margaret said this storm isn't a hurricane, since hurricanes don't usually have hail. "That sounds right," he answered. "Never really thought about it." I waved LeVar over. "I'm stealing your partner. Can you get a replacement?" "Give me 60 seconds and I'll go get Kyra. She's at our place warming up and eating a little food." Ben and I took positions at the roadblock, which provided time for me to get a sense of how the storm was making the job far more difficult than it should have been. Rain kept blowing in my eyes. Visibility was next to nothing. Sometimes when the gusts kicked up and sent little spikes of water at my face, it prevented even opening my eyes. It made me aware we needed a new approach to the checkpoint when the weather was bad. Perhaps that meant we moved in a van or other vehicle, where my friends could stay dry while on duty. Or maybe we only kept people in the houses on each side of the roadblock, so no one had to stand around outside. It would require some tweaking. LeVar and Kyra returned, so Ben and I could sneak away. We stayed low as we hurried along the cars in the backyard of the construction home. Then we turned to walk the canal a few yards down, until we were behind Luke's place. The boat was still tied to a small tree behind his house. However, it no longer required us to go down the bank to get in. The water now lapped at the top. "You weren't lying," Ben said as he climbed in. "I've never seen water this high." A crack of lightning lit up the nearby woods. The thunder howled in reply. He picked up a small 1-gallon bucket and began scooping water out of the boat. I hadn't been paying attention as we arrived, but now it was obvious the Metal John boat sat lower in the water. If we hadn't come when we did, would it have sunk? Another strike of lightning boomed in the trees behind my house. At the same moment, a bright orange kayak tumbled end over end along the edge of the forest, heading toward my backyard. "Look at that," I said with shock. The wind was borderline tornadic. Even the small water surface of the canal had whitecaps being blown into the air. "You sure you want to go out?" he asked with well-founded concern. "We have to," I replied. "I need to know if this is going to get worse, and I don't want to risk driving a truck in full view of those dickwads in the woods." I had to explain who I'd brought back in the truck, including how we'd gotten the girls' parents, and how an unknown group of men seemed put out that we'd given shelter to a couple of soldiers. By the time I was done, Ben was finished scooping most of the water. "Here, you'll need to keep up with the pumping." Ben handed the bucket to me. He sat at the back, by the motor, and got us moving. I sat on the middle seat, facing forward. The little engine was barely audible over the dumping rain as we rounded the bend of the canal heading for the Albacore side of our development. I scooped out my first bucket of water as we passed Barracuda. "That's where I want to go," I said, pointing ahead. "Under there?" "Yeah, if we can fit." I'd been pointing to the canal tunnel underneath Bayside Road. It was clear Ben had been able to cross under there many times, as he was famous for getting lost in the canals beyond our subdivision. But the rising waters now made it a tight squeeze. At the T-junction closest to the road, I tried to get a look to my left, toward the front gate at the entrance to our community, but the rain was too thick to see anything. We bounced on some small waves. A few seconds later, Ben motored us under the protection of the blocky tunnel, and the rain stopped slapping us around. We did fit through, but I had to crouch in front of my bench seat in order to save the top of my head. "This is nuts," Ben blurted. "How much higher is it going to go?" "Take us to the other side, please," I said. The far end of the tunnel was only about 30 feet away, but it looked like we were about to exit through a waterfall. The rain was bad enough, but a lot of water drained off from above the exposed opening, since the storm was mostly coming from that direction. "Get the bucket ready," he pleaded. "I'm on it," I assured him. The front of the boat took on water as we went under the deluge, and I immediately tossed more buckets out. By the time Ben came through, I was scooping like I was on the cusp of finding gold. "Oh, shit," he drawled. Once I caught up with the water, I had a moment to look at what I'd come there to see. The canal had risen into the backyards of the surrounding homes. The conditions made it impossible to see more than 4 or 5 houses down, but those in the distance seemed to have higher water levels than the ones against Bayside Road. Unlike when I looked toward the west when we drove home, the subdivisions on this side of Bayside now looked like a lake with islands of homes scattered everywhere. The homes weren't severely flooded yet, but the rain and storm system hadn't shown the least suggestion it was slowing down. I turned around to look at the opening from this side. Unlike the rest of the canal system, which was mostly a uniform 20 yards across, the builders made these tunnels narrow by comparison. The opening behind us was probably 5 yards at the mouth, or a little less. What do you think would happen if we blocked the tunnels? I asked as I scooped more water out of the hull. Would it keep the water lower on the other side? As I studied the current, it was clearly flowing into the tunnel. I figured normal behavior of the water was to not flow at all, since the canals around our homes were not part of a river system heading to the sea. They were more like brackish backwash that had no current in any direction. The fact I was seeing water rushing through meant the storm surge was pushing inland. Maybe. How would we even start to block this off? I couldn't recall any of my books explaining this particular situation in any detail, but several did outline how to build check dams to create small ponds along riverways as a means to secure more drinking water, fishing grounds, and the like. What I envisioned here was much different. We could use the trucks to drag fallen trees across the highway and dump them across the opening. If we get enough of them, they would create a framework for dumping heavier objects, like cars or even box trucks. That wouldn't block it completely, would it? We wouldn't need to choke the water completely. All we need to do is cut down on the amount of water flowing through, so it doesn't flood our streets as fast as it would have otherwise. It would basically stack up on this side of the dam and flow left and right back into these houses. That delay might get us to the end of the storm with dry floors. But it might piss off the people on this side, Ben said in a measured tone. Yeah, every decision has downstream effects we've got to consider if we want to make it to the end of this waking nightmare. If I was living on this side, and I saw someone trying to save their ass while making my life worse, I know what I would think of them. Not the kind of people you work with long term, he opined. Nope. Well, what does that leave us with? I asked. I tossed another bucket of water over the side, while he kept the boat in place using the motor at low RPMs. When I looked back to him, all he did was shrug. Clog the other end? He laughed. No, they would figure it out. But nice try. I think we have to hope there is enough room for the water to spread out on our side of the road. I'm not a surveyor, and it is difficult because everything appears so flat around here. But I suspect the water will head off into the woods before it gets high enough to enter our houses, as long as this doesn't go on for days. Hurricanes can do that, he cautioned. Then let's hope this isn't a hurricane, like we've been talking about. Yeah, but then what is it? He added. Good question. Right now, Captain, let's set a course over there, towards Zen Street. He upped the throttle, and the flat boat moved into the main channel of the canal. It took a bit of concentration, since the water was high enough to make it appear as one flat surface between the houses on one side of the canal and those on the other. If Ben were to make the wrong turn, it would be easy to run the propeller onto rocks or someone's lawn furniture. Fortunately, Zen's house wasn't far. Also, even more to our benefit, Zen was already pacing next to the shallow water in his backyard. Dudes, it's you! It's us, I called back. A gust of wind sent a pink pool noodle across our bow before sucking it around the corner of Zen's house. Mind if we come ashore? I cried out over the blustery winds. He waved us in. I hopped out as Ben cut the motor and pulled it all the way up. I saw the rocks of the bank below, so I knew there was some ground below me, about waist deep. From there, I pulled the boat across Zen's yard until I was in knee-deep water close to an above-ground pool. What brings you? He tried to say. We've got lots of news, I interrupted. Please listen for a second. I unloaded every detail of importance for what was happening around us. I touched on what I'd found in North Point. I explained the pirate-like guys up at the trailer park. And I told him there were poncho guys shooting at civilians from the nearby woods. Finally, I explained what I'd learned about the flooding. So if you can, tell your people to move any and all supplies to high places in your homes, as far off the floor as they can. I don't know how high the water is going to go, but we have to expect it to at least go a few more feet, based on how it's still coming down." I pointed to the water creeping around the base of his pool and thinking about heading for his rear sliding door. Once it went inside, every item still on his floor would get wet, including food. Other houses closer to the shoreline were likely already inundated. Hopefully they didn't need some random guy in a boat to tell them to protect their food supply. The rain seemed to step up a notch in volume. "Do you understand?" "My people?" he asked himself with a voice full of disappointment. "I can't do this." Zen was an easygoing dude, always fashionably dressed, probably prone to say things like, "Take her sleazy," to his buddies. But now his long hair had popped out of his ponytail, and his expensive clothing was stuck to his skin, so he looked more like a homeless guy who'd been splashed by a passing bus. I took a moment to look at what was on the ground. A shovel. A mushy mound of mud. "Is that Trevor?" I asked with surprise. His face went slack. "I didn't know what else to do with him." Depending on how deep he was, I worried the body would soon rise out of the grave and wash away. A fate almost too disgusting to think about. His grave also reminded me of the funeral pyre back on our street. Did ours get hot enough to take all of our problems away? Zen stared at his work. The rising waters were only a foot or two away from the edge of the dig site. "Hey, Zen!" I waved to get his attention. "You in there, buddy?" His eyes lit up, as if coming back to our reality. "What? Yeah, I'm here. I've never been in a real emergency like this. I was playing before, but I don't think I can lead anyone for real. People are dying and shit. Need to be buried." "My man," I said to tap into his speaking manner. "It's not about high goals you wish you could do. It's more about the basic things you actually get done. We are well past refinement and perfection. Food, water, shelter. That's what people want, and what you can deliver to them. You may not get every decision right, but I can promise you people are going to notice you trying." After giving Tyler his own pep talk 30 minutes earlier, I was beginning to think I needed to go into motivational speaking for young people. "Maybe you're right." I didn't know why he'd buried Trevor alone in his backyard, but I could guess it had something to do with being overwhelmed with the duties he'd taken on. At least one of his friends, Talon, had died out on the road. Other neighbors might have peppered him with questions he couldn't answer. I'd taken him down to the shore and suggested a whole gaggle of new streets could soon be under our mutual protection. It was probably more than he could handle, and digging a hole was one thing he knew he could get done. "How the F are you so calm?" he mused. "Practice. But don't overthink it. For now, we've got to work together to keep this place from falling apart. If people lose their food to a flood, we aren't going to be able to help them without a miracle." "Okay," he said in a dreamlike voice. "Zen!" I barked, almost ready to slap him on the face. He finally focused. "I'm here." "Good. I need you to stop what you're doing back here so you can organize some teams. Get your most reliable buddies. One group should focus on your street, one group should go to the street to your right, and another should go to the street on your left. Tell your closest neighbors how to protect their food." I'd been working to have some influence on the streets around Zen since I first got the idea to put a well over there, and I'd made a little headway on that front. But now, I got a first-hand look at why the alliance had been so important. His neighborhood was the next one over from mine, so if I didn't instruct them to save their food, they would soon come to me with their empty bowls in hand. It was critical that Zen's neighbors took steps to save themselves, since it would also save my people. "Can you do that?" I pressed.
Yes, I know who to ask.
Good. I patted him on the shoulder. When you get your 3 streets done, send your teams out to other blocks. Save whoever you can. I guarantee if this surge comes through, and you're the dudes who told them in advance to put their food on the highest shelves, you'll be instant heroes.
Okay,
he said without conviction. Take a deep breath, bud, I instructed. Remember, the only easy day was yesterday. Rain pelted his face as he drew in a breath.
That's comforting, he finally said.
I don't sugarcoat anything. I chuckled to bleed off some of the tension he must have been feeling. Stay calm for your friends. They're going to need a wolf pack leader to look up to, you know?
I don't,
he started to say. His eyes darted to the canal behind us. As we all watched, a 3-foot wave rolled down the waterway toward the tunnel we'd come through. When it passed behind Zen's home, part of the wave broke into his backyard and came up to our boat and the makeshift grave. But by then, it was barely a few inches high.
Where did that come from?
Ben asked. More waves appeared down the canal.
We've got to go,
I insisted.
I know what to do,
Zen remarked, sounding more prepared as he headed inside his house. A second wave struck the boat. Ben had been bailing water with the bucket while we'd been talking, but now he tossed it near my seat and invited me to climb aboard.
This boat wasn't made for waves, he commented. You could walk back, to be safe.
Forget the boat. Can you handle the waves? I stressed.
Sure, boss. I was giving you a chance to bail.
At the very least, the boat was our evacuation plan in the event a larger force came in and shot the place up. I wanted to get it back to our side of the canal system, but walking out while he took all the risk to move it was not the way.
If you go, I go, I declared. Just had to ask, he laughed.
We pushed off into more waves. Chapter 17.
Haul ass,
I ordered the captain. Ben waited until we were clear of Zen's backyard, but once we were in deep water, he cranked the hand throttle. The antique motor gave it a good effort, but the old thing barely got us moving beyond a light jog.
Why didn't you get the fast model?
I asked over my shoulder, tossing out another bucket to keep us afloat.
I've never been in a hurry to get anywhere, he replied.
My friend guided us over one of the smaller waves still rolling toward our subdivision on the other side of the road. Behind Ben, larger waves broke in Zen's yard and were moving closer. As best I could tell through the dense rain, the storm was coming ashore a mile or two behind us, and the surge was being pushed inland at an increasing pace. I'd seen plenty of newscasts of people fleeing the coastlines during past hurricanes, but I lived in Illinois back then, and I never appreciated what they were going through until now. We had to get to safety. Ben slowed as we arrived at the tunnel.
What is it?
I asked, bucket in hand.
We need to duck,
he suggested. A wave struck us from the back, and water splashed all around me.
Whoa,
I gasped. For half a second, my stomach fell into my boots, as I thought for sure we were about to be swamped. Once we stabilized, I exhaled with relief. Behind us, the waves kept coming. My stomach went into the fetal position.
Shit, I yelped. Keep going.
I bailed faster. Ahead, the gap between the rolling surface and the roof of the concrete tunnel looked as if it had shrunk in the few minutes since we'd gone through, and the waterfall pouring over the side was almost solid. I got on my knees in front of my seat. It was tempting to look around for alternatives to our current plight, but I had to keep bailing water without stopping, since those trailing waves would soon push more into our shallow draft boat.
You should have walked,
Ben cackled. Since we'd met, I'd never heard him panicked or scared. Until that laugh. "I'll remember that next time," I mumbled, unable to take my eyes off the sloshing water inside our vessel. "Going in," he announced. As we went under the waterfall at the edge of the tunnel, it was like being hit in the face with a barrage of water balloons, and they landed inside the boat. Instantly, it seemed as if 100 gallons were added to my workload. Down, out. I reached down, then tossed the water out, over and over. Inside the concrete tunnel, there was no rain or runoff dumping on top of us. However, it was by no means silent. Both ends of the passage acted as radio speakers broadcasting the terrible storm. Down, out, I continued to chant. We made it halfway before the rear of the boat lifted. Water under my knees charged forward. A wave pushed the boat up to the roof. Ben cried out. A big splash. The crest of the wave passed, and we lowered enough we weren't hugging the roof of the tunnel. "Ben?" I asked, chancing a glance back at him. It wasn't nighttime, but the heavy rains and cramped space made it feel like it was midnight. In the dim light, I saw my friend hanging limp over the rear transom of the boat, his upper body in the water next to the engine, as if he had tried to jump out but got stuck halfway. His .30-30 rifle was almost off his shoulder. My blood pressure hit the red line. "Hold on!" I hopped the seat and tried to get a hand on him. "Ben!" I reached the back of his shoulder and pulled. "Come on!" The boat was already filled with several inches of water, but it all rushed into the rear corner when I put all our weight in the back. "Oh, shit!" I yelped. I thought we were going to sink on the spot, but the shifting center of gravity made the front of the boat bounce off the roof, giving me half a second to yank Ben back inside and pull him toward the middle seat. Water rebalanced with us, rushing back toward the front. For a moment, we were stabilized. "Ben, you okay?" He coughed out water. I didn't hear him say anything, but he flashed me a half-hearted thumbs up. More waves were coming. The motor was still running, but the propeller had stopped as soon as Ben released it. Once I made sure he wasn't going to be face down in the water, I gingerly made my way to the flat seat at the back of the boat to keep it from tipping over. A wave rushed in from behind. "Hang on, buddy," I called. This time the wave carried us forward along the tunnel. Since neither of us were sitting straight up, we didn't hit our heads. We weren't going to sink. I let out the air I'd been holding in my lungs. A bright flash of light filled the sky on both ends of the tunnel, followed by a cannon blast explosion of thunder an instant later. I shivered, suddenly cold. We had to get to dry land. Now close to the exit, I hunched on the rear seat only high enough to see ahead, while also holding the throttle. I knew Ben was in no condition to bail water, and I probably wasn't able to drive and bail at the same time. The bucket swirled in circles near the front of the boat, so I couldn't even try. "Here we go," I said to Ben's prone form. I went throttle up as another wave rolled through, but I stayed on the leading edge, head down, and piloted the boat out into the downpour. I turned us right, into the canal behind Albacore anchorage, but I took the turn wide so the water wouldn't slosh around inside the John boat. The edge of the canal was hidden from me, as the surging waters had finally started to overflow the banks and spread into the surrounding yards and forest. For a few seconds, I took stock of our situation and looked at our plight as a math problem, as I'd done for emergencies in the past. How far could we go with an unstable boat filled with water before we sank on the spot? Halfway down the canal? All the way down the canal? Wind whipped over the top of Bayside Road and did its best to push us toward the houses, The rain made me believe I was inside a sandblaster, as it pelted every exposed piece of skin on the right side of my body. Ben moaned. "Hang on, buddy," I consoled. "We're almost there." There were no giant waves on our side of the tunnel, but there were a lot of little ones caused by whipping winds. We bounced up and down as we drifted past several homes, but I jerked forward as we hit a larger wave, and a rush of water came in the front. The little bucket was pushed all the way through the boat until it hit my boot, and it told me I now had the answer to my equation. Find shore right this second, or we sink. I would have preferred to take him back to our street, where I knew we had a medical kit and Agnes the nurse who knew how to use it. But the surprise surge of water combined with a sinking boat forced me to think smaller. Dry land on Albacore was as close as I was going to get. I turned hard left. I used the high water to run us over the edge of the canal. At the last possible moment, I remembered that Ben had lifted the motor out of the water when we'd gotten to Zen's place, so I did the same. As soon as it was up, the bottom of the boat scraped the ground as we went into someone's backyard. "We're here," I announced. I hopped out like before, then pushed the boat as far as I could in the shallows. The water inside the boat weighed it down, so I couldn't get it much farther than a tall apple tree in the middle of the lawn. "All right, bud, time to get out," I said to Ben as I tied the half-sunken boat to the tree. I finally got a better look at him. He'd obviously struck his head on the concrete roof, but the driving rain made the cut seem less serious than it probably was. A thin stream of red tried to pour from the cut at the top of his forehead, but it was brushed away by the storm. "Ben?" I pressed. "I'm here," he mumbled. "Barely." "We have to get to the front yards," I suggested. He held up a hand, my signal to help him up. Together, we worked to get him on his feet, then over the lip of the shallow boat, and then onto the well-kept lawn of a random backyard. The hurricane-force winds almost lifted us off the ground as it slapped our backs. I used those few moments to see if Ben was able to support his own weight, but he continued to use me as his crutch. "Don't tell Evelyn I got hurt," he yelled in my ear. "I don't think I could even find her in this storm," I replied. "It's a big one," he agreed. The wind nearly pushed us down as we went between two homes, since the confined quarters funneled the energy of the currents. But it died down a bit the second we got into the front yard. "Dante!" I shouted. No one would have heard us if they'd been standing in the open window of the house next to us, but he was the first person I thought of. I figured if anyone heard me, by some miracle, they would know the name of the block captain, too. "Think he heard you?" Ben laughed. "I'm glad you're doing better," I snarked. "I got my bell rung, didn't I?" he asked. "Oh, yeah," I answered. "I bit my tongue, too. My mouth tastes like I've been eating pennies." "Eat a lot of pennies, do you?" I quipped, while looking around. I knew Dante's house was nearby, as was the house belonging to Regis. But the blinding rain made it difficult to pick between the many similar homes on the block. The only one I knew for sure was the home on the end, that belonged to Elmer. However, I waited for a few seconds while we took more abuse from the storm. Beyond Elmer's house was the front gate, the next canal, and the woods. Were those assholes in ponchos still over there waiting for me to show myself? Did they have the patience and fortitude to sit in this storm, so they could make good on their promise to get those soldiers and anyone who helped them? "I think I'll take a rest here, boss," Ben slurred. No rest yet," I cautioned. I got Ben moving again. Once going, he kept up with me as I walked toward the end of the street. As we got close, I made a judgment call about pushing the last couple of houses to reach Elmer's place. The rain was so intense I barely saw the cars of the roadblock, much less anything beyond it. If those guys had some technology to spot me, more power to them. "We're crossing the street," I warned. "Don't tell Evelyn I got hurt. Okay?" he said, almost repeating word for word what he'd asked me a few minutes earlier. It told me the bonk on his head was more serious than it looked. "I won't," I said to play along. We went into the street, past a parked car sitting in a giant puddle filled with half a foot of water, then reached Elmer's neighbor. To reduce the chance we were spotted, I walked us close to the front of the neighbor's home, and we came at our target house from the side, not the front. When Elmer opened the door, he seemed confused who I was. "It's Frank," I deadpanned. "I was here earlier today with those 2 female soldiers." The light came on behind his eyes. "Of course, come in," he said as the wind almost shoved the door open for him. Ben plopped on the same couch Margaret and Sally had been sitting on earlier. His rifle fell to the floor next to him. Elmer had some medical supplies with gauze, alcohol swabs, and Band-Aids. Now out of the rain, the blood oozed down Ben's face with more force. "Can you help him?" I asked the older man. "I have to go back out there." "Yeah, sure," he replied. "Why do you want to go out there, though?" There were a million reasons I couldn't sit in the house and dry out, but the main one was due to the arrival of the storm surge. If I didn't do something to help Zen's neighbors, we were in danger of losing dozens, perhaps hundreds of people. It was no longer about getting supplies to higher shelves, but about getting residents to safe heights. "I have to help our neighbors," I explained. "But," he tried to say. I ran to the front door. "If Ben wakes up, don't let him leave." The second I unlatched the door, the wind tried to bully its way inside. I slipped out, closed it, and ran into the headwinds of the hurricane. I made sure I wouldn't be seen from the woods, but there was still no way anyone over there could make out people running in the streets. The front gate was barely 50 feet away, and I still couldn't see much of it. I'd been smelling seawater mixed with rainwater since we'd gotten to Zen's place, but now that I was out of the boat and standing on land, I took a moment to notice how strong it had become. The arriving storm surge brought the ocean up to our streets, and the wind made sure we were smacked in the face with it continually. It was the first time since moving to Florida that the smell of the ocean wasn't bringing me thoughts of Jimmy Buffett and cold retirement beers. I splashed across the wet lawn and went into the street. Not a person was moving in any direction, though I still couldn't see for more than 50 feet, so it was impossible to say who was out on the other end of the block. Every minute I spent out in the storm, I was chilled even more by the wind and rain. When I came up next to the roadblock, I seriously thought about hiding inside one of the vehicles to warm up, but I worried I'd never want to get out again, so I set the idea aside. However, while I hunched behind Ben's Subaru wagon, the door opened, and Dante scrambled out. "Frank, is that you?" he yelled in the wind. "Yeah," I answered. We spoke behind the rear bumper, with the car between us and the forest. "I know you wanted more people to man the roadblock after that young girl was taken, and I felt bad about my part in it, but those guys across the canal kept shooting at us, so right now we only have 2 of us hiding here to reduce our chances of losing anyone." He motioned to another guy sitting low inside the black minivan, watching the canal. "But there's 3 more guys in this first house." Dante pointed to the house across the street from Elmer's. It was the home closest to the orange fish sign, and it was the last one that backed up to the canal. Importantly, it also had a good position next to the front gate. "Thanks for keeping watch," I said. I'd wanted a stronger roadblock to keep anyone from stealing girls like Zoe again, and he'd delivered. "Sure thing. We want to surprise 'em if they try any shit." He wiped water from his face before continuing. So far, other than a few pot shots at people walking on the road, or at us, they've been hunkered down. One factor I'd come to appreciate was how a growing survival group made it harder for me to affect what any one individual person was doing. In a large business, like my trucking company, it was commonly known as micromanagement. Looking between his position in the vehicle and the obscure section of woods where the poncho men were likely hiding, I wasn't sure I could have asked him to put himself in such a risky position. 4 guys watching from the house might have been the safest play. On the other hand, I couldn't deny it was nice to have a set of eyes closer to the danger, watching for incoming trouble. Unlike most everyone else on Albacore, who seemed to take refuge inside their own homes, here was a guy out in the misery, same as me, trying to make a difference. It was nice that he did it without my express instructions. "I have a job for you," I said at last. "I need someone I can trust." "Name it," he answered. "I think the storm surge is going to make life pretty miserable on the other side of Bayside, so I'm going to go over there and offer some of our homes as a fallback position for them." His reaction surprised me. Instead of support, his face said it was a bad idea. "You sure about that? Won't we be putting ourselves at risk if we bring in more refugees?" None of my books ever said it was a good idea to go around shooting neighbors and turning them away at the first sign of trouble, and I wouldn't read any book that had similar advice that went against basic human nature. However, they were extremely clear that there were limits to who you should let come into your community, and who needed to keep moving down the line. In the greater scheme of survival, I'd already made up my mind about Zen's people. "They're not refugees. They're in our alliance, you know. If we ignored them while they were washed out of their homes, who do you think they would blame the second the rain stops?" "Us," he answered. "Right. I'm going to go over there to try to keep that alternative from happening." "I'll see what I can do," he assured me. "See if you can get them in that house to start." I pointed to the closest house, the one where the 2 other roadblock watchers were stationed. Not only was it the closest one to the intersection, but it would also keep the people as close as possible to their own homes. "You got it," he told his partner, while I repositioned myself toward my next destination. He ran toward the house, and I sprinted for the Yucca Reef subdivision sign. Fighting the wind, I made my way around the 2 burly wooden poles supporting the colorful sign above, worried I would be spotted and shot at. "Don't shoot me," I said to the wind. "Nobody shoot me." It struck me as I used the post to brace against the wind. I could be shot in the ass by anyone watching from the windows of the row of homes lining the canal. I could be shot in the front by Zen's guys at the roadblock on his side of Bayside. Or I could be shot by the men in the camouflage ponchos from my left side. The only direction I probably wouldn't be shot was to the north along the road. At least for now. When the wind seemed to increase in intensity, I used that as my cue to run onto Bayside Road and cross both lanes of traffic. My thinking was the gusty winds would cause any shooters to have trouble landing one on me. "Hey, anyone here?" I yelled as I arrived at one of the cars at the incomplete roadblock set up by Zen's people. Before I could determine if anyone was there, I happened to look down Poseidon Pier. When it was clear, I could see all the way to the shoreline 2 miles away. Now, with everything going on, I barely saw past 2 houses. However, I saw enough to confirm the storm surge had gone even higher than when I last saw it. Waves rushed down the middle of the street, splashing the pavement a bit below Zen's barricade at Bayside. The first house to my right had about a foot of water against the garage door, but I figured the houses closer to the coast were even worse. I was surprised by the sound of shattering glass. The rear window of the blue Honda SUV next to me suddenly wasn't there. The gunshot blast barely registered over the wind, with about the same force as hearing someone clap once from the far end of a soccer field. I still ducked behind the truck, out of reflex. 2 dad-bod guys spilled out of the SUV on my side, one from the front and one from the back. When they saw me crouched next to their vehicle, they seemed shocked. "Don't shoot!" they yelled in unison. I didn't even have my rifle out. It was permanently attached over my shoulder. "I'm Frank from across the road." I pointed to the other side of the Honda. "Oh, right," one of the guys replied. I noticed the garage door lift on the nearest flooded house, but I spoke to the guards. "I talked to Zen about 30 minutes ago, and he's out getting everyone to lift their food supplies off the ground. But I think this surge is going to be worse than that. You'll need to get your people out of their homes." "Yeah, Zen came through here about 15 minutes ago," one of them told me. "So now you—" I stopped because the guys were looking behind me. "Where the hell did that come from?" The other guy pointed to the open garage of the first home. We all took a moment to watch a powder blue 1950s-era Chevy come lumbering out of the garage. It had polished chrome, a flawless paint job, flared tail fins, and pristine white wall tires that could have come from the original sales brochure. An older gentleman turned the big steering wheel in our direction, and the 3 of us watched with curiosity as he rolled through the water until he approached the raised intersection. I walked around the front to talk to him, still hunched over to avoid being shot at from across the way. "Hey, where you going?" I asked. The guy wore a checkerboard golf shirt, a brown fedora, and toked on a polished wooden pipe as if on his way to the library. "Anywhere but there." He pointed over his shoulder. "Water ain't gonna stop until it washes us all away." "You think it will get that high?" I asked gravely. "If this was normal times, they would have sounded the horn and evacuated us all, like they did in past hurricanes. This time, it's up to us to use our God-given melons to make these decisions." He tapped the side of his head in a way suggesting he wasn't worried about where he might go. "You are welcome to come to our side of the road." I pointed past our front gate. "You can see the elevation is a bit higher over there, so we're hoping it stays dry." "It should," he responded. "You guys are in Zone B. Higher." I was impressed he knew that. Amanda had said the same thing earlier. Anyone with some knowledge of weather and flooding in the area would be useful to the group's survival for sure. It was also nice he was smart enough to protect his ride. He was a guy we needed to keep around. "So you'll come over?" I asked. "What the hell? If it rises there too, I can always get back in my sweet Charlene." He rubbed the dashboard as if it were worth $1 million, almost drooling. For a moment, I appreciated what the retired guy had for himself. Beautiful house on the coast, a cherry classic car from the golden age of automobiles. He was where I imagined myself a few years into my own retirement. "Okay, but here's the thing. There are some elephant-sized assholes in the woods across the street taking pot shots at us. They put 2 holes in that Honda a moment ago." I pointed to the broken glass to make my point. "I see," he remarked. "If I were you, I'd hang out here for a bit, until the rain gets even worse." The fact I could stand there and talk to him without bracing myself against his car suggested the storm was in a lull. The man strained to look beyond the parked cars for a moment. "I really can't see squat over there," he said as he sat back in his seat. "They'll see you when you drive closer, sir," I tried to say. "This is American steel, son. Bulletproof." He rolled forward. I jumped back, as I hadn't been expecting him to go. If he wasn't going to take my advice to wait for the ideal amount of rain, I at least needed to tell him not to dawdle. "Step on it!" I yelled after him. Now there was nothing to do but watch. I pulled off my AR. "Get ready to fire," I ordered the 2 guys. To my great disappointment, The man drove at a normal pace. "At least get your head down," I implored, as he went into the intersection. The guy sat up in his seat, stiff as a board, like he might be graded on a driving exam. His beautiful Chevy made it about halfway across, before several gunshots snapped from the far side woods. I fired blindly and repeatedly into the dark blob that was the hostile forest. Angry rounds tore into metal and knocked out glass from the Chevy. The cocky man fell sideways against his door, his hat still on his head. Much too late, the two guards found positions near the front of the Honda and let go with their handguns. The driverless Chevy rolled toward the roadblock at about 5 miles per hour, then crunched into the side of the Subaru and stopped. When the shooting tapered off, the three of us silently watched for the driver's side door to open. But I knew it never would. Chapter 18. I waited only long enough to confirm the driver wasn't moving. Then, when I turned around, I found the two guys next to me still staring at the car across the intersection. "What's your name?" I asked the middle-aged man closest to me. "Thomas." He glanced my way. "Well, Thomas, why don't you and the others get the roadblock closed up again so the next car doesn't come through here and go into an ambush?" The man had a solid build, a bit like Dante, but was also a lot taller. Soaked to the core with soggy red hair and dressed in a simple t-shirt and khaki shorts, it was difficult to guess what he'd done before the apocalypse. The men in the woods shot at the Chevy again. "Thomas?" I asked a few seconds later, since he'd gone back to looking at the carnage. "Why are they still shooting?" he asked, a bit wide-eyed. Shots continued to pour out of the woods across the road. The heavy rain and shifting winds made it hard to see where the shots came from with any precision, but it was certain where the bullets were headed. More impacts rattled the once beautiful old car, and holes appeared in the side panels, windows cracked and fell apart, and the tires lost air. "You would think they wanted to make sure no one else drove it," I said with a healthy serving of gallows humor in my voice. It was a shitty situation, but if the guy didn't pull out of his nosedive, he wouldn't be able to conduct business to help the rest of his neighborhood. He finally looked at me. "Yeah, that makes sense." Though I didn't say it, I couldn't stop myself from thinking the man in the Chevy didn't have all the beer cans properly secured in his six-pack. The only reason someone would have ignored my simple and obvious warnings was that he wanted to get shot. There was more to his story. I was sure of it. But there wasn't time. "You gonna move this car back?" I gave him a wet slap on the shoulder while motioning to the blue Honda SUV that served as their rolling gate. "Yeah, sure. Whatever," he said distantly. Behind us, more vehicles came out of the subdivision. The rising water was literally flushing out the old cars and trucks that people had been hiding. An old blue Bronco was in deep water at the limit of my rain-choked field of view. A small Winnebago RV was next, with a motorcycle parked sideways in front of it, shielded from the storm. 5 or 6 others were in between those and the leader. A little 2-seater sports car, maybe a Triumph if my identification was on point, was in front. It looked as if it was going to swamp at any second. A second man at the blockade waved to halt the red Triumph, now in front of all the other vehicles, as they came closer. I crouched behind the SUV and took a moment to organize my thoughts. The arriving cars represented the first wave of people fleeing the storm surge, as vehicle owners would be keen to avoid having them flooded and made useless. But it wouldn't be long before people fled on foot, too. If I had any chance of providing a temporary home for them on my side of the highway, I would need to get over there and do something about the guys in ponchos. By the time Thomas and some of the others had rolled the SUV back into place, the gunfire into the old Chevy finally dwindled to nothing. Is it over? Thomas asked. That guy's day is over, yeah. But we still have work to do for the people fleeing the water, right? I checked around for Zen, as my next words would have been better coming from him. But he was probably still going around to his neighbors with old information about saving the food. I did now have access to 2 walkie-talkies, so it was worth considering if Zen and I were the right 2 people to have them. I needed to choose wisely, though, as once I gave it away, I'd probably never get it back. Yeah, he said with more enthusiasm. I'm going to cross the street, go back to my place, and then figure out a way to take out those assholes over there in the forest. Your job is to keep everyone here behind the safety of these cars, until I give you the green light to cross. Make sense? He snuck another look at the Chevy. Hey, Thomas, I can't have you crossing until it's safe over there, right? It wasn't a directive I wanted to leave to chance. He had to acknowledge he wouldn't take the people into danger. A surprise gust of wind struck us from behind and knocked us both into the side of the Honda. We crouched low and forced ourselves against the side of the vehicle for support. Absently, I wondered how much wind it would take to blow the cars sideways. Were we getting close to that point? Do you understand? I followed up. He nodded. Step 1 in my grand plan was getting back to the neighborhood watch. I couldn't run across the intersection like I'd done on the way in, since the rain wasn't as blinding. To do so would have put me in the same category as the guy in the bullet-riddled Chevy. Instead, I planned to run north, along Bayside Road, to put more distance between me and the shooters before crossing. See you in a bit, I yelled to him. Splinters of lightning blazed over the houses. Thunder boomed in response. Go for it, I murmured to hype myself. I ran into the water of a nearby yard, so the disabled cars of the roadblock stayed between me and the gunmen in the woods. But as I continued down the right-of-way next to Bayside Road, I eventually saw a few others. They were already in the ditch next to the road, in a foot of water, kneeling and squatting as if unsure what to do next. Stay low, I ordered as I ran by. Was that gunfire? A man cried out. Yeah. I made it about 100 yards down when I figured I'd gone far enough. Looking back, I couldn't even see the roadblock anymore, so I took that as evidence it was safe now. Wind tore at me from all sides as I crossed the open road. I squatted low once I got across. My goal was to go down the bank, jump in the water, then swim over. But as soon as my feet touched the wet grass, I fell on my ass and slid into the water. It might have been an embarrassing mistake if the world had been normal, but this time, I kept going like nothing happened. I waited in the shallows until I reached the edge of the canal. Then I eased myself into the churning water. It seemed colder than before. I did my best to keep my rifle above the surface, but I'd long since given up trying to keep it dry during a hurricane. I'd recently cleaned and oiled it, so I didn't worry too much about it getting gunked up. But water would lead to rust if I didn't dry it properly the second the rain stopped. It wasn't like I could keep it in a trash bag or dry cleaning bag, since I had to use it all too often. Focus, I panted. Speaking of being waterlogged, as I paddled the canal, I realized my pad of paper was probably permanently ruined, the words smudged into mush. What grand plans would get blotted out of our future because I'd forgotten it was there? So many little details to keep track of in the apocalypse. Way more than I ever thought possible. My swimming was improving, even in the chop, so it didn't take long to get to the far bank. As I was about to climb out, I looked to my left, toward the same tunnel where Ben had struck his head. The water had continued to come through as it rose on the other side of Bayside, and a good bit flowed out into the woods to the north. The water lingered near our homes, but the whole forest around our subdivision was becoming a lake first. We definitely had more time left in our homes than Zen's people did, so my core mission to get them to come to us had not changed. I climbed out of the water and was almost pushed back down by the wind. I wasn't a good judge of wind speed, since this was my first hurricane, but it seemed to me the roofs of the houses were in danger of blowing off. A bit down the way, a green plastic chair rolled across the highway toward the canal. I was sure it was going to splash into the water, but a gust grabbed it and slung it almost sideways, toward the woods, out of my sight. That spurred me on. I ran between the houses, crossed Albacore near the circle, and headed for the next yard. There were a few tents left on the street, but they were bent sideways by the wind. No one was in view, so I wasn't sure anyone even saw me go by. After crossing the next canal and going across Barracuda Bay, I ran at full speed into the canal behind Luke's house. There were no guards visible as I swam across, but I wasn't able to see the roadblock. There wasn't time to check either. Instead, I turned behind Drummond's place and got myself between his house and my garage. The narrow corridor was like walking into a wind tunnel. It came in with the storm, from the west, and pushed my back as if to urge me to hurry. This forced me to plant my feet with each step, so I wasn't shoved onto the wet grass. I also was able to grab onto the cistern at the front corner of the house, and I used it as support to move around it. To my shock, I saw Tyler bracing himself against the gusts at the edge of my driveway. Farther out, running around with no shoes on, Em and some of the teens from the high school were darting back and forth, jumping in puddles, and laughing like they were in a commercial ad selling joy. "What the hell?" I screamed to Tyler. No way the boy heard me. His head was down, but he leaned backward into the same wind that had been shoving me rudely toward the front of my house. As best I could tell, he was laughing. "Tyler!" I cried out. Waving was fruitless. The kid probably had his eyes closed as he screwed around. I took a few steps down my driveway, noting both doors were sealed shut. When I got to within a few feet, I shuffled into the grass and stood between Tyler and the house, effectively blocking the wind pressure holding him. "Holy crap!" I heard him say. The kid hadn't anticipated the wind might stop, so he fell heavily to the wet grass, landing on his hands. "Uncle Frank?" he said with bemusement. "Get inside!" I yelled while pointing to my front door. He chased me across my driveway, up the front porch, and through the door being held open by Zoe. She slammed it shut when we were through. Zoe had a beach towel ready for Tyler when we got into the foyer, as if the two of them had conspired to run the outside test. "I can explain," he said right away. "It's my fault," Zoe interrupted. I put up my hand. Both got quiet. "Tyler, I'm not your nanny, but should you be out there going nuts when you have an injury to your head?" I noticed the bandage over his wound was already gone. The side of his head was still swollen where he'd been hit, though I didn't see any blood. "No, I'm cool." I nodded to the towel. "I'll take that." She gave it to me. "Listen, you two. I understand this is new and exciting, but there are some big problems heading our way, and I need you two to go collect as many people not on guard duty as you possibly can, and get your friends in the street to come inside too." I dried off my rifle with the fresh towel, but Tyler looked at me as if I was going to hand it over to him next. "What do you need this for?" I asked. "If you aren't injured, you're going right back out there." "Oh, right," he said. He braced himself as he opened the door, and the wind filled the foyer the second it was open. But he and Zoe locked hands and went out into the storm, looking very much like a couple about to skydive out of a plane. "Good luck," I shouted. The rain didn't come straight in the door, but there was more than enough precipitation on the wind tunnel gusts that my semi-dry rifle was doused again in seconds. "I should have seen that coming," I laughed. It was 5 minutes before people showed up. Carmen came across my lawn first, and I'd been expecting her. I opened my door to motion her inside, but when I shut it, I looked at my rifle for a third time. I'd set it against the far wall, and for once, the rainburst hadn't reached it.
"What's wrong?"
she asked with amusement. "Oh, only a rifle that is making me look bad."
"Nah, I don't believe that for a second,"
she smiled. We kissed briefly, but I soon pushed her back with great reluctance. Without prompting, and not asking me why I'd refused her advance, she picked up the towel and used it to dry my exposed arms, neck, and hair. "Ah, I needed that," I told her, daring to relax for the first time since our morning together.
"Is everything okay?"
she asked.
"I haven't seen you much today."
"Not by choice," I assured her. I gave her a 10-second overview of our situation.
"So, we have a few minutes?"
she asked, flashing a devious grin. "The temptation is there, believe me, but I can't right now." Survival was my only sweetheart at the moment. "But will you accept a damp rain check?" I pretended to offer her a sheet of my ruined notepad.
"I'll take it,"
she exclaimed, not really taking the nasty thing. We gazed in each other's eyes for a few seconds, then got to the business of welcoming the next arrivals. 2 minutes later, I had a critical mass of my neighborhood watch crew inside my lantern-lit garage. Most of my original 14 souls were joined by 10 or 15 teens from the school. Several were barefoot, and now we also had Nathan and Darla, Agnes, plus the 2 visiting female soldiers. It was standing room only. Carmen stood by Penny and her daughter to blend in. "Thanks for coming on short notice," I began. After explaining the rising waters in Zen's neighborhood and how his people were trying to make their way to the higher elevation on our side of the highway, I called out the poncho-wearing men who were stopping up the entire operation. "Our mission is to make this neighborhood safe, so our friends can cross the street and stay here a while." I laid out a few details on how I planned to do that. Everyone stood there dripping wet until I was done speaking. Second Lieutenant Margaret Dancer raised her hand, and I called on her.
"I'm sorry we brought those men to your doorstep and made it difficult to bring your allies here. But Sally and I thank you for not throwing us out to them. We'll do whatever we can to help out too. I promise we'll leave the second this storm breaks, to get these guys away from you."
"It's not your fault," I reminded them.
"Maybe, but I can see you brought everyone here, armed to the teeth, to plan your next move. I can do you a solid and advise you not to attack those men directly. I know you want to clear them out and make this neighborhood safe for the others, but it would be a low-percentage move to go at them. Not only is the weather terrible and their position superior, but you don't know their numbers. You don't know what kind of weapons they have, and you couldn't fight them at more than 10 meters in range." Her analysis was sobering. "I wasn't thinking of a frontal assault," I replied. I had to admit, I was hoping the soldiers would give me some brilliant military strategy to take out the men. But I was thinking in terms of sniper rifles from hundreds of yards away, not sending my friends into close combat. She was right, however. In this weather, there was no other type of combat except close. "Have they moved into positions to surround you, or are they sticking to that corner up by the intersection?" Margaret asked. "As far as I know, they haven't moved." "That's good. So you still have options to move around. On the other hand, if they haven't spread out, it means we can't overwhelm little pockets of them. We'd have to go against their entire group at once." "Yikes. Well, strictly speaking, we don't need the whole group dead.
We only need to find a way to get people and cars over here without getting attacked. I tugged at the towel around my neck as I continued my line of thought. Like if we could somehow build a footbridge over the canal and have people walk to safety.
A bridge, Margaret said. You can string together a bunch of boats to double as a bridge. Pontoon boats would be best, since they're stable, but any boats will get the job done.
Even boats that don't work, I said, finishing her thought. I'd been thinking about cutting down trees and laying them across the canal, or stringing long ropes tied with fence planks, or using boats as ferries. But I hadn't imagined a mix of all of them. Same as there were an endless number of abandoned cars spread across South Florida, there were also innumerable boats that would never move under their own power again. If we could get our hands on them, they would make perfect bridges. We could use trees, planks, and ropes to lash them all together, so people could easily walk from one side to the other.
Yep, she confirmed. You can also make a monkey bridge, which needs A-frames anchored on each end, and they are linked by one heavy rope at the bottom, with 2 handrail ropes on the sides. The easiest of all is the static rope bridge, and you basically hook yourself to a lone rope with a carabiner and have someone on the other sides pull you back and forth. Of course, you can only do one person at a time, so it has limitations.
It proved the point that 2 heads, or a dozen, were often better than one when brainstorming. Okay, those give us some good ideas. Now tell me how to get working vehicles across the highway and into our subdivision without getting shot to shit by the poncho guys. I'd included the story about the old Chevy in my opening statement. Margaret seemed to think it over. Then she strode next to Tyler's map drawn on the wall. The boy hurried over there, as if to give her a tour, but she didn't ask for any.
This is where the blue car was KO'd? She asked while pointing to the exact spot I'd told her.
Yep.
Given your resources, I'd say your best bet is to line the south side of Poseidon Pier with every car you can find, thus creating semi-hard cover, so you can operate in a defilade, a shadow, so those guys can't easily hit you. People on foot might have some issues getting sniped through the weak bodies of the cars, but a fast-moving vehicle should be able to drive the road without making an easy target.
It was my turn to look at the map. None of it was to exact scale, so it was shaky to use for measuring. But I tried to estimate how many vehicles we'd need to complete the line she'd suggested. Luke came in through the kitchen door, a little late, and went over with the others. He carried a stack of dry towels.
Frank, these were in your dryer. Mind if I put them to good use?
He'd changed his shirt since I last saw him. Now he wore a fire engine red t-shirt with a picture of the Titanic ship on it. The heading was, Branson, Missouri. We make sinking fun. I wondered if that meant people who lived in Florida went on vacations to places other than the beach. I would have to ask about that sometime. Please do, I said. I'd forgotten about the laundry, even before the EMP went off. I wondered if there was a dried clump of clothes in the washer. If so, it was probably covered in mold. He handed out the towels to the adults. Margaret pointed to the map again.
Yeah, if you line this road, you can create a QRF, a quick reaction force, to also drive along the route and pick off those guys wherever they show their heads. If you keep them guessing, they'll duck their heads any time they hear a motor, including those you were trying to save.
That's a great idea, but I don't think we have enough cars to make a long wall like you ask. Besides, our other problem is not getting shot while we're moving the cars to the front line.
That's true, she allowed.
It was the classic competition between resources and time. We didn't have enough cars to make the wall, but even if we did, the time to make the wall was yesterday, not today. In fact, I'd thought about making a wall around our whole subdivision already, but decided we weren't anywhere close to that level. I'd imagined using semi-trailers all around, but that led to several follow-on problems, including how to move them, where to find them, and importantly, how to defend the wall without enough people to guard it. "Let's start small," I said to the soldiers. "A wall of cars is pie in the sky right now. What's actionable?" Margaret spoke as if she'd been bottling it up. "Your roadblock needs to be moved up. It should be between these two outer construction houses, so the enemy has nowhere to penetrate inside your structures. You've got a good angle to the layout of cars, but you want some others to create a serpentine beyond the blockage, to slow down any suicide attackers." "Frank was going to do that," Luke chimed in from the back. Margaret gave me an appraising look before continuing. "The next thing you need to do, if there aren't windows facing south on the construction homes, is make firing ports in them, so you can put guards in there and control all this empty ground at the far end of your street. Right now, since you don't have any eyes facing that way besides the roadblock team, you are at high risk of infiltration from that direction." "We can do that," I replied. "And this is a longer-term project, but you should consider cutting down every tree within 100 yards of your infrastructure. This will give you a better field of fire from inside, and it will prevent vindictive, poncho-wearing civvies from camping on your doorstep." I actually did think of that, but we didn't have any chainsaws until today. Now we have one, so we still aren't doing great. I guess we could try burning the trees in bulk, but it might be weeks before this area dries out. Until recently, there were only about a dozen of us, so big projects like this weren't exactly on our radar screens. "I know the feeling, sir," the soldier answered. "Be thankful your group is still growing. Ours has been shrinking." "I am sorry about that," I assured her. Margaret turned to her fellow soldier, and the two women shared a grim look. "Sir, I know we mentioned this before, but if you let us borrow your truck to get our fuel back to our tank, we could return in force and lend a hand with the problem we brought into your lives." I knew the question would come eventually, but I wasn't ready for it in the context of the meeting. With all the problems at the intersection, moving my people around inside our subdivision, and the storm itself, I'd barely had time to consider how I would answer when the question of the truck came up again. "Give me some time to think about it," I said. "I'm going to get the roadblock moved and those fighting positions in place. By then, I'll have an answer for you." The woman didn't look happy, but she didn't press her case. "We'll help you speed things up." "That would be awesome," I shot back. The others made like they were going to leave. "Everyone, hang on a second. I'll have assignments when I come back out." To Luke, I added, "Hey, bud, can I get your help with ammo for a minute?" I held up my rifle and pointed inside my house to show what I meant. He and I went into my kitchen, and I closed the door. I grabbed some ammo from the mudroom lockers, as I was down several rounds after the incident with the blue Chevy at the front gate. But my purpose in having Luke there had nothing to do with bullets. "I have to make a decision about loaning the truck," I said in subdued tones. "What are your options?" he asked. "Well, nothing else will get across the flooded forest, so it would have to be the Unimog, which is our most valuable motor vehicle right now. If they stole it, or had it shot out from under them, we'd be out big time." "That adds up," he replied. "The alternative is we let them stick around until the weather gets better. Then we drive them ourselves." "You could drive them yourself right now," Luke suggested. "I could keep watch back here while you go." I knew Luke didn't have any ulterior motives in his suggestion, but I could tell by his tone he would rather I didn't take off. Besides, if it came down to protecting one truck on the move, or staying in the subdivision to fend off an ongoing and serious attack, not to mention the huge storm, I was sticking close to home. "Do you trust the women?" I asked point blank. "I do." "Me too," I admitted. "Sally took a bullet to the leg while we drove the women here,
so I don't think they could possibly be in on this attack. They could have stolen the decoy keys I put on the table as a honey trap, which also leads me to believe they're acting honorably. That means the only real variable is if we think we'll ever see our truck again if they go out there. I guess we have to trust somebody, Luke finished while wringing water from his shirt onto my kitchen tiles. Oops, he laughed. I'll clean that up. I cracked up too. Entire homes were flooded a few blocks over, and here we were trying to keep my place dry. Looking out my back door, the water was now into my yard, maybe a foot of elevation below my patio. It suddenly made sense why the home builders didn't ask if I wanted a basement. With that thought in mind, I pulled out a sandwich-sized Ziploc bag and found a little notepad I kept in my kitchen. I yanked the soggy one from my pocket to let it dry on my counter. I transferred the pencil to the bag, then sealed both in there. Immediately, I pulled the pad back out and began writing. I assigned people to watch the roadblock. I put people on relocating the blockade up the road. Another couple residents were dedicated to help the soldiers set up fighting positions in the houses. I saved Luke's son for last. Do you know what your boy was doing when I came back home? I asked with playful accusation thick in my voice. Oh, shit. Did you find him doing something with Zoe? What? No. Wait, do we have to worry about that? I had a feeling I would soon have to sit down with all the teenagers on our street and explain the birds and the bees of the apocalypse. Not a topic I relish talking about. I hope not, he laughed. Melanie and I have talked to both kids about the dangers of teen pregnancy when there are no medical facilities, or even reliable painkillers. I hope they were scared straight. They weren't, I assured him. But we'll address this later. When I came home, he was in my front yard, full on in the wind, letting himself get blown around like a sailboat, trying to impress Zoe. Well, at least they weren't doing anything worse, he chuckled. True, but his antics earn him the last task on my list. What's that? Luke asked. I turned to him. He has to tell Evelyn her husband has been injured. Chapter 19. After the brief neighborhood watch meeting, I knew it was critical to get back over to Zen's side of the highway and evacuate his people before the flooding became too bad. We'd come to the conclusion that we could move his residents without taking out what we were calling the Poncho Militia, though we weren't set on how to do it. However, I had to delay my trip back across the highway when I saw the water continue to rise in my yard. I stood in my supply room, wondering where I could move the contents of the 3 storage lockers. If water came bursting in, I didn't want my remaining firearms to get soaked and run the risk of rust or corrosion from the salt water. Without proper time to move everything, I was tempted to collect all the gear on the lower portions of the lockers and stuff them on the top shelves, but I decided the weapons were so precious to our survival, I had to get them much higher, even if it meant a few extra minutes before I could head back to Zen's. Standing there, I tried to think of the highest, driest place in my house. At first I thought it would be the top shelves of my closets, but I soon remembered an even higher place. I walked into my kitchen, headed for the hallway, but I halted the moment I saw a flash of blue in my backyard. What the hell? I ran to see what it was, and laughed. A porta-potty had blown in from points unknown, and it now rolled on its side from my left to my right. It struck me there was probably a use for a big plastic box, but there was no way I was going to touch what must have been a well-stirred interior right now. As it headed for the funeral pyre and the woods beyond, I wished it well on its journey. Back on task, I went to stand under the blocky hatch on my hallway ceiling. After pulling on the small cord, the lid folded down and the attic ladder slid out. Bingo! It took me 6 or 7 trips to get most of the hardware to the highest point in my house.
I didn't have time to move the heavy boxes of ammo, but I did move them to higher shelves in the lockers once those were cleared of guns. The little food I had was already on high shelves in my kitchen, so I didn't waste effort with that. With unlimited time, I would have moved my clothes, linens, and toiletries to higher places, but those weren't critical to my survival. I ran back to my garage and stuck my head out. Luke was in there by himself, as he'd remained in the watch center after everyone else bugged out. "Luke, I need you to get a team of 4 or 5 and get over to Drummond's place. If we don't prepare for floodwaters in that magical garage of his, we run the risk of losing some of our most critical survival items." "Who's going to watch the desk?" he asked. The neighborhood watch area in my garage was supposed to be manned around the clock, but there were a few times when everyone else was out on tasks. This was going to be one of those rare instances. "I'll watch it for a few seconds, but you have to get over there in the next little while, before the water busts into our houses." "You want to volunteer?" he asked with a grin. "I would," I assured him, "but I'm actually double parked on tasks I'm doing right now, so I can't start another one. I'm trying to save our supplies from flooding on this side of Bayside, but I'm also trying to keep Zen's people alive on the other side." "Well, don't let me stop you," he said. "I'll get Tyler and some of the other teens to help me." "That's one more thing," I sighed. "I want to get those kids we saved from the school more involved with what we're doing here. When I saw them running wild in the rain and wind, I knew we weren't giving them enough to do. Maybe send them around to all the houses so they can help homeowners move valuables to high places, or in the attics." "I understand," he replied. "I already did my house, so you can cross one off your list." "Got it." I braced myself as I opened my front door. The rain was coming down in a steady stream, falling directly off the tiles of my roof, since my gutters were overflowing. As I ran into the worst of it, I took another minor detour to the far side of my house to check on the cistern. The 1,000-gallon reservoir was half full already, since the rain had been coming down almost continuously for the last few hours. Having a reservoir of clean water might have been the only upside to the storm. Next, I sloshed by our fleet of vehicles, ran beyond the occupied houses, and made it to the roadblock. LeVar and Kyra rode herd over a group of youngsters, now moving vehicles one lot to the south, rebuilding the blockade between the two most distant construction homes. The wind and rain made it next to impossible to talk, so I merely waved at LeVar as I ran by. The kids barely noticed me from where they were hunkered down on both sides of my Chevy Corvette as they moved it up the road. The low-profile car provided no protection from the rain, and very little from the wind. Above us, higher than the houses, a layer of debris blew from west to east. Small pieces of driftwood, lawn chairs, American flags. If it wasn't tied or bolted down, and it weighed less than 20 pounds, it was already in the air. Most importantly, there was no way to see all the way to the woods to the south. The kids were safe from guns while the rain continued, but that thought made me spin around and go over to LeVar. "Hey," I shouted from almost next to him. "Keep an eye on the trees up there. If you see any movement, or God forbid any of those poncho guys shoot at you, get those kids to safety." Being in a lawless world seemed a bit like living in a zoo, where all the walls and cages were left open. Anything could come out and grab you at any time, and you'd never see it coming. However, the rational part of me knew nothing would ever get done if we spent every second living in fear of what could happen. The kids were at minimal risk, thanks to the storm, and there might never be a better opportunity for them to move those vehicles. He put his hand on my shoulder and leaned down to reply. "I'll guard them with my life." I gave him a thumbs up, then took off. My destination was the last construction house. It was the half-built husk of a home Carmen and I cleared together in our demonstration. With few walls installed, and much of the plywood already ripped out and being used as shielding in our other homes. It was easy to find the two soldiers setting up shop. They were in the empty garage on the south side of the home. Margaret had taken a sledgehammer against the cinder blocks, so there were 3 wet, windy holes in the wall, 6 inches wide and about 4 feet off the ground. It looked as if 3 people could defend the home from there, or one person could switch firing ports as needed. "This is awesome," I said. The garage door was shut, and we had a roof over our heads, so it was easier to speak. "I'll get a sentry in here as soon as someone frees up at the roadblock." Sally, the woman who'd been content to listen rather than speak, walked over to me with a roll of electrical tape in her hand. At first I had no idea what to make of it, but she pointed to the barrel of my rifle, still slung over my shoulder. I pulled it from my back and put the butt end on the floor, pointing away from us. She produced a small dry cloth and proceeded to dry the end of the barrel. Then she tore off several inches of tape and wrapped it around the opening. "This will keep water from going down your barrel," she said quietly, "but it won't interfere with anything if you need to fire it." "That's an awesome idea. My scope does great in the rain, but I've been worried about rust in the barrel since this storm started." I pulled out my notepad and jotted down another action item for when we had 5 spare minutes. Our weapons were our most important assets at the moment, and we needed to take proper care of them. I had the right oils, sprays, and cleaning kits, but they did us no good if we didn't get someone taking care of everyone's guns. An armorer would be an important position. "What are you writing?" Sally asked. She was a young woman, petite, mixed race, about the smallest soldier I'd ever seen. She was also someone's daughter, maybe someone's wife. The fact she'd been quiet until now made me respect her even more. "I keep a list of what we need to do to stay alive on our street." I showed her the few notes I'd already put in my new notepad. "I've read a lot of books on the apocalypse, so I've had a head start in getting our neighborhood watch up and running. But it's good to meet new people like you two, since it gives me good ideas I wouldn't have thought of otherwise." "You really think this is the end of the world?" she asked. Margaret continued to chisel at the hole, so it was large enough to set the barrel of a rifle on the lip, while still having enough room for the shooter to see targets outside. "It's definitely the end of the world for our city. You said you came from the south? Was it any better down there?" "No," she answered. "And we've had hints that it extends at least to Port Charlotte up north, and maybe Tampa beyond that. I'd bet money most of the country has been knocked out, and probably the world, since we haven't seen a plane overhead or a boat on the ocean since that first day." "Maybe a faraway nation made it through this," she said dryly. "But it's too dangerous for them to come to the United States to help us." I hadn't thought of it like that. Maybe a rogue nation took us out with an EMP, and they threatened to use it against anyone who tried to help us. We both stood in silence for a few seconds. A little light came in through the firing ports, but most of the illumination was provided by a small flashlight lying on the floor next to the other woman. "Tell me again where you guys came from before you were in South Florida. You said you were with the Idaho National Guard? I thought military units weren't supposed to operate inside the United States." Margaret stood and faced us. "We can't tell you what we were doing before we set up shop on Sanibel Island." "We have to," Sally interrupted. "We can't," the first woman replied. Margaret took hold of Sally's shirt and dragged her away. "Excuse us for a moment," she said over her shoulder. The reprieve gave me a moment to look over the works along the wall. I bent down to look outside, but only saw a gray gloom out there. The rain simply would not let up. It reminded me there was a clock ticking for Zen's people. Now that I had my supplies higher up, and I'd checked on the roadblock, I could refocus my effort on getting those people to safety. The 2 women came in from the unfinished kitchen.
We talked it over, Margaret explained, and we'll tell you what we can.
I'm fine with whatever, I replied.
No, Sally is right, she continued,
as if convincing herself of the fact.
If we don't tell you the truth, you'll have no reason to trust us. At this point, we really need your help to finish our mission.
Go ahead, I said, now interested. The exhausted woman sighed.
The tanks came in on flatbeds a few days before the EMP. We were stationed in Germany for a time, after our tour in Syria was over.
Syria, I replied. I didn't know we had troops there.
You have no idea, she laughed. And that's part of this, I think.
So the EMP was military? I guessed. She shrugged.
I'm a cog in a bag of cogs. No one told me shit. Tell him why we were there, Sally suggested. Oh yeah, so we were flown into Fort Myers on a civilian charter a day before the EMP went off. It was supposed to be an emergency training exercise. We barely had time to get to our tanks, check them over, and study the terrain, before everything got turned upside down.
It still didn't tell me anything, and Margaret must have seen it in my eyes.
We were supposed to defend against a mock invasion, she continued. Cubans, Russians, Chinese. They were all working together to take ships into the Gulf of Mexico, then offload in South Florida.
A mock invasion, I wondered aloud. Someone told me about Cubans coming ashore. Where the heck was I? My memory wasn't as sharp as it used to be, especially with lack of sleep, intense pressure, and barely any food over the past 5 days.
Maybe it was true, Margaret surmised. Maybe it wasn't. Either way, after the EMP went off, our CO decided there was no point in staying on that beach, since we were in more danger from the civilian army behind us than any ghost force that might have been lurking out on the ocean.
That's why you were heading to a base up north, I finished.
Yep.
It still didn't give me a clear reason for an EMP going off, but their explanation at least gave me more than I had before. Of all my interactions with the ladies, I never sensed any deception or half-truths. Being on a training exercise was about what I expected them to say.
Any other questions?
Margaret asked. No, but I have a request. Would you mind jumping in the Unimog with me and going to the front of the subdivision so we can help civilians get across Bayside Road?
Sure, she said immediately.
The 2 soldiers followed me back to my driveway. Are the gas cans still in the back? I shouted into the wind.
Yeah,
Sally screamed. Climb aboard. I'll grab the keys, I yelled. I separated from the pair and went inside my front door. I needed at least one other person to go with me, as it wasn't safe to go anywhere alone. Also, as much as I trusted the soldiers, I wanted someone backing me up. Carmen held the front door open, as if she'd been waiting for me.
Hey, I said with a smile. Everything okay? She asked when she shut the door. Is it time for a break?
Not yet, I replied. It had only been 30 minutes since she'd toweled me off in my foyer, so not much had changed. I have to... Without warning, the small woman grabbed me by the collar and grappled me into the hallway. In a matter of seconds, she'd climbed my body, wrapped her powerful legs around my waist, and kissed me like it was the last thing she was ever going to do. I met her warmth for as long as I dared. Zen's people were still waiting on me to help them. Way too soon, I had to pull away. This was the nicest way to be welcomed home in my entire life. Her smile lit up the hallway. But I only came in to get my keys and find someone to go with me and the soldiers up to the roadblock. We've got to help the people who are getting flooded out.
I know all that. After only getting you for a few seconds earlier, I needed to collect a few more seconds now. If you are going out there, she hopped down, then I'm coming with you.
Carmen's drive to be my partner both on and off the battlefield mainlined into my male brain. But the problem with cultivating a warrior spirit in every man, woman, and teen in our group was that there was no home front where a person could wait in relative safety, while others went out and did the dangerous work. We were all in this together, which made it easier to say yes to her request. "Where you go, I go," I answered. She tugged at my Hawaiian shirt to the point I thought she was going to break some buttons.
"Frank, we better live through this day, so we get that 30-minute time out later."
"Believe me, no one wants it more than me," I allowed, fighting the urge to take a few extra minutes in advance. "Can I go with you?" a man asked. It was Nathan. To my surprise, he'd been inside my living room, sitting on the sofa. I didn't really care why he was in there. He helped put me back in the survival mindset, and not whatever crazy mindset I'd been in when I thought I was alone with my hot neighbor. "Yeah, sure," I answered. A few minutes later, we were all in the Unimog. Carmen was in the passenger seat next to me, where she belonged, and Nathan sat between the two women in the back. The divorced man looked as if he'd scored a spot between two Playboy models, the way he looked between the soldiers, practically drooling. I drove onto the grass and went between my house and Penny's. "We aren't going to the front?" Nathan asked right away. "Yes, but I'm taking the long way around, so we don't get shot." I pointed to the woods beyond my backyard.
"But the water,"
Sally chimed in. It was true, the water had risen into my yard, and it overflowed from the banks of the canal in every direction. However, the flat terrain of the forest was why the homes on our 3 streets still hadn't been flooded. The floodwaters would need to flow out for miles before it got high enough to penetrate our homes. Thus, while water did seem to surround us, it was only a few inches deep in most places. "This truck was built for high water," I comforted. "It's even got a snorkel." I pointed to the black tube sticking out of the engine bay and running up the stanchion between my door and the front windshield.
"Oh,"
she replied. I wasn't able to see any trails on the ground, but I picked my way through the open forest until I saw a path running west, toward Bayside Road. Carmen sat upright on her legs and turned to speak to the soldiers in the back.
"So, how do you ladies like being in the army?"
"Oh, they're kicking ass if you ask me," Nathan chuckled. "I would have joined up if I'd known hot women were all over the place." Carmen frowned. I read the room and knew she wasn't happy he'd been the one to speak for the ladies.
"It's not all bad,"
Margaret answered Carmen.
"Besides the occasional sexual insults, you know?"
"Yeah," Carmen responded. "I'm too old now," Nathan continued, oblivious. "But I would love some lessons."
"And you two are in a tank?"
Carmen spoke as if Nathan wasn't there.
"What's that like?" "We were the first all-female tank crew in our brigade," Margaret said proudly. "So it was pretty damned awesome. And we've got a great team, too. No infighting. We all support each other. It's heaven, really."
"Agreed," Sally added. "All women," Nathan said under his breath. I ran the truck over a small pile of rock running along the roadway. Then I brought us onto the flat strip of pavement separating the calm, shallow waters of the forest and our subdivision on one side, from the wavy, deep water clawing at houses on the west side of the road. "Well, shit in my shoe," Nathan declared. "That's a disaster right there." "Well said," I laughed. Behind us, north on Bayside, people crouched on the forest side to shield themselves from the wind, while also staying out of the rising waters. I drove us south, with the winds pummeling the side of the boxy truck the whole way. The driving force of the storm made me grip the wheel and force the truck to turn right, to keep us from being blown to the other side of the road. When we made it to the canal crossing where Ben had hit his head, the tunnel entrance on the right was now almost completely hidden by waves. There was also a wrecked sailboat shoved in the entrance, as if a toilet couldn't flush it away. On the other side, where our houses were located, froth rushed out of the tunnel like a dam releasing water, but the level was obviously lower than the other side. "Debris has clogged it," I suggested. Looking at it in action, my desire to move trees and cars into the gap was the correct one, but it would never have been possible with the resources at hand. And in the end, it wasn't necessary. I couldn't have anticipated how strong the incoming water appeared. It brought in all the debris necessary. I barely saw more than 50 feet ahead of us. However, I did see a black trash can fly by. It skipped off the road, bounced up, went over the canal to our left, then seemed to strike one of the houses on Albacore. "Okay, this is where we get out," I suggested to Carmen. She looked around with worry. "Really?" I turned to Nathan and looked at him directly. "You too." "What about us?" Margaret asked a second later. "Whatever it is you're planning on doing, we can help." "I know." I took a deep breath, content I was about to make the best decision for my people. "I want you and Sally to take my truck, get the fuel back to your tank, and make it out of here." "Really?" she asked. A hard object slammed into the metal of the truck. It could have been a golf ball, but it must have been moving at 50 or 75 miles per hour. "I've got a box of ammo for you, since you said you were out." I pulled a 50-round box of 5.56 NATO out of the backpack I kept with me. "If I have one request, try to bring the truck back." Margaret Dancer held out her hand for me to shake. "I swear we will bring it back." "If you can," I clarified. "I know anything can happen out there. However, I would be lying if I didn't say I hope you'll come back with the cavalry whenever you get to your base up north. So I know this sacrifice will mean something. Also, if you do go up that way, be on the watch for some dudes dressed in black by a big golf course and trailer park. I want you to keep an eye out and make it, so we'll be the first people rescued by FEMA or DHS or the military." "We will do our best," she replied. I gave her a quick tutorial how to shift and operate the Unimog, and I made sure Carmen watched, since she still had to learn how to work a stick shift. I opened my door a bit to let Margaret take my place. There was one last chance to change my mind, but I decided to lean into my decision. When the U.S. Army gives you the opportunity to cash in a chip, you take it. No one else in the South Florida region would have the same opportunity if their story about being chased around had any truth to it. Nathan scooted toward the back door after the women shifted around. "Hey, brother, you said the bad guys are in the woods where we came in?" "Yeah, anywhere along that canal," I responded. He'd been in the back seat when Sally took a bullet to the leg, so he had a good idea where the bad guys were. "Right on," he said. "There's something important I need to do." At first, I thought he was going to ask one or both of the women for their phone numbers, as he seemed a bit sketchy and obtuse when it came to the ladies. But all he did was hold up his M1A SOCOM rifle. "You're going to stick with me and Carmen, right?" I asked. "Sorry, no. You saved my daughters, so I'm going to show you how a Call of Duty tournament champion says thanks." "That's not really," I tried to say. Before I could finish my thought, he opened his door and fell into the storm. Without waiting, he ran down the embankment on our left side and stormed into the canal behind Albacore, like he was going to swim out to sea. "Did you tell him to do that?" Margaret asked. "No, I have no idea what he's doing," I admitted. "Want us to chase him down?" she asked. "No, I think he's lost his shit. But we don't have time to help him find it right now." I finally climbed off the side of the truck. "Well, good luck," the soldier yelled out to me through the half-open door. I stood there in the pelting rain. Zen's people were on my right. My people were on the left. Every single person on both sides was now depending on my next actions. The wrong ones would get people killed. The right ones would save lives. Like the dark skies of the driving storm, there was no clear path. My survival instinct would soon be put to the ultimate test. Chapter 20. For a few moments, Carmen and I stood on the road and watched as Margaret backed away in the Unimog. I'd briefly explained to the two soldiers where they would find the military men we saw in the woods earlier in the day, and she agreed those were almost certainly from her unit. I also gave her some pointers on crossing deep water in the old truck. Carmen pulled out a small plastic bag from my pack and revealed a red poncho.
"You aren't going to shoot me, are you?" she quipped.
"No, our enemies are in camo ponchos, not red ones."
"That's what I wanted to hear."
She put her head and arms through the thin vinyl covering as we ran to the west side of the road. I worried about her wearing a red covering, but when she stood more than a few feet away, the rain and mist drained all the color out, and it appeared gray, like everything else. Together, we trudged through the water along the safe side of the road until we reached Zen's blockade. A number of people had gathered there already, and nearly a dozen vehicles were in 2 feet of water, crowded close to the exit. As I'd instructed, they remained behind cover, so they couldn't be shot from the woods. I hadn't sent Zen to evacuate people, but whatever else he was doing, the message was getting out. Thomas saw us arrive and ran over to me, always staying low and behind the cars to avoid becoming a target.
"What's the plan, Frank? We're about to get flooded out of this intersection."
A tidal wave of air washed over the entire intersection, like a huge downdraft fell from a tumbling cloud and crashed into the people standing by the cars. A few men still wore caps, but most of those were ripped off their heads by the intense gust. Carmen's flimsy poncho nearly ripped off her body as it was tugged sideways.
"Or we'll get blown away,"
he added anxiously. The three of us drew up next to the Honda SUV.
"No shit. This is insane," I replied.
I had a moment to brace against the wind and look around. The operational vehicles idled as they waited. Bubbles percolated from their exhaust pipes in the choppy water. The residents who'd come from their homes squatted around those cars, using them for protection from the waves, the wind, and the bullets. Thomas was right. We needed to get them moving.
"Is everyone here?" I asked the guy. "No, a few already tried to leave. You can see their bodies on the road."
He pointed behind us, toward Bayside, but he didn't get up to look. I, however, took a peek through the glass of the truck. As he'd said, there were a few dead bodies on the roadway to the south. It looked as if a handful of people had tried to walk across the canal and head for South Point, but they didn't make it far. Additionally, I noticed a red 1-gallon gas can in the far back of the SUV, surrounded by bits of broken glass. It was the kind used to power lawnmowers and other lawn implements.
"Why didn't they wait?" I asked.
"I'm just a guy," he complained. "Not everyone listened to me." "Welcome to my world," I said under my breath. The dead guy in the blue car was Exhibit 50 of people who chose paths I would not have picked. But same as I couldn't micromanage my own people, Thomas wouldn't be able to control every person on his side. "It's fine," I said aloud. "We've got most everyone here by the looks of it." I tried to take a guess at how many people were waiting for me to help them. At least 100 men, women, and kids on foot. Maybe half that many in the cars, since those were almost full. The only vehicle devoid of passengers was the little 2-seater Triumph. The driver of that car sat in the front row of vehicles by himself, and he didn't seem to have much patience left. The top was down on the tiny convertible. and he was drenched. At the same time, he patted the side of his door, not far above the water, as if anxious to get the go signal. "Where's Zen?" I asked. "No idea," Thomas answered. "At this point, I assume he floated away." There was some tension there. "Okay, we'll have to work together to finish this. I talked it over with my advisors and they told me not to try to fight the men in the woods. Instead, we're going to get you around them. The people on foot can get out easy, by going that way." I pointed north, away from the intersection, "where they can walk in the shallow water of the woods to get to the back end of my subdivision." "And the cars?" he asked. "As much as we could use more working vehicles, the smart thing to do right now is leave them here and walk out. I can't guarantee these people's safety if they try to drive across this intersection." I was in extreme, immediate survival mode. As much as I knew those cars would benefit us weeks and months from now, those people inside them were counting on me to keep them alive during the storm. After seeing bodies on the road, and knowing we couldn't push those poncho-wearing freaks out of the woods, I had to advocate for the safest route. Carmen leaned over to me, so only I could hear her practically nibble words into my ear.
"Frank, dear, are you sure we can't rescue those cars?"
I'd spoken about operational vehicles for days, and she'd gone with us to get the charger in the middle of the night, so she understood what I was suggesting. I switched places with her, so my face was next to her ear. "Zen isn't here, so they have no leadership. Yeah, I'd love to have them, but this isn't the time to get fancy. We're going to march them down the road and keep every single person alive." She switched again, this time taking a literal nibble on my earlobe.
"I love that you're thinking of these people like that. I'll do whatever you need of me."
I had some ideas. To Thomas, I pointed to the cars. "Hey, go tell them to abandon their cars. We're all walking." He recognized my words, then headed off into the water. "Carmen, I do have a task for you. I want you to run down the road, cross it, then swim across the canal to Albacore."
"Okay."
"When you get there, cross the other 2 canals and warn our street that friendlies are going to be coming out of the woods behind my house."
"I can do that."
While I crouched there, a 2-foot-long fish hopped out of the shallow water right behind Carmen, slapped against the Honda, then went back down. "Did you see that?" I asked her. She turned around, but then gave me a blank look. "Never mind," I declared. I knew there were crocodiles and alligators in the swampy canals surrounding our neighborhoods, but did we now have to watch out for shark attacks while standing on our own streets? Thomas was already on his way back. "You should go," I suggested. "It won't be long." I figured it was a quarter of a mile from the roadblock to the place where I'd driven the Unimog out of the woods. From there, it was another quarter of a mile to reach my house. A trip like that wouldn't take more than a half hour, but with hurricane winds at their backs, it would probably take a lot less. Carmen lifted her poncho up to her head, almost causing it to shoot off her body like a rocket driven by wind, but she held it down with some effort. While I watched her behavior, she beckoned me closer. I knew she was going to kiss me underneath her poncho, and I welcomed it. Neither of us knew what was about to happen, and it seemed appropriate, given the situation. For about 5 seconds, I was lost in her touch, instead of thinking about standing ankle-deep on a washed-out Florida street, with fish banging against car doors. "Hey!" Thomas yelled. Carmen and I pulled apart, and she dropped back into her poncho. "Yeah?" I asked. Carmen tried to leave, but I hooked my arm around her waist until I knew what Thomas had to say. "None of the drivers want to give up their cars. They say they'd rather take their chances going across the intersection before they let those savages have them." "They'd rather put themselves in danger than take the safe way out?" I asked with shock.
Yeah, word gets around, man. They know you as the Hawaiian shirt guy who has been tutoring Zen, walking our streets, and you've come over here a bunch of times today to check on us. They've got it in their heads those cars are going to save their lives during this power outage, and they won't give them up. Now, I was in a dilemma. Cars or people? Should I go over there and try to talk them out of this? I asked. You are welcome to give it a shot, Thomas answered. But don't be surprised if they don't listen. They were kinda pissed at me for even suggesting it. They trust you, Frank, Carmen added. Same as we do over on our side of the road. They trust me, but don't want to listen to my advice right now? Carmen held my arm. Frank, I don't think they believe you'd ask them to give up, even a little bit. I sighed with the weight of all those lives bearing on my soul. We could play for the safe short-term win, or the more dangerous but far more valuable long-term victory. I guess I'm flattered they would put so much trust in me. Let's do what we can to get them across, but if it gets too dangerous, I'll shoot out their tires myself. Want me to go tell them that? He laughed. Nah, they'll see it when it happens. I pulled in a deep breath. It doesn't change anything for most of these people, I said to Thomas and Carmen. The walkers need to clear out of here and take the long, safer route to my street. Grab any passengers from the cars. Explain why walking is safer for them, and for the drivers, too. Less distractions, right? Thomas, I'm putting you in charge of leading them, okay? I can do that, he replied. You know the route? I asked. Down that way, over the canal, through the woods. Get to my house on the third cul-de-sac. Carmen will take the shorter, more dangerous route to warn them of your arrival. I got it, he answered. To help our chances of driving past those guns, I'm going to collect some men to shove more dead vehicles into the intersection. That might provide enough cover to get them across to Albacore, the first street behind my roadblock. It was an abbreviated version of Margaret's suggestion to line the entire street with dead cars, creating a wall. It took a few minutes to spread the word. The group of residents on foot gathered around, and I let Thomas explain where he was taking them. Many had to pass the instructions to those immediately behind them, since the wind smacked us all and blew his words into the sky. At the end, I got 5 men to stay behind and help me move more vehicles to the roadblock. And I needed them, since it took extra effort to roll cars out of the ever deeper waters. The first car we brought to the line was a hybrid electric Hyundai sedan. We were able to move it faster as it came out of the water nearer the intersection, and we let it go the second it was beyond the SUV serving as our border. I'd been at the wheel and tried to guide it to the backside of the powder blue Chevy, but it missed it by a few feet and ran into the railing of the bridge over the canal on Bayside. That's fine, I announced. At least it's blocking something. The next 2 cars we tried were large diesel pickup trucks, but they turned out to be too heavy to easily move. We settled on a disabled Toyota Prius, which was a lot easier to get going. While on the move, I recalled the other electric vehicle, a Tesla Cybertruck we'd seen drive by Rosie's salon up in North Point. How I would love to know why it was still working. The Prius went where we aimed and crunched into the back of the Chevy, as intended. By the time we went for the third car, most of the foot traffic was gone. They formed a single-file line as they walked north along the safe side of the roadway. I couldn't see where they crossed, since the rain seemed destined to fall eternally, but I knew they were in good hands. Carmen had also gone that way and crossed a lot sooner, as she went to deliver my message to the neighborhood watch desk. I trusted her with my life, so I didn't worry about that aspect of my plan. After putting one more car on the line, a little 90s-era blue Ford Escort station wagon, I thought we had enough to shield our passage,
However, before I could do anything else, I was surprised to see Zen struggle up the middle of the street. "Zen's here," I declared. The men who'd been helping me went over to greet Zen as he came to the roadblock. But after a few hellos and what's-ups, they wanted to head out to catch up to the refugee train, so they took off. Zen came up to the blue SUV, shirtless and beat down. He and I were the only two left on his side of the intersection, not in a vehicle. "You all right?" I asked as he got over to me. The hipster threw himself against the side of the SUV and collapsed by the rear tire. "Dude, I almost floated out to sea." "Really?" "Hell yeah. I was doing like you said, getting everyone to put their food up high. But an hour into it, I could barely walk from one house to the next, due to the wave action. That's when I got smart." He tapped his temple a few times with his pointer finger. "I told people the flooding was getting to be too much, and they had to leave." I was impressed. "I remembered what you'd said about sending them your way, so that's why I told them to come to the roadblock." "Nice work, Zen. Really, I mean that." "But the shit I saw... Dude, some of the currents almost grabbed me and took me out to sea. Did you know there's a giant ship down there?" He gestured along the street, toward the ocean, though we couldn't see beyond the headlights of the waiting cars. I didn't have time for 20 questions. "Zen, these drivers want to cross the road, and there are shooters in the woods, so you and I need to help them." He looked around, as if waking up from a slumber. "These cars? Now?" "Yeah, now," I answered. "What do you want me to do about it? It looks like you've got it all in hand, bro." "No way," I chuckled. "I can't do this alone." With Zen there, I had an opportunity to let him get his people across the road unharmed and collect a big win. But there were also things I could do to up everyone's odds. Step one was making him think about what we needed to do. "Zen, you and I are going to save these people together." "We are? How?" I pointed toward the enemy. "What would you say about taking a walk in the woods?" Chapter 21. "I would say that's crazy," Zen answered after thinking about it for the better part of 2 seconds. "We can't help them from here," I explained. "I tried shooting into the woods to save one of the drivers, but I might have well fired into the sky. We could maybe hop in and ride shotgun, but then we could only protect 2 cars out of all of these. Knowing that, do you understand where we have to go to do the most good?" His nod was grim. "Into those woods." I'd given him enough hints, but I was pleased to see he'd drawn the correct conclusion. "Can we go yet?" the driver of the Triumph convertible screamed. Looking at him closer, I now recognized he was the surly bastard who thought everyone was trespassing on his land. The guy who'd dressed like he'd come from the cattle auction. His cowboy hat had probably blown away, which was why it took me longer to make the connection. "Just wait, buddy," I said without giving him more of my attention. The rain and wind excited the surface of the water around all the cars, so they appeared to quake with anticipation at crossing the intersection. The angry driver made the waiting area even more chaotic. I drew in a thoughtful breath. "Are we going?" Zen asked. His AK-47 underfolder was slung over his shoulder, drenched. We all needed to do better keeping our hardware dry. "Yeah, before we go, fix your stock, so it's ready to be fired at long distance." The underfolder model had a thick wire buttstock that collapsed beneath the body of the rifle, essentially making it stocky and short, like a large pistol. However, when the fold under part was extended, it created a buttstock that could be held against your shoulder, making the whole rifle a lot longer, so it had some accuracy when held properly. I wanted him ready for long-distance action. "Okay," he said without enthusiasm. Looking around, the claustrophobic and unrelenting downpour made it feel as if we were living inside a fog bank. Visibility was only about 50 feet, at best, and that was only if you could endure the stinging rain, which was thrown at you by the insane winds. If anyone needed anything sandblasted, I could have tipped over a child's sandbox and gotten it done on the cheap. 2 men walked between the waiting vehicles, headed our way. At first I thought they were drivers giving up on leaving, but I soon recognized the taller guy on the left. "Here comes Pax," I said to Zen. I couldn't hide the disappointment in my voice, since the guy was splattered all over my shit list. However, to my shock, he and the other man carried a folding chair with a tiny old woman on it. They'd kept her out of the water, but that meant almost nothing in the torrential rainstorm. I gave them time to arrive. Pax saw me, seemed to think about dropping the chair, but then continued forward. The second he got within earshot, he spoke directly to me.
"I saw you walk by earlier. There were no underage girls at my house."
It was hard to dump on the guy while he was obviously helping the lady in the chair. "That's good to know," was all I said. Zen made them come up to the roadblock.
"Hey guys," he said, "what are you doing here?"
Pax eyed me for a second, nodded, then spoke to his boss.
"Mrs. Hessler lives on my street, and I saw her at her front window, standing in a few feet of water, so we grabbed her on our way out."
They set her chair in the shallow water, so only her ankles were under.
"When can I go back?"
the woman peeped, barely audible over the storm.
"We're going to keep you safe, ma'am," Zen told her. "Audio and Pax are going to walk you down the road until they find somewhere dry for you."
I recognized the audio guy as one of the young men who had accompanied Zen to my roadblock that second day. These were the core members of his posse, same as I surrounded myself with Carmen, Penny, Luke, and a few others. "Everyone else is down that way." I pointed north, along the safe side of the road. "And they're crossing beyond the canal, then walking people to my street through the woods." Was it better to keep Pax by me, where I could see him, or let him go to my street, where he might cause problems? I could have the woman get in a car, so Pax and Audio could help me and Zen deal with the poncho guys. But I wasn't ready to let him operate firearms around me, nor did I want to put the woman at heightened risk of being shot. The safest route for everyone was to have the guys take the old lady on the long walking route to my street. The man in the Triumph honked. I looked his way, but my eye was drawn to the sky. While the rain continued to dump, and the sky was dark already, it was almost completely black to the west, as if a giant rock hovered over the ocean, blotting out all sunlight in that direction. We were running out of time. "Get her out of here," I shouted to the guys carrying the woman.
"Yeah, we'll see you over there,"
Zen confirmed. After a brief pause to readjust their grips, the 2 guys hefted the woman's chair and started moving north. "Stay low," I ordered. Pax still wore his SKS rifle on his back. Audio didn't have a long gun. The pair had trouble walking on the submerged slope next to the road while carrying the chair, but they stayed low, and it seemed to me they were shielded from the guys in the woods. It was the best I could hope for them. Zen and I were again left alone at the roadblock. "So here's my plan. We'll swim and then walk that way." I pointed south toward the overflowing canal that ran under Bayside Road and alongside the woods. "We'll get behind the poncho men, and then shoot the shit out of them when the cars start to cross."
"Just the 2 of us?"
he exclaimed. "We're not going to take them all on. Sneaking behind them and firing a few well-timed shots should provide enough of a distraction to give the cars a fighting chance." It was another variation of Margaret's suggestion. I intended to force the men in ponchos to disperse their guys in 2 directions, leaving fewer barrels to shoot the cars.
"We're going over that?"
he asked, meaning the canal that ran alongside Poseidon. It would have been far more convenient to use the bridge, but it was exposed to the shooters in the woods, and there was nowhere to hide up there. "Can you swim?" I asked.
"Barely,"
he admitted. "You'll be fine. We're only going a short distance."
"Sure, dude. I'm in."
He sounded even less enthusiastic than before. I didn't blame him, since I didn't want to be doing hazardous activities with my life either. "Okay, you go over to the drivers and let them know the plan. Tell them to roll in 10 minutes. Zen took off. My intention was to let him take point in dealing with his neighbors, as it would make him look like he was doing something for them. It was tempting to think Zen was a bit useless, but I was starting to understand a lot had to do with his age. A kid barely out of high school couldn't be expected to run an entire neighborhood, so I needed to train him. Be the tutor his people already thought I was for him. He'd gone to the Triumph driver first, since he was closest. But as soon as he went to the next vehicle, the convertible driver brought his car closer to the roadblock. "Whoa!" I flagged him down. I got out of the way, as I wasn't going to risk injury in a dumb traffic accident.
"Stand aside," he demanded. "I know you from when you snooped around my house."
The Triumph rolled by me at a few miles per hour. "What are you doing? You have to wait."
"I can't wait another second. I'm heading to my daughter's house."
He pointed to the right at the intersection, as if telegraphing his next move. I recalled him saying she lived in Naples, south of Fort Myers.
"It's not safe yet,"
I yelled, with flashbacks to the powder blue Chevy driver that ignored my warnings earlier.
"Screw it. I'm going."
The driver pulled out his flashy revolver, pushed the gas, and charged into the intersection.
"Nobody mess with me."
I whipped off my rifle and sloshed to the hood of the SUV. Without picking targets, I squeezed off several shots and sent them toward the dark mass of trees at my 2 o'clock. The Triumph skidded on the wet pavement, straightened, then shot over the canal. I thought the guy had it made when he cleared the bridge, but gunfire erupted from the forest, peppering the little red car with bullets. The man returned a salvo of shots from his pistol. It sped into the mist, leaving me unable to determine its fate. What was clear to me, however, was that the danger was still present. I hurried over to the waiting drivers.
"Did he make it?"
one young man asked from inside his dry sedan.
"I don't know," I answered. "He'll have some bullet holes for sure, so I wouldn't go that way if I were you." "Good advice," he said, rolling his window back up.
Zen and I regrouped at the blockade once he'd dispersed the message to the drivers.
"They'll go in about 10 minutes,
he assured me as he looked at his gold watch.
"That's great, but
what are we missing?" I asked.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, is there anything else we can do to help these cars cross the road?" If there was any way to distract the men in the woods, I had to think of it. I took one last look through the rear window of the Honda SUV, surveying the bridge, the roadblock, and the dead bodies. Then I turned and looked at the waiting cars, with their lights blaring. Upon turning back to the Honda, I again noticed the gas container sitting in the back.
"Like this little baby."
I reached in and pulled out the near-full can.
"What are you doing with that?"
he asked. "Zen, have you ever seen an electric car battery explode?"
"No."
"Well, you will." I turned to face him.
"Okay."
He seemed shaky, like I'd tossed him a surprise. "Sorry to ask this, since I know you just got back, but can you run to all the cars again and let them know not to start their countdown until they see us jump in the canal? Also, while you're at it,
Ask them to turn off their lights and keep them off while driving across." "I should go?" "Hurry," I insisted. Looking at the intersection again, I waited until the wind howled extra hard. Then I charged out. The gusts almost carried me to the Ford Escort, which was jammed into the back of the Prius, and I scooted along its side with no one firing at me. "Step one complete," I said to myself. I opened the door for the back seat of the Prius and poured the gas onto the rear seat, floor, and chucked the last 2 fingers of fuel still in the container into the trunk. "Step two, come." I was cut off by a bullet impact. A healthy fear shook my bones, that I was going to blow up in an instant if one of those bullets hit the right spot in the car. I figured it had something to do with practically sitting on the battery, where I'd recently dumped a gallon of gasoline. For 10 or 15 seconds, I stayed frozen in place. Crouched as I was, I didn't think there was any way I could be seen from the other side of the car, given all the wind and rain. But they might have spotted me when I'd been throwing gas everywhere. Another shot slammed into the fin of the classic Chevy in front of me. Were they firing blind? I kept my breathing steady, though my heart wanted to race out of there. I was about to pull out a cheap plastic lighter I kept in my tactical trousers, but I discovered the auxiliary power port for the car had a picture of a cigarette on the cap. A smoker! I hated celebrating such an unhealthy habit, but the driver of the car had installed an aftermarket cigarette lighter, and I wasn't going to pass on the opportunity to use it. I reached to the front and pushed in the button. The simple device was an EMP-proof way to get a light, as long as the battery was good. In about a minute, the mechanism popped up, signaling it was ready to be pulled out and used. And now for step 3. I backed out of the door, careful to keep the magma-hot tip out of the rain. I aimed for a drenched section of seat, then tossed it there. Sparks turned into flames. The flames spread across the seat. I slammed the door shut and ran like hell. As I hustled back toward Zen's side, I imagined I was about to be shot every step I took. "Don't see me! Don't see me!" A hummingbird couldn't have matched my heart rate at that moment. Earlier, we'd managed to roll enough cars to form a line from the far corner of the intersection to about the middle yellow stripe of the roadway. It left one lane and a bit of shoulder for me to shoot across in the open before I got behind the cover of Zen's roadblock. I slid on the wet pavement, baseball style, as I went behind the Honda. "Shit," I said with relief. Zen arrived a short time later, also finished with his quick diversion. "What did you do?" he asked. I nodded over the truck. He took a peek. I knew I'd done good when I saw his wide grin. I sat up and checked it too. The flames raged inside the family car, and the start of messy black smoke leaked out. I'd seen quite a few electrical fires while hauling freight back in the day, so if the giant battery exploded, I expected a solid black wall of fumes to envelop most of that side of the road. "Why don't we torch this one too?" Zen asked, pulling a glitzy gold lighter from his pocket. "Be my guest." It wouldn't burn as hot or messy as the big battery in the Prius, but it would make smoke, and that was all we needed. I watched him gather a pile of trash from under the seats, and then light it. A flame quickly spread up the bucket seat and onto the interior cloth ceiling. "How's that?" he asked, stepping back from his handiwork. "Great," I said. "Now we have to haul ass." It had already taken far longer to deal with Zen's people than I'd anticipated. I figured it had been about an hour since I'd said goodbye to Margaret and Sally, and even longer since I'd been in touch with my Clownfish Cove crew. I desperately wanted to get back to them and make sure everything was all right on the street. Together,
Zen and I went over to the canal situated along Poseidon. "Ready?" I asked him. "The second we dive in, those people are going to give us 10 minutes before they move out." "I'm ready to shoot some terrorists," he said, clapping his hands a couple of times as if to hype himself up. I jumped in and led him across the choppy water. He took a little longer than I did, but the constant wave action made it slow going for both of us. We came up in the backyard of a house that sat on the corner of the canal and Bayside Road. As soon as I had a footing, I turned around to watch him come in. Behind us, at the intersection, a light show of sparks flared out from the underside of the Prius. It was the pregame before the inferno I expected, when it really got cooking. Zen crawled up the bank to be next to me, but didn't say anything. I found it surprising, given he was usually a guy at no loss for words. "I should have told them to give us 20 minutes, I chuffed. He was on his face, gulping breaths. "You doing okay?" I asked. "My whole subdivision has gone to shit. My people are fleeing. Cars are on fire. My swimming stroke sucks. And we're about to go to war, but otherwise, I'm cool, dude." I laughed. "I've felt the same way since the EMP went off." "Really?" he asked. "Yeah, like you're snowed in and can't dig your way to the surface." "I've never even seen snow," he said, dreamlike. As much as I wanted to ask about his past, there wasn't a second to spare. "Just get up and run, okay? Follow me." I hopped to my feet and ran toward the front yard of the house. It did put me in a bit of danger from the poncho guys as we shifted around them, but the rain and flailing wind blew into the faces of those guys in the woods, so I hoped they weren't able to watch our side of the road without taking long breaks. In front of the house, the short street backed up to Bayside Road, but it was flooded, same as in Zen's area, so it was hard to put one leg in front of the other and move fast. By the time we'd gone 5 houses down, it had already been about 10 minutes. "We have to cross now," I warned, as I ran to my left to cut between 2 homes. "Hurry!" I took up a position behind a plastic tough shed set up in the farthest point of the resident's backyard. About a foot of water lapped at the base, and it jostled with each little wave, as if it wanted to float away. "Why here?" he asked. "I don't think the group of men is going to be watching the whole forest, so I brought us this far to get around them. If we had the rest of the afternoon, I'd run about a mile down before crossing. But the convoy is going to move out at any second, so we need to get over there." "I'll follow," he wheezed. Neither of us had been climbing up a steep mountain, but it almost seemed that way. Walking in water taxed our muscles, but so did the basic act of standing upright. Each footfall needed to be braced against the wind, or it would knock us to the ground. Despite being mid-afternoon, it seemed like twilight. I picked my moment, and then charged into the street. Lightning flashed behind us. Not for a couple seconds, but for the entire 20 or 30 it took to cross Bayside. Thunder was constant. As I drew up to the first trees at the edge of the forest, I imagined a poncho guy was going to jump out at us and shoot me in the face. The woods went about 50 yards to my left and miles to my right, so my brain saw it as a huge question mark of danger. "Stay with me," I ordered of Zen when he came up next to me in the first line of trees. "And have the safety off." I pointed to the wedge-shaped safety of the AK, as it was obvious to me his rifle wasn't ready for action. "I was going to do that." He clicked it to the correct position. "And be sure you have a round in the chamber," I said as I walked away. However, when I didn't hear the charging handle, I had to turn around. "Do you have one in the barrel?" "Of course." "Good." In my head, I knew you had to go to war with the army you had, Not the one you wished you had. But Zen wasn't giving me the warm and fuzzies about his gun handling experience. I figured he was more scared than he let on. We headed back toward the roadblock, using the trees as cover. My expectation was the cars would soon be moving, and we'd stalk to the poncho guys as they were about to shoot my friends. However, I knew from reading one too many books that nothing ever worked out the way you planned, which was why I wasn't surprised to see a head pop up at the edge of the canal. "Hold up," I said as quietly as I could in heavy rain. I lined up my scope, thankful the coating on the glass was waterproof, and got a sense of what I was looking at. I figured the person was less than 100 feet away. "What the F?" I started to say. Zen moved up next to me. "Trouble?" "More than you know. My friend Nathan is pointing his rifle in this direction." It would have never occurred to me to drop into the canal, swim in full view of the enemy position, and then get a toehold on the near bank. I would have said it was suicide. But there he was. Somehow, he'd gotten to within a few yards of the poncho-wearing bad guys, using his Call of Duty method. "That's good, right?" Zen asked. I couldn't claim to be a military genius, but I was light years ahead of Zen. "Not exactly. If he shoots at those guys from that spot, where do you think his missed bullets are going to go?" He pointed to his forehead. "Yep," I said. I'd intended to come at the men from the side, so my bullets wouldn't travel into the homes of my subdivision if I missed them. But getting too close to Nathan could get me shot in the side, or back, from friendly fire. It meant I had to take more of a chance and get behind the ponchos, then be careful I didn't miss my targets. Behind Nathan, across the canal, I caught the barest hint of motion. One of the cars was going across. The first blasts came from the woods. "We don't have a choice. We've got to find someone to shoot." I pointed in a direction that would keep us out of sight of Nathan, but put us closer to the enemy force. Since I couldn't coordinate with the guy out there playing a real-life video game, I had to keep as many trees as possible between us, so our bullets didn't cross paths. "I'll kick their asses," Zen vowed. I made a direct cut through the trees, roughly parallel to the canal, and at about 50 feet, I turned to my left, sure I was going to come upon them. However, before I could make the turn, I came upon a large dark shape sitting in the shallow water. I only needed a second to recognize the triumph. The next second, I realized there was a man hunched over the passenger door, as if the impatient driver had gotten out and then tried to get back in. While I stood there absorbing how the car must have turned and gone into the woods, the man stood up. The motionless driver was still in his seat. A guy in a camo poncho was scavenging. My blood turned to ice. "Damn!" Me and the other guy raised our weapons. I'd already had mine in my hands, ready to go. I squeezed off 6 shots. I counted them. The guy fired once, but it went into the ground. He ate all my bullets and slipped against the wet exterior of the British car, then slumped to the ground. My heart raced, and my lungs heaved. But I happened to turn to Zen and found him slack-jawed as he watched the shootout unfold. He hadn't even lifted his AK-47 to pretend to help me. "Dude, I think I shit my pants," he announced. "Dude," I echoed, "get down." I got him moving and put him behind the little Triumph, with the car set between us and the canal. Gunshots rang out in the storm, distinct from the cracks of thunder still stalking us. Whatever was happening out there, we had to be a part of it. My partner panted even harder than I was. "Zen, my man, are you going to be all right?" "Dude, I think this is a good time to tell you,
I've never actually fired this. He finally glanced down at his all-black rifle, as if it were a well-abused public toilet seat, and he'd been ordered to eat a Twinkie off the rim. No, it wasn't a good time at all. But there was nothing I could do about it. The only thing I could think of was to drag him into the battle and pray he would figure it out. See that big tree over there? Do me a favor and shoot at it. We crouched behind the little car, but I checked over the top after I spoke. There were at least 2 guys moving in the woods. I needed to get them. The tree? Why? Fire at the tree to practice. You have to be willing to raise your gun and fire it. Once you do that, turn your gun on the bad guys, like I'm doing. It was all the encouragement I had time to offer. I lined up my scope with the closest man. A camouflage ghost bobbed in the rain 20 yards out. Then 10. Then it stopped. I took the extra second to confirm it was the same mixed green and gray camouflage worn by the ass-knuckle who threatened me. Then I sent a round out. My sights were bang on at such close range, even in the wind, and the bullet impacted center of mass as he strode my way. The blast of the gun seemed to startle Zen. Bringing him along had been a tactical mistake. I'd assumed a drug pusher who carried around guns all the time was going to know how to shoot them. My lungs refused to give up a breath, and I held it for a long time before I saw the second poncho in the undergrowth. The guy crawled sideways, relative to my position, as if going toward Nathan. I leaned against the door of the car, steadying my aim. The instant before I fired, the forest erupted in dozens of gunshots. "Get down!" I yelled to no one. Zen wasn't there. Chapter 22. "Zen?" I called out. Bullets thumped against tree branches around me. They plinked off the Triumph, and they cut through the rain above me. I checked under the little sports car, but the whole forest was flooded, and the bottom of the car's door already touched the water's surface, so the only way he could have gone down there was with scuba gear. "Come on, where are you?" Men shouted from nearby. The ack-ack-ack of repeating shots seemed to come from all around. I wanted to get into the action and put more of those guys down, but I couldn't even return fire in that moment, as I had no idea where all the shots were coming from. A guy squealed in pain, and it wasn't my fault. I then realized someone else was engaged with the ponchos. After a few seconds of adrenaline pumping into my veins, I popped my head over the hood of the car to see if I could establish a target. "Now!" I rallied, as I stuck my head up. I took it all in, then ducked back down. A river fell from the sky every minute, making it hard to see much of anything. However, I took note of the man I'd shot. He was still on the ground. The other guy who'd been crawling was now propped behind a narrow tree, but he had his back to me. Though not a recommended method of reconnaissance, I took note how sticking my head up did not result in additional incoming fire. I shuffled from the hood to the door and popped up again for a couple of seconds. The guy was still there. But I dropped back down. My heart refused to pump blood for a few seconds. When it came, it arrived in a rush. "Shit, this is dangerous," I said, as if Zen was still there. Again, revealing my position didn't yield additional hits on the car. Yet the back-and-forth shooting continued. I went on my hands and knees to the rear of the vehicle, which was closest to Bayside Road. Once there, I prepped my rifle and slowly emerged from behind the bumper, ready to fire at the man. Thunder enveloped me an instant after lightning struck, but my entire focus was on the guy with the gun, and other guns that might be out there. If I spotted any movement, I was ready to retreat behind the car.
The water, mud, and slick metal of my rifle caused much delay. It took me about 10 seconds to settle into my position and get him in my crosshair. The man fired his own rifle, but he was aimed toward someone on the far side. It might have been Nathan, but it seemed as if he was aimed more toward the roadblock by Albacore, probably firing on the cars now passing across the intersection. Or maybe they were firing at my people who'd come to support the newcomers. Whatever the reason, I was in the right to put an end to the man behind the tree. I squeezed the trigger. The snap of my rifle was tinny and distant after getting an earful of thunder. The man reached around to his back, almost like he was acting in a movie. Then he slowly fell sideways and onto the sloppy forest floor. A second later, I was back behind the safety of the car. I scanned the trees for my missing friend while I had a free second. "Zen, get your ass out here," I grumbled. Visibility continued to drop. The darkness in the west seemed to hover over me now. As much as I wanted to take out all the poncho guys myself, I was going to haul balls out of there as soon as I knew the cars had gone by. A bullet impacted a tree a few feet beyond the Triumph, sending pieces of bark into the water. My stomach was already a solid brick. Now the rest of my gut hardened. If anyone came storming at me or flanking me, there was nowhere to go. The little door might provide temporary cover, but it didn't seem much thicker than a soda can, given the miniature size of the vehicle. That got me thinking in multiple dimensions. Was it better to stay behind what I had, or get to somewhere with less chance of being flanked? In a confusing rainstorm, I took some comfort in the idea I could remove a big chunk of threat if I got closer to the road, since no one would attack across the open blacktop. It would also get me clear of being behind the poncho guys, while my allies were peppering them with bullets. I still wanted to find Zen. Another quick scan didn't turn up anything. He was either staying hidden behind one of the larger trees, or he had run far enough I couldn't see him at all. I also wondered if he'd been yanking my wheel about wanting to go with me to provide cover for the people of his subdivision. What if he'd always intended to ditch me when the bullets started flying, as an easy way to eliminate me and take over my side of our shared alliance? After considering it for a few seconds, I cleared my head of the idea. Whatever he was about, it didn't change where I was or what I was dealing with. I had to move out fast, or I was going to die next to a wet, bullet-strewn old British car. I'd never pictured it in my head, but I knew this wasn't how I wanted to go out. A man's voice bellowed in the woods from the poncho people, but it was difficult to hear the words as much as the emotion. He was yelling at his men to keep up the attack. I peeked over the trunk. 2 dead guys, no living ones in view. No bullets chased me as I put my head back down. I made a judgment call about whether I could move out. "Good enough for government work," I droned. I waited for a 3 count. "Go," I ordered myself. One of my knees made a bony crunch as I leapt out from behind the car. I limped for a step or two, realized I didn't care, and kept running. The road wasn't far. Shooting continued from my right side, where the ponchos and my people were obviously engaged in a gun battle. At the edge of the woods, I found a tree big enough to shield my body from those bullets. For the first time, I heard the engines of moving vehicles. The convoy was getting across. But there was still shooting. I paused to catch my breath. Keeping water off my face and out of my lungs was becoming difficult. The high winds made the rain ricochet off the tree trunk and slap my face no matter what direction I was looking in. Gusts were notably worse next to the open road. I flexed my knee to work out the kink I'd experienced earlier. The safe option was to run across the road and leave the battle to play out without me involved. However, if one of my people got hurt as a result of me being overly cautious, it wouldn't sit well. It wasn't safe to be behind those guys, but I could try to pinch in from the side. If I could distract the bad men again or take out another pair, it would all be good. I wanted to call out for Zen. I also wanted to call out for Nathan. He was no longer on the bank of the canal where he'd been earlier. If he'd been shot, he might have fallen backward. I instantly felt bad for Alex and Zoe. They didn't deserve to lose a dad this way. I got real small and ran to another tree, this time one closer to the enemy. From there, I saw through the trees toward the canal. I saw shapes rolling by, but I couldn't see shooters behind the abandoned vehicles. My guess was both sides were slinging bullets at shapes rather than targeting individuals, which meant I could make a difference. I crawled from one trunk to another until I saw my next two targets crouched behind a fallen tree about 40 feet away. I recognized the man with the huge binoculars. I wasn't sure what he could see in the soupy rain more than 10 feet away, but he shielded himself with a tree and scanned toward the roadblock. His partner turned my way, and I immediately recognized the beard of the man who'd started this whole mess. It was the king poncho guy who'd threatened me and my friends. He pointed at me and yelled before I could raise my rifle. Did he recognize my distinctive shirt? Rather than tempt fate, I retreated behind the trunk. Was he the sort of asshole who would turn his entire force from the convoy to take care of me? I couldn't discount it. My heart thumped against my ribs. When I got behind my tree, a wall of wind pushed through the woods, almost pinning me to the stubbly bark. I was also hit with leaves, plastic bags, and what seemed like a full 20-ounce bottle of soda. My only comfort was knowing Poncho Guy was out in the open. As the wind died down enough for me to move, I leaned around the trunk with my rifle, ready to rock. I knew where the guy was, though I didn't see him through all the shaking tree limbs and leaves. I put a couple of shots in his direction, if only to tell him not to try to come over to me. As I was about to pull back, I was shocked to see Zen leaning against a tree about 40 or 50 feet away. The three of us formed a triangle with equal sides between us. Ponch was on my left, Zen on my right. What the F are you doing there? I wondered to myself. He wasn't far from the Triumph, but he stood on the wrong side of his tree, so he was in full view of the guys in the ponchos. When I'd been standing at the Triumph, Zen had been hidden from me, his ally. I leaned a bit farther to see the bad guy. Bullets thumped into the bark. A crack of lightning struck not far beyond Zen. This time, I saw the sparks. Thunder came down at almost the same time. Now I smelled electricity, like I was in a bumper car ride. We had to get to hard cover. I checked on Zen. Now he was standing there, in full view of everyone, with his underfolder AK-47 against his shoulder, aiming at... I glanced at the two men. Bino Guy had turned around. My heart came up into my throat. He aimed at Zen. Zen was frozen. I slammed my rifle against the side of the tree to steady it. A single second seemed to take an hour as I found my target. Aimed. Squeezed the trigger. The AR did its usual kick. The man didn't fall over, as I'd hoped. His partner was hunched behind a tree, probably aiming for the easy target instead of me. I watched long enough to see the barrel of his rifle emerge from behind the trunk, aiming at Zen. Bino Man fired his rifle. I pumped out 3 more rounds before I had to readjust my sight. The shooters were still there. Another 3-pack of bullets went out the door to the enemy. Without missing a beat, I looked at Zen through my peripheral vision. He was still there too. I clenched my teeth as I aimed the scope toward the 2 assholes. The man with the binos was still there aiming at my friend, but the bearded guy was obviously looking in a different direction now. Shit! I was ready to fire again, but I caught on to the fact Bino Dude was now looking away from me, the same as his pal. Something else had their attention, which was an amazing feat, since they had Zen dead to rights. Back to Zen. He was still in the exact same position. His rifle was pointed the correct way, but he wasn't doing anything besides standing there. He was a statue. Dude, I groused. That was when the forest erupted with explosions, like 1,000 chainsaws had decided to swoop in and chop down some trees. The echoes of gunshots ripped through everything, even overpowering the wind for the moment. Saplings fell over in bundles. Branches came down on top of them. A wedge of metal appeared in the forest near the canal. It pushed down trees by the poncho men, and it was safe to say was responsible for an endless spray of bullets exploding from the blocky shape. The soldiers had returned with their tank. I used the distraction to line up the bearded guy again. He'd broken cover relative to me and fired at the tank. Got ya, I exhaled, squeezing the kill shot. I backed behind the tree, instantly wondering if it was big enough to protect me from those rounds. With a quick peek, I checked on Bino Guy. He'd been there 2 seconds ago, but now there was only a red mist and bits of poncho flying around. Oh, hell, I shuddered, falling back to the tree. What about Zen? Now that he wasn't being shot by the guys, I expected him to run for it. Nope. He was still standing up straight, next to his tree. Again, on the wrong side. Zen! I cried out. Nothing. He wasn't moving at all. Hey, dude! I roared. Nada. Zen had talked himself into joining me on this flanking mission, but his spirit had been unable to cash the check written by his big mouth. Now, while he stood there watching the tank cut down the whole forest, I had to decide if he was worth saving. Retire to the Sunshine State, I snarked to myself. It will be more beaches and babes than you can handle, Frank. I slung my rifle. Lightning lit up the darkened sky. I couldn't be farther from the beach, the babes, or the sunshine. Still, despite it all, I broke cover and ran for my paralyzed friend. No matter his current state, the guy had volunteered to show up to fight next to me. That counted for something. I'm on my way! Chapter 23. Bullets came out of the tank like a whip, and I could see where the gunner aimed by watching saplings fall over and branches disintegrate. I picked my time to run for Zen, but it was more of a feeling, and perhaps luck, that those bullets didn't cut me in half as I closed the distance to him. Get down! I hollered at the top of my lungs as I arrived. Zen turned to me, slow and robotic. Frank? I bit my tongue when I bowled into him. We both splashed into the 6 inches of water below us. The coppery blood taste went well with the saltwater smell. Once to the ground, I didn't let Zen get comfortable. Get your ass moving, I ordered. Even that didn't light his fire. I pulled and pushed against his chest and shoulders, but he didn't move until I grabbed his ponytail and tried to pull him like a wagon. Wait, what's going on? Just move, I screamed, inches from his face. The rain came down so hard, and the sky was almost as black as night above me, so I barely saw the tank now. That was good from the perspective of not wanting to draw the attention of the person behind the machine gun. But it also meant we could be run over and turned to pulp, without the driver even knowing we were there. This way! Zen finally moved where I ordered. Together, we rolled, crawled, and splashed our way to the Triumph. Should we get inside? Zen asked. Does it still work? I hadn't even thought of that. My only goal was to get behind it and use it as a shield while we kept moving away from the carnage. Stay on my ass, I instructed him. I almost had to shove him behind the car. He seemed more interested in pulling out the dead driver so he could try to hop in. Before he could get too far, I got Zen's head down and pointed where I wanted him to go. Bro, this thing is probably stuck in the mud, I said. We need to run for it. I'll follow, Frank, he said, sounding defeated. The heavy tank wasn't able to knock down the biggest trees, but it was able to push over most of the smaller ones. The driver seemed determined to hit almost every trunk possible, while the turret gunner spun around shooting the machine gun at the militia guys. As soon as we got to a giant tree, I planted us on the far side and prayed. Minutes passed as the whine of the tank motor came and went. On one pass, dozens of bullets chopped down almost all the little trees around us. On another flyby, the tank treads crunched in a way I knew it was chewing up the little foreign convertible, driver included. Did we get them? Zen finally asked, sounding more himself. I glared at him for a moment, intent to explain that he'd panicked and frozen when I needed him most. But his eyes told me he already knew that. I think the tank gave us an assist, I said. Thank God, Frank. I know I screwed up, dude, but I've never fired a gun before. I didn't expect it to be like that. I kept my cool. Earlier you said you hadn't fired this gun before. Now you're telling me you haven't fired any gun? Ever? Nope. I tell everyone I did, but really... He trailed off. You almost got us both killed, I said matter-of-factly. I see that now, he said with resignation. There wasn't much to say after that. I watched for any guys in ponchos who fled from the tank deeper into the forest, but no one came by. After I checked for the tank a couple of times without seeing it, I decided to test an evacuation plan. I think we can head over to the road again, I suggested. Zen sat in the water, against the tree, with his knees up and his head down. I'm not much of a leader, am I? He lamented. I took a moment to think about it. I was angry with the guy for letting me down on the battlefield, but I had to admit, it wasn't really his fault. His was the generation that had grown up sheltered and doted over by helicopter parents, teachers, and guidance counselors. He'd been told he was a champ at everything he ever did, and it probably never occurred to him how difficult it would be to stand in front of men who wanted to kill you. Hell, I still wasn't okay shooting back and forth, and I'd done it several times in the last few days. It wasn't a natural skill. Did you warn your people about moving their supplies to higher places in their homes? I asked. Yeah, as many as I could. And did they do it? He shrugged into his knees, but sat up to face me. I couldn't verify each person did it. That's leadership, my friend. You can tell them what to do, how to do it, and even why it needs to be done. But at the end of the shift, they'll either do it themselves or it won't get done. I've had good luck with people on my home street, but the other 2 blocks in my neighborhood probably have 50 or 60% of the people who still aren't willing to admit we are even in a disaster.
That's dumb, dude.
That's people, dude, I laughed. There's a reason they made a saying that you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. It's been true since the beginning of time.
So what do we do? How do I get them to listen to me?
That's the big question, isn't it? I paused to organize my thoughts. For me, the best way I've found is to get things done. In your case, you've organized your guards, you've promised them a new well, and you've protected their dry goods from this storm.
Yeah, if their houses survive.
True, but that's out of your hands. Besides, you came out here with me to protect all those people and the vehicles. That's one more big thing they'll see as evidence of your leadership.
Yeah, but I didn't do anything.
They don't need to know that, I chuckled, seeing how I could bolster his faith in himself. As far as they know, you came out here and shot the place up, and your actions helped divert the poncho men long enough for the convoy to cross.
You would do that for me?
I would. As long as your people are alive, you'll always have more chances to be a good leader, and I think you can do a good job of it. I thought I'd done a commendable job of talking the guy up, but he slumped over worse than earlier.
Dude, you and I both know you're a better person to run things, he complained. Why don't you take over?
I couldn't stop myself from chuckling.
What?
He said with exasperation.
I don't mind, man. Just take over.
No, that would never work. I know we've had our differences, but I need you, Zen. That prompted me to stop. Hey, wait a minute. What's your real name? He glanced up from his hangdog pose.
You really want to know?
Sure.
Declan Flanagan.
Are you shitting me?
Nope. Second generation Irish. Parents moved to Miami before I was born, fell in love with it, and stayed here in Florida instead of going back to the cloudy island they came from.
And why Zen? I pressed.
I don't know. I guess deep down I'm only a dope-smoking dude who loves peace.
I can confirm that, I mused. We'll leave that part out of our report, okay?
Really?
He asked with shock. Yeah, but Zen, you've got to practice shooting. Get used to the sound of it, the smell of it, because there will almost certainly come a time when you have to defend your people, and you don't want to be standing there frozen, pissing your pants when it happens. He turned shy.
I didn't think you saw that with all the rain.
I didn't see anything, I replied with amusement. But I took a guess.
Shit,
he finally said. When I was sure the tank was gone, and there was no threat of men running by or shooting me, I ventured away from our tree to plot the path back to the road. All right, let's move out, I said, military-like. Zen fell in line easily, and we sloshed across the forest. Closer to the canal, the earth was turned up in muddy ridges. The tank had been doing laps, crunching trees, bushes, and anything unfortunate enough to get in its way, including those men. I didn't want to get too close to the canal, so I cut across a few of the ridges, heading away from the destruction. However, before I made it over the last one, I tripped on a muddy log sticking in the mud. The log yelped. What the? I startled, already pulling my rifle to bear.
Dude!
Zen shrieked. It was a dude named Nathan. I crawled over to him. Nathan? I could hardly breathe, as I expected to find a corpse.
I'm still alive, he groused. But man, what a rush!
It was a bit like coaxing a muffin out of a sticky pan. Nathan was obviously not mushed into jelly, so he hadn't been crushed by the tracks. But it looked as if the mud around him had rolled up under the middle of the armored monster, and he'd been smashed into the ground by its passing. His SOCOM 308 was still in his hand. I got him on his feet.
Dude, you look worse than me, Zen remarked. Believe it or not, I was crushing it before that tank came on the scene. I used my stealth skills to swim the canal, get up the bank where I covered myself in mud, and then I crawled into the forest to engage the enemy. Geez, next time tell me what you're up to. I was probably firing at you. I know the people at our front gate were firing at you since no one knew you would be crawling around out here. I didn't think of that. I now had 2 flat tires who were my responsibility. Zen's actions spoke for themselves, but Nathan wasn't much better. He'd been bold about jumping out of the truck, and I couldn't have been more shocked to see him pop up in a running gun battle. But I couldn't determine if the rest of his story was embellishment or the truth. All I could say was he ended up in the rut created by a tank, and his 1,000-yard stare suggested he'd seen the events of the last 15 minutes, a little closer than he wanted. I next found myself walking the shoulder of Bayside Road, with a shell-shocked man on each arm. We had to brace ourselves against the wind, but we were too close to home to give up. We were about to head across the bridge when the Unimog came out of the rain ahead of us. "Shit! We're saved!" Nathan wheezed. "Yeah, we are," I allowed. The truck pulled to a stop a few yards ahead of us. Despite the pounding rain and driving winds, and a pair of windshield wipers with the efficiency of 2 drinking straws, I saw the beautiful brunette named Carmen behind the steering wheel. Penny was in the passenger seat. "You're about to meet my 2 ace sheriffs," I bragged. I caught motion in my peripheral vision, to the right of the roadway. A man had come out of the woods as we'd passed. Adrenaline poured out. Carmen opened her door. "Frank, look out!" I pivoted to my right, already bringing my AR to bear, but it was made difficult by having Nathan on my arm. "Move!" I bellowed, as I tried to push him down to safety. Zen, on Nathan's right, also let go of him. My brain registered the threat, and I was desperate to meet it, but I was about to come up short. Even Carmen wasn't going to get her pistol aimed before the poncho guy arrived. The bearded leader came at us with the biggest combat knife I'd ever seen. "Die!" he screamed. Zen planted his feet in front of the attacker. I couldn't shoot with him there. My head almost exploded with pressure. "Zen!" I warned. Gunfire cracked. Zen's whole body shook. The bearded guy took a few running steps toward the hippie, maybe 10 feet away now. More clack, clack, clack sounds. The guy stumbled and reached out with his knife, but Zen sidestepped him, still firing his AK at the doomed man. For the next 10 seconds, the old Soviet firearm dumped round after round into the collapsing bag of bones, until Zen squeezed the trigger and nothing happened. I crouched by Nathan. Carmen had held her fire at the door of the truck. Even Penny was setting herself up to get in a shot. But the deed was already done. I let out my breath. "Good job, Zen." The young man turned to me with horror on his face. "I couldn't stop firing." "It's all right." I helped Nathan stand up. "You saved our lives. Besides, when you dump the whole mag, you don't have to count the rounds." He tried laughing. "I don't know if I'll ever be ready for war, Frank," he said on the sly, so the women at the truck wouldn't hear him. "Just fake it," I insisted. The bearded leader of Team Poncho was dead at our feet. I know I put a bullet in him earlier, but it was the last 30 rounds that closed the ledger on our feud. I was happy to let Zen take the win for once, and he'd done it in front of witnesses, so I certainly didn't want him to throw it away by whining in self-doubt anymore. "That's what I'd do," Nathan interjected. though I did learn a lot from video games.
I wasn't sure which of them was more dangerous. Let's get the hell out of here, I pleaded. I let the two guys climb into the rear seats. Then I came in last. Thanks for the cover, I said to the women.
We were on it,
Carmen assured me.
but Zen was on it faster.
Having the Cuban behind the wheel brought new questions. You learned to drive a stick? I asked her.
I watched you explain it earlier. Then Penny showed me a few tricks when we left our street to come pick you up.
I then went to the more important question. I think it is safe to say the soldiers brought it back, right? Penny laughed.
They more than brought it back. They went out in their tank and ripped those assholes a bunch of new assholes. I don't think there'll be a problem anymore.
I don't think so either, I agreed. Those guys are worm food. Carmen backed down the street and weaved behind the cars me and Zen's guys had rolled out into the main intersection earlier. The blue Honda was ablaze and putting out a quality amount of black smoke, but the Prius looked like someone had painted the air around it with heavy black tint, since the thick smoke wafted in a huge mass toward my subdivision. Did the cars make it? I finally asked.
Yeah, they did.
Penny kept speaking, but her words were lost to me due to a situation outside. On the other side of the Mog, out in the water by Zen's roadblock, a little boy trudged through the surf as he came toward us. Stop for a sec, I said to our driver.
Sure. What for?
Carmen asked. I'll be right back. I hopped down and ran around the burning hulk of the Honda. My hunch had been correct when I first saw the kid in the water. It was Brendan, the kid who'd been flying the kite earlier. He saw me and struggled my way. It was clear he'd been walking in the deep water for a long time. I went out to meet him. What are you doing out here alone?
It's my brother. He was terrified of the water.
I remembered his was the last house on the street, and he and another kid were running around in his yard, oblivious to any threat of a storm. If there was any house that was going to be in deep water, it was his. Where is he? In my head, I thought, don't say at your house.
At my house.
Damn. Chapter 24. Zen, I've got one more job for you, I said to the drying man in the back seat. Penny and Carmen had thought ahead, and they'd brought some dry towels for us. I'd held off, assuming I'd have to get out when we got to Albacore to talk to the convoy again, but Zen had gone directly to the drying off phase. I could have told him a leader doesn't need to bother with getting comfortable until the day is over, and most times not even then.
I'm not good at swimming, he yelled down from the truck, but I'll give it my best shot.
After swimming across the canal with him, I knew he wasn't good for a 2-mile swim in choppy seas, but I didn't think any of us were. I appreciate that, Zen, but this is a lot easier. He scooted to the edge of the seat to listen to me. I parked our motorboat right over there, behind that row of houses. I pointed into the sideways rain toward Albacore. I need you to get it across the canal, and then I'll help you drag it across the roadway.
Are you sure you trust me to do it?
I knew he was going through some self-doubts. There is no one else I trust to get this done fast. He would have to use his strength to bail the water, then muscle the boxy boat out of the canal. Carmen and Penny could have done it, but I didn't think they'd do it as quickly as him. Besides, I needed them for other pressing tasks. He sat there for a few moments. Well, can you do this for me or not? I conveyed all the urgency it required. Zen hopped down.
I'm going for it, dude.
I pointed again. Go across the bridge, then turn left into the backyards. Zen sprinted into the storm. When he got out, I motioned for Brendan to climb in. I followed him up,
Penny, would you mind? I motioned for her to come to the back and help my buddy get dry. The youngster appeared as if he'd been inside a firecracker when it went off. His hair was going in a dozen different directions. He was coated with sand and debris from being in the butter churn of muddy seawater, and he was obviously at the far end of exhaustion from crossing 2 miles of the disaster. I figured he could use a motherly figure at that moment. Carmen, I need you to drive Brendan to my house. Get this boy warmed up and safe, okay? Frank, if you're going out there, I'm coming with you. I'd been expecting her to ask to come. You can't. Trust me. Ben and I rode in his boat when the storm was starting to get hot and heavy. With 2 people plus a few inches of water inside, the boat couldn't handle it, and we almost sank. It probably did sink, now that I considered the issue, since no one was there to bail out the water. Zen would be looking for a rope tied to a tree, with the boat itself under the waves. But, she trailed off, unable to give me a good counter-argument. Penny was already toweling Brendan's hair. I could tell by his posture he was seconds from falling asleep. Brendan, I interrupted. Is your brother in the house where you were flying kites today? We couldn't fly it. The wind kept breaking our line. I know, but that was your house, right? Penny gave him a firm tap on the shoulder. Can you answer, Frank? He wants to help your brother. Brendan's eyes focused. Yeah, we lived there with my mom and dad, but they took Dad's sailboat out the day everything went off. Never came back. He was already drifting again. Is there anything else you can tell me? Where did you last see your brother? Was he safe when you went for help? The kid nodded. Watch out for the sharks, he mumbled. Sharks, I said, sitting up straight. Mm-hmm. His chin dipped to his chest, even while Penny still patted the towel on his neck and back. He's out, Penny declared. We sat there for a few moments of silence. The sickly chemical smell of burning plastic came in on a gust as we were downwind from the torched Honda SUV. Beyond the blockade, the darkened skies and torrential rainstorm only let me see a few houses on the road toward Brendan's place, and it didn't inspire confidence I could go that way. The waves weren't as pronounced as when the surge originally came in, but now it was chopping in every direction, like bathtub water disturbed by a playful child. The water level was high enough that it reached midway up the garage doors of all the homes I could see. Bayside Road acted like a dam, with waves cresting into the middle of the street from one side, but not pouring over the top to the other. Yet. I leaned forward to talk in the driver's ear. Carmen, if you see Ben, and he's not injured too bad, tell him to come up here to the road. He told me he's never seen a storm surge reach Bayside Road, and I'd like him to see it. Ben had gone into Elmer's place, but I still didn't know how bad he'd been hurt from that concrete ceiling. The old cat seemed tough, however, so I was hedging my bets he would be fine. I'll look him up for you, she replied. I stayed at attention, watching out the front window, but it wasn't long before I saw what I'd been waiting for. There he is, I yelled. Zen had come through for me. He stood on our side of the canal behind Albacore, exactly where I'd told him to go. I opened the door. Frank, be careful, Penny mouthed from behind the boy, so she wouldn't wake him. I will, I whispered back. With great care, I took off my AR and set it on the floorboard in front of the boy. I made sure the safety was on. I also took off the Smith & Wesson and set it in the same spot. Neither of those would help me where I was going. Can you move these to the front, out of the way? I requested. On reflection, I added, or you can put them out back, under the tarp. Either place would make them inaccessible to the young boy, an important directive,
since I always kept safety in mind. I held the gaze of her radiant blue eyes for a moment, happy she'd been the one to come along with Carmen. Even the muted gray storm couldn't douse the brightness in her appearance. I was sad to see her go. "Bye, Penny," I said as the door closed. The second I was outside, Carmen opened her door and hopped out. No words needed to be spoken. She grabbed my collar and pulled me close, and we embraced as the wind and rain slapped and clawed at our sides. Too soon, she retreated into the truck. Neither of us dared say goodbye. I ran over to Zen and helped him drag the boat across the 2 empty lanes of the road. It turned out to be far harder than I could have predicted, since the rain seemed to fill up the bottom of the boat in seconds, and the wind would slap us down as we attempted to move it. The solution was for us both to stand in front of the boat and drag it directly into the wind, with the motor set as high as possible, so it didn't drag. When we got it close to the water, even the spray of the waves started to drench the interior, suggesting I would never come close to a 2-mile excursion if I didn't do something about the swamping problem. But how? I either needed a larger bucket to toss more water, an electrical pump to send water over the side while I steered, or I needed a way to cover the boat so water didn't fill it up so fast, like a big umbrella. A larger bucket would be unwieldy to use while also holding the motor. Ben had said something to that effect when we were in the boat, which was why he had me do the bailing, while he piloted us on the canal. No sense dreaming about an electric pump. The EMP stole that option. And an umbrella would be nice, but I thought of Tyler's attempt to use one. The flimsy thing had sailed out of his hands and into the storm, after barely a second or two. Those weren't the answers. "Zen!" I got his attention. "I need something to cover the boat. Your house is close. Do you have anything that might help?" "You mean like a boat cover?" he asked. "Do you have one?" "My dad has one on his bass boat. He keeps it in the garage." A cover would work, though I had no doubt it wouldn't be the exact size I needed. Still, if I could use the cover to block off at least the front half of the John boat, it might deflect enough water so it wouldn't pour in. That jogged another thought. The tarp on the Unimog served the same purpose. "That's it," I shouted to him. "We going to my place?" he asked. "No, we have something a lot closer." It took a few minutes to untie the large brown tarp from the roll cage of the Mog and tie it onto Ben's boat. But when I was done, I was happy with the result. "There's no place for me to sit," Zen complained. "You're not going," I replied. "The boat can only handle one person at a time in these waves." As I stood there inspecting my handiwork, I wondered if I could have reconfigured it so he could travel with me. I could probably have him shimmy under the tarp and ride on his stomach. But then we'd have 3 people when we reached the buoy. Even without a boat full of water, I assumed it would be unstable on the angry ocean with that many people in it. "Oh," he said. I wondered if he was seeing what it required to be a real leader for his people. He should have insisted we do rock, paper, scissors to pick who was going to take the boat and save the kid. "Look, I need you to watch for me when I return, okay? With this wind and the crazy waves out there, I'm not sure how I'm going to get the kid back, and it would really help if I knew someone was watching for us." "I'm all over it," he declared. "Thanks, dude," I said sincerely. "Bon voyage," he said. His words sent a jolt of nervousness into my spine, a signal that yes, I was going on an insane ride at this exact moment. I sat in the back of the flat-bottomed boat by the handheld motor. I'd strung the tarp over the rest of the wide side rails, creating a barrier so rain wouldn't fall into the bottom, except if it fell directly on me. "Give me a shove," I suggested. Lightning broke a few houses over, zapping for 1 or 2 full seconds, like a scene from a horror movie. The thunder cracked off the flat garage doors of the homes on the street, creating echoes that lasted until the rain again took over the disaster musical playing in the flooded neighborhood. My tense stomach wanted nothing to do with the boat, the waves, or the lightning. But the engine started easily, and I put the prop into the water, resolved to push through my nervous energy. Despite the dark skies and blinding rain coming at my face, it was easy to know where to go. The road went in a straight line toward the ocean shore, and I'd walked the same route before the water came in. After doing a small loop to acknowledge my support team, I tried to get the boat facing the correct way. However, before I got all the way around, I caught sight of headlights on the road to the south. I pointed. There was no way to know if my friends saw my gesture, but they couldn't miss the lights headed their way. The vehicle was big, an old semi pulling an unmarked cargo trailer. In the crappy visibility and low light, it was difficult to make out much more than the basics. Its horn blared as it barreled by at 50 miles an hour. The driver must have threaded a needle between the MOG and the numerous other vehicles clogging the intersection. It did not slow down, even after it got through. Seconds later, it was like the truck was never there. It was gone to the north. This day just gets stranger and stranger, I said to the wind. I waved again, not knowing if they saw me, and then straightened the boat where I needed it. I struck a large wave coming at me, and the boat lurched up, then fell straight down, dragging the prop for half a second. I imagined my boat was a supertanker plowing the stormy seas. The tarp covering also served as a shield from when the bow broke low in the water, and the splashing surf bounced off the vinyl rather than come into my transport. By the third or fourth wave, I gained some confidence at what I was doing. I held the throttle in a death grip. There were no seat belts or other restraints. If I fell over the side, as Ben had tried to do, there was no one to reach out and bring me back in. One thing I noticed as I moved west was that the current wasn't as strong as it had been when Ben and I were out. The wind provided a formidable obstacle to my forward progress, but I sat low in my seat to cut down on resistance. The current was no longer rushing in like the tide, so it was effectively neutral. After 10 minutes of doing little better than walking pace, I came to 40th Street, the same intersection I'd visited earlier in the day. Now, instead of looking at refugees fleeing from the south, all I could see in that direction was more flooded homes. Somewhere nearby, Pax's pool party would have finally ended. The residence where the man tossed the baseball at his window also looked abandoned. The hurricane shutters were still closed, but now water had gone about halfway up the home, covering most of those same windows. "Hope you made it out," I said to his house. Ahead, I soon found the home of the man who died in the Triumph. The porch where he'd been standing was now almost completely submerged. The second level of his home stood tall, out of the water, but the darkened exterior didn't look inviting. I came upon a blockage ahead of me. A burnt orange intermodal container bounced in the wake while in the middle of the street. Commonly known as a shipping container, the 40-foot metal boxes were usually 8 feet wide and about 9 feet tall. Inside, they usually stored pallets of freight sent from overseas factories. This one was half submerged and moved sideways a few feet with each wave. Ahead, I saw more of them. One had wedged against a home. That one sat high in the water, as if there wasn't much inside it. I found another one open and half empty, as if the wrapped pallets had fallen out before it went in the water. That one didn't float at all, since there was no buoyancy in the already open container. A small white cat paddled by, visible for only a few seconds. It could have come from any of the houses in the area, freed when rushing water full of debris broke windows. But it was gone from my sight before I even thought of grabbing it. I steered the boat west. Brendan's house was on the right side of the last corner of the street, and the beach should have been the next property over. But I didn't see anything except a uniform gray wall to the west. It made me doubt my vision. The ocean had risen about 10 feet up the side of the nearby homes, so it looked as if I was already in the middle of an endless sea. After blinking away the water in my eyes, it hit me the gray color wasn't the sky, but was instead a titanic metal structure that had come ashore at the beach. The colossal ship we'd seen earlier out in the bay had turned sideways and been blown onto the sandy shoreline. Without engine power, the unwieldy vessel never stood a chance against the hurricane-force winds. I tried to whistle, impressed, but it was impossible in the rainstorm. The ship was not well either. Stacks of containers canted toward the side. Some had broken free and tumbled into the water. A few lay against the side of the hull, on end. Some were broken in a pile. Others had obviously floated deeper into the subdivision. "Stay right where you are," I willed the ship. Brendan's home was one story, and the only portion left above water was the flat, pointy roof. It was a triangular island of gray asphalt shingles. "Please be in there," I said into the wind. I steered the little boat toward the boys' house. I intended to dock next to the garage and use the downspout to tie off so I could climb onto the roof. But I'd only made it to within 30 feet when the front of the boat struck a solid object under the waves. "Oh, shit!" I cried out. The force of the collision sent me tumbling into the edge of the tarp, a bit like a lap restraint seatbelt might stop you in a car crash by punching you in the stomach. I let go of the motor and tried to hold on to the sides. I leaned right to stop it from tipping left. My gut response warned me the boat was going over. "Steady," I ordered myself. It was impossible to sweat bullets in the storm, but I gave it a shot. In the next few seconds, my vessel drifted off the object, leaning heavily to my left. But then a combination of my death grip on the sides and the natural flow of the water helped me keep from sinking. The top of a white car looked up at me from below. It was now missing one side of its roof rack. Seeing it down on the driveway, I recalled it being there from when we passed earlier, but I'd forgotten about it. Lightning zapped off the hull of the ship. "Holy hell!" Thunder tumbled off the massive black shape, washing over me and my inconsequential boat. With renewed purpose, I motored to the corner of the garage and grabbed for the gutter. At first, I missed it completely, the wind carrying me by. However, I spun around, using the side of the house as shielding, and was able to get a grip. I struggled over the tarp to the front, then tied the rope to the downspout, as I'd planned. Then, steadying myself with the edge of the gutter, I managed to hop from the boat to the roof. When the wind struck, I had to fall to my knees, but I was able to crawl away. The home was not uniform in design. The roof went in ridges and troughs, so I was able to find a tiny bit of cover when I went into one of the lower points. More lightning lit up the skies. It came every 10 or 15 seconds. The ship was a huge draw for electromagnetic strikes. Out in the storm, 100 feet above me, one of the stacks of containers leaned farther out over the railing of the big ship. In slow motion, the stack of about 10 seemed to come unhooked, and the lean turned into a snap. Then they fell over the side. Some of them were heavy, and they crashed straight down with huge cannonball-like splashes. Others must have been lighter, and they seemed to get some hang time and drift in the air toward my delicate hiding spot. My flight response went hyperactive, and I ran from the expected impacts. "No!" I cursed into the hurricane. Mother Nature, fate, or whatever deity was guiding those boxes didn't pay a bit of attention to me. They came down exactly where I didn't want them. A thunk of hollowed-out metal signaled the impact. The entire house shook as one of the boxes struck behind me. I was thrown forward by a sheet of water. I skidded on my palms and elbows as I tumbled down the far side of the roof toward my boat. As soon as I reached the edge, I used my hands to stop myself with the gutter. But I couldn't rest there, as I had to know what was heading my way. "Get up!" I panted. I hopped into a crouch, not as fast as I wanted. My tweaked knee also gave me a moment of fright, so by the time I'd made it and could look around, all I saw were more plumes of water heading my way in the hurricane-force winds. I didn't want to jump in the boat because I might capsize it. I also didn't want to jump in the water because the waves might push me away from the home. I settled on flopping onto my stomach and bracing the tips of my boots in the storm guttering. The giant splashes came at me in a continuous fire hose. The first one was the worst. It nearly pushed me off my perch. Those that came after were from containers that fell far away, so they were barely worse than the stinging rain already pummeling my face. I was happy to survive the tumbling containers, but they might not be the last to come down. Above, other piles of the containers seemed to want to break free. "Frank, either shit or get off the pot, buddy." I got up and ran to the high point. As I thought, the container had taken out a slice of the roof. The green rectangle floated in the backyards, already on its way toward Bayside Road, where the prevailing wind took everything. A couple of the other containers also floated away. A few were standing upright. One had done an accordion move, crushing itself against one of the others. I wheezed with exertion at how much danger I was in. Not thinking about it for more than a few seconds, I jumped down into the hole formed by the collision. My intention was always to get inside the flooded house, and on the way over, I'd been planning to swim underwater to go through a window or door, but the giant hole simplified that part. However, as I climbed the splintered wood trusses under the roof, I looked back to the dark shadow looming over me. As I watched, the entire mountain of metal shifted a few degrees, as if large waves pushed against the far side of the cargo ship, forcing it to rock and potentially dump more of its top-heavy load. My heartbeat churned behind my temples, always a sign I was pushing the limits of stress and adrenaline. God, help me get to this kid. Prayer seemed to be the only thing I could control. I made it inside the attic of the home. To my shock, the container had done a great job chewing apart the edge of the roof, but it hadn't penetrated the inside living space. I took that as a huge win, as it meant the boy wouldn't have been crushed in there. Inside, the odor was a cross between seawater and mothballs. The blow-in insulation was doused, as was the 2x4 framing. The splash had sprayed the inside of the attic from end to end. "Hello!" I shouted. It took some effort to walk from beam to beam as I moved across the cramped space. It wasn't high enough for me to walk it upright, so I had to crouch over, hold the vertical beams, then step on to the next one. "Kid, you there?" I bellowed. I found the square access panel on the floor of the attic and pulled it up. Below me, the main living area of the house was in almost total darkness. The water had risen to a point maybe 2 feet below me. I hadn't brought a flashlight, so I had to wait for my eyes to adjust. "Anyone home?" I said in a playful sing-song. "Your brother Brendan sent me." The kid was younger than Brendan, maybe 9 at the most, so I figured it would be a scary thing to see a strange man hanging from the ceiling of your flooded home.
He did?
A mouse-like voice replied. I spun halfway around from where I'd been looking. The young boy clung to an upside-down kitchen trash can. Hey, kid, can you swim over here? He was about 10 feet away.
I can't swim,
he peeped. You don't have to, I assured him. Just kick your legs while you hold on to that can, and you'll come right to me. He tried it. At first he went sideways, then to the other side, but he eventually got it right. When he came close, I held out my hand. I pulled him up through the hole. You're safe, I said with a bit of embellishment. He was out of the water inside his house, but we had a long way to go to be truly safe.
Good,
he said. I pointed to the hole in the roof. We have to go through there. I have a boat. He had his arms around one of the vertical beams. When he saw where I was pointing, where lightning flashed, his grip on the pole got tighter. He closed his eyes and shook his head. It's through there. We can get you to dry land. Brendan is in a nice big beach towel right now, probably getting hot cocoa.
No,
he pouted. Come on, I coaxed as I tugged at his shirt a little. I promise I'll get you to safety.
No way. I'm safe right here.
He didn't budge. Could I yank him from the wooden beam and carry him? Was it okay to use a bit of force if it would save his life? I was sure the answer was yes, as I wasn't obligated to let a child get hurt or die simply because he didn't want to follow my directions. Motion flickered at the gap in the roof. I thought it was a container, but I couldn't say for sure. The ominous thunk of hollow metal resonated on the air. Hold, I started to say. The entire house vibrated. Then the kid and I were thrown to the crossbeams. Water engulfed us, pushing me from one beam to the next, like dragging a body down a set of railroad tracks. I had the sensation of motion under me, which was crazy based on where I was. For the roof to move, that would mean... I reached for the boy and held him firm with one hand and a crossbeam with the other, as we tilted a little to one side before the attic leveled out. It would mean we weren't attached to the bottom of the house. Kid, you okay? I was positive I'd have bruises over most of my body.
I'm ready to go now,
he sniffled. We were definitely adrift. Not moving fast, but moving nonetheless. I think we're already going, I said in a cheerful tone. I changed my position to get a better look at him, not letting go for fear of losing him. He was sprawled across a pair of beams, with open water below him, so I guided him closer to my side, where I had boards beneath me.
How?
He asked. If I didn't know better, I remarked casually, I'd say this roof has turned into a boat, and we're floating in the water.
Are we going to die?
He whined. No way, I said. My name is Frank. What's yours?
Corey.
Well, Corey, I promise you we are not going to die. We're going to get through this storm just fine. It wasn't a promise anyone was supposed to make, given we were floating inside the detached roof of a house during a hurricane. But I'd managed to get him into the attic before his house blew apart. Either we were both getting out of this alive, or he was. Why don't you hang out here for a second, and I'll check what's going on outside. I needed to see what threats might be coming for us. I needed to plan ahead. Prepare for contingencies. Make lists. He gripped my wrist.
Don't leave me.
I considered all my options before I answered. You know, it really doesn't matter what's going on out there. My friends are taking care of Brendan back at my house, and I'll make sure to stick with you here at your house. Sound like a plan? I waited for a few moments. Corey? He snored a few seconds later. Yep, I'm not going anywhere. Chapter 25. I woke to the sound of people calling my name. Frank? Luke's voice.
Frank Douglas.
Penny. Uncle Frank. Tyler. The sun peeked out from spotty clouds. The cheery light drenched the far side of the attic, where Corey and I had rode out the night. While I'd been able to do little more than comfort one lost boy on a floating island of wood, I passed out from exhaustion in the overnight hours. Hey, Bud, wake up, I said to the kid. Corey woke up immediately. At first he seemed scared of where he was, but then he saw the sunlight. He next looked below us to see wet, mushy grass on the ground. We were no longer above his living room, but resting a couple of feet off the lawn. We'd floated away from the main house the previous night.
We made it?
He asked. I told you we would. He seemed to relax. We worked as a team to cross the beams and pop out from the hole in the roof. I helped him up, and we walked to the topmost point of the roof, where we could see in every direction. It was the Twilight Zone, an alternate reality to the one I'd exited the night before. The roof had drifted for about 2 miles, and it had come to rest almost where I'd started my journey in Ben's boat. I was still on Poseidon Pier and close to Bayside Road. It made sense, as the wind would have pushed us east, down the cleared street, until we ran aground at the checkpoint. We hadn't gone that far, however, but we were in the front yard of a home about 3 down from the intersection. Ben's boat was still tied to the corner, filled to the brim with water, despite the tarp. I almost looked away, but motion caught my eye there. A small blonde dog was sleeping nestled on the rear seat, an inch above the water that had filled the rest of the hull. I would check on him when I went down there. Looking beyond the roof, my friends were searching for me from Bayside Road. Carmen and Penny stood in front of the Unimog, parked underneath the orange clownfish sign at the entrance to my subdivision. They each took turns calling out to me. To the south, about where I crossed the highway with Zen to attack the Poncho Men, Luke and Rainey called out for me on both sides of the road. And to the north, standing by the red Charger, Tyler, Zoe, and about 10 other teenagers milled close by, all calling my name. I was about to reply to their hails, but I was drawn to the mess around me. It looked as if an entire sewage plant had tipped over and spilled into the subdivision. Gray, sandy sludge covered every street, driveway, and lawn. It also coated bushes, flower gardens, and the bottom 6 feet of every tall tree. Homes had bathtub rings of filth all around their exteriors, up to wherever the waves had crested against them. There were also ruined cars that had been thrown around. There were about 10 small boats within the rows of houses near the front of the subdivision. A larger fishing boat was now lodged in the canal to the left of Poseidon, a little shy of the tunnel under the roadway. Short of discovering a crane, there was no way it would ever see the ocean again. There were uprooted trees everywhere, layers of garbage mixed into the mud, and bodies. I saw the first one near the giant fishing boat in the canal. The last significant change was a house fire smoldering 2 houses down on the corner with Bayside. There had obviously been a fire in the overnight hours, but now it was just chuffing out white smoke. The frame of the house was mostly intact, but all the windows were busted out, and smoke poured from a 10-foot hole in the roof. It was disaster upon disaster. I broke out my 2-finger whistle. Penny and Carmen saw me immediately, since they were closest. They jumped in the Mog and came my way. I looked down to Corey. "The cavalry is coming." We made our way to Ben's high and dry boat, and the tiny dog was up and waiting for me. No doubt it had been startled awake by my whistle. "What are you doing in there, little fella?" The loaf of bread-sized pup was now perfectly dry, but I recognized his fur color from when he'd gone by me in the water the previous evening. At the time, I thought he was a cat with tannish fur, but now I saw he was a 20-pound dog. His frame was long and thin, like a little dachshund hot dog, but his happy face reminded me of a chihuahua, with big floppy ears. The Unimog rolled up next to the roof, so neither of us had to get down in the mud. I picked up the dog, ready to put him in the truck. Carmen went to the back door and opened it for us, while Penny sat behind the steering wheel. Before I could say anything, the pretty Cuban woman threw herself across the gap and into my arms.
"I was so worried about you."
"I was never in any danger," I fibbed. She pulled away.
"Frank, it looks like you rode a roof all night."
I shrugged. It was a very safe roof. She wasn't buying it. Worse, she saw the state of my attire.
"Frank, I think you better throw that shirt out," Carmen snickered. "I think it's ruined. It looks even worse than it did originally."
"Har, har," I shot back, aware she liked to poke fun at my rifle, palm tree, and grenade shirt. However, looking at myself with a more clinical eye, the shirt was almost brown instead of the usual bright yellow. I'd taken it into the dirty canals several times. I'd rolled around in the mud of the forest with it. I'd even scraped a hole into the sleeve, where I'd slid down the shingles.
"It's okay," she winked. "You can still get in the truck."
"My buddy has to go first," I said, motioning Corey up the side step.
"Oh, I didn't even see you out there, little man," she said apologetically. "You must have been very brave last night, like Uncle Frank."
"He was our captain," I explained, like everyone would assume as much, "and got us to safety." Corey was tongue-tied. "Hop in," I said to him. Carmen got in first and helped him in. Then she held out a hand to me, all smiles.
"Welcome back, Frank," she gushed.
I handed her the pocket dog, which she'd somehow missed since he was tucked under my arm. "This little guy is for you." Her eyes turned to dinner plates.
"Oh my God, he is so cute."
She wrapped the pup in her arms with nothing but love in her eyes. I was half joking, I continued, feeling bad that I might have sprung it on her.
"Of course I'll take care of him," she gushed. "What's his name?"
"I have no idea. Maybe pick one?" She shook off the notion.
"No, he belongs to someone. Let's wait on renaming."
I paused to see if she had anything else to say to me, but when she focused entirely on the attention-starved dog, I got back to the important business. "How did the neighborhood do?" I asked, afraid of the answer coming. "How are our people?"
"All good," Carmen surprised me. "You can relax. All our houses weathered the storm. A few had serious damage to their roofs, a bunch had broken windows, but no one got caught out in it. As soon as it was safe, we got guards back at the roadblocks, we're monitoring the woods, and we're taking care of the residents from Zen's neighborhood, like you ordered."
"Are they ready to head back?" I asked.
"Some already came over, but most are gathering on Albacore so they can go home together. Rainey and a few of the teen girls have been really helping them out, especially those who feel unsafe or alone."
"That's great," I allowed.
"See?" Penny added. "We can survive without you for one night." "Speak for yourself," Carmen said under her breath.
Both women snickered. I knew immediately they'd spent at least part of last night talking about Carmen and me. Things like that didn't even faze me anymore. Gossip was like television in a powerless world, and I accepted it for what it was, as long as it didn't go out to a broader audience. Over the next several minutes, the cars of the neighborhood watch sped back and forth, as word spread of my miraculous survival against the storm. Penny drove us toward my home, but she stopped at the intersection, correctly guessing that I would be interested in seeing what had become of the forest across the canal. "Check it out," she grinned. I hopped out the back door and walked to the edge of the front gate, staying behind the old shot-up Chevrolet, just to be certain I wouldn't be picked off by random strangers. It had become habit. Penny and Carmen came out too, but stayed closer to the yellow truck. The tan dog remained in the Cuban woman's arms. Corey opened his door, but did not come down the side ladder. "Well, that is beyond anything I could have imagined," I said with honesty. The tank crew had been true to their mission of clearing out the guys dressed in ponchos, but they'd also done a good portion of the tree knockdowns we were going to have to do in order to create the 100-yard buffer around our neighborhood. All the trees along the canal, and for 30 or 40 feet inside the woods, had been pushed over and crushed into pulp. The biggest trees were left intact, as even the great machine couldn't knock those over. But there were so few of them that it didn't make much difference. "Did you know we were in a war zone?" Zen announced as he seemed to come out of nowhere. "Hey," I said with a smile. We shook hands. "Glad to see you made it," Zen commented. "I stood out here all night trying to find you. Had help from a bunch of friends, too." "I appreciate that. I really do. How are your people doing?" "As far as I know, we hardly lost anyone on the first 3 streets in my subdivision," he answered, "since you and I were able to warn everyone in time. We also didn't lose anyone in the convoy, besides that guy in the little convertible, though a couple solid dudes got shot up pretty good." "We have a nurse," I blurted out. "Relax, Frank," Carmen insisted. "All taken care of." I did relax a little. "So what about the rest of your neighborhood?" I asked, looking far down Poseidon Pier toward the beached container ship. "Honestly, I don't know," he replied. "Word spread when we started to bail, but, well, you know how flooded it was out there. We're not sure how many people got out." "Well, I can say with authority a few of them might have rode it out in their attics, like Corey and I did." I glanced back to the kid. "You are one tough little dude." "Thanks," he answered. "Can I go see Brendan now?" Penny raised her hand. "I can walk him to your house, where we have his friend." I pointed to the devastated forest. "Are we sure that's clear?" Penny replied, "I could have told you last night when we found you and Zen, but we didn't have the time before Brendan showed up. Margaret and Sally spoke to us when they dropped off the Unimog. Their gunner confirmed, as she called it, 9 KIAs in the woods, not including bodies already on the ground. Zen and I knocked out a few of them prior to the tank getting there. So did Nathan, apparently." "Oh, his ex-wife was livid once she found out what he'd done," Carmen chuckled. "I wonder why," I commented, "if they aren't together." "That's a good question," Carmen continued with attitude. "If my ex was out there, I'd tell him to fight until he killed himself." I watched Penny's limited reaction. Her feelings for her husband probably made the joke land a little flat for her. It was one thing to have no feelings for an ex, but the poor woman had been left by a cheating husband on the last days before the world ended, and she hadn't been able to tell him to get lost. I couldn't imagine her conflicted feelings. "Anyway," Penny continued, "they told us the forest should have been cleared out. However, to be sure, we sent some volunteers in there at sunrise. We didn't find anyone alive." "Can we burn the bodies?" I said with a heavy sigh. "I don't think we have to worry about that. Not unless we dig up the mush pounded into the mud by the tank treads," Penny cracked up. Carmen jumped into the conversation. "Margaret said your directions got her to the tank in less than 30 minutes.
With the fuel, they managed to clear out of the forest, get over to us, then pay you back with interest by offing those gunmen. She insisted I give you a sloppy, wet kiss for her."
Carmen stepped closer and puckered up. "Well, if I gotta," I joked. She halted and planted her hands on her hips.
"Don't kiss me if you think it's a chore."
I could only resist her for a couple of seconds. "Get over here." I pulled her to me. She laughed as we drew close. The next 60 seconds were for us alone.
"Frank?"
Penny reluctantly interrupted.
"I'll take Corey to Brendan now."
I heard a wistful quality to her voice. I imagined it might have been regret. I hadn't had a chance to really speak to her about our earlier conversation regarding her husband. Maybe Carmen's joke was a bit too much for her. As for her request, there were lots of people standing around the front gate and along both Albacore and Barracuda, and I'd gotten confirmation the immediate threat of the Poncho fellas was solved. So it was probably safe for her to walk the child home. "We'll see you when we get back," I finally answered. "You and I can sit down and chat, if you need to." She got Corey out of the truck and started for home, hand in hand with the little boy.
"Thank you, Frank,"
Penny volunteered.
"I would like that."
I watched the pair walk away for a short bit, ready to provide cover if anyone tried shooting at them. It was a new day, and the surge had pushed many people out of the nearest subdivisions. But there were still people running around the woods like assholes. I was sure of it. Carmen put her arm around my waist, surprising me with her cat-like stealth.
"Frank, I was worried sick about you last night. The air looks so clean out there. The day is so wonderful, now that I know you're safe."
I draped my arm over her shoulders in return. She cradled the little dog in the crook of her arm, like an American football. "Yeah, I love the smell of the world after a cleansing storm." It wasn't exactly fresh, however. The salty seawater was mixed with the nearby canals, and still drying in puddles out in the woods, so it was strong in the air. I also caught a whiff of death, leading me to wonder if animals or fish were baking out in the sunshine. I knew there were a few human bodies. I got out my list and jotted some new tasks. Cleanup was going to be a bitch. Carmen pulled me to her level and gave me a peck on the cheek, then acted as if she'd remembered an item of great importance.
"Frank, Margaret also said to tell you there is a giant plane that crashed in the woods near where her tank was hiding. She said it's covered with intact solar panels, and she thought you might like to know that."
"Solar panels?"
"Uh-huh,"
she answered. "Very good to know." I smiled, giving her an extra kiss. She headed for the Unimog. Zen stood there with a devious smirk, like he'd caught me expressing emotions. I pointed to my list to shake him of that notion. "You should have one of these. Get going on what's been lost, what your people need to clean up, how you will control looters, what you are going to do for defenses when nightfall comes."
"But that's a whole day away,"
he said with surprise. "It's never too early to plan, my friend."
"No, I guess that's your secret," he admitted.
"Extreme preparation and planning can make you look like you can predict the future. Maybe it is my secret of success." I laughed at the idea. I certainly didn't feel as if I'd been properly prepared for any of these disasters, but I was beginning to think it was a lot like the old adage about bear attacks. When running from bears, I don't have to be faster than them. I only have to be faster than my neighbor. In planning for the EMP, even a basic level of prep was more than most people had done. By comparison, I looked like a genius.
"I'll try to start planning."
"You'll do," I corrected. "The sooner we can get your people back in their homes, guarding their stuff, the sooner we rebuild the strength of our expanded defenses." I was going toward the Unimog to join the others, but Zen wasn't done.
"Hey, you dude. I never got a chance to thank you properly for, yesterday. I can't stop thinking about how close we came."
Zen, it's all good. My best advice is to think about your people, not yourself. It really helps take the pressure off our own problems and hang-ups, if you know what I mean. He didn't think he was cut out for it, but I saw the potential. I'd been relentless in getting him to see how important he could be to his community if he put in a little effort, and I had to think I was getting through. "Nah, I'm sure you never have hang-ups," he chuckled. "Oh, you'd be surprised. Being a leader doesn't make you a machine. I'm constantly doing pros and cons about almost every decision I make. Sometimes I make the wrong call, and I have to move on as best I can." I didn't volunteer that one of my worst calls was thinking he was ready to use his rifle in support of the convoy, but holding that criticism back from him illustrated the very thing I was saying. I also had to move on.
"Right on, man."
While we'd been speaking, Dante and Marco had found their way over to us. I had to share my story again, and they told me how they'd been part of the force that had been shooting at the Poncho guys from the roadblock on Albacore Anchorage. We reconstructed our movements and determined how we'd shot at the Poncho militia from 3 sides to keep them busy, while the convoy rolled by. The tank then came in from side number 4 and wiped them out. I couldn't have planned it better if I'd tried. As we spoke, Dante glanced behind me. "Hey, did you know there is a ship parked at the end of the street?" he asked dryly. The giant container vessel had come ashore at the far end of Poseidon, where the observation tower used to be. It wasn't beached flat on dry land, but it was canted to one side, as if the wind had pushed it sideways onto the beach. From our point of view, the front of the giant ship was angled to our left, and many of the shipping containers on the main deck leaned precariously toward shore. A few of the metal crates were piled next to the hull, where they'd fallen. It was like seeing it for the first time for me, since I could now get the whole perspective of the moon-sized supership. Corey and I saw that thing up close and personal last night. We even had to dodge some of those falling containers." "No shit?" Dante asked. "Quieter," I replied. "Corey is a bit shaken up about it." I pointed the other way toward the boy as he walked home with Penny. "Oh, cool," Dante acknowledged me. "I won't bring it up around him." Seeing the ship again, and not fearing for my life, my thoughts turned to what might be in the cargo, rather than if the cargo was going to smash me flat. "You guys want to go down there and see what we can see? Zen, it's technically in your neighborhood, so we might as well get first dibs on what we can." "You serious?" "I've got a crowbar at the ready." The previous owner of the off-road truck had a small toolbox in the rear, with grease guns, pry bars, tow straps, and miscellaneous other tools. We didn't even need to return to my house to get what we needed. "Then let's do this," Zen encouraged. Everyone was armed, as was proper and necessary in the apocalypse, so having extra weapons at the ready would benefit us if there was any trouble. I'd gotten my rifle and magnum pistol back the second the girls picked me up. The Mog left a pair of soupy treads down the middle of the muddy street. It was easy to see we were the first to venture toward the ship, since there were no other tracks in the mud. The shoulders of the road and parts of the front yards remained filled with water, since there was nowhere for it to drain. As we got closer to the shoreline and the wayward vessel, the mud got thicker, and the puddles got deeper. By the time we made it the 2 miles to the final block, the sloppy muck was 6 inches deep. The ship was an industrial accident site top to bottom and front to back. Cargo containers had spilled over the side, as I'd witnessed the day before. Now I got a good look at how pieces of the superstructure hung sideways off the deck. Below, There were huge furrows of sand pushed inland by the mammoth hull of the stricken vessel. A green container stood out from all the others. It was the farthest down the street, a safe distance from the boat, and thus the first one we approached. The driver put the truck in park. "Carmen, take the keys with you," I said quietly. "But everyone keep your eyes peeled for anyone who might try to sneak up on us." That was unlikely, as anyone on foot would have to walk through thick mud. It didn't seem as thick on the flat surface of the road, so I hopped down and started forward. Keeping a hold on the bumper, I slid myself around the front corner, expecting Carmen to be there. I found her standing at the open door, hair blowing dramatically in the light breeze. But she didn't come down to my level. "On second thought, I'll stay here at the wheel with my new puppy," Carmen said, as if making an important decision. I held up a foot, so the mud dripped off. "You sure you want to miss this?" The smart woman did have hiking boots, but I couldn't deny it was a horrendous mess on the street. There wasn't a need for all of us to get dirty. She smiled down at me, followed by a wink. "I'll clean you up later," she whispered. She went back inside, giggling. I turned to head for the box. "We won't even need the crowbar," Dante assured me as he reached it first. "You want the honors?" I asked. Marco and Zen seemed to have trouble walking on the unstable surface. They weren't much farther than the front of the Unimog. "Sure, I'll check it," Dante agreed. "It better be full of Pop-Tarts," Zen suggested from behind me. "Yeah, if we're wishing," I added to the mix. "I hope this thing is stuffed to the brim with military-grade automatic combat rifles, and 1,000,000 rounds of ammo to go with them." I was convinced more with each day that the key to long-term survival was who had the most guns. It was nice to have vehicles to go out and get supplies, and it was great having the foresight to move people around the houses to keep them out of the water. But none of that would have been possible if we'd been unarmed. Our stash of firearms had allowed us to keep the poncho idiots at arm's length and shuffle our residents from one side of Bayside to the other. If we'd been unarmed, they would have walked right in and made themselves at home with our gear. Dante popped the damaged lock off the front. The door swung open with a drawn-out creak. I took a few steps forward to get a better look at what was inside. "Well, this changes everything," I stated as fact. This concludes Neighborhood Watch 4 by E. Isherwood. Narrated by Kyle Tate. Copyright 2022 by E. Isherwood. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with E. Isherwood and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.